Boss, hey, you have to admit this little girl feels different. Once you're done enjoying yourself, could you maybe let me have a turn? What kind of nonsense is that? We're all brothers of the underworld. Brothers are like your own limbs. Women are no more than clothes. They'll go first, and when I'm done, every brother here gets a taste. Ha ha ha, blessings, shared hardships born together. Ah ha ha. You little slut, why are you keeping your head down? Lift your head. Look at me. Two large hands seize Jiang Yu's hair and yank it upward, forcing her to raise her head in a humiliating posture. In the instant her head rises, the terror in the young girl's eyes shifts, turning faintly into a kind of dazed confusion. Had this little dark-skinned girl, her skin may be a bit black, but her looks are decent. The blonde hood in front of her licks his lips, a debauched smile rippling across his features. The breath he sprays onto her face is scalding and reeks nauseously. Jiang Yu stares in disbelief at the scene before her. The blonde ringleader and the few skinny raided street punks behind him are the nightmare of her entire life. Inside the abandoned chemical plant, the girl lies prone on the concrete floor, her body covered in boot prints and wounds of varying depth. What is happening? Hadn't she died? She clearly remembers joining forces with the other experimental subjects to obliterate Forbidden Island, then slaughtering the entire base, finally self-detonating after exhausting all her powers. So how can she be here now? Those thugs dragging her into the abandoned chemical plant. That was half a month before the apocalypse. The blonde yanks her hair again. The sharp pain at her roots keeps reminding her this is no dream, no hallucination. It is real. She has been reborn. She has returned to half a month before the end of the world. Returned to the time when everything has yet to begin. Alive again, ha 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 ha. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth curl up of their own accord, a smile she cannot suppress no matter how she tries. The blonde thug frowns. His fingers had just been caressing Jiang Yu's delicate cheek, but now he suddenly discovers that there is no fear in her eyes at all. Only a strange, fervent excitement. His heart gives a jolt. Damn, could this girl be some kind of masochist? But then he thinks whatever she is, masochist or not, as long as it feels good, who cares? He pats the flesh of Jiang Yu's cheek, puckers his lips, and leans closer. Behind him the other punks start clapping and cheering. Boss, a night of spring passion is worth 1,000 in gold. Hey, don't waste time, go for a home run right away. Boss, mighty as ever. Watching that mouth puckered like a chicken's backside and inching closer and closer, Jiang Yu feels her stomach churn. If it were already the apocalypse, she could kill 3 such men on her own, but now it is still before the end. She has been reborn, but only her soul, not her body. She is still that malnourished, painfully thin girl. Without betraying a hint of emotion, Jiang Yu scrapes up a handful of dust and grit from the floor. She lifts her face to the man, offering him a radiant smile. He hesitates for just 1 second, and in the next Jiang Yu flings the dust toward his eyes with lightning speed. On my eyes. The instant his hand loosens in pain from her hair, Jiang Yu surges forward, throwing herself hard against him and knocking him to the ground. She has only just been reborn. Years of poor nutrition have left her excessively thin, her body far too weak to defeat a grown man Hedon. She can only borrow force and strike by using his own momentum against him. The man had been careless moments ago, but now he reacts immediately, clamping his hand around Jiang Yu's neck. The thugs behind them hurry forward to surround her. You little bitch. The man grips Jiang Yu's neck, raising a hand ready to slap her hard. But at that very moment, Jiang Yu catches something in the corner of her eye and locks onto it. In the midst of her struggle, she snatches the keys from his waist, flips open a small nail clipper, and slides out the narrow nail file. She thrusts it straight toward his neck. The entire sequence flows like water, swift and seamless. You dare. The edge of the nail file is not very sharp, but Jiang Yu uses every ounce of strength in her body, plunging it viciously into the man's neck, then dragging the clipper back with brutal force. A bloody gash instantly opens across his throat, blood gushing out. He clutches his neck in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. For someone accustomed to killing any everyday object with potential can become a deadly weapon. Jiang Yu has developed excellent observational habits. The moment she returned, she had already noticed the nail clipper hanging at the blonde thug's waist. Scalding blood sprays into her eyes. With a single blink, her entire eyeballs seem stained red. The remaining punks are already stunned by the sight. Damn, when did that girl change? How can she be so ruthless? We should call the police. Someone's dead. Are you out of your mind? Calling the police would be walking straight into a trap. Get her. Avenge Yunga. Kill that little slut. The 3 rush at her all at once. Jiang Yu quickly gauges the difference in strength. With her current physique, taking on 3 at once is risky. But it doesn't matter. Killing does not always require brute force. Far more important than strength is technique. Killing is an act that demands breaking through psychological barriers. But once you've killed the first person, there is little burden afterward. Especially when her hands no longer know how many lives they have already taken. As the men lunge for her, she turns and runs. Without a single second of hesitation. Chase her. Don't let that bitch get away. The three thugs scramble after her only to see Jiangyu dash into a pitch-black warehouse where the path ahead abruptly ends. Ha ha ha, little slut, you're trapped now. There's no door up ahead. Gripping sticks and other makeshift weapons, the three step into the warehouse. But the warehouse is packed with discarded iron drums of all sizes. Oh, no one can tell where the girl is hiding. Let's split up and search. We must drag that girl out. When we find her, we'll strip her naked and hang her from the rafters. That ungrateful bitch. Yet just as the words leave his mouth before they can divide up, the warehouse door behind them suddenly swings shut. Without their only source of light, the entire warehouse plunges into darkness. The men grow faintly uneasy. Damn it, Lao Air, why the hell did you shut the door? I can't see a thing. Bro, it wasn't me. Bullshit. You were at the back. If not you, then who unless? Damn, who just touched my back? Shit. Ah. Third bro, why aren't you saying anything? The last thug, nicknamed Little Second, is terrified. His legs go weak and he collapses to the ground, his hand landing in a large patch of warm, wet liquid. What is this? What is this? Ah! He shrieks trying to get up, but the floor is slick. Twice he fails. On the third attempt, he finally manages to fumble his way upright. Just then he senses something approaching him. A heavy blow slams into his knee. Oh, both legs buckle backward, forcing him to crash down in a brutal kneel. Ah! A shrill, ragged scream bursts from his throat. At this moment, the warehouse door finally swings open. Backlit against the light, the thin girl stands holding a square iron rod she has found from Waknoshire, staring coldly at him. She approaches step by step, the iron rod scraping along the ground, the rasping sound making one's scalp crawl. Her gaze is filled with disgust, as if she were looking at a rat in the gutter. The man panics, instinctively glancing around. Only now does he realize that the warm, wet substance he touched earlier is a vast pool of blood. One of his companions has had his throat opened wide by the same nail file, blood gurgling out in steady streams. His mouth can only emit a hoarse, choking rasp. Another skull is caved in at the back. He lies face down in the blood, eyes wide with unspent malice staring in Little Second's direction. Only now does the man grasp that this woman is truly striking to kill. In his terror, his whole body shakes like a sieve and a stream of urine runs down his pant leg. He has lost control. Jiangyu frowns at him. Who put you up to this? She knows this guy. They hardly ever interacted, but she only knew that he hung around with street punks outside, acting like a big brother in class. But there had never been such deep hatred between them. You can't kill me. I'm not even 19 yet. Chunrin shakes his head in panic, but seeing Jiangyu raise the iron rod and aim it at his skull, he blurts, it was Li Wei. She told me to do it. Li Wei gave me 20,000 yuan and told me to bring a few street toughs to ruin you, then record everything on video and send it to her. She's the one who wants to destroy you. It's true, it's really her. If you don't believe me, I can show you our transfer records. She said that once she had the video, you'd be her dog. You'd have to do whatever she told you. She said she would use the video to threaten you into applying to the same university as her, so that in college she could keep you as her slave, or whatever. Chunren sells Li Wei out in one long breath, leaving nothing unsaid. Li Wei. This does sound exactly like something she would do. She has always loved using such filthy methods against other girls. Utterly disgusting. I've told you everything. Let me go, please. I know I was wrong. I'll never do anything bad again. I only did this on impulse. At least we know each other. Spare me this once. I'll keep my mouth shut about their deaths. I won't say a single word. Inwardly he thinks, that bitch. Once I get the chance, I'll definitely kill her. But a wise man doesn't fight a battle he can't win. For now he will endure. Jiangyu does not release him. Once he finishes speaking, she brings the iron rod down, smashing the back of his skull. She searches his body and finds his phone. Opening his social app, she indeed sees the chat logs and transfer records with Li Wei. She also discovers a group on his phone filled with all manner of obscene videos. Chunrun and these thugs appear frequently in those videos. In her previous life, to escape being violated by them, Jiangyu had kicked and broken the blonde thug's nose when he tried to pull down her pants, then fled desperately. When she realized she couldn't outrun them, she chose death, throwing herself into the chemical pool with grim resolve. She knew how to swim and held her breath in the pool, never surfacing. The men assumed she had died and left. When she finally climbed out of the chemical pool, her skin was reddened by the corrosive raw materials. Her face was spared, but her body, after inhaling some of the chemicals, burned with fever for a long time. By the time she reported the crime, the thugs had already left the city and could not be found. Because Chunren had not yet reached the legal age of adulthood, he received only a verbal reprimand and paid a small sum in compensation. There were no further consequences. Yet at the station he had wept and wailed, insisting he was forced by the street punks. Once he turned around, however, he behaved utterly unrestrained in front of her. I'm not 19 yet. The law can't judge me. What can you do to me? Bitch, if you've got guts, never walk alone. If I ever get another chance, I'll ruin you again. To her, this guy is trash, trash among trash. Thinking of all this, she swings the rod a few more times, then drags each body by the legs and throws them one by one into the abandoned chemical pool. Afterward, she overturns the discarded chemical raw materials to cover the blood on the ground, then sets a blaze that consumes the entire abandoned plant. A derelict chemical plant that has stood empty for years suddenly catching fire. By the time the police arrive, the chemical liquids and blood on the ground will be thoroughly mixed and indistinguishable. No one will be bored enough to drain the plant's pool. That pool is truly deep. Only those who have fallen in know how deep. There is still half a month left before the apocalypse. Today's events she must erase completely. After all, order has not yet collapsed, as she cannot let anyone grasp hold of incriminating evidence against her. In this half-month there is far too much to do. She cannot waste time. A secret only remains a secret when you alone know it. Therefore, none of those 4 pieces of trash can be allowed to walk out of here alive. She had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Tower, lying day and night upon the operating table as people flayed her skin and dissected her bones. That hellish place transformed her into a demon as well. After Jiang Yu had taken care of everything, she hurriedly left the abandoned chemical plant. Once home, she changed her clothes and quietly burned the bloodstained garments. That night she sat at home, watching the local news on television report a sudden fire at the long-neglected chemical plant without mentioning anything else. Yet that chemical pool was so deep. Who would be idle enough to dredge it? After dinner, her uncle and aunt began circling around her, trying to persuade her. They were not urging her to apply to a particular university, but urging her to marry. What are you doing? I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? I am your own uncle. How could I possibly harm you? Jiang Yu, your uncle is talking to you. What are you staring off at? Do you have any manners at all? Has all your schooling gone into a dog's belly? Jiang Yu cradled the enamel water cup in her hands. Above the shabby living room, the ceiling fan kept humming and spinning as if it might fall at any moment. She looked at the hand holding the cup, terribly thin like a bundle of sticks. As her fingertips rubbed against the thin calluses, Jiang Yu's thoughts surged uncontrollably. The man and woman before her were her uncle and aunt. In her previous life, the first thing she did after escaping the Forbidden Tower was to track down her uncle's family and tear them limb from limb, sending every last one of them neatly off to the western heaven. Looking at the honest, simple-faced, middle-aged man and the plump, shrewd-looking woman, Jiang Yu found it all faintly. Her parents had died in a factory explosion when she was 5. After they passed away, the factory signed an agreement to pay 30,000 yuan a month in compensation to raise Jiang Yu. This money would continue until the day she turned 18. Originally, the factory would never have paid so much, but both of Jiang Yu's parents had died in the accident, leaving her an orphan. The factory director simply used her as a model case, invited reporters for a story, offered an exorbitant compensation, and turned it into advertising to restore the factory's public image. It was then that her uncle and aunt became her guardians, collecting her parents' compensation every month and moving into Jiang Yu's family home. Jiang Yu was not yet 5 and understood none of it. No one even told her that there was such a thing as compensation money. Her uncle and aunt constantly claimed they were the ones who had raised her, that she was a parasite in this home, and that their kindness was a colossal favor. She believed them. A child not yet 5 whose parents had suddenly vanished naturally entrusted herself heart and soul to the uncle who was caring for her. Overnight, the family portrait of her parents in the living room was replaced by one of her uncle and aunt. Her parents' bedroom was now occupied by her uncle and aunt. Her own room had become her cousin sister's room. The study had been converted into her cousin brother's bedroom, and she, clutching her quilt, stood at the door of the storage room. After all, her uncle's family was raising her, giving them the large rooms was only right. The adults kept telling her to be grateful, not to be a white-eyed wolf who repaid kindness with malice. She began learning to help her aunt with housework, terrified that they might stop wanting her. In time, cooking, cleaning, and doing the laundry all fell upon her shoulders, while her aunt's hands grew pale and plump from disuse. Whenever Jiang Yu secretly cried alone, her uncle would bring home a small cake, gently comforting her. You must understand gratitude. Your aunt and your cousins may have bad tempers, but they are not bad at heart. We are a family. It is only right that your uncle raises you, so you must also be obedient, all right? Back then, Jiang Yu had no idea that there was no such thing as her uncle raising her at all, because the entire family was living off her parents' compensation. They were the true parasites. And the scene before her now was precisely the moment after she had passed the entrance exam to a first-tier university, when her uncle and aunt joined forces to persuade her to marry the boss's son. Yet in the end, their little abacus never paid off. A little more than half a month later, the apocalypse erupted. Who would still care about weddings then? On July 3, 2021, the entire world would be overturned. A speck of spit landed on her eyelid. Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched, pulling her out of the flood of memory. Jiang Yu, your parents died early. As your uncle, I've always treated you like my own daughter, and I must plan for your future. Tell me, do you have any special skills? And nowadays, university graduates are as common as dogs on the street. Do you really think that going to university will guarantee you a good job? Even if you do go to university, in the end you'll just become a corporate drone working 996 or even 007. What future is that? It would be better to marry Boss Wang's son. Their family assets are over 100 million. If you marry into that family, you'll be a lady of a wealthy household. Her aunt's plump body flailed with excitement, her face flushing red. She looked so excited it was as if she wished she herself could marry into that family. Jiang Yu took a sip of water from her. She arched a brow. Aunt, you look very envious of Boss Wang's wealth. Why not marry into his family yourself? You might be a bit old for his son, but marrying the father should still be possible. Her aunt's face flushed crimson, the fat on her cheeks trembling. You wretched girl, is that any way to speak to your elder? Exactly. And is there any elder who urges his own niece to marry an idiot? Jiang Yu looked at her coldly, murderous intent surging in her eyes before she forced it back down. She had killed those thugs, and for the moment no one could trace it back to her. But if her uncle's entire family suddenly died, suspicion would certainly fall on her, and people would watch her every move. That would be terribly inconvenient. Besides, if her uncle and aunt died now, who would negotiate her bride price? She had returned with empty hands, as she could not afford to begin again empty-handed. This house could be sold for money, but it would be far from enough to stockpile supplies. She remembered that the bride price offered, no, to be precise, the price for selling her life, had been very high. Jiang Yu lowered her head, staring at the oscillating shadow of the ceiling fan in her water cup. A subtle smile rose in her eyes. Her aunt said, "You're a girl. What's the point of all that studying? In the end, you'll have to marry anyway, so you might as well marry early." Jiang Yu replied, "You're going to die of old age sooner or later. Why don't you just go die now? If studying is useless for girls, then stop letting cousin read books. Let her marry early and hang a string of children all over her body." Her aunt glared, brows knotted. "How can your cousin be the same as you?" "You're right, she isn't the same. Beasts can't be compared to humans." "Who are you calling a beast?" "Whoever takes the insult upon themselves is who I'm calling." "Enough!" Li Tianming roared, cutting off Gu Chuanhua's stream of curses. "This little wretch just insulted me. Didn't you hear?" Gu Chuanhua's face was red, veins bulging in her neck. Li Tianming's chest heaved violently, breath hissing through his nose as he fought the urge to slap Jiang Yu. Yet he still forced himself to wear a mask of benevolent kindness, turning to glare at Gu Chuanhua instead. "I said that's enough. Stop forcing little Yu. If she wants to study, let her study. I may be a useless uncle, but even if I have to smash pot, sell everything, or sell my own blood, I will make sure she can go to school. Jiang Yu is my elder sister's daughter, my own niece. At worst, we'll just let Yingwei skip university and have her go to the factory to tighten screws. No matter what, I cannot fail my sister." As Li Tianming spoke, his eyes reddened, and he looked at Jiang Yu with gentle determination. He was playing the part of the good uncle who would risk everything for his sister's child. "Little Yu, don't worry. Your uncle will definitely find a way for you to keep studying. Your university fees, your uncle will find a way." After speaking, he gripped Gu Chuanhua's hand somewhat guiltily. "Chuanhua, I know I've wronged you, but little Yu is my sister's daughter. I cannot fail my sister. I've failed Yingwei and Haochen too. It's all my fault. If I weren't so useless, the three children wouldn't be living such hard lives." Men are said not to weep easily, yet now he was trembling all over, suppressing his sobs. His aunt hugged Li Tianming, her face full of distress, then turned to scream at Jiang Yu in fury. "Jiang Yu, do you have any conscience left? Look at what you've driven your uncle to. Are you trying to push him to his death? He's only your uncle, not your parents. Raising you this big already repays you plenty. Back then we were afraid you wouldn't adapt to life in the countryside, so our whole family moved to the city to accompany you and support you, and you. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? These two people are playing their roles, one as the good cop, and the other as the bad cop, with acting skills so refined they could compete for an Oscar. If it were the old Jiang Yu, seeing this scene would have made her feel guilty and tell Li Tianming that she wouldn't go to school anymore. But now Jiang Yu watched these two with a calm demeanor. She felt they were born actors. At the same time, she pitted herself for being deceived for over a decade. They had made her compromise countless times with similar tricks. Moving from the countryside to the city was not your lifelong dream. Why do you speak as if you've suffered a loss? Initially, there were more relatives than just you wanting to be my guardians. Other uncles and aunts were also eager to enter the city. It was you who shamelessly seized the opportunity. And are you trying to take advantage of me while pretending to be virtuous? You act as if I'm just a 3-year-old child. Seeing that she was unmoved, even overturning everything from the past, Gu Chuanhua realized her little niece had grown up and perhaps recently heard something from others. Her greatest confidence stemmed from Jiang Yu's gentle nature, having been brainwashed since childhood, valuing this debt of gratitude highly and being quite obedient. But now Jiang Yu seemed to have awakened, making them harder to manage. So her tone softened. "Xiao Yu, your uncle has raised you, just consider it helping him out. It's also because your useless cousin owes quite a bit of money that we have no choice. That Wang Boss son, though a bit simple-minded, can take care of himself. Marrying him means you want me to serve him. He has more than enough money. Anne is begging you on her knees, you just help your uncle. If you don't, your cousin will definitely be beaten to death by the loan sharks, and if he dies, your uncle won't have a way out. You wouldn't want to see your uncle suffer, would you?" I don't want to drag you down either, but your cousin is such a fool that others don't want her. With your excellent grades in this year's college entrance exam, they specifically want a clever daughter-in-law like you. Li Tianming said nothing, only shedding tears looking at Jiang Yu with guilt. Gu Chunhua knelt on the ground humbly begging her, as if she were the root cause of all this. If she didn't agree, she would be committing a grave sin. If it were before, Jiang Yu wouldn't have dared let her kneel. She would have felt so guilty she could cry to death. But now, elders kneeling to juniors shortens their lifespan. It seems you truly hate me and wish for my early demise. Gu Chunhua waved her hands repeatedly, realizing that Jiang Yu, this little girl, was naive and soft-hearted, easy to coax. Just as she was about to say something nice, Jiang Yu continued. How much betrothal gift did Wang Boss give you to make you beg me so humbly? Guessing the debts owed by Li Haochen were a significant sum. She knew that Gu Chunhua had never bowed down to her like this before. Every day she would remind her of her nurturing grace, but after lying so much, even she had begun to believe it. She even truly believed she had a great debt of gratitude towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at Gu Chunhua's stiff smile with a hint of curiosity. In her previous life, after refusing to marry Wang Ba's son, Li Tianming and his wife had initially begged her for a few days, then disappointingly dropped the subject. She thought this matter had ended there. But within 2 days they had slipped drugs into her dinner, brought Wang Ba's simple-minded son in, intending to cook the rice before it was dry. Though they ultimately failed, it was disgusting enough. At the hospital, her uncle knelt before her apologizing, saying he didn't expect Wang Ba's simple-minded son could sneak in through the window. He pushed all the blame onto that fool. They never mentioned anything about drugging her. To prove their innocence, they even committed suicide. Faced with her uncle who raised her for many years, Jiang Yu chose to trust him again. Gu Chunhua hesitated for a moment. 1 million. You swear if you lie tomorrow, both of you will be hit by a car when you go out, and Li Yingwei will marry a violent and lewd man for the rest of her life, unable to escape, ultimately beaten to death. Li Haochen will have his hands and feet chopped off by loan sharks, and when he has a son, he won't have a proper body. Li Haochuan will indulge in gambling and deceit, doing all sorts of bad things, living off labor, all his life, ultimately having to eat peanuts. Your maternal relatives will all die terrible deaths, their ancestral graves dug up by dogs. Gu Chunhua gasped, waiting in anger and shock for Jiang Yu. Damn, was this a vow? This shameless girl was clearly cursing her. Some people in this world are so strange, after doing many bad things they become particularly devout. Gu Chunhua was that kind of person. So she gritted her teeth and replied, 6 million. Li Tianming shot a glare at his wife, turning his gaze back to Jiang Yu, trembling as he spoke. Xiao Yu, it was your uncle who wronged you. It's because your uncle is useless. Gu Chunhua's eyes lit up since Jiang Yu asked. It must mean she would agree. Such a little girl, yet she is firmly under her control. If you agree to marry Wang Ba's son, anything, it's really only 6 million. I haven't lied to you. As long as you help your cousin this time, your aunt will owe you for a lifetime. He'll treat you like my own daughter. Jiang Yu nodded, seemingly compromising. I didn't expect I was worth quite a bit. 6 million. I can marry, but I have conditions. You must give me the belongings my father left behind. Especially that jade bracelet. It's not valuable, but it's the token of love between my parents, holding special significance. Move out of my house before dark tomorrow, and for the betrothal gift, I want 4 million. The remaining 2 million can be used to pay off debts. If you agree to these conditions, I will agree to hold the wedding in a month. Mentioning her father's belongings, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. You want 4 million. You may be young, but your appetite is quite big. Gu Chunhua pouted. You're just a young girl, aren't you afraid of trouble with so much money? Why not let your uncle take care of it? You know he loves you the most, he wouldn't harm you. She winked at Li Tianming. If she remembered correctly, at this time her eldest cousin had already been caught by the debt collectors. Otherwise Li Tianming and his wife wouldn't be so anxious. They even thought about marrying their cousin off, but Wang Boss insisted on a girl who is attractive, educated, and smart. Although her cousin looked decent, she was entirely focused on her appearance, with grades that were a complete mess, as she only got into a third-rate university through money. After an investigation, Wang Boss didn't want her. His own son is a fool with violent tendencies, having already beaten 2 wives to death. Therefore Wang Boss' price was exceptionally high, wanting a girl who is academically capable, but not too pretty, as they wouldn't be obedient if they were too beautiful. However, this isn't the era where people struggle for food and clothing. Even parents who slightly favor sons over daughters wouldn't want to see their daughters walk to their deaths. These millions, don't be fooled by the high price, it's clearly a price for life. Moreover, Wang Boss' requirements are not low. Although he doesn't want 2 pretty girls, he seeks a clever and outstanding girl to improve his grandson's genes. He hopes the next generation won't be a fool. Moreover, he wants a clean girl, one who has never been in love. In his eyes, good grades probably equate to intelligence. After all, Jiang Yu has always known she is not an intelligent person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived with wolves for over a decade, without seeing their true colors, treating them as benefactors. Then I won't marry. After all, you can't force me to go. This is a new society. If anything happens to me, and am forced to marry Wang Boss' son, he'll find a way to torment him and make him suffer. After all, they're a couple. If I act, it will be very convenient. Jiang Yu glanced at Li Tianming. Uncle, you're marrying, not making enemies, right? Can you guess what will happen to Wang Boss son in my hands? Will he let you go? Li Tianming was about to say something to coax her, suggesting they wouldn't marry. But Jiang Yu shot him a glance and added, if you say even a word about not marrying, then I truly won't marry. So don't pretend to be sincere. Li Tianming once again feigned guilt, lowering his head with a sigh. You dare? Gu Chunhua immediately retorted. What would happen to her son if they lost the money? If the loan sharks said they couldn't pay, they would take her son's organs to sell. Jiang Yu stared at him. Whether I dare or not, you will know if you try it. Gu Chunhua looked at her niece in front of her and shrank back. With her son's life at stake, she dared not gamble. Those pitch-black eyes sent a chill down Li Tianming's spine. For some reason, it felt like Jiang Yu in front of him had become a different person, giving off an indescribable strange feeling. The old her would quietly cry and hide no matter what happened. She had never talked back to him, but now she was like a porcupine, all bristling with quills. Thinking this way, he hardened his heart and raised his palm, slapping Gu Chunhua hard across the face. Smack. That's enough. Xiao Yu is already being exceedingly gracious to our family. What more do you want to force her to do? That 6 million was originally meant for her. As her uncle, I don't have the ability to give her a dowry, and now I have to use a part of her betrothal gift to pay off debts. That's already enough of an offense against her. If you continue to pressure Xiao Yu, I will divorce you. He shouted, his face flushed. If Jiang Yu hadn't been reborn, she would really believe he was acting out of necessity and sincerely felt guilty towards his niece. What excellent acting. It's a pity the audience has woken up. The most important thing now is to keep Jiang Yu steady, coax her into agreeing, and then have Boss Wang deliver the betrothal gifts to pay off the debt. Li Tianming is tall and strong. With a single slap, he delivered a forceful blow, causing Gu Chunhua's cheek to swell immediately. Gu Chunhua's eyes turned red, and she jumped up, wanting to scratch Li Tianming's face. They had agreed to use both soft and hard tactics to persuade Jiang Yu to marry that fool, and now he dared to lay hands on her. This was simply outrageous. Li Tianming, you heartless one, how dare you hit me? You? She wanted to say something more, but was dragged back to her room by Li Tianming. Li Tianming looked at Jiang Yu with guilt. Xiao Yu, the conditions I promised you were, because your uncle wronged you. Li Haochen has a gambling problem, owing over 2 million outside. This 2 million, along with their savings over the years, should be enough to pay off the debts. As for the broken bracelet left by Jiang Yu's father, he had already had someone check it. It's just a street market item worth only a few hundred. Who would want something nobody cares about? The key now is to get his son back. As for the remaining 4 million, he would coax it back later when the opportunity arises. Jiang Yu was raised by him, and he understood her best. This child is soft-hearted to the core and is easy to coax. If it weren't for the house being in Jiang Yu's name, he would have sold it long ago. But this stubborn girl usually pretends to be very filial to her uncle, yet, when it comes to this house, she wouldn't nod her head no matter what. She insists that this is her home, and without it she would have nothing left. Her temper is as stubborn and annoying as her short-lived father. Thinking of his son, Li Tianming's lips twitched with excitement, and his guilty expression was on the verge of breaking. You really agreed to marry into that family? No regrets? Jiang Yu nodded. Of course it's true. If Boss Wang is as you say, marrying over would mean a good life for me. With money and leisure and a husband who is a fool and won't cause trouble, why not? Besides, my parents are gone and I still need to get along well with you, my uncle, as you are my family now. If there's anything I can help my cousin with in the future, I certainly want refuse. She was drawing an endless array of promises that cost nothing. After all these years, the empty promises Li Tianming made to her could fill a refrigerator. She was just mimicking what she had seen before. Since she had returned to the time before the apocalypse, the first thing to do was to stockpile supplies. Boss Wang's betrothal gifts would never be returned once they fell into her hands. That old man is not a good person. In her past life, without his approval, could Li Tianming have brought that foolish son into his own room? Did he have the guts to drug her? Luckily, she had never dared to eat much at meals for fear of being scolded by her aunt. The time she was drugged was no different. She had only eaten a little before returning to her room, and thus the drug did not take full effect, preventing her from passing out completely. When that fool came in and touched her, she immediately woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a man with a crooked nose and drooling trying to pull her pants down. Jiang Yu realized her limbs were weak, and connecting the recent events, she immediately understood what was happening. Fortunately, she always kept a small pair of scissors under her pillow. Grabbing them, she stabbed her thigh to awaken her mind with the pain. That fool clearly had violent tendencies. As soon as he saw her awake, he clenched his fists to hit her, and Jiang Yu also jabbed at him with the small scissors. Thus they exchanged blows, both ending up injured. Boss Wang thought that his future daughter-in-law was disobedient and would harm his son, so he no longer mentioned marriage. Li Tianming's plans fell through, and later, not knowing what method he used, Li Haochen still returned. Jiang Yu deceived him out of 4 million and felt no burden at all. As for the 2 million allocated to Li Tianming, she didn't care. You have to give to gain, and next she had to prepare for the apocalypse. If she wasted time negotiating with Li Tianming, that would be the least cost-effective. After receiving the news, Li Tianming joyfully packed his bags that very night and moved out of her home. He also returned Jiang Yu's father's belongings. Among them was the low-quality jade bracelet that looked like it had little value already with cracks on it. Seeing this item, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After the people left, she hurriedly locked the door, and without saying a word, she used the tip of a knife to pierce her finger, letting her blood drip onto it. In her previous life after the apocalypse, she had seen this item on her cousin Li Yingyu's wrist. She thought this bracelet had some special significance to Li Yingyue. After all, the bracelet looked poor quality, and it didn't seem like something a beauty-loving cousin would wear, yet she wore it every day, never leaving it behind, and treasured it greatly, until she was captured on the confinement island. Li Yingyue proudly told her that this bracelet was a relic from her father, and was actually a spatial treasure. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she and her uncle's family struggled to survive. Li Yingyue said she awakened spatial abilities capable of storing items, and became one of the first awakeners. Her space could hold a substantial amount of supplies, and she didn't worry about being robbed. Because she was the first among everyone to awaken abilities, Li Yingyue always looked down on others. Jiang Yu initially did not awaken any abilities until she accidentally awakened wind-type abilities during a battle. Although Li Haochen was a grown man, he only acted tough at home, and would go weak at the sight of zombies. Li Haochuan was only 8 years old, still a child. Gu Chunhua and Li Tianming were both over 50, and always claimed to be in poor health. Jiang Yu was unaware of the compensation issue. Not knowing the truth, she was always grateful to her uncle for raising her. Although her aunt's words were unpleasant, she also had the grace of nurturing. Thus, she desperately protected her uncle's family, charging to the front in danger. When there was good food, she prioritized her elders and the youngest Li Haochuan. Through countless life and death crises, she transformed from a quiet little girl into a daring and formidable high-level supernatural being. Each daily upgrade was earned at the cost of her life. From an ordinary member of the guard team, she rose to become a team leader, and then the captain, fiercely protecting the base and her kin, just as she would defend her own family. At that time, she felt great, like everyone else, she was safeguarding the ember of humanity. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Yu thought she had been a fool to be deceived by them for so long. In the end, she was betrayed and sent to the Forbidden Island to be a test subject. Only her family knew about her extraordinary self-healing ability. Only her family could administer drugs to her without her defenses. What gratitude for raising her. What mutual support among kin. It's all nonsense. Thinking back, she wished she could slap herself twice. The most urgent matter was to get hold of the bracelet. But before, she had no idea where Li Tianming had hidden the bracelet. If she tore her face, it would inevitably lead to more trouble and waste time. It was better to play along. Hence, after her rebirth, when faced with her uncle's suggestion to marry the son of Boss Wang, she did not firmly refuse, just to retrieve that bracelet. As for the bride price of 4 million, that was merely icing on the cake. However, Jiang Yu stared at the blood on the bracelet for a long time, but noticed no reaction. Could it be that only her cousin could use this bracelet? Realizing this, her expression turned cold. If something belonging to the Jiang family couldn't be used by her, she would rather smash it. Just as she thought this, in the next moment, she felt the bracelet in her hand become extremely hot. The spot where her blood had dripped lost a piece of skin, revealing a red and translucent jade color. But that was just the beginning. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, squeezed her fingers again, and smeared more blood onto the bracelet. Soon the bracelet began to shed its gray-white shell like molting, and within seconds it had transformed dramatically. Unlike its previous pale and gray appearance, the bracelet was now a bright red, resembling exquisite blood jade. Jiang Yu was puzzled. The bracelet she had seen on Li Yingyue in her last life had clearly looked like this before it shed its shell. Why did it turn into exquisite blood jade after absorbing her blood? Could it be due to the Jiang family's bloodline? Jiang Yu stared at the bracelet on her hand. What about the space? Where did the promised space go? She felt nothing at all. As this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt darkness envelop her, and when she opened her eyes again, she was standing on a desolate black land. Jiang Yu looked around. Behind her was a small courtyard with 3 thatched huts. The house was clearly abandoned, and the fence was askew. She walked into the yard and found a dry well inside. Where is this space? Could it be that this bracelet is not just a simple storage space, but also a place to enter? Looking down, the bracelet on her hand had vanished, replaced by a red birthmark on the inner side of her right wrist, as bright as cinnabar. She had never had a red birthmark on her wrist. So there was only one explanation: this mark was the bracelet. But since this bracelet can transform into a birthmark to hide, why did it hang so boldly on her wrist in her life? Moreover, since this space can accommodate living things, why did Li Yingyue never place any living creatures inside it? Li Yingyue only possessed spatial abilities and was timid, so she always brought Jiang Yu along to collect supplies. So she was certain that Li Yingyue's space could not store living beings. Jiang Yu tried silently, wishing to go. Indeed, in the next second, she returned to her room. She was both surprised and delighted. the function of this bracelet exceeded her expectations. Since there is land, it means she can plant. She hurried back into the space and entered the small house to check. The 3 rooms included a main room, a bedroom, and the last room was a kitchen. The furniture in the bedroom and main room was mostly broken, and a gentle touch turned it to dust. In the kitchen, there was only a bare clay stove standing there and a rusty iron pot that crumbled to pieces with a gentle squeeze. Just as she was about to open the wooden cabinet, the moment she pulled the door, it collapsed with a crash, sending dust. Cough, cough. Jiang Yu waved away the dust in the air and stepped back a few paces. Then she found an entrance to a cellar at the back of the kitchen. The cellar was pitch black with only layers of steps disappearing into the darkness. Jiang Yu took a flashlight, turned it on, and walked down the winding staircase following the beam of light. However, once she entered, she realized this couldn't simply be described as a cellar. The underground space was essentially a massive underground warehouse. It was incredibly vast, and the area of the underground warehouse matched that of the surface. To be safe, Jiang Yu first tested the storage capacity of the space. After repeatedly attempting to take things in and out of the space and successfully mastering the technique, she took 2 ice creams and placed them in both the surface area and the underground warehouse. After a few hours, when she re-entered the space, she found that the ice cream left on the surface had completely melted into a puddle of liquid. However, the ice cream in the underground warehouse looked exactly the same as when she had first put it in, showing no signs of damage. This proved that the time flow in the underground warehouse was different from that on the surface. Time flowed normally on the surface, but it was almost stagnant in the underground warehouse. What does time standing still mean? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but breathe rapidly. This meant she wouldn't have to worry about items expiring while stockpiling. She could even store some prepared meals in the warehouse and take them directly out when it was time to eat. The space was roughly the size of several hundred acres with a transparent barrier like glass at the edges. She reached out and gently touched it. The barrier felt as soft as jelly, but could not be breached. After staying in the space for about half an hour, she felt dizzy and quickly left the space. After repeated experiments, Jiang Yu discovered that she could not stay in the space for too long. However, the goldfish bowl she placed in the space remained intact, and the little goldfish was still alive. It seemed that intelligent beings like humans could not stay in the space for extended periods, but small animals could live inside it. She would confirm this later when she had the chance. Jiang Yu sighed. It seemed her wish to stockpile supplies and retire in the space was dashed. Since the space existed, what should she do next? There was no need to think. It was definitely stockpiling supplies. Jiang Yu took out a small notebook and began writing down all the supplies she needed to gather. Then she opened her phone, checking while supplementing her list. What is the most important thing in the apocalypse? Of course it is supplies. However, in addition to supplies, weapons are also necessary. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's greatest enemy is not the zombies, but each other. A person without any means of defense cannot survive. First, stock up on food, then guns neither can be lacking. Jiang Yu meticulously recorded everything line by line in her notebook. First and foremost is food. Various types of rice flour, corn starch, instant noodles, bread, steamed buns. Seasonings, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, as well as various bean paste, yellow bean sauce, sweet noodle sauce, mixed rice sauce, lao gan ma. Chicken essence, MSG spices, chili, and canned side dishes. High-calorie foods are essential for quickly restoring stamina. Thus, various chocolates, candy, Snickers. Since conditions permit, snacks cannot be neglected, including snail noodles, duck feet, pot spicy strips, pickled chicken feet, pigs, trotters, crispy noodles, biscuits, cakes, and various carbonated drinks. Dieting. Forget it. High calories mean high energy. Medicines are also necessary as they are the most lacking after the apocalypse, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic drugs, cold medicines. Clothes for all seasons, socks, pants, and shoes. Especially winter clothing. You can wear less when it's hot, but when it's cold and you don't have enough clothes, it can lead to various daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, soap, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and tampons. In the apocalypse, women find it harder to survive than men. Every month during their period, if the smell of blood attracts zombies, it is nearly impossible to escape. Therefore, tampons are more convenient than sanitary napkins. During a desperate escape or intense activity, they are less likely to leak, and there is almost no smell of blood. However, at times sanitary napkins can be used to dress wounds, as they are waterproof and antibacterial, so a few should also be prepared. Additionally, weapons are needed, and she should purchase some powerful cold weapons, such as knives or crossbows. As for firearms, her funds are limited, and she has no channels to acquire them, so that can wait. Now her uncle's family has all moved out, leaving her alone at home. Jiang Yu took a piece of leftover cake from the refrigerator, eating it in large bites, while continuing to record the supplies she needed to stock up on. From time to time, she checked online to perfect her shopping list. The night passed, and she surprisingly felt no. The next afternoon, her uncle eagerly brought 4 million in betrothal gifts along with a promissory note. The note stated that she had accepted the Wang family's betrothal gifts, and if she regretted it, she would have to return the gifts double. Jiang Yu signed without blinking. Li Tianming, seeing her decisiveness, let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. His guilty expression was barely concealed. As soon as Li Tianming left, Jiang Yu immediately contacted an agent to sell her house. On a summer noon, the sun was at its most scorching. There were hardly any people on the street. In a real estate agency, a few people in uniform were chatting comfortably while enjoying the air conditioning. When Jiang Yu pushed the door in, the others, seeing it was a young girl, lost interest and continued their conversation. One young man in his 20s hurriedly walked up to her. "Little girl, what kind of house are you looking for? Are you looking to buy or rent? We just opened a new apartment here, only 500 meters from the subway station, convenient for commuting, suitable for young people." The agent assumed she was here to buy a house. He was new, and a senior had told him not to underestimate any customer regardless of their appearance or age. In city, you never know when a seemingly unassuming old man sweeping the street could take out a bunch of keys. Conversely, a well-dressed person could be living paycheck to paycheck. "I'm here to sell a house." Jiang Yu presented the property information she had prepared in advance. Seeing this, the agent quickly nodded with a smile. "All right, I will definitely get you a satisfactory price." Jin Gang Garden, 3rd floor, without an elevator, 140 square meters with 4 rooms and 2 halls. Here are some photos and the floor plan of the house. I need to sell it quickly, full payment only, and the price can be 30,000 below market value. If it were a mortgage, from all the procedures to bank approval for disbursement, it would take more than a month, and by then it would be too late. I would rather sell it for less. The agent cheerfully brought a cup of chrysanthemum tea. "Please sit and have some tea while I check the database. I happen to have a few customers looking to buy houses nearby." Jin Gang Garden is in the city center. Although it's an old community, the area is large. A house of around 140 square meters in this area typically sells between 7 million and 7,500,000. Just a few days ago, a house of similar size and floor successfully traded. It was the one I sold with a transaction price of 7,300,000. However, it was better renovated. To be honest, your renovation is quite old. If someone buys it, they would still need to renovate it again. So if you're eager to sell and need full payment, the price might have to drop a bit more. The final price might be lower by 1 or 200,000. But such a big decision as selling a house, shouldn't you discuss it with your parents? The agent, looking at the obviously under 20 girl in front of him, asked with some concern. Jiang Yu nodded. "I can make the decision. The property certificate for this house is in my name." The agent quickly contacted several clients to view the house. That afternoon, the house was sold for 7 million with full payment. They agreed to vacate the house a day later. That evening, after Li Yingyu's class reunion ended and she was preparing to go home, she suddenly received a phone call. On the phone, her mother gave her a new address, saying that they had moved. No further details were shared. Li Yingwe thought her family had bought a new house, her face radiating with happiness. Her boyfriend Chen Lu curiously asked, "Yeah, why are you so happy? Did something happen? Also, how about what I mentioned last time regarding our marriage? Have you discussed it with your mom?" Li Yingwe smiled slightly. "My mom just called and said we moved. They must have bought a new house." It seems the persuasion to get Jiang Yu to marry was successful. Boss Wang is indeed wealthy. She turned to Chen Lu gently. "Don't worry, I know your situation too. I'm with you because you treat me well. Oh, I'm not that kind of materialistic woman. I know your family is poor, and about what you told me, I will discuss it with my mom. They have at least a few 100,000 in savings. I can use that for the down payment, and then take a loan for renovations. Your mom's health is not good, but my mom is healthy. In the future, let's buy a house closer to my home, so my mom can help take care of Annie since she has nothing to do anyway. My mom cooks delicious food. You'll see when the time comes." Chen Lu's eyes lit up, but he immediately felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, yeah, it's all because my family is poor. But don't worry, I will work hard to buy you a villa, a handbag, and let you live well. But if your family buys the house, I feel awkward putting my name on it. If my name is not on it, my mom will definitely feel like a burden. What are you thinking? Since it's our house, it should definitely have both our names. Am I that stingy? You're so nice, yeah." After parting with her boyfriend, Li Yingwe remained immersed in a blissful joy. However, upon arriving at the address of the new home, she was stunned. She couldn't even believe that this seemingly older community was their new home. Upon arriving, she was even more disappointed. It turned out that although Jiang Yu's house was old, it was spacious. But this shabby little house before her, even when combined, probably only added up to 60 square meters. Especially after learning that her brother was in debt, and all the family money had gone to pay it off, and this house was still rented. Li Yingwe completely broke down. "What are you all doing? This tiny house, even a fart can be heard by everyone. How can I live here? And I've already promised Chen Lu that our family would pay for the down payment on the wedding house. You've used up all the money. How can we get married? Why should it be that in this family with 3 children, I also have a third of the assets? Why should all the money go to Li Haochen? Why should he spend my money?" Li Yingyu's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a hysterical roar. She opened the room that Gu Chunhua had let her sleep in and pointed inside. "Mom, look at this room, or it can fit a bed but not a wardrobe, and if the wardrobe is in the bed can't fit. How do you expect me to sleep?" She pointed at Li Haochen, who was curled up in the corner of the living room, injured and with his head bandaged. Big brother, if you can't repay the debt, just go die? Why do you have to use my money to pay it back? Slap. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Tianming raised his hand and slapped Li Yingyue hard across the face. Look at you, what kind of person are you? Do you want your brother to die? Li Yingyue cried out loudly, while Li Haochuan also clamored to have his own room and not share with his brother. Li Tianming could only comfort, don't worry, this is all temporary. We are just moving out to placate her. Now that Jiang Yu has received the money, there's no way to go back on it. She personally signed the agreement, it's set in stone. If she regrets it, Boss Wang won't let her off. Tomorrow we can move back. That night Li Yingyue lay in bed, smelling the moldy odor in the room, growing angrier by the minute. Why should Jiang Yu have driven their family out? She had lived in that house for over 10 years, why should she have to move? Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Chunhua and Li Tianming talked through the night. After all, they had already received the money, and their son had been saved. The whole point of moving was to placate Jiang Yu. He had only paid for 1 month's rent. Now that Jiang Yu had received the betrothal gifts, the boat had sailed. They could move back tomorrow. They had gotten used to living there, why should they move? Such a little girl thought they wouldn't return. How ridiculous. That night, while Li Yingyue was organizing her dressing table, she discovered that the bracelet was missing. Although that bracelet was not beautiful and was a low-quality item, for some reason she felt that it was hers the first time she saw it. She wanted it so badly that she asked her father for it. Although she hadn't worn the bracelet much, she remembered it had been kept in a box before. But now it had suddenly disappeared. When she asked Li Tianming, she learned that he had returned the bracelet to Jiang Yu to persuade her to agree to marry. He also promised to buy her a gold bracelet in the future. Logically, Li Yingyue should have been happy. After all, a gold bracelet is worth much more than that trinket. Yet for some reason she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if she had lost something very important. Sure enough, early the next morning the whole family had gathered at the door. Jiang Yu had not even opened her eyes when she heard the commotion outside the door. Jiang Yu, I know you're in there. You have the ability to change the lock, so why don't you open the door? Don't hide inside, come out if you have the ability. What sin have I committed? After all the effort to raise my niece, she immediately turns her back on us and drives us out. Oh, I'm such a miserable person. Chuanhua, stop saying that. Xiao Yu isn't that heartless, she must have her reasons. What she said yesterday was definitely out of anger. Dad, are you still protecting that ungrateful Jiang Yu? As soon as Jiang Yu opened the door, she saw several people crying and singing. Just like before, Li Tianming played the bad cop, while the rest played the good cops. Many neighbors surrounded them whispering, while some comforted Gu Chunhua. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame, looking at Li Tianming. What do you mean by this? Didn't you agree to move out for money? Are you playing tricks? What do you mean? Li Haochen glared at her, his head bandaged and his hand in a cast. You ungrateful wretch. When your parents died, you were only 4 or 5 years old. It was my parents who raised you with great difficulty. You ate our food, and as soon as you got into college you wanted to drive us out. Do you even have a conscience? The neighbors also disapproved of Jiang Yu's actions. Jiang Yu, this is where you are wrong. Although this house belongs to you, your uncle, and the others raised you for over 10 years, you can't just turn your back on them. Exactly. You shouldn't raise other people's children, it's useless no matter how well you treat them. As the saying goes, sheep meat can't stick to a dog's body. Li Tianming looked at Jiang Yu with a bitter expression. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, it's uncle's fault for not being able to stop your aunt and the others. Saying this, he painfully covered his head and crouched down. This was Li Tianming, always pretending to be the good guy, always leaving a way out. Jiang Yu glanced around at the neighbors who self-righteously pointed fingers at her. She was busy dealing with them when this family came to her doorstep. Although she didn't want to deal with them so soon as it would bring her some trouble, especially since this was still a peaceful era, she could still vent her frustrations. For years, Gu Chunhua had proclaimed to the outside world that they were the ones raising Jiang Yu. Every time Li Tianming heard these words, though he never admitted it directly, he always looked like he had his reasons. Over time, many people truly believed it. Yesterday, she didn't tear her face with Li Tianming to smoothly obtain the bracelet. Now, with no reservations, Jiang Yu would no longer be a punching bag. They raised me. What a big joke. It was only 13 years since they moved in. When they first came over, I wonder if some of you still remember how they looked then. They were so poor that they had only a few bags of tattered clothes. The 2 younger ones were malnourished, pale, and thin, while the 2 older ones were laboring from dawn till dusk looking like refugees. Now look at them, the 3 children are clean and fair, and the couple has the superiority of city people. They probably don't even remember how they looked back then. If it weren't for me, could they live such a good life? Li Yingyue raised her hand to slap. What are you talking about? You ungrateful wretch. Jiang Yu was quick to dodge, and then slapped her several times in succession, making sure to hit both sides of her face. Very symmetrical. Li Yingyu's face became swollen like a pig's head, and she was dazed, her head buzzing. Shut up. You have no right to speak. Jiang Yu said coldly. All these years this couple has never worked outside, living off of handouts. Do you think the money they spent came from nowhere? The neighbors looked at Li Tianming and his wife with confusion. Li Tianming and Gu Chunhua were shocked. What did Jiang Yu mean by this? Could it be that she knows about the compensation money? They were about to speak up to stop her, but it was too late. They used my parents' compensation money. My parents died in a factory explosion and the boss signed a compensation agreement. I was still young at that time, and to avoid giving me a large sum of money at once that could bring disaster, they arranged to give me 30,000 a month for living expenses until I turned 18. For all these years they have been living off my parents' compensation money, staying in my house, spending my family's money. Yet they shamelessly claim to have raised me. This family is the true parasite. Shameless trash. You're talking nonsense. Li Haochuan rushed in with red eyes, wanting to tear her apart. My hand. Li Haochuan spat at her. You bad person. A white-eyed wolf living off others. My mom is right, you're a beggar. Before Jiang Yu could even raise her hand, Li Tianming immediately dragged Li Haochuan back, quickly covering his. The neighbors, eager to watch the spectacle, showed no intention of leaving. Even an ant from next door turned around to grab a handful of sunflower seeds. It's quite hot, everyone should go back and enjoy the air conditioning, Jiang Yu said to the crowd, while quickly grabbing Liang Yue, who had been slapped multiple times and was still in a daze, and tossed her into the house. Then she looked at the others. What? Do I need to keep talking at the door? Li Tianming and Gu Chunhua exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts without needing words. There were 5 of them, not counting the injured Li Haochuan and the young Li Haochuan, with 3 adults remaining. And Jiang Yu was just a little girl. 3 against 1. Since she sought her own death once the door was closed, they had plenty of ways to deal with her. It seemed they had been too kind to her in the past. That's why she had become so reckless, thinking she could change anything on her own. A delusion. At this point, Li Tianming stopped pretending, walking in with a cold expression, and kindly closed the door lock. Then the 5 of them looked ominously at Jiang Yu, ready to use force to compel her to let them move in. In this day and age, it's too easy to deal with a little girl. Jiang Yu, even if we used your parents' compensation money, we've taken care of you to some extent over the years. Otherwise, how would a little girl like you manage living alone without knowing how you might die? At this point, as your uncle, I don't want to hold your past against you. What was done before is done, or just apologize for your mistakes, and we can still be a family. Liang Yue, now recovering, glared at Jiang Yu. That bracelet has been mine for years, give it back to me. You shameless person, how dare you steal from me? Why didn't you die with your parents when the explosion happened? Jiang Yu turned and kicked her to the ground. I've walked on this earth for over 10 years, and I can't claim it as my own. How can you claim a bracelet just because you've worn it for a few years? Shameless thing. Do you think it's like a tumor on your body that it belongs to you just because it's attached to you? Before she could retort, Jiang Yu swiftly struck her on the back of her neck. Li Tianming rushed in with a fist raised, but Jiang Yu retaliated with several forceful slaps, grabbing a vase from the nearby table and smashing it down on his head. Blood poured from Li Tianming's head as he fell into darkness. Gu Chunhua screamed, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Yu expressionlessly grabbed another bottle and raised it to splatter. Gu Chunhua fell to the ground. Seeing all 3 of them unconscious and unaware of their fate, Li Haochuan looked at Jiang Yu in terror. You. Don't come near me. He turned and tried to run out the door, forgetting about his brother. But when he reached the door, he discovered it had been locked. That wicked Jiang Yu actually locked the door. This is to trap a dog in a corner. Jiang Yu grabbed a frying pan and smashed it down hard. Clatter. All right, now it's just you left. Jiang Yu looked at the only one still standing, Li Haochuan, grinning widely with an unnerving smile. You shameless wretch, you can't hit me. My mom will kill you. Exactly, since I'm so heartless, I should eat more heart and lungs to replenish myself. I've heard that a child's heart is the most tender. Li Haochuan rolled his eyes, his pants wetting a wave of urine smell as he fainted in fear. Jiang Yu walked to the window and looked down. The white car was parked neatly under the streetlight. She tied up the several individuals with ropes, stuffed a few light bulbs into their mouths, and then packed them into a bag, filling the gaps with clothes and hard items like ceramic pots and bowls, making the entire bag unrecognizable as human-shaped it puffed up. Next, she found the car keys on Li Tianming. Then she called 2 local couriers. Hello, I need to move some things into a car. Yes, fragile items, the car is downstairs. I need 2 people. Okay. The address is. Jiang Yu cleaned the floor with a mop from the bathroom. A few minutes later, the helpers arrived. They were a young couple. The 2 looked at the large snakeskin bags on the ground, each grabbed one end and lifted it. As they lifted the bags, the ceramic bowls inside clattered. The man's previously relaxed expression slightly changed as he gritted his teeth to lift the bag. Hey little sister, this bag is really heavy from the sound of it. Did you pack your pots and bowls in there? What do you know? This is what living is. If I don't move them, I'll have to spend money to buy new ones when I go to a new place. Last time when we moved, I regretted not taking a few clay pots from the kitchen. Jiang Yu smiled. Save where you can, spend where you must. While they were moving things downstairs, the ant next door opened the door, munching on sunflower seeds. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Jiang Yu lowered her head, sounding somewhat dejected. Uncle and the others said that my cousin is getting married, and that I should. The ant spat out a sunflower seed shell onto the ground. I told you, you can't win against them. Poor thing. Though she spoke with sympathy, her eyes held more hints of schadenfreude. Jiang Yu didn't argue with her, feeling disheartened. She had the people move out. She opened the trunk of the car, folded down the back seats, and then had the two carry all the bags into the car. A total of 5 bags, 4 large ones, and 1 small one, filled the car completely. Then she drove to a deserted construction site halfway up the mountain. This place was remote, located in the outskirts on a mountain. It was originally intended to build a high-end villa area, but construction had stopped several years ago and left abandoned. Jiang Yu drove through the overgrown grass, bringing the car deep inside. The ground of the unfinished building was uneven, and as the car swayed, the people in the bags began to wake up. The snakeskin bags changed shape as the people inside struggled. Jiang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, calmly continuing to drive deeper. When Li Tianming woke up, he was horrified to find himself tied up. It felt like something was stuffed in his mouth, making him unable to speak. Everything around him was pitch black, or was he packed inside a bag? He was swaying, not knowing where he was being taken, and a flood of bizarre murder cases he'd seen on legal documentaries rushed through his mind. He struggled constantly, making muffled sounds for help. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He could clearly hear other bound people around him, their whimpering sounds. How did he end up here? Jiang Yu. Right, the last person he saw before blacking out was Jiang Yu. This little wretch, what was she planning to do? Was she going to kill them to silence them? She was definitely planning to sell them abroad for their kidneys. At his age, not knowing how to use a computer, he had no value and could only be sold for his kidneys. Li Tianming struggled wildly, suddenly feeling the motion stop. Bang! The sound of the car door closing echoed. Then came the sound of a door opening. A series of footsteps approached. Jiang Yu opened the closures of the snakeskin bags one by one. Aren't you all coming out? I know you're awake, so come out by yourselves. The bag containing Li Tianming was the first to be opened. By the time Jiang Yu returned to the community, the news of her being kicked out had already spread throughout the neighborhood. A group of elderly folks sitting under the tree watched her enter the building with either sympathy or a sense of schadenfreude, and their discussions became even more unabashed. Ignoring the complex gazes directed at her, Jiang Yu went straight upstairs, packed her personal belongings into her space, and moved out to rent another place. The beginning of the apocalypse was marked by a torrential storm. An unprecedented heavy rain lasted for 3 days and nights nationwide, flooding many areas below the 5th or 6th floor in City A. She wasn't sure about the situation in other cities, as she had remained in City A during that time and learned about things only through the news and the internet. Besides the urban areas of City A, the lowlying villages surrounding the city were also completely submerged. However, being in higher ground didn't guarantee safety, as mudslides and landslides occurred frequently within a few days. Therefore, when renting a place, she avoided lower floors. Not only were zombies likely to climb up easily, but people could too. She rented a small 1-bedroom apartment on the 23rd floor of an elevator building through an agent. After the apocalypse, the power system collapsed. Without elevators, the higher the floor, the fewer people and zombies there were. She wasn't bothered by the height and wasn't afraid of climbing stairs, as she had lived in higher floors before. In those abandoned cities, you never knew where hidden threats might lurk, be it hostile humans or zombies. Thus, when searching for supplies alone, she always chose high floors to rest at night, selecting heights that most people would be too lazy to climb, which made her feel safer. After resolving her housing issues, her next task was procurement. The 4 million yuan from Boss Wang's generous sponsorship, combined with the 7 million from selling her house, totaled 11 million. Although there was a large supermarket downstairs, stockpiling required buying the most for the least amount of money. She aimed for practicality. The items in the supermarket were much more expensive than those at the wholesale market, and they easily attracted attention. Only a fool would stockpile at a supermarket. Jiang Yu went directly to the largest wholesale market in City A. Being a local, she was familiar with most routes, and on her way to the wholesale market, she rented a warehouse to serve as a supply transfer point. The warehouse required a minimum rental period of 3 months, so she decided to rent it for 3 months. The wholesale market was vast, offering grains, oils, daily seasonings, foodstuffs, including vegetables and fruits, as well as fresh and frozen items. In the scorching weather, the intense sunlight caused the air to shimmer. In the wholesale market, the grain shop owner, dressed in a tank top, was enjoying air conditioning while sipping oolong tea. Upon raising his eyes, he noticed a little girl lifting the air conditioning curtain to walk in. "What would you like to buy, little girl?" he asked lazily, as this young girl was a stranger to him. Judging by her appearance, she didn't seem to come from a wealthy family, which wasn't his target clientele. "If you're only buying a little, the price will be the same as the retail outside." Having seen many customers who bought a single bag of rice, yet demanded wholesale prices, the owner issued a preemptive warning. Jiang Yu nodded. "I understand." She then carefully examined several types of rice in the store, opting for neither too expensive nor too cheap options. Ultimately, she targeted rice priced between 2.8 to 3.5 yuan per kilogram. "For these types of rice, I want 50,000 kilograms of each, 5,000 kilograms of corn, and 5,000 kilograms of various grains." Jiang Yu pointed at the store's goods. With each item she pointed out, the smile on the owner's face grew warmer, but he also harbored doubts about whether this girl was sent by a rival to cause trouble. Little girl ordering so much goods is no small sum. We require a 50% deposit for purchases here. Have you prepared the deposit? In the end, she paid half the deposit and instructed the owner to deliver the grains to the warehouse address. Next was buying oil: 500 barrels of peanut oil, 500 barrels of rapeseed oil, 100 barrels of sesame oil, salad oil. Various grains: wheat, rice seeds, corn seeds, sorghum, barley, rice, millet. Fruit tree saplings, vegetable seeds, seasoning seeds. Fresh pork, chicken, duck, beef, mutton. Processed delicacies: chicken feet, duck feet, pig trotter, beef, pig, head, meat, duck neck, braised chicken. 1,000 boxes of toilet paper, 100 boxes of tampons, 100 boxes of sanitary pads. Shampoos, body wash, soap. She bought 100 boxes of each common daily necessities. Noodles: alkaline noodles, coarse noodles, fine noodles, egg noodles, sweet potato flour, pea flour, thin, vermicelli, thick vermicelli. Milk, compressed biscuits, nuts, various snacks, instant noodles, high-proof liquor. Young livestock: various small chickens, ducks, geese, small fish, shrimp, calves, lambs. Jiang Yu spent over 5 million in the wholesale market acquiring various foods, even purchasing over 1,000 barrels of bottled water. After buying the food, she continued to stockpile supplies. Lighters, magnifying glasses, batteries, solar panels, gas canisters, candles, kerosene, charcoal generators, power banks. Next were protective gear: utility knives, Nepalese knives, saws, military shovels, hammocks, sleeping bags, goggles, breathing masks, diving masks, watches, compasses. After purchasing these items, she also bought a considerable amount of cold medicine, masks, anti-inflammatory drugs, band-aids, painkillers, various vitamins, antibiotics, huaxiang zhengqi water, and mosquito repellent. Additionally, she bought some water purification devices and purification tablets for future needs. Clothing and shoes were her last purchases, as she focused on quality over brand, prioritizing practicality. Cotton jackets, down jackets, windbreakers, rain boots, gloves. She also bought a significant amount of saltpeter for ice making, as the high temperatures in the apocalypse were also daunting. During these days of stockpiling, she discovered a few small restaurants known for their delicious food and good reputation, and she directly booked several hundred tables of meals. She couldn't afford to consider large restaurants. Her funds were limited, and she needed to save money. Overall, she booked at least over 1,000 tables, enough for her to eat her fill. She also stocked up on various street foods at the snack street, buying hundreds of portions of each snack every day, knowing that such things would be hard to come by in the future. Early in the morning, Jiang Yu walked through the crowded snack street, eating what she held in her hand as she walked. In her left hand, she held a bowl of Sanxian dupi, with her fingers skewering stinky tofu, wolf tooth potatoes, sugar-coated fruit, grilled sweet potato skins, grilled gluten, and pearl milk tea. Her right hand held chopsticks, responsible for delivering food to her mouth. The locals were accustomed to this way of life, while in other places breakfast was usually eaten sitting down. However, local residents could easily walk while holding a bowl of noodle soup, eating without spilling a drop, and still manage to skewer 3 dishes with their fingers. Such skills could not be developed without years of practice. After finishing breakfast, she entered a chicken restaurant. The staff recognized her and greeted her with a smile. "Are you back to place another order for the company? You've ordered several times in a row. Aren't your employees tired of it yet?" Jiang Yu waved her hand. "We have many people in our company. It takes nearly half a month for one department to place an order. Today I still need 500 buckets of family buckets, along with 500 portions of each kind of fried chicken and drinks delivered to the previous address, please." Not realizing how much she needed, Jiang Yu found that after just 4 days, she had spent over 9 million of the 11 million yuan. For anything purchased in bulk, she had it delivered to the warehouse. She hired a few people to help receive the goods in the warehouse during the day, while she continued her shopping spree. By night, when the workers left, Jiang Yu went to the warehouse, closed the big door, and began transferring goods into her. Any supplies that touched her hand would automatically disappear and be stored in her space's warehouse. Every night after closing, she would check for hidden cameras or similar devices in the warehouse before she started moving items into her space. After all, during the day there were people coming in and out to deliver goods, so she had to be on guard against anyone trying to pull a fast one. She remembered the days when she had gone hungry and had to gnaw on tree bark, wanting to chase after anyone who looked like they had food. Looking at the mountain of food stacked in her space's warehouse, Jiang Yu smiled widely, her eyes sparkling with joy. So many supplies, there was no way she could finish them all. With her supply collection nearing completion and over 1 million left, Jiang Yu decided to spend most of the remaining money on weapons, aside from buying some snacks. On Qingyang Street, at the Gao's collectibles store, Jiang Yu was admiring a completely black, rusty, and hideously ugly Miao knife in her hand. "This knife is 15,000 yuan. Oh, I won't sell it for a penny less." The young man in a white t-shirt adjusted his glasses on his nose. "This knife was passed down from my great-grandfather. Don't be fooled by its dark color and rusty bumps. It looks like it couldn't even peel an apple. But this is a genuine antique. If it weren't for its poor appearance, it would have been sold long ago." This knife had been in the store for many years with no buyers. However, his father had long said that antiques should be left to gather dust rather than sold cheaply. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have no intention of haggling. Ooh, I want this meow knife. But could you introduce me to a shop that customizes weapons? Not those decorative pieces, but truly powerful ones. People who dealt in antiques often had many connections, so he would surely know. The young man looked at her skeptically. What would a little girl like you want such things for? Besides, in this day and age, who would dare make something that could cause harm? Aren't you afraid of ending up in prison? You asked the wrong person. Oh, I don't know. The young man waved his hand impatiently. Jiang Yu remained silent, paying for the meow knife, and then slipping him an extra 1,000 yuan. A little incentive for you. Jiang Yu looked demure, her smile warm and inviting. With the additional 1,000 yuan red envelope, the young man found her much more agreeable. Changing his tone, he said, little girl, you really have an eye for talent. You didn't ask the wrong person. There aren't many people on this street with as wide a network as mine. I have a friend who specializes in this kind of business. He'll give you a location and you can go directly there. He'll give him a head. In front of her, the young man provided his WeChat and the location address. Perhaps worried she might feel like she had spent her money in vain, he added, in this day and age regulations are strict and business isn't easy. Bosses selling such items won't do business with you unless you have connections. Implying that her money wasn't wasted, the owner smiled amicably. The introducer would earn a commission, and with the red envelope, he was effectively making a double profit. Jiang Yu was aware of these undercurrents, but information on niche businesses was inherently scarce. Sellers couldn't find buyers and buyers couldn't find sellers. Such intermediaries were indeed necessary. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Thank you, young man. Afterwards, she followed the address to find the weapons shop. This weapons shop was also on Qingyang Street, but in an inconspicuous little corner. On the surface, it appeared to sell handcrafted art pieces. The store owner was a muscular middle-aged man with a full beard, looking very rugged. Li Chong scrutinized Jiang Yu from head to toe. Are you the little girl that Huar mentioned? Huar. Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. That man in a white shirt actually called himself Flower. However, it was clearly not the time to dwell on such matters. She nodded and said amiably, yes, that's me. I heard from Brother Hua that you can customize some special weapons here. Li Chong raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you have money? I have the goods, but they aren't cheap. I need to see a sample first. You must have made some for others, right? The little girl is quite cautious. Li Chong chuckled and gestured for Jiang Yu to follow. He then turned and went into the store, entering a small room. Inside the room, there were various types of weapons displayed, including swords, spears, and modernized weapons. Li Chong chuckled. These are all just for show, pretty to look at, but useless. They can chop vegetables, but in real combat they're all trash. He turned a switch on the antique shelf, revealing an entrance to a secret room. Please come in. Li Chong looked at her with a half smile. Little girl, have you ever seen a crime movie? This secret room looks like a cage. He stood under the dim light, his smile looking rather grim. His aura was quite intimidating. Jiang Yu looked around and found a switch directly turning on the bright lights. As the lights brightened, the eerie feeling instantly vanished, and Li Chong's bearded face showed a hint of embarrassment as he smiled. Hee, I was just making a little joke. Ha ha, don't you think it's funny? I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Jiang Yu nodded politely. Ha, I do have a bit of a humorous streak. He seemed quite proud as he laughed and stepped into the secret room first. Jiang Yu followed behind, and upon entering, her eyes were greeted by neatly arranged crossbows and various swords, both long and short. At a glance, it was clear that these were entirely different from those outside, gleaming with a cold light. The ones outside were mere artworks, while these were real weapons. Jiang Yu's target was crossbows and similar weapons. Compared to the noise brought by firearms, the silent crossbows had a more obvious advantage in stealth and ambush. Moreover, crossbows as cold weapons were easier to replicate. Among the various crossbows, Jiang Yu finally chose a modified version of the Great Yellow Crossbow. Seeing her staring at the Great Yellow Crossbow, Li Chong explained this Great Yellow Crossbow, also known as the Huangjian Crossbow, originated from the Han Dynasty. It has great lethality and long range, and is not for the weak. It requires a strong user. If one isn't extremely strong, they won't be able to unleash the true power of the Great Yellow Crossbow. Originally, it had a range of about 400 meters, but I have combined the strengths of the Great Yellow Crossbow and the Divine Arm Crossbow, taking the essence and discarding the dross. After modification, this Great Yellow Crossbow is not only smaller and lighter, but it can also reach a range of about 600 meters. Moreover, it can load 10 crossbow bolts at once and fire them consecutively. Let me ask you, isn't that awesome? Although my modified Great Yellow Crossbow is bigger than a wooden shotgun and not as easy to carry around, its power is definitely not to be underestimated. Li Chong excitedly introduced his creation. Just as he was getting animated, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the slender Jiang Yu and sighed in disappointment. However, the Great Yellow Crossbow still has strict requirements for the user. Little girl, this kind of bow is more suitable for strong men. I think you might prefer a lighter bow. Li Chong picked up another smaller, exquisitely designed sleeve arrow. This one is more suitable for girls. Look, it's small, and I even painted it pink. Isn't it pretty? Jiang Yu frowned, looking disdainfully at the pink sleeve arrow in his hand, pointing at the Great Yellow Crossbow, and said, I want this one. Seeing her determination, Li Chang took out a wooden post as thick as a water bucket from the corner, raising an eyebrow. If you don't believe me, you can try it first, and see if you can handle this bow. It wasn't that he looked down on her. Even he found the great yellow crossbow a bit challenging, let alone a skinny little girl. Nowadays these little girls are probably eating just leaves every day for weight loss. They looked malnourished. Once she tries the great yellow crossbow, she will surely give up. It is only suitable for real strong men. Li Chang secretly waited to see this little girl overestimate her abilities. But before he could laugh, Jiang Yu directly grabbed a nearby small crossbow and quickly aimed at a target, shooting an arrow. With a whoosh, the bolt pierced through the wooden post and firmly pinned itself against the wall behind, buzzing at the end. Li Chang's surprised expression had just appeared when he saw her shift direction and rapidly shoot 2 more arrows. Zheng. The other 2 arrows also stuck firmly to the wall. Li Chang approached and looked closely, instantly narrowing his pupils. Each of these arrows had a cockroach skewered through its head. If he remembered correctly, this little girl had almost no hesitation from aiming to shooting. The entire process was as natural as eating and sleeping. Although the crossbow she used wasn't the great yellow crossbow, her accuracy was simply unbeatable. With such precision and skill, even he had only seen a couple of people like that. And those 2 were elite special forces, yet this girl looked to be at most 18 or 19 years old. Had she been practicing archery since she was in the womb? Upon seeing Jiang Yu's skills, Li Chang immediately suppressed his contempt, staring in shock at the girl who appeared to be only 17 or 18. At this age, she probably just finished her college entrance examination this year. Are kids nowadays this fierce? Jiang Yu calmly replied, skills can be trained, and so can strength. Just because I can't handle the great yellow crossbow now doesn't mean I won't be able to tomorrow or the day after. All I'm saying is I have money. Will you sell it to me? If not, I will find someone else. I don't believe that with money in hand, I can't find someone to sell it to me. Right now my body hasn't caught up with nutrition. I'm a bit weak, and I haven't started strength training yet. After some training, I can definitely master the great yellow crossbow. The man quickly suppressed his shock, shaking his head and pretending to be regretful. I didn't expect my little cockroach, which I raised for 8 years, to end up dying at your hands. Sigh. But a quick death means it wasn't painful. He pretended to sigh. Of course I will sell it. Customers are my ancestors. Hee. Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly, quite satisfied with the performance of the crossbow. She also ordered 2 of this small crossbow, and then turned her attention to the bows. She tested several bows and finally selected one that suited her. What's the price for the crossbow and the bow? The crossbow is 20,000 and the bow is 25 each. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. I'm not the kind of buyer who only buys 1 or 2. I need 50 crossbows. I also need 50 bows and some arrows, so I believe you can adjust your price a bit. She had over $1 million in hand, but based on Li Chang's prices, it was clearly insufficient. However, she had previously tried buying online or looking at other stores, but the items from those places were cheap, and while you get what you pay for, they were far inferior to the weapons Li Chang had. Both crossbows and bows have a lifespan, repeatedly repairing them is not very meaningful, so you can't just buy. Of course, buying too many is also pointless. Because with the evolution of mutated plants and animals after the apocalypse, in no more than 2 years, weapons made from evolved materials will be even more powerful in terms of both strength and range. Big client. Upon hearing Jiang Yu say she wants 50 crossbows and 50 bows, Li Chang's expression instantly became serious. Are you serious? You're not joking. Jiang Yu shook her head. I don't have a humorous streak. I don't joke. Li Chang immediately took out a calculator, pressing buttons rapidly. A few minutes later, he looked as if he was losing money. The crossbow is 15,000, the bow is 20 each. Hearing this price, Jiang Yu pretended to turn and leave. Li Chang blocked her. In business, you start high and negotiate down. If you keep trying to leave like this, where's the sincerity in that? Just throw out a price and see what if I agree. In an era where firearms were rampant, cold weapons had limited survival space, even if made well. Especially with strict regulations, who would buy this stuff to take home? Aside from some hobbyists, Li Chang's business could be said to be at a standstill. He wasn't like Xiaohua, who dealt in antiques, where he could close for 6 months and still make a living when he opened. He was an artisan relying on his skills. If he didn't also have an interest in researching these things, he would have quit long ago. Right now he was already months behind on rent, and Li Chang was quite troubled. Seeing a big client come in, he admitted he might have gotten a bit carried away and his asking price might have been a tad high, but he couldn't just let her walk away like this. You should at least counteroffer. While the quantity is large, he had many peers who could help make it. As long as there's money, they could produce even more goods for you. Jiang Yu thought of Gu Chunhua bargaining at the market when buying clothes. And the golden rule of bargaining. Cut it in half, chop it down the middle. After hesitating for a moment, she said 10,000 for the crossbow and 10 for the bow. Was that too harsh a cut? In this day and age, there aren't many who can craft finely made cold weapons, and she wanted to find another route soon, which wasn't a simple task. Before she could raise her price further, Li Chang nodded without hesitation. No problem. This straightforward attitude made Jiang Yu feel an inexplicable frustration. Jiang Yu, damn it, I gave too high a price. Li Chang, luckily there's still something to earn. In the end, 50 powerful crossbows and 50 arrows were customized with 20,000 arrows in total. Zombies are creatures with acute hearing. Sound serves as their natural navigation. This crossbow is not a decorative toy. As long as it's accurate, one arrow can easily take down a person. It's simply a must-have for home and travel. However, after paying the deposit, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought as she stared at the remaining tens of thousands of yuan in her hand. Bullets are running low. That night, Jiang Yu killed a few chickens and soaked the rusty black machete in there. In her previous life, she had rushed into an abandoned antique shop to escape zombies where all usable weapons had already been taken. Only this machete, covered in bumps and resembling a stick overrun with barnacles, was left behind. She had no choice but to take this knife, and later, after it tasted blood, it shed its cocoon and was reborn, the barnacle-like bumps falling away. It transformed into a silver long knife capable of slicing through iron like mud. Before her abilities awakened, it was with this weapon that she had survived. That night, Jiang Yu scoured major online lending platforms from Happy Loan to Easy Loan, and even those predatory lenders that barely gave half of the loan amount after fees. In short, she took out loans wherever possible. Eventually, she also contacted several local usury companies and borrowed a considerable amount. She managed to secure over 700,000 yuan in loans. A week later, Jiang Yu met Li Chong again, and after checking the quality of her customized crossbow and arrows, she promptly settled the remaining payment. With only 2 days left until the apocalypse, all her available funds had been spent, and she had collected all her goods. Jiang Yu had just over 200 yuan left in her pocket and decided to take a stroll in the supermarket. At 4 in the afternoon, the sun in the sky was still glaring. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the air-conditioned room, she immediately felt a wave of heat hitting her as if she had entered a steamer. In less than 5 minutes after leaving, her clothes were already drenched in sweat. A large shopping mall was just a few hundred meters away, with a supermarket located on the basement level. Jiang Yu hurriedly walked to the supermarket under her umbrella. Along the way, the greenery on both sides of the road had turned yellow from the sun, and the once lush roadside trees stood listlessly. The grass on the roadside was even worse, a desolate yellow. Some of the flowers in the flower beds had even turned into dried flowers under the continuous heat. As soon as she entered the supermarket, she heard several aunties complaining. "This cursed weather is really killing us, isn't it? The highest temperature during the day has reached 45 degrees. Last night our community had a power outage, and the air conditioning couldn't be used. It was so hot, I nearly melted." Exactly. My nephew in the countryside planted dozens of acres of cabbage, but in that shed it was so hot that all the cabbages rotted in the ground. And my cousin who raises fish back home, he has several large fish ponds and all the fish are floating belly up. It's so tragic. This summer has been rated the hottest summer in history by experts. High temperature warnings have been issued across the country. All construction sites currently under construction have stopped work. After all, in such high temperatures, it is truly dangerous to work outdoors. There were hardly any people on the street, just a few passers-by hastily walking with their heads down. Some were fully armed with umbrella, sunglasses, and covered in protective clothing. In such attire, even if couples ran into each other on the road, they would probably not recognize one another. Jiang Yu pushed her shopping cart aimlessly through the supermarket, not really intending to buy anything, just wanting to enjoy the feeling of mingling in the crowd one last time. In the meat section, prices were skyrocketing due to the heat, causing outbreaks of various infectious diseases in many farms, leading to many farms facing total ruin. Pork, which usually costs 9 yuan per jean, now costs 38 yuan per jean. Beef has skyrocketed to over 80 yuan per jean. The prices of vegetables are also frighteningly high, with cabbage that used to cost 50 cents per jean now at 8 yuan. Watermelons are 7 yuan per jean, tomatoes are 8, garlic shoots are 35, and bananas are 10 yuan per jean. Everyone is complaining, saying they can't afford to eat, or that everything is rising while wages remain stagnant. The aunties buying vegetables wish they could peel 3 layers off the greens before weighing them, and they complain about the thick skins of the bananas as they shop. Jiang Yu browsed through the aisles while placing snacks in her cart, her brows furrowed into 2 twists. In her previous life, the sudden onset of the apocalypse, combined with her habit of burying herself in study or work, meant she had never noticed the anomalies around her. However, having lived again, she observed closely and found that the apocalypse seemed to have had signs long before it. Widespread crop failures, dead livestock, and continuous record-breaking high temperatures were all foreshadowed. Did those in power really not notice the anomalies at all? "Hey Jiang Yu, what a coincidence. How did I run into you?" A cheerful voice interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. She looked up to see a girl with short hair speaking. Behind her stood 2 boys and another girl, all of whom looked like students. Jiang Yu remembered this person. After all, Li Wei had been a nightmare during her school days. Even the last incident at the chemical factory had been instigated by her. Just when she had no time to seek them out, they came right to her door. "You all should come and see. This person is the top student in our class this year, but what's the use of having good grades? I heard from Li Yingwei that you're going to marry a fool, right?" Ha! Although the girl affectionately draped her arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder, her words were far from friendly. Jiang Yu, are you still going to sleep with that fool in the future? Does he drool? Will you have to teach him how to sleep? Alright, you will definitely have to give birth to a few little fools in the future, huh? The two girls in front of her were her classmates, Li Wei and Ji Susu. At school there is a type of person who is most easily bullied, and that is those without a Here backing does not refer to how powerful your parents are, but rather when you've been bullied there will be someone to support you unconditionally. Clearly Jiang Yu did not have such backing. She had good grades kept to herself, and always wore clothes that had faded from washing. She never participated in any activities that required payment at school. A girl like her, if she were very beautiful, would be a disaster. But if she wasn't pretty, it was still tragic. Jiang Yu was thin with slightly dark skin, and without parents she looked quite easy to bully. Li Wei hated her because every winter and summer vacation she was forced to attend cram schools, while her parents often said that Jiang Yu's family was poor without parents, and even without attending cram school, she could still excel, while despite spending so much money she couldn't achieve good grades. The more they said this, the more Li Wei resented Jiang Yu. Especially after Li Wei falsely accused Jiang Yu of stealing her wallet for the first time, even though the teacher later clarified that the wallet was not stolen by Jiang Yu, but was a setup. When Jiang Yu's parents came, they not only did not blame Li Wei, but instead criticized Jiang Yu, saying that a slap cannot make a sound. If Jiang Yu had no issues, why would she be wrongly accused? This incident made Li Wei realize that Jiang Yu was a person with no support. From then on she bullied her even more shamelessly. Li Wei would put dead mice in her drawer, cut her hair while she napped, and pour a bucket of water over her head while she was in the restroom. She would hold Jiang Yu down in the toilet and flush it, forcing her to swallow chewed gum picked up from the floor. Jiang Yu had tried to resist before, but each time she did she was suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe, resulting in even more terrifying bullying. She even spent money to have Chun Rin bring gangsters to insult her. They wanted to film a video to threaten Jiang Yu to apply to the same university as them just to continue to bully her in college and make her their slave. As for Ji Susu, she had never directly played the role of a villain, or rather everyone at school thought she was a good person. Every time Li Wei bullied her, Ji Susu would comfort her, urging her to forgive Li Wei. But in reality, she was just adding fuel to the fire. Jiang Yu, while what Li Wei did was wrong, you shouldn't blame her. She's different from you. You grew up without parents, intelligent and mature, but Wei Wei is just a childish girl. Sometimes you need to change yourself to better integrate into the class. Otherwise, why does Wei Wei not bully others, but only you? You also have your own issues. Many times you only need to humble yourself a bit, but you are so stubborn that you make Wei Wei unhappy. Jiang Yu had lost count of how many times she had heard such words. Just after Li Wei's sarcastic remarks, Ji Susu indeed came over again. She smiled, her white dress rippling with her movements like a pure white lotus that emerged unstained from the Wei Wei, enough, don't tease Jiang Yu like this. She first smiled at Li Wei, then turned to Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, do you really want to marry a fool? Just because that fool's family has some money. Why are you so willing to degrade yourself? The knowledge you learned in school, the principles you understand, do they teach you to sell yourself for material gain? She looked at Jiang Yu with a heartbroken expression. Jiang Yu looked back at her. Of course I wouldn't simply sell myself. Oh, after all, in this aspect, I definitely can't compare to your mother. Your mother married a man over 60 when she was in her 30s, presumably for true love, right? Ji Susu's face turned pale. Jiang Yu, you are too much. Li Wei was also furious and raised her hand to slap her. Jiang Yu, do you think that during the holidays I can't do anything to you? You have quite the nerve. It seems it's time to teach you a lesson. Her hand was raised high, ready to fall, but Jiang Yu firmly, you're mistaken. Oh, I'm not bold at all, not as much as Ji Susu's mother is. Li Wei, you still think you are truly good friends. You've been played for a fool without even realizing it. Your father is the police chief, right? The man your mother married, a vegetative old man, was introduced to her by your father. That old man is Ji Susu's stepfather, so who is her biological father? Li Wei, why should I care who her biological father is? Jiang Yu, has your brain gone haywire? Upon hearing Jiang Yu say this, Ji Susu lunged over, her eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Yu, shut up. Don't be so vicious. Dad doesn't love your mom at all. My mom is the true love. Jiang Yu's high school life has been marred by wounds. Thanks to the two people in front of her watching them fight directly in the supermarket, she smiled slightly, feeling immensely satisfied. Although Ji Susu appears to be a delicate white lotus, she unexpectedly fights, fiercely targeting the places that hurt the most. Li Wei is strong, but she lacks Ji Susu's agility, so she has suffered quite a bit. The two boys behind were bewildered. They initially wanted to help their girlfriends, but were shocked by the explosive scandal revealed by Jiang Yu. They waited for Jiang Yu to finish speaking before considering stepping in to mediate. As they took a few steps forward, Jiang, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Li Wei's father is the director, and regardless of who gets hurt, they will be upset. If you go up to intervene, any resentment will fall on you, and you'll just be out of luck. The two men exchanged glances, and surprisingly did not intervene, merely shouting from the sidelines. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. If this continues, someone is going to die. Once the mask was torn off, Ji Susu became ruthless. She knew Li Wei had just had a nose job for the summer vacation, and aimed for her nose. Li Wei's newly done nose was immediately knocked askew, causing a profuse nosebleed. Many onlookers gasped at her crooked nose. These two girls were too vicious. She frantically pulled Ji Susu's long black hair, punching her chest repeatedly. It is known that a girl's chest, unlike a man's, does not bear pain. Their hoarse screams and verbal confrontations drew a crowd, and some even posted about it online. Jiang Yu's goal of turning the plastic sisters against each other was accomplished. Once her objectives were achieved, she leisurely bought what she wanted before leaving. In her previous life, she had coincidentally seen Li Wei's father talking to Ji Susu, and overheard him calling her dad, piecing together the story. Now as the two girls fought like dogs, Jiang Yu sat in a car waiting for Li Wei to return home. Based on Li Wei's character, she would undoubtedly confront Ji Susu about this. Li Wei's family was well off, living in a villa community on the hillside. Sure enough, over half an hour later, Jiang Yu saw Li Wei and Ji Susu descend from a car. The villa of Li Wei had a garden of at least several hundred square meters. To reach the villa, they had to pass through the garden. However, after taking just a few steps, Li Wei suddenly felt someone behind her. Just as she was about to turn around, darkness enveloped her as someone threw a sack over her. Then pain hit her head, and she lost consciousness. Just as Ji Susu was about to scream, she also received a blow to the head. Jiang Yu knocked them both out with a single blow each, then skillfully pried open the manhole cover of the sewer a few steps away with a steel bar. She first tossed the two of them inside before jumping in herself. The sewer was dark and damp with a narrow space that required bending over to walk. Jiang Yu wore a cap and sunglasses, holding a stick in one hand and two burlap bags in the other. After walking for over half an hour in the sewer, she emerged from the entrance, now outside the villa. The villa was built against the mountain in a sparsely populated area, making it convenient for Jiang Yu to capture people. Having spotted Li Wei and Ji Susu in the supermarket over an hour earlier, she had no intention of letting them off the hook. Did they think that the lesson of dogs biting dogs had ended? Impossible. If there was anyone Jiang Yu hated the most in this world, it wasn't the Li Tianming family that caused her death, but Li Wei and Ji Susu. These two had completely destroyed her most precious things. She would never forget how, when she was already starving, someone put a dead mouse in her food. She could never forget how they cornered her in the bathroom after school, stripped her of her clothes, making her too afraid to go outside. She couldn't forget the rusty nails in her shoes and the bloody soles of her feet. She couldn't forget how they stuffed used sanitary napkins into her water cup. She couldn't forget the repeated beatings and humiliation. At that time, Jiang Yu wanted to die countless times, but she didn't dare to. If she committed suicide, how would she face her parents? But every time she took a shower and saw the blood spots from compass wounds, the scars from cigarette burns, and the bald patches on her scalp, where hair had been forcefully pulled out, she felt like she was living in hell. Although her hair covered it up, she clearly knew. The countless wounds on her body made her feel that sometimes this world itself was hell. The years spent in the laboratory, worse than death, had evidently impacted Jiang Yu's mental state, causing her to adopt a radical approach to actions. Although she had been reborn, those memories remained. She was not the clean Jiang Yu. She was the Jiang Yu who crawled back from hell covered in blood and pain. With such a Jiang Yu, to hate someone meant wanting them dead. They deserved to die. Everyone deserved to die. After all, a torrential downpour was about to begin, and within such a short time, there was no way to trace it back to her. When Li Wei and Ji Susu woke up, they found themselves in an unfinished building not far from the villa area. This place was also intended for a villa community, but the developers ran out of funds halfway through the construction, leaving it abandoned. She and Ji Susu were locked in the same large iron cage, and outside the cage stood Jiang Yu. "You shameless woman, what do you want to do?" Li Wei glared at Jiang Yu. "My dad is the director. If I go missing, someone will definitely come looking for me. My dad won't let you go, he'll tear you to pieces. Let me go." As she shouted, Ji Susu also woke up. Upon seeing their predicament, and Jiang Yu, she instantly understood. Crying, she said, "Jiang Yu, I know what we did to you before was unfair, but aren't you fine now? Don't do this or let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone about today. Do you want money? My family is wealthy, very wealthy. He'll give you $1 million, will you let me go?" Ji Susu cried as she pleaded, but in her heart, she wished to tear this shameless person to pieces. If she could survive this, she would make sure Jiang Yu suffered a terrible fate. Jiang Yu remained unbothered by their curses or pleas, her expression unchanged, merely smiling as she sat on a small stool. After they had yelled and cried enough, she threw 2 daggers into the cage. Today only one person can leave. Li Wei looked on in disbelief, fear causing her to retreat constantly as she shook her head frantically. "You crazy woman, have you lost your mind? You know this is illegal? Let us go? Help! Help!" Compared to Li Wei's panic, Ji Susu appeared. She stared into Jiang Yu's eyes, confirming that she truly wanted them dead. This lunatic, was she psychologically disturbed? Did she really not fear going to jail? Thinking this, Ji Susu, prioritizing her own safety, made the first move and grabbed a knife. Little did she know this single action triggered Li Wei. The blow of betrayal from her best friend to sister hadn't passed, and now someone was raising a knife against her. "Ji Susu, you shameless woman. Do you want to kill me?" I treated you so well yet you betrayed me. Now you want to kill me. Ah, you damn wild child. Li Wei appeared somewhat deranged, grabbing the remaining knife on the ground and lunging at Ji Susu. Ji Susu, dodging while regretting not having grabbed both knives earlier, felt panic rise. However, Li Wei didn't care about that. Her mind was consumed by anger and fear, causing her to act irrationally. She crazily aimed the knife at Ji Susu. After Ji Susu sustained some injuries, fearing that she might really die here, she began to fight back. After a few minutes, Li Wei lay on the ground, her body pierced by countless knives. Ji Susu was covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely. Having been stabbed several times in the abdomen, she weakly clutched the iron bars, looking at Jiang Yu. Quick, save me. You promised that only one person could leave. Let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone. I swear. Blood continued to flow from her abdomen, and Ji Susu's face grew increasingly pale. Her white dress was stained red. Jiang Yu stared at her for several minutes before speaking. Ji Susu, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You truly are ruthless, a 10-year friendship, and you can kill without hesitation. You think I don't know? Li Wei is a fool. All her targeting of me was incited by you. There were also 2 classmates before this, one driven to suicide by you, and the other withdrew from school due to depression. It was all you're doing. Ji Susu, you are the real viper. I did say that only one person could leave alive, but that person is me. Jiang Yu smiled, slightly retreating in the face of Ji Susu's despairing gaze. Let me go, let me go. You've already killed Li Wei. That's enough revenge. No. It was you who killed. Jiang Yu raised her clean hands. From start to finish, it was you who killed her. What does it have to do with me? Look at the knife in your hand, Ji Susu, it was you who killed her. While Jiang Yu spoke, Li Wei behind her clearly wasn't dead yet. With the last of her strength, she stabbed Ji Susu fiercely in the back of her neck. Shameless woman, don't think you can escape either. She glared at Ji Susu with venomous eyes before taking her last breath. Ji Susu, clutching her blood-spurting neck, fell down, her eyes wide open in death. Jiang Yu looked at her hands, her eyes gleaming with a strange light, then turned and left the abandoned building. After spending her last coin in the supermarket, Jiang Yu returned to her rented room on the 23rd floor with several large shopping bags. The events of the abandoned building were completely cast aside, as if they had never happened. The first thing she did upon returning home was to turn on the air conditioning and the television. Then she lay on the sofa, flipping through channels, watching local news and central news. However, after watching for a while, most of the news merely reassured the public, urging them not to spread false rumors. Jiang Yu opened her phone and went to the forum. There were many posts discussing the recent heat wave, with many saying it was a sign of the apocalypse. Jiang Yu perused these posts one by one. Eventually, she came across a post by someone named Ji Wei Xin. This post was currently trending. Listen to me, this is not a joke. The apocalypse is real. This is a life-saving post. I hope those who see it will remember my words. The apocalypse is truly coming. If you encounter zombies, don't be afraid. In the early stages, zombies move slowly. As long as you have courage, an adult can easily kill one. To kill a zombie, you must destroy its brainstem. Otherwise, even if you cut it in half, it won't die. Also, remember to stock up on supplies. Recently, the weather has been abnormal, as everyone can see. Make sure to stock up on supplies at home. Better safe than sorry. Lastly, during the apocalypse, be wary of your kind, especially friends around you. Trust no one. Jiang Yu read this post word by word, noting the high accuracy of the information recorded. She couldn't help but wonder if this person might also be someone who had been reborn. However, upon reaching the last sentence, her serious expression nearly crumbled. Ji Wei Xin added a link and a final line at the end of the post. If you want to know more about survival rules for the apocalypse, click this link to see the novel on Tomato Network called I Am Invincible After Rebirth in the Apocalypse. This was actually an advertisement post. The feeling was akin to someone earnestly proposing to you. Just as you were ready to accept the ring they revealed, it was April Fool's Day. Many likely shared Jiang Yu's sentiment, as there were countless sarcastic comments below. Closing her phone, Jiang Yu retrieved a braised pork dish, a minced eggplant, and a winter melon meatball soup from her space. 2 dishes, 1 soup, and a bowl of rice, along with the cool breeze of the air conditioning, eased Jiang Yu's tense nerves significantly. She aimlessly watched the television programs while having dinner, enjoying the delicious meal. There's a saying that only those who have truly gone hungry know the value of food. She now ate with the intention of not letting a single grain of rice fall to the ground. To ensure she wouldn't be bored in the future, she had already purchased 10 second-hand tablets from a second-hand platform, along with several memory cards. After all, it would be impossible to watch television programs once the apocalypse broke out. Thus, she spent an entire day downloading all the current TV dramas, movies, major variety shows, and many single-player games onto the memory cards and tablets. After dinner, Jiang Yu went to her space. Engaging in some light activity after a meal is beneficial for nutrient absorption. So today's post-dinner activity was to plant the last 100 orange trees. These days, besides downloading movies, she had been busy planting trees in her space. With so much land available, it felt quite wasteful not to grow something. She still had plenty of grain, so she decided not to plant any for now. Besides, growing and harvesting grain is quite troublesome. However, she had planted a significant number of various saplings, and she wondered how much fruit this vast expanse of black soil would yield. Jiang Yu bought all the saplings or seeds she could find. Apple trees, orange trees, dragon fruit, plum trees, chestnut trees, peach trees, cherry trees, jackfruit, durian wax, apple Buddha's hand grapes. Jiang Yu's method of planting trees was simple. She planted similar types of trees in clusters. She dug a hole with a hoe, planted the saplings, and then watered them with a mixture that included rooting powder. It was unclear whether it was the rich nutrients of the space's black soil or the effectiveness of her rooting powder. Typically, when planting a sapling, it would go through a transition period where the leaves turn yellow as its root system adapts to the new soil before gradually recovering. However, these saplings showed no signs of a transition period. Their leaves were lush and vibrant, glistening with moisture. She felt tempted to take a bite. Jiang Yu had carved out a small vegetable garden near the fence in her yard, but there weren't many vegetables. She only planted a dozen or so small tomatoes and some strawberries. She was a strawberry enthusiast and had loved eating them since she was a child. However, whenever her family bought strawberries, Gu Chanhua would always pick out the best ones for her 3 children. Then the lesser quality ones would be given to herself and Li Tianming. The few leftover green ones were all that remained. Yet even for these few, Gu Chanhua would incessantly lament, "These strawberries are so expensive. It's already hard enough for our family to feed one more mouth." The key was that this person had no sense of awareness, always choosing the expensive ones to eat. Someone who only ate plain rice really had no shame. Thus, she no longer dared to eat those few leftover green strawberries. As a child, she had a craving and had secretly picked and eaten the leftover strawberry tops that Li Yingwe had. However, as she grew older, she vaguely understood that such behavior was inappropriate. Since then, she would rather starve than touch the leftover strawberry tops of others. In the land near the yard, Jiang Yu built dozens of enclosures with wood to raise livestock. Although these animals were still young, their destructive potential shouldn't be underestimated. In the open area outside the enclosure, Jiang Yu planted many fruit tree saplings, but they were only a few dozen centimeters tall and vulnerable to the livestock. If she let them out, those saplings, which were about half a person tall, would surely be eaten clean by the little lambs and calves. She had to wait for the saplings to grow taller before letting these creatures out. However, it shouldn't take long. The growth rate of plants in her space was much faster than outside. The saplings had only been planted for 2 days and were already noticeably 10 centimeters taller. If they continued to grow at this rate, in 2 or 3 months, all the saplings would be fully grown. By then, she wouldn't have to restrict these livestock. Jiang Yu gently cupped a little yellow chick in her palm. The chick, fluffy and golden, looked simply adorable. However, grown chickens were also quite nice. Jiang Yu loved both the chicks and the grown chickens equally. The only difference was that the former was cute when alive, while the latter was delicious when cooked. Thinking of the delicious ginseng chicken soup, Jiang Yu couldn't help but swallow her gaze toward the little yellow chick, softening. She tossed a generous handful of yellow millet into the chicken coop. Eat more, little ones. You need to grow up healthy." This space was not boundless. It was roughly a few hundred acres in size. After planting all the saplings, the space was almost full. At a distance from the livestock pen, Jiang Yu dug a large pond where she released some fish and shrimp for use. As for the water in the pond, it was the river water she had collected while pretending to wash her hands by the riverbank. She had also caught quite a few fish and shrimp while filling the water. The natural river water came with a well-preserved ecosystem, so raising fish and shrimp was certainly no problem. At night, Jiang Yu had just fallen asleep when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted, as if the entire building was shaking. The flash of lightning instantly illuminated the entire room before plunging it back into darkness. Jiang Yu woke from her dream and dashed to the bedside. The previously dark city was illuminated and darkened by the explosive lightning and thunder. At this moment, City A resembled a colossal beast awakening from darkness, roaring in anger and devouring everything in its path. The usual neon lights appeared insignificant before it. Accompanied by the rolling thunder, the sky seemed to tear open and torrential rain poured down. Seizing the moment when the rain had just begun, Jiang Yu quickly donned her raincoat and rode her electric bike out. The primary reason for choosing to live here was due to a piece of information she learned by chance in her previous life. Less than a kilometer from this shopping plaza, there was a large storage warehouse, the largest storage facility of a supermarket in the central China region. However, after the heavy rain, millions of tons of goods in this warehouse were all damaged by flooding. The person sharing this information claimed he was managing that warehouse at the time and even mentioned the specific address. As the man spoke, he lamented how unfortunate it was that over 1 million tons of supplies were wasted. Jiang Yu felt it was indeed a pity and remembered this matter. When she was out shopping earlier, she had visited that location and confirmed that there was indeed a warehouse. She needed to collect everything from inside before it got flooded. Such a large warehouse, with 1 floor above ground and 3 below, would take a while to clear out completely. After more than 20 minutes, Jiang Yu arrived at the warehouse and parked her small electric scooter under an awning. The security booth at the entrance still had its lights on, and a guard was sitting inside, drinking while complaining about something, his face flushed from intoxication. He staggered to his feet, but lost his balance and collapsed onto the table. Clearly drunk, he had fallen asleep. However, the security booth was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened. Jiang Yu looked around. There were 3 directions of surveillance cameras pointed at this area. She adjusted the hood of her raincoat and put on her sunglasses and mask, covering herself thoroughly. Then she took a brick out of her backpack and smashed the security booth's window, climbing inside. The sound of the window shattering startled the drunken guard, who opened his eyes to see Jiang Yu holding the brick ready to... In the next moment, the guard mumbled, "If only I could dream of a spring dream instead of this. No beautiful women, just this. I don't want a black ghost, no way." He fell asleep again. Jiang Yu glanced at him. This guy was drooling in his sleep, not knowing what he was dreaming about, as he chuckled softly, saliva dripping. Jiang Yu found several keys in the security guard's bag. She tried them one by one, and indeed one of them was the key to the warehouse. Once inside the warehouse, Jiang Yu stared at the endless rows of high shelves, feeling completely dazed. She knew there were a lot of items inside, but for millions of tons, she really had no concept of it. After all, she was not a child from a wealthy family. However, upon seeing these items, she understood that millions of tons was indeed a terrifying scale. No wonder that person said this giant storage center was the logistical hub for the brand's supermarkets in the entire region. This massive warehouse could likely supply the entire urban area of City A as well as all the surrounding towns with the brand's supermarket supply chain. Even the small storage transfer stations in nearby cities probably sourced from here. These supplies were enough for a medium-sized base to survive for years. Upon entering the warehouse, looking around, one could see endless shelves stacked with items resembling a maze. But this was not the time for awe. Outside, the rain was pouring down in torrents, and Jiang Yu hurriedly moved through the rows. Wherever she passed, the shelves and their goods vanished into thin air stored in her space. The first floor of the warehouse was filled with all kinds of food grains, cooking oil, instant noodles, self-heating rice, instant pots, rice noodles, and other fast foods. There were also semi-finished products like ham and smoked meat, various snacks, bread, cakes, and frozen goods. In short, everything one could find in a supermarket was stacked here by the ton. Just on this floor, she spent half an hour collecting everything. The second floor was filled with clothes, pants, shoes, socks, and bedding supplies along with daily necessities. The third floor contained various unpacked electrical appliances like refrigerators, televisions, air conditioners, microwaves, ovens, fans, and all sorts of batteries, outdoor sports equipment, and even unassembled furniture. When she was halfway through the third floor, water started flooding in from the stairs. Jiang Yu hurriedly sped up her actions, quickly storing the remaining goods in her space. At this point, she dared not use the elevator. Getting trapped in it would mean becoming a water ghost. She opened the emergency exit to take the stairs, and as soon as the large iron door opened, muddy rainwater rushed in, flooding the stairs from above. Jiang Yu dared not delay, quickly wading through the water, grabbing the handrail to climb up. By the time she reached the first floor, the water below had already risen to more than half of the basement. She hurriedly left through the main door. The water on the ground was already knee-deep. The security room door opened outwards, and with the water level so high it couldn't be pushed open. Amidst the torrential rain and thunder, the security guard, thoroughly sobered by the scene, hastily crawled out of the window. As for why the window was broken, he no longer had the energy to think about it. When Jiang Yu came out, she happened to see the security guard staggering through the water as he ran outside. At this point, the water level had reached her waist. The small electric scooter was no longer an option. Jiang Yu took out a jet ski from her space and climbed on. A few minutes later, the jet ski left a long trail on the water's surface, gradually moving away. The torrential rain was so heavy that all that could be heard was the sound of rain, with very low visibility, and Jiang Yu dared not go too fast. But no matter how slow she went, the jet ski was still faster than the small electric scooter. Along the way, she encountered many people coming out of their homes, some carrying large and small bags of luggage, while others had swimming rings hanging from their waists, seemingly in good spirits. Along the way, Jiang Yu also made a stop at a large shopping center near her community. The first underground floor was a supermarket, and the second underground floor was a car exhibition center. The 3 above-ground floors were filled with all kinds of clothes, pants, jewelry, bags, and other luxury goods. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the buildings of the city seemed to tremble, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Everyone was hiding at home. The staff in the mall, seeing the situation, had long since fled. After all, with a monthly salary of 3,500, who would risk their life? When Jiang Yu entered the basement, the water had already reached her knees. She hurriedly collected items from the supermarket, then continued to gather goods from the first, second, and third floors. She stored everything edible and usable in her space. As for the fourth and fifth floors, which were mainly entertainment venues and restaurants, she did not bother to go. As soon as she stepped out of the mall, Jiang Yu heard the sound of glass shattering. She hid in a corner and looked in the direction of the sound. To her shock, she saw a van crash through the glass, driving into a jewelry store that sold gold. Several people wearing hats and masks streamed out of the van, and upon entering the store began to ransack the jewelry inside. Even from a distance, Jiang Yu could hear their frenzied and triumphant laughter. After robbing the jewelry store, they rushed into another luxury store that sold watches. The alarm ringing in the stores felt utterly meaningless in the rain-soaked night. But what use was there in stealing these things? After the apocalypse, whether luxury brand items or jewelry, they all lost their significance. Aside from the special metallic properties of gold, which had some demand in weapon making and retained a degree of liquidity, everything else was just trash. Even if gold were to be extensively used to make weapons, that would not be until at least 6 months later. Who could afford to live with so much gold that couldn't be eaten or drunk when their future was uncertain? Jiang Yu slipped into the shadows and changed direction, leaving the shopping center. Although she saw plenty of items along the way, she selectively cleared out 2 pharmacies. The underground warehouse of her space was the same size as the ground floor, and now it was almost filled with various. Although there was still space on the ground floor for more supplies, it was unnecessary. Just the items in the underground warehouse would last her 10 lifetimes, and there was no need to be greedy. Upon reaching her community, Jiang Yu drove the jet ski into the underground parking garage, and then climbed up the stairs. The underground garage only had 2 broken cameras at the entrance and had not been repaired. But the elevator was different. There were staff in the security room, and the cameras in the elevator were operational. Even if she damaged the elevator's camera, the back-end system in the security room could see which floor that elevator was heading to. For safety, she took the stairs. Although Jiang Yu was reborn and had developed killing techniques that had become conditioned reflexes, the physical condition of this body was still a limitation. Long-term malnutrition had led to her frailness, which could not be remedied in just half a month. By the time she reached her apartment door on the 23rd floor, she was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Though exhausted, this also meant that in the future there wouldn't be many people climbing this high just to cause trouble. Returning home, she shed her raincoat, took a shower, and changed into dry clothes. At the very moment the apocalypse truly arrived, she felt no elation, only quiet resignation at having been reborn. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, pulled a fruit-flavored candy from her spatial ring, and let it dissolve slowly on her tongue, while staring blankly at the torrential downpour beyond the balcony. The rain intensified, though the thunder had ceased. Deep into the night, the residential WeChat group buzzed incessantly. She'd been scanned into the group by security upon moving in, a standard measure for disseminating urgent announcements. Thus she remained in the group, where owners mingled with tenants, most of whom were renters. She knew, for instance, that all 4 units on the 8th floor had been converted by a sub-landlord into overcrowded dormitory-style apartments, each housing 20 or 30 people. She'd learned this only after seeing others' complaints in the group. The building followed a honest cassette 4-year layout. Yet on her floor, aside from her own unit, 1 apartment remained unfinished concrete shell, while the other 2 appeared to have been purchased outright and were now undergoing renovation. Their interiors had been fully gutted. Even the developer-provided doors and windows had been removed with no replacements yet installed. In effect, she was the sole resident on that entire floor. Jiang Yu watched the group messages scroll silently. Chun Daming Building 3. The rain is monstrous. The basement flooding has reached our building. Sewage is gushing backward through my kitchen and bathroom drains like fountains. Property management, act now. Peng Yuyan Building 3. Our unit's flooded too. I just installed solid wood flooring and now it's all ruined. It reeks. Where the hell is property management? They're quick to collect fees, but vanish when crisis strikes. Happy nut, you're still better off than us. We're in Building 1, which sits lower. Our home is uninhabitable. We've taken refuge with friends on the 2nd floor. It's all water. Don't mess with me, damn it. The underground garage is flooded too. I just bought my car on loan and now it's a total loss. Screw this. Happy family, this neighborhood's design is fundamentally flawed. Why not rename the garage Reservoir? I own several Ferraris. Dog egg, I feel for you folks parking underground. My scooter always parks right at the unit entrance, so I'm fine. Don't mess with me, dog egg. Your little electric kettle can barely fit at the door. Twinkle twinkle gone dark. I'd heard rumors about 1st floor toilets erupting, but didn't believe them. Bought ground floor anyway. If given another chance, I'd rather sleep under a bridge than own a 1st floor unit. Chun Dachui Ward 3. It's over. The water level keeps rising. Ground floors will be completely submerged. The compound comprised 4 high-rises and over a dozen detached villas, though owners and tenants alike filled the group, now erupting into chaos. Jiang Yu switched on the television. There, clad in a raincoat, a meteorological anchor stood defiantly before the camera amid howling gales, her slender frame swaying precariously, yet her voice unwavering. The Weather Bureau forecasts this deluge will persist for over 36 hours. The city has activated emergency flood control measures. Residents in low-lying areas need not panic. Evacuation assistance is already underway. Though nature knows no mercy, humanity does. United in resolve, we shall overcome all adversity. Jiang Yu flipped channels relentlessly. Every local station broadcast urgent storm bulletins. Landslides had buried entire towns beneath mud and rubble. Elsewhere, cities drowned in stagnant waters. Netizens jokingly dubbed it sea-watching mode. This was precisely why Jiangyu hadn't fled to some remote mountain or countryside after stockpiling supplies. For beneath the gentle rain, even your peaceful mountainside could collapse without warning, sweeping away your home and yourself in a single surge of mud and stone. Cities, though inundated, posed less existential threat if you stayed on higher ground. Water levels rose steadily inland, unlike coastal zones. Jiangyu vaguely recalled that in her previous life tidal waves had ravaged numerous coastal cities. And after 3 days and nights of unrelenting rain, corpses bloated in stagnant water, and feverish survivors would rise again as undead horrors. She'd considered posting an anonymous warning online about the coming apocalypse, but who would believe such a claim? Worse still, if the predicted downpour materialized, she'd be detained for interrogation, or worse, never underestimate the state's reach. Even anonymous digital whispers leave traces. When they seek you, concealment is illusion. What you perceive as flawless camouflage is but the emperor's new clothes, transparent before true power. The wisest course, therefore, is invisibility. Jiangyu was selfish. She refused to wager her life on whether others would treat her with kindness. She was ordinary, her sole desire simply to survive. She possessed no grand moral compass compelling her to risk herself for strangers. In her past life, her compassion had cost her dearly. So this time she no longer trusted human nature. Call her selfish. Call her cold-blooded. This time she lived solely for herself. As floodwaters climbed ever higher, the residential group descended into pandemonium. Online forums overflowed with furious posts and desperate pleas for help. Video platforms streamed non-stop coverage of the catastrophe. In one clip, several figures stood atop a massive boulder half submerged in churning water. Help! We were camping by the river when the water surged. Now we're stranded on a lake island. Send rescue. Our number is. In another video, a middle-aged man, just rescued, shouted furiously at responders. I've got over a dozen pigs trapped in my sty. If you can evacuate people, why not save my livestock? You're failing your duty. Aren't you sworn to protect citizens' property? Jiangyu scrolled through footage. Amid peril, humanity's light shone fiercely, even as its darkest impulses laid bare without restraint. Some shoved exhausted rescuers into treacherous depths to retrieve personal belongings or search for beloved pets. Others charged forward, offering hands to strangers in mortal danger. Still others sacrificed companions, shoving them toward death for a sliver of survival. A flicker of kindness, however sincere, could never stitch shut the gaping wound of this broken world. Deep into the night, the storm raged on, yet beams of light cut through the darkness, rescuers navigating flooded streets in small boats. At dawn, waters had risen above the second floor. All residents below that level evacuated upward. What had once been streets now stretched as a vast silent sea. Rescue vessels crisscrossed its surface. Wails echoed everywhere. Some mourning lost possessions, others grieving injured or dead kin. Though the flood rose slowly, timely evacuation rendered fatalities rare. Unless, of course, one was elderly or infirm, unable to flee. The day after the torrential rain, the water level in the city of A has already reached over 10 meters. Due to the higher terrain of this community, the water has only risen to the 4th floor, and many people realize that this is no ordinary rainstorm. Simultaneously, many areas of the city have started experiencing power outages. Elevators in some apartment buildings are completely out of service, and the subways are even more so, with double-decker buses that were barely visible on the streets yesterday now completely gone. In the floodwaters, various packaging bags float on the surface, including food, drinks, medicines, and other daily necessities. Some aware individuals have started devising ways to salvage supplies. In the floodwaters, various packaging bags float on the surface, including food, drinks, medicines, and other daily necessities. Some aware individuals have started devising ways to salvage supplies. Hospitals have become overcrowded overnight, with even the hallways filled with patients. The sounds of ambulances echo through the streets, constantly rushing people to the hospitals. Yesterday, there were still some people looting jewelry stores amidst the chaos, and even robbing banks. However, today, unless one goes diving, it is nearly impossible to find the exact locations of these stores. On the 3rd day of the torrential rain, in communities with low terrain in city, a many 6- or 7-story buildings can no longer be seen from the top. Landslides, floods, and mudslides follow in rapid succession. In coastal areas, the sea level rises rapidly, with tsunamis and fierce winds howling relentlessly, engulfing towering buildings in massive waves. In high-altitude regions, the situation remains better, while some low-altitude areas find entire cities submerged in floodwaters. Some low-lying basin areas have turned into vast oceans. Rescue efforts are needed everywhere, but everyone is too preoccupied with their own survival, painting a picture of apocalyptic despair. Countless people recall the apocalyptic movie from years ago that once caused widespread panic. Meanwhile, in City A, hospitals are overwhelmed, and many have been submerged, forcing evacuations. The entire city is in chaos with not only rescue boats zooming around, but also individuals using their own jet skis or small boats to loot amidst the disorder. The authorities are completely overwhelmed. Occasionally helicopters fly overhead with the wealthy and powerful evacuating the city ahead of ordinary citizens heading to higher ground. Some rich second-generation individuals even post on social media about their evacuation to high-altitude areas. To emphasize their privilege, they accompany their posts with photos. In the photos, people are indulging in lavish parties, swirling wine glasses as they gaze at the distant sunset. The beautiful scenes are filled with the scent of money, starkly contrasting with the struggling common folk. The government urges everyone with medication at home to take their medicine, while those without are advised to physically cool down and stay safely at home, awaiting rescue. Outside, the waters are filled with rescue teams constantly coming and going, while many households face food shortages. Community committees begin organizing the distribution of rescue supplies. Currently, there are no signs of zombies, and most people believe this is merely a natural disaster. Although natural disasters are terrifying, they will eventually pass. After the rain, order will be restored. Thus, despite the chaos, there exists a semblance of order within it. The community chat group has activated a mute mode to prevent the spread of various disquieting rumors. As the water level rises, all residents below the 7th floor have moved upstairs. Those looking for friends are searching for friends, and those seeking relatives are looking for relatives. For those in the building without relatives, they resort to their cash capabilities. Many have temporarily taken shelter in higher floors of others' homes. However, some refuse to allow outsiders to stay. No one has come to find Jiang Yu on this floor, especially since there are no elevators, who would be idle enough to climb over 20 flights of stairs. Originally, there were some vacant units in Jiang Yu's building owned by individuals not at home or not rented out. But now these vacant units have been pried open and occupied. On the 4th day, the rain has stopped. With the first rays of sunlight breaking through in the morning, the torrential rain finally ceases. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, as no one knows what would happen if the rain were to continue. Perhaps the continent would turn into a vast ocean, leaving no land behind. But just as relief begins to settle in, the next moment sees the city plunging into even greater panic. On the 13th floor, Wang Liar watches her little nephew, who is munching on her chips on the living room sofa with some discontent. This little rascal has ruined her cherished figurines. He has also broken all her lipsticks, and this mischievous child is utterly annoying. Besides, there was hardly any snack left, as she hadn't even had a chance to eat before her parents gave it all to her nephew. They even claimed he was feeling feverish and unwell, but she thought he seemed quite fine, showing no signs of illness at all. However, just then her little nephew suddenly stopped moving, and moments later his whole body began to convulse. Wang Liar initially thought he was choking. Remembering the Heimlich maneuver she had seen, she rushed over to lift her nephew and began performing first aid. Though her nephew is mischievous, she couldn't possibly watch him choke to death. While performing first aid, she shouted loudly, "Mom and Dad, Uncle, hurry over. Bing Bing is choking." Alt. Just as Wang Liar was calling for help, she suddenly felt a sharp bite on her wrist, and her cry for help turned into a scream. "Let go. Why are you biting me?" She initially thought her nephew was playing a prank. She tossed him onto the sofa and glanced at her bleeding wrist, feeling a mix of anger and pain, her entire body trembling with rage. "What are you doing? Pranks should have their limits." As she turned her head, the remaining words in her throat got stuck, unable. On the sofa, Bing Bing's complexion had turned a dark ashen hue, and his skin was visibly rotting at an alarming rate, releasing an indescribable stench. His once round eyes lost their luster, turning gray and bulging severely. His neatly trimmed nails had also turned dark and sharp, resembling animal claws. In that moment, he resembled a biozombie from an American TV show. Hiss! Bing Bing opened his mouth and let out a roar at Wang Liar. With limbs bent and his back arched, he assumed an aggressive posture, then pounced at her with an insatiable hunger. Zombie! Dad! Mom, save me! Monster! Help! Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the city. The entire building was filled with echoes of screaming. At this moment, Jiang Yu was engaged in weight training. Ever since the stockpiling ended, she has been training daily. 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 1,000 frog jumps. Her daily diet is carefully chosen for nutrition, and while ensuring her body receives nourishment, she has pushed her training to the limits. The living room is quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing. The television is currently showing chaotic scene. The screen displays a trembling male news anchor, his hair and clothing disheveled unlike his usual neat. He is seated in a helicopter, and below the view shows a hospital with half of its floors submerged in water. There have been many sick people these days, and the hospital has already been overcrowded. After the zombie outbreak, it has become the first center to collapse. The air is filled with incessant screams as patients in hospital gowns swarm, chasing and biting at people. Helicopters continuously land on the hospital's rooftop, with armed forces stepping out to conduct rescues. The sounds of screams, pleas for help, and gunfire blend together, sending chills down the spine. Drones capturing footage leave the hospital showcasing various parts of the city, while the anchor repeatedly reminds viewers to save themselves. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse has even caused a massive zombie outbreak within the military. Soldiers trained for long periods possess physical capabilities beyond those of ordinary people. However, once these individuals turn into zombies, they become a force that is not easily dealt with. At this moment, total collapse ensues, leaving no room to care for anyone. With no means for large-scale rescue, the focus shifts to encouraging everyone to save themselves. In numerous video clips, Jiang Yu sees people jumping into the water in panic from high places. They struggle to swim in the water. There are more people shouting for help, screaming. And beneath the water, there are not just escaping individuals, but also zombies chasing and biting at them. These zombies become slower in the water, lacking reason, driven only by primal hunger. Thus, most can only float in the water, drifting with the current. However, if a living person passes nearby and disturbs them, they instinctively struggle and attempt to bite and claw. Yet when no living beings are around, they float like dummies on the water's surface or sink below. As for whether zombies can drown, the answer is obviously no, for they are already dead. How could they possibly die again? Zombies submerged at the bottom of the water will only enter a state of dormancy. Zombies do not require breathing. And now the waters of this city are likely filled with countless slumbering zombies. Jiang Yu completed the last sit-up, rested for more than 10 minutes to relax his muscles, and then began frog jump. Bang! 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 Open the door, help! A frantic knocking echoed. I know someone is inside, please let us in, a hide. We have zombies chasing us. Jiang Yu gripped a long knife in his right hand and peered through the peephole with his left. At the door stood a young man and woman. The woman was panic-stricken, while the man was covered in blood, holding a kitchen knife. I am a resident from downstairs, not a bad person. Please just open the door. The woman kept knocking, crying and trembling as she spoke. Jiang Yu replied through the door, I won't open the door. You'd be better off running somewhere else instead of wasting time here. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing isn't the zombies, but other humans. Who could guarantee that after he opened the door they wouldn't decide to harm him just because he was a woman? She had learned that lesson the hard way. Hearing a woman's voice made the man even angrier. He kicked the door and shouted, Are you just going to watch us get bitten to death by monsters? Opening the door is just a simple act. You are too cold-blooded and cruel. We are all compatriots and should unite and help each other in times of disaster. Yet you watch us die without lifting a finger. Jiang Yu replied, I will just close my eyes and not look. Upon hearing this, the sound of kicking intensified. A barrage of obscene insults erupted from the man and woman. Jiang Yu was not worried about the security door being damaged. The first thing she did after renting the apartment was to install the most robust security door. It was not one of those flimsy doors with cardboard inside. Scum bitch. People like you deserve to die a horrible death. How go we need to run? The zombies are coming. Though the man was furious, he realized that wasting time like this was undoubtedly seeking his own death, so he hurriedly followed the woman up the stairs. Less than a minute after the man and woman left, Jiang Yu saw two zombies twisting their bodies as they climbed up from downstairs through the peephole. They first sniffed around her door, then let out a low growl and began to chase after the direction in which the couple had fled, drawn by the scent of blood. A man and woman desperately climbed upwards. They not only had to prevent the zombies behind from catching up, but also had to guard against any zombies that might appear in front of them. However, sometimes the more you fear something, the more it tends to manifest. Just after they turned a corner, two zombies suddenly appeared ahead. The woman turned pale with fear. How go? What do we do? She helplessly retreated beside the man. Now, there were zombies both in front and behind, and there was no escape. The man clutching a kitchen knife was also trembling with fear. There's no way out. His lips quivered as he suddenly focused his gaze on the woman. Wait, it's not entirely hopeless. The woman looked at him in surprise. How go? I knew you would have a plan. But before she could finish her sentence, he struck her in the neck with the knife. The man's face twisted in a sinister manner. If we had bait, it wouldn't be impossible to escape. The woman looked at him in disbelief. How go? Wrong, don't blame me, blame this world. Even married couples flee when disaster strikes, let alone we are just boyfriend and girlfriend. As the zombies drew closer, he struck her multiple times, disfiguring her, and then pushed her towards the approaching zombies. Behind him was a horde of zombies, and in front were only two. If he could use Rong's body to hold back the zombies behind, he would have a chance to escape. Sure enough, the zombies behind, seeing a fresh corpse, rushed to tear and bite at it. His girlfriend, once beautiful, was instantly torn apart, devoured, with several zombies fighting over her insides. The man coldly smiled. One must think of oneself first, or they will perish. He grabbed the stainless steel railing of the stairs and leaped down, directly bypassing the stairs behind him. The zombies were all fighting over the woman's corpse. The two zombies above wanted to chase him, but they were blocked by the feeding horde, growling in anger. The man finally escaped. He retraced his steps and stood in front of the door he had just passed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If he hadn't heard wrong, the voice from inside was that of a woman, and judging by the voice, she was quite young. If there were men or stronger members in the house, they wouldn't let a little girl respond. So the only reason could be one, there was only a little girl in the house. Having just killed his beautiful girlfriend at the start of the apocalypse, the man felt a strange sense of inflation rising within him. He believed that all women should be under his control, those who disobeyed should be killed. So he rang the doorbell again, putting on a facade of desperate pleading. Please help us help. My girlfriend was killed by zombies, please save me. I beg you, just open the door, and I will do anything you want. However, behind him the kitchen knife was already ready to strike. Since it was already the apocalypse, who cared about anything? A real man is a man of action. Finally the door opened. The man secretly rejoiced. Indeed, these foolish women were captivated by appearances. Many girls in college liked his looks. Some even called him the Cold Prince, and even his current girlfriend was with him because of her good family background. But now what good was a good background? No amount of savings could compare to a kitchen knife. He stared intently at the security door, preparing to rush in the moment it opened, then turned the tables on the girl. As soon as the door opened, he revealed a cruel smile, but before he could draw the knife from behind, the next moment that cruel smile was cleaved apart. Since you are willing to do anything, then go die. A sharp machete cleaved the man's forehead in two, blood quickly splattering from the wound. The machete, capable of slicing through iron like mud, left his entire body, appearing as if it had been cut in half by a laser weapon. The entrails were clearly visible. The two halves of the corpse collapsed at the doorway. Jiang Yu frowned slightly at the pool of blood. How annoying, another cleanup is necessary. She shut the door behind her. Anyway, that group of zombies would surely consume the food at the entrance. After they finished eating, she could clean up. She did not deliberately clear the zombies from the corridor. After all, the presence of zombies would deter intruders. She turned back to the television, wiped the blood off the machete with a towel, and then began doing frog jumps around the living room sofa. Just as she had merely stepped on an ant at the doorway, her training regimen was not disturbed in the slightest. While doing frog jumps, she had 5-pound sandbags strapped to her ankles. First sandbags, then stones and iron blocks. She had her own workout routine, gradually increasing the weight on her legs based on her training results. In her previous life, she awakened her wind-based supernatural ability after more than a month. In the early days of the apocalypse, wind abilities seemed quite formidable. No, not just wind. In the early days of the apocalypse, any mention of supernatural abilities was regarded as impressive. However, as time progressed, compared to the might of lightning abilities, the rarity of water abilities, and the healing capabilities of plant abilities, some abilities began to appear ordinary. For instance, wind. Although the basic wind abilities, wind blades, had lethal potential, killing someone in one strike was still quite difficult. Wind blades resembled swords with little force. They could create wounds and seemed impressive, yet they struggled to deliver a fatal blow or cause substantial damage. Natural abilities like wind, fire, and lightning had the lowest attack power among the four when at lower levels. This was an undeniable fact. However, once evolved into a higher tier supernatural being, profound changes would occur. When a wind ability reached a certain strength, it could accomplish many things, and its attack power would become ferocious. Not to mention wind, the entire category of natural abilities, once evolved to a certain level, theoretically could unleash world-destroying capabilities. The prerequisite was having a high enough level to manipulate a sufficient foundational quantity. Otherwise, it was all empty talk. Unfortunately, natural abilities were among the hardest to evolve in all supernatural series. Later, it was analyzed that the more potent an ability, the greater the energy required for progression, akin to an insatiable bottomless pit. This was nature's way of balancing all living beings. When a being became excessively formidable, far surpassing others, the balance among living beings would soon be disrupted. Just like human development going overboard, the living space of other beings on the planet was repeatedly compressed, leading to a complete ecological imbalance, causing many to speculate that this was the reason for the apocalypse. Nature was reshuffling, establishing a new balance. It certainly would not allow the balance to be broken again. Since her physical strength was insufficient, Jiang Yu simply sought an alternative path. She focused on training her speed. She practiced continuously, using her wind ability to assist herself in accelerating while running. Therefore, when faced with life-and-death crises she could not handle, she would immediately flee. In terms of escaping, she had some insights. If not for her previous life's mental lapse, always worrying about her uncle's family, with her escape speed, she would not have been easily injured. In this life, she aimed to strengthen her training, not only running fast, but also possessing greater power. Jiang Yu sighed and continued with her training plan. Every day after eating at home, aside from watching television and surfing the internet, she trained. When someone knocked, she would not open the door. Regardless of the blood and chaos outside, she chose to remain oblivious. Currently, no one dared to force their way in, as everyone feared that noise would attract zombies. Thus, when someone knocked for help, she did not open the door. The most the other party would do was curse a few times and kick the door before quickly running away without lingering. However, in 2 days things would not be so civilized. After completing her frog jumps, Jiang Yu began practicing on the standing punching bag in the center of the living room. Her punches landed one after another, the sound of impacts echoing in the living room. Sweat trickled down her forehead and along her neck. By the time dusk fell with crimson clouds lighting the horizon, her day of training came to a close. Jiang Yu took a shower and lay on the sofa while the television continued to play, albeit with poor signal. As she used a fascia gun to relax herself, she took out her phone. At that moment she noticed someone had renamed the original owners group to Wild Boar Group. The group leader had also changed from the previous property director to an unfamiliar nickname. The group had lifted the mute ban. The group leader posted an announcement. Director Zhao is dead. I will take over the management of the group. Oh, everyone should change their nicknames to their building door numbers for easier management and mutual assistance. Once the mute mode was lifted, the group instantly boiled over like boiling water. Everyone was eager to speak. I am from building 901. We have no food left at home. Does anyone have extra food? I will pay double the price. Do you think you're charming? There are monsters everywhere outside, and the water is so deep. Who dares to go out looking for food? I have 2 children and an elderly person at home. Is anyone willing to sell us some food? I will pay whatever it takes. Please message me privately. Thank you so much. There are zombies banging on my door. It's terrifying. Is anyone able to help me? Why hasn't the government rescue arrived? There are monsters everywhere. Are they trying to let us die? There is a person outside my door who has had their intestines eaten by zombies. It's so scary. Boo-hoo. The official organizations are probably in chaos now. Oh, who cares about you? Everyone should find a way to save themselves. My parents have turned into zombies, and I'm hiding in my room too scared to go out. What should I do? Someone please. The water level has just risen to the bottom of my building. I have a fishing net and have caught quite a bit of food. If anyone needs it, message me privately, but you have to come pick it up. I don't dare to go out. We are all in the same community. We need to help each other. Brother, you are righteous. The world needs good people like you. Most people in the group were eagerly speaking up, asking for help, seeking food, or trying to be good Samaritans. However, only 2 or 3 had changed their nicknames to their door numbers. At this point, everyone clearly had developed a sense of wariness, unwilling to expose their locations. Unless they were familiar with someone who could know who the other person was. Exposing one's location would only increase the risk factor, right? However, it wasn't long before the group leader posted several more announcements urging everyone to change their nicknames to their unit and door numbers. Jiang Yu shut her phone, took out a large bottle of chilled fruit juice and a bucket of fried chicken, and sat on the sofa. While she was eating watermelon and watching the news, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and the television screen went black. The hum of the air conditioner abruptly ceased. The power went out. Almost the instant the air conditioning stopped cooling, the temperature in the room began to rise noticeably. However, her phone still had signal, and the community group exploded again, with everyone reporting their power outages. Before long, she heard sounds of arguing followed by the cries of children, which quickly faded away. It was too hot. In this weather, being without air conditioning could really be deadly. Jiang Yu browsed the internet on her phone. Everywhere online there were messages about high-priced food purchases. There were also wealthy individuals trapped in certain locations promising millions or even tens of millions for rescue. The rain had stopped for a day, and the water levels in the city began to drop. At night, Jiang Yu descended the stairs, donned her diving suit, and submerged into the water. In the early days of the apocalypse, as long as she carefully avoided disturbing the zombies in the water, the danger was minimal. If she guessed correctly, the police station usually had firearms. Although she now had a crossbow and arrows who would turn down free firearms. Jiang Yu swam through the deep water like a fish, skillfully avoiding the zombies floating in the water. These zombies floated with their eyes closed, drifting like strands of broken seaweed. She was very cautious, trying to avoid areas where zombies congregated. After more than half an hour, she successfully arrived at the police station. The door had been broken open, and all sorts of debris floated in the water. Clothes, bedding, and corpses. Jiang Yu searched carefully and found 2 guns on several corpses along with a significant number of bullets. After thoroughly searching both inside and outside the police station to confirm there were no overlooked fish, she went to another nearby police substation. She spent the entire night submerged in water, surfacing to rest on a platform when exhausted. Then she changed to a new oxygen tank and continued diving. For an entire night, Jiang Yu thoroughly searched several police stations in this area. After all, her oxygen tank was more than sufficient. After a night, she had collected over a dozen wooden crates. As for the bullets, she didn't count them carefully, but estimated there should be several thousand. She didn't venture further. These gains were already enough. There was no need to go to more dangerous places. Jiang Yu cautiously dove underwater, and when dawn broke, she finally returned to her neighborhood. She directly swam into the underground garage, and then walked up the stairs. Splash! In the dark corridor ahead emerged from the water's surface. 2 zombies floating in the water were startled, and began thrashing towards Jiang Yu. Hiss! Roar! Jiang Yu climbed up the stairs, took off her diving suit, and stored it away. Then she quickly fired 2 arrows at the 2 zombies with her crossbow, their brains pierced, slowly sinking below the water's surface. Having dealt with the zombies in the water, Jiang Yu wiped her face, and then put the crossbow back in her storage. Gripping her machete, she continued to climb the stairs. In the narrow combat space of the staircase, firearms and machetes were far more effective than the crossbow. The crossbow was best suited for open terrain. Although she had already cleared the zombies in the corridor when she left after a whole night, no one knew if other zombies from different areas had wandered in. Sure enough, just after turning a corner, Jiang Yu caught sight of a zombie, still wearing flowery shorts and a black vest. This zombie looked somewhat familiar. She remembered. Wasn't this the old man from the first floor with a loud mouth? She had seen him sitting at the entrance every day when she just moved in. He used to say that young people only woke up at noon, or that the little girl wore a short skirt, or that some children were rude. The zombie, originally wandering at the end of the corridor, sensed the presence of a living person and immediately roared as it charged towards Jiang Yu. Hiss! Even from a distance, Jiang Yu could already smell the foul stench of decay. Hey old Wang, are you out for a stroll? She greeted him with a smile, holding her long knife, stepping forward, and swiftly raised her wrist to slash at its neck. Swoosh! In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed, and a decayed head fell at Jiang Yu's feet. The zombie hadn't even realized what had happened before its head was gone. This series of actions took place in the blink of an eye. She didn't even tense her muscles fully. Such instinctual movements had clearly become second nature. Each strike appeared fluid and natural. Although the zombie's head had fallen, its body, due to inertia, continued to lunge forward and rolled down the corridor. Jiang Yu glanced at the zombie's head at her feet. Old Wang, why don't you cool off in the water? She aimed at the window at the end of the hallway and kicked it. Go! The round head flew out the window, just like a perfectly kicked soccer ball. Plopped! It crashed into the water, splashing a circle of water. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Yu's lips. Her aim was quite good. It was a pity she wasn't playing for the national team. She then grasped her knife and continued to climb. As she passed certain floors, she noticed someone peeking at her through the peephole. It was a survivor still alive in the neighborhood. This was quite normal, though at this time everyone was on high alert. Jiang Yu was not shy about showcasing her skills in dealing with zombies. By appropriately displaying her strength, she could avoid many troubles. After all, a solitary girl could easily attract hungry wolves. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world where the absence of legal constraints magnified the darkness within people. In such times, being weak became a sin. With the laws of civilization gone, people would unconsciously establish new survival rules. The age-old law of the jungle would be pushed to its limits in the apocalypse. She avoided trouble, but it was best not to provoke her either. It was still the first day of the zombie outbreak. Many people were hiding at home, afraid to go out, and with the supplies distributed by the community, although there was a lack of food, they wouldn't starve. However, there would always be those who couldn't resist going out first. Jiang Yu encountered several zombies along the way, two of which seemed somewhat familiar. They should be residents of this building. But at this point, they were no longer human. With swift strikes, she decapitated them all. The blade cut through flesh effortlessly. By the time she returned home, Jiang Yu was already stained with a considerable amount of dark, foul-smelling blood. However, she had grown accustomed to it. In her previous life, to avoid zombies, she even bit her lip and smeared the rotting flesh of zombies on herself in an attempt to mask the scent of a living person. Such stains were nothing. The first thing she did upon returning home was to turn on the air conditioning. In such hot summer weather, how could she live without it? However, the power was already out, and there was no air conditioning. Jiang Yu shook her head and went to the bathroom to wash up and change clothes. Then she took out her tablet and selected a light-hearted comedy to play. She also took out a cup of iced bubble tea, taking a big sip. Chewing on the chewy pearls in her mouth, she felt completely relaxed. Then she took out a plate of oyster sauce bok choy, a large plate of braised pork, and a bowl of rice, placing them on the coffee table. The bok choy was crisp and refreshing, the braised pork tender and fragrant, especially delicious when mixed with rice. It was simply divine. After a whole night of exhaustion, she could eat 3 bowls of rice in one go. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yu finally felt re-energized and began to cool down. She had been too hungry earlier to think about anything else, but it wasn't too late now. She dragged out 2 large plastic bathtubs from her storage and poured the ice blocks she had prepared into them. These ice blocks were not the small ones from regular refrigerators, but large ice bricks used in cold storage. They were frozen from ordinary tap water. They couldn't be consumed directly, but the water melted from the ice blocks could be used for bathing, mopping the floor, or flushing the toilet. After placing the ice blocks, Jiang Yu hung the solar panels on the balcony and connected several lights and fans. She had a backup generator in her storage, but if she connected it to the power supply, the noise of the motor would be obvious and easily attract attention. Moreover, the humming of the air conditioning unit would certainly be noticed by other survivors, causing trouble. Overall, solar panels were the most practical. She only needed simple lighting and fans. Besides, it was scorching hot, and the solar panels had more than enough stored energy. Power had already been cut off, and with the heavy rain, the temperature had returned to over 40 degrees, making the whole room feel like a steamer. Although it was still morning, the sunlight was already strong. The fan whirled, spreading the cold air from the ice blocks. Jiang Yu closed all the doors to the rooms and kitchen and drew the curtains. After about 2 or 3 minutes, she could clearly feel the temperature in the room noticeably drop. Only then did Jiang Yu comfortably lie on the sofa and begin her afternoon nap. Having not slept all night, the thing she craved most now was sleep. The electric fan swayed its head, the room temperature was moderate, and Jiang Yu unknowingly fell asleep on the sofa. In a daze, Jiang Yu seemed to see the blinding surgical lights again, along with several blurred figures busying themselves nearby. Even the sensation of the cold scalpel gliding over her body felt so real. Dr. Number 9's regenerative ability is truly remarkable. In the past, it took over a month for a leg to regrow after being severed, but now it only takes 3 days. No matter what kind of animal it is, in the state of a fertilized egg, stem cells can help the body grow, determining how many arms and legs, how many eyes and limbs it will have. For example, in humans, stem cells are very active before birth, but after birth their capability begins to decline rapidly, unable to grow as quickly as in the womb. However, some organisms do not conform to this, such as the axolotl. Though its stem cells also weaken rapidly after birth, they remain much more active than those in humans. The axolotl can regrow lost limbs, or even a heart, within just 1 to 3 months. Number 9 was originally codenamed axolotl, but I think it can be renamed now. After countless experiments and improvements integrating the genes of other species, she is no longer an axolotl. Number 9's regenerative ability has become even more abnormal and faster. Dr. Number 9 is already perfect. The potions made from her flesh and blood have powerful healing abilities and have been approved by the higher-ups. We can start preparing now. No, not enough. Not enough. Not perfect enough. I want her to be as perfect as a planarian. I want her to have the most perfect and versatile stem cells. Just like a planarian, impervious to blades, endlessly resurrecting even when turned into a mush, can regenerate into countless bodies. The main organs affecting human lifespan are the heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and digestive system. If I can create Number 9 into a perfect multifunctional stem cell carrier, then extract the stem cells from her body and graft them onto aged or damaged human organs. Utilizing the multifunctional regenerative capability of perfect stem cells to achieve repair or regeneration of organs, then humanity's lifespan limit will be shattered. Everyone will remember my name. I am the father of humanity. Those high-level evolved beings could have their lifespans extended and live even longer. Waking from a nightmare, Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. She took a sip of ice water to calm her emotions, staring blankly at the ceiling, her brows almost twisted into a knot. How could she have such a dream? Since her rebirth, she had never dreamed of the events in the laboratory. Yet tonight's dream seemed to pull her back into that hell. At this moment, the sky was nearly dark. She walked to the balcony, looking down. The water rose quickly and receded just as fast. The water level was still between the second and third floors. It was estimated that within a day the water would completely vanish. Floating on the water were motionless corpses, various pots and bowls, as well as an assortment of drink bottles and snack bags. She saw a person across the building holding a long bamboo pole below, which was a fishing net, standing on the third-floor balcony, continuously fishing for food in the water. Next to him were several others helping to gather the catch. Jiang Yu opened her phone. The group was sharing videos of the fishing, with the main characters being the people from the opposite building. Unexpectedly, after a night of power outage, these people still had battery on their phones. I've fished up quite a lot of food and drinks. Oh, anyone in our building who needs can come to my place. Thank you, big brother. You're such a good person. Good person, my ass. If you can bring it to my door. There are still zombies outside. Going out is just asking for death. What are you so anxious about? Exactly, who dares to come out? It's all man-eating monsters out there. Does anyone have a power bank? My phone is about to die. A damn Apple, it drains power too fast. Me too, mine is about to die as well. I'm afraid to speak. My domestic phone is powerful. A single charge can last for several days. I saw a crazy woman as she actually killed people. She slaughtered the neighbors who were wandering in the corridor. That woman seems to be from our building. Although she turned into a zombie, she was still our neighbor. She just killed without hesitation. Everyone be careful. Today she killed zombies, tomorrow she could kill people. Right, I saw it too. Is that person upstairs crazy? They've all turned into zombies. What neighbors? If you think that's your neighbor, why are you hiding at home? Go out and say hello, you fool. By the way, can the big shot who kills zombies take me along? I'm obedient and strong. The discussion in the group was intense. Jiang Yu took a quick glance and then tossed her phone aside. Today marked the second day after the heavy rain, if she remembered correctly. Yesterday's power outage meant that today all the networks would collapse. By tomorrow, everyone would discover the water flowing from the faucets was foul-smelling. The reservoir was filled with corpses, and when the flood receded, those bodies would swell, stink, and rot under the sun's heat. All water sources would be contaminated. Jiang Yu checked the natural gas in the kitchen. Oh, indeed, it had been cut off. At that moment, her phone kept buzzing with incoming messages. She opened the message to find the group leader tagging everyone again, still talking about changing the group name and unit. At this time, someone fired back directly. With so many people in the group, who doesn't have an agenda? Asking everyone to reveal their door number. Are you insane? Just leave the group. I initially thought we could help each other in this apocalypse, but it seems I was too naive. However, I think the group leader is right. We should mark our door numbers so we can help each other in case something happens. I support the group leader. My wife has a fever. What should I do? I'm so afraid she will turn into a zombie. I've locked her in the room and dare not let her out. Some were cursing the group leader while others left the group. However, at that moment, the group leader, who had only asked everyone to change their nicknames, finally said something else. A series of long voice messages followed. Jian Yu, feeling idle, clicked to listen. To her surprise, it was a man cursing loudly. What do you think this is still nagging around? You were told to change your nickname, just do it. Behave and listen and don't think. Do you still think you're the owners? Right now you're just a bunch of wild pigs. You better wait for me. Those who cursed me I won't let you get away with it. I Wang Jinbao used to be a security guard, and you all look down on me with your noses. Now no matter how much money you have, what use is it? Those who cursed me just now, you better clean your necks and wait. The woman on the 6th floor of building 1, Dong Lingling. I've liked you for 3 years, but every time I send you flowers you refuse them. Slut. You just look down on me wanting to find a rich man. Dong Lingling, I know you're still alive. Just wait, I'll show you what a real man is. The group leader continued. Jian Yu frowned, then turned off her phone. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's greatest enemy was actually itself. At least the attacks from zombies could be prepared for. However, when it came to their own kind, one could not guard against them. Just like this security guard named Wang Jinbao, she had seen him many times in the half-month since moving in. With dark skin and shifty eyes, he was clearly not a good person. However, he was tall and strong, and every time she passed by the security booth, she would see him chewing betel nut while looking at his phone. When he smiled at her, although it seemed friendly, his mouth full of blackened teeth was rather unsettling. Before the apocalypse, people like him were basically at the bottom of society. But now, with order collapsed, no amount of money or big houses could determine status. They seemed to feel that they had become important again. The group erupted into another quarrel. Those who were insulted as wild pigs were naturally not willing to back down, and they began to argue vocally. Jian Yu, who had a compulsion to eliminate the red notification dots, was annoyed by the constant appearance of new ones and simply left the group. In a room on the 7th floor, 5 men were gathered around a boiling hot pot. 2 of them, wearing security uniforms, sat obediently on one side, watching the others eat. The other 3 men had crew cuts and were dressed in prison uniforms, clearly escaped convicts. The ones wearing security uniforms were the original security guards of this community, Wang Jinbao and Liang. The 5 men sat together eating hot pot. The 3 fugitives were stuffing their faces while Wang Jinbao and Liang didn't dare touch their chopsticks, waiting for the other 3 to finish before daring to eat the leftovers. Wang Jinbao had nearly insulted everyone in the group and finally felt that the resentment built up over the years had eased. He spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground in frustration. TCH, these lowly beings who look down on others, what does it matter if they lived in fancy houses before? Aren't they still starving now? After saying that, he looked at a man with a flattering smile. Scarface, about that Dong Lingling I mentioned earlier, don't be fooled by the fact that she has had children. Every time she walks, her hips sway enticingly. If you're interested, I'll lead you there later. I've been a security guard here for nearly 5 years. I know who lives in each house. He was desperately trying to prove his worth. Beside him, Liang nodded in agreement. Yeah. Scarface lived up to his name, a menacing scar running from his left brow to his mouth. When he smiled, that scar twisted like a centipede. His eyes were already deeply set, and the cunning, cruel glint in them gave a chilling feeling when he smiled. With that scar, he instilled even greater fear and unease. Scarface laughed heartily as he pulled a piece of meat from the pot, as if bestowing a gift, and placed it in Wang Jinbao's bowl. Didn't expect it. Brother Jinbao is quite clever, knowing we haven't had meat in a long time. This arrangement is good. He then looked at the other 2 brothers. Huangxi Matzi, after we finish eating, let's go chop a few zombies and stretch our limbs. Tonight, we can rest well. At the mention of rest, the 3 shared a knowing laugh. Hearing them talk about chopping zombies so casually, Wang Jinbao felt even more afraid, and his smile became even more fawning. Liang hurriedly laughed along, fearing he wouldn't keep up with the rhythm, just like his previous colleagues. Wang Jinbao and his group encountered the scar-faced man yesterday, after the zombies appeared. At that time, he and a few other security guards were cautiously scavenging food from the water in the corridor when several heads suddenly emerged from the water. Startled, they dropped their scavenging poles and turned to flee. However, they were met with guns pointed at them, unable to move. The ones emerging from the water were none other than the 3 scar-faced men. The 3 men were covered in blood and still wearing prison uniforms. The fresh blood had clearly attracted the dormant zombies in the water, and behind the 3 men a horde of zombies was struggling to rise from the depths. Fortunately, the zombies swam slowly, otherwise the 3 of them might not have escaped. But even so, their numbers were overwhelming. Upon seeing them, the 3 scar-faced men brightened up instantly, and with guns pointed at them, ordered them to lead the way to a safe place. Originally, there were 4 security guards, but after a moment of hesitation, 2 were shot dead and dumped into the water. With 2 more corpses in the water, the zombies grew even more impatient. Wang Jinbao and Li Yang, seeing this, quickly changed their minds and led the three scar-faced men to the house they had previously occupied. This was how they avoided being killed on the spot. The house originally belonged to a family of four, an elderly lady along with her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. However, right before the heavy rains started, the young couple took the child to an amusement park out of town and hadn't returned. Wang Jinbao and the others knew about this elderly lady, who she had mobility issues and liked to stockpile. Elderly people who had experienced hunger were fond of keeping extra food at home for peace of mind, unlike the younger generation, who were accustomed to takeout or dining out. Out of 10 people, 8 had their fridges opened, and apart from water and drinks, there wasn't even an egg. Thus, after the zombie outbreak, they dared to boldly intrude into the elderly lattice house, once they noticed the patrols had ceased. At first, the elderly lady wouldn't let them in, but being part of the property management, they had a spare key. They simply opened the door and entered. The elderly lady cursed them under her breath, but after being hit a few times by the security captain, she died, without much fuss. Wang Jinbao was initially frightened by these criminals, but once he calmed down and thought it over, he realized that encountering the scar-faced men might not be misfortune. Rather, it was an opportunity. In this apocalypse, strength ruled. Moreover, the scar-faced man was skilled. The security captain was indeed the strongest among them, but what did that matter? No amount of martial prowess could compare to a kitchen knife. No knife could outpace a bullet. Wang Jinbao knew that the nearest prison in the city was several kilometers away, and the fact that they could run all the way here indicated their capabilities. He had the self-awareness to know he was just an ordinary person. His skills were mediocre, and he couldn't run faster than anyone else. Instead of struggling alone, it was better to acknowledge a big brother and follow him for a better life. As the saying goes, it's good to find shade under a big tree. By holding onto the right thigh, would he have to worry about not having good days ahead? Making the decision, he immediately offered his long-time crush Dong Lingling to the scar-faced man. After the three scar-faced men finished eating and returned to their rooms to rest, Wang Jinbao and Li Yang dared to use their chopsticks to eat. The elderly lattice house was stocked with quite a bit of food and supplies. Moreover, the neighborhood committee had distributed living supplies the day before, and they had also been busy scavenging food from the water, thus they hadn't gone hungry for the past few days. Additionally, there was a pile of supplies on the floor at home. The alcohol block for the hot pot and the hot pot base ingredients were already in the elderly lattice house, and the vegetables were from the fridge. The fridge had lost power yesterday, and the meat had spoiled a bit, but it was still edible. If cut thinly and boiled in the hot pot, the strong taste of beef tallow masked the odd flavor. Only half a cabbage and a few potatoes were left in the fridge, and they were all thrown into the pot. Any longer, and they would spoil. Li Yang stretched his chopsticks into the pot and whispered in a volume only the two of them could hear. Jinbao, you've liked Dong Lingling for many years. Didn't you say you'd help her in danger and win her heart? Why did you suddenly give her to Brother Scar today? Wang Jinbao fished around in the pot for a long time, only to find that the three scar-faced men had cleaned out the food, leaving only a bit of vegetable residue. Damn it, they eat hot pot while I have to eat the hot pot base. For crying out loud, I even cooked the rice myself, and even the hot pot meatballs were fished out by me. Yet they only left me a bit of hot pot soup. Are they even human? He grumpily scooped the hot pot soup into the leftover rice with a spoon, eating while suppressing his voice to speak to Li Yang. What do you know? Compared to a bright future, what does a woman matter? If we follow Brother Scar and make a name for ourselves, what kind of women won't we have in this apocalypse? Still, there are quite a few young girls in our community, why not tell Brother Scar about them? Wang Jinbao shot him a glare. What do you know? Good things can't be revealed all at once. If we give everything away, what value do we have? Besides, those clueless little brats can't compare to married women. Once you try it, you'll understand. In your youth, you don't know the charm of a mature woman and mistakenly take girls for treasures. Wang Jinbao, filled with grievances, shoveled rice into his mouth, trying to eat more. There wasn't much rice left in the kitchen, and they could only have 1 or 2 more meals. Who knew if they would be able to eat rice again? Jiang Yu replenished her sleep and began to train again. Hearing the screams, she ignored them and continued her workout. Someone knocked on the door, but she didn't care and kept training. Zombies banged on the door. She opened it to kill, then resumed her training. Before meals, she practiced boxing. After meals, she lifted weights. She was completely immersed in the pleasure of sweating and her muscles being stretched. By the next morning, she hadn't woken up yet when suddenly she heard a buzzing sound, as if something was resting on her eyelid, feeling a bit itchy. As she opened her eyes, she saw a thumb-sized fly hovering above her head. Wait, that's not a fly. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a greenhead fly. Damn fly. Coming back again. Jiang Yu frowned, irritated and ready to swat it, but as she waved her hand, a sudden breeze swept by. The white gauze curtain also fluttered slightly. Wait a minute, all the windows in the room were sealed and ice blocks placed inside made it cool, so the fan wasn't even on. Where did this wind come from? Could it be? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat as she looked down at her hand. No way, her abilities had only manifested more than a month later in her past life. But she had already been reborn, which meant many things could change perhaps. Jiang Yu's heart raced, feeling as if it was about to leap out. She took a few deep breaths and spent a few seconds calming down. Then she closed her eyes to sense her body. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu's face lit up, as she indeed felt that familiar sensation within her. She waved her hand again, channeling the energy in her body, and another gust of wind swept by, causing the bangs on her forehead to flutter. It's my abilities. My powers have awakened early. Jiang Yu stared at her hand in disbelief, but as she looked, she was utterly stunned. Just now she had been immersed in the shock of her powers awakening early and hadn't noticed, but now calming down and taking a careful look, she discovered something very strange. Was this delicate hand free of frostbite marks, calluses, and even scars really hers? Jiang Yu's childhood photos showed her as quite fair, but after her parents died due to malnutrition and being sent to help her relatives, her skin became increasingly dark and coarse from exposure. Later, when the apocalypse broke out, surviving was good enough. Who cared about their skin? Thus, she grew darker day by day from the wind and rain. The kind of black that was as dark as coal standing in the sunlight. You could see the reflection. But now this hand was very white, whiter than one who had been dead for 3 days. It was as if, after the doctor fused her with various unknown biological genes on the Forbidden Island, she had become this sickly pale. Jiang Yu's mind was in turmoil. She hurried to the bathroom mirror and looked at the person in the reflection. The girl in the mirror appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, with striking features and a flawless small oval face. Her features were already beautiful, but she was too dark and thin, resembling a yellow-haired girl. Jiang Yu tilted her head slightly, and the girl in the mirror mirrored her movement. Her jet-black smooth hair flowed like the finest silk. Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something and took out a fruit knife from her space, making a shallow cut on her palm, and blood gushed out instantly. In less than a minute, the freshly made wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a mad smile, her eyes flickering with a somewhat pathological light. She muttered repeatedly, "It actually worked. That old bastard, it worked." With a swift motion, she cut off a piece of her pinky finger, which fell into the sink along with the blood. At the severed tip of her pinky, the white bone fragments amidst the bright red flesh were particularly unsettling. Jiang Yu patiently waited as time ticked by, the blood dripping slowly, its flow diminishing. After more than an hour, a mass of red blood surged from her severed finger, new flesh beginning to grow. It was like a gecko regrowing, its tail regenerating a new finger. After a long silence, Jiang Yu murmured softly, "Is this the success of the doctor's genetic modification?" What was happening? She had been reborn. Wasn't she supposed to return to before everything began? How could this be? Moments later, a burst of arrogant laughter erupted in the bathroom. "Ha ha ha, it worked. That old bastard killed thousands of ability users, and the project he never completed actually succeeded. Ha ha ha." She covered her face, crying and laughing at the same time, looking as if she were suffering from a split personality. It worked. Though uncertain, Jiang Yu speculated that perhaps her rebirth had disrupted some so-called genetic sequence, thus leading to the success of the doctor's genetic experiment. So, Jiang Yu's face was stained with tears mixed with blood, looking somewhat tragic as she gazed at her bloody hand. The newly regenerated pinky was perfect, its skin as delicate and smooth as a baby's. She should be happy. Oh, what a robust golden finger. Such tenacious vitality meant she would hardly die as long as she didn't act recklessly. Yet for some reason beyond happiness, there was a desire within her to destroy everything. This perverse regenerative ability stemmed from countless days and nights spent strapped to the experiment table like livestock. Her blood was drained time and again, flesh cut away piece by piece, yielding results for the research institute amidst countless agonies of living hell. Some higher-ups even knew of her unique constitution and personally came to the Forbidden Island to witness the researchers slice away her flesh and blood, placing it onto plates. They enjoyed the freshest ingredients with elegant knives and forks, even as the ingredients themselves looked at them with resentful eyes. Every part of her body had been deprived. Limbs, skin, flesh, even internal organs. The doctor's research outcome was successful, or rather not entirely successful. She was still far from his ideal of the vortex worm constitution. The vortex worm could regenerate numerous bodies from countless fragments. She looked at the severed pinky in the sink. In less than an hour, it had melted into a pool of blood, washed away. Flesh and bone would quickly decay once separated from the main body and could not regenerate into an independent entity like the vortex worm. Therefore, she was still not the perfect gene the doctor longed for. Jiang Yu cried and laughed. In the end, she washed her face clean and looked at herself in the mirror. Her once dull yellow hair was now jet black and smooth. Her formerly dark and yellow skin was now fair and tender, and that beautiful face. How stunning. But thinking of the blood surging from her wound made her feel somewhat nauseous. Rebirth, it turned out, did not mean returning to before everything started. Ultimately, she was still that monster from the Forbidden Tower. "Hello, Monster Jiang Yu." The girl in the mirror tilted her head and smiled brightly. Splash. With that, a fist smashed into the mirror, shattering it into pieces that fell to the ground. In the morning when Jiang Yu got up, she habitually walked to the balcony to look down, and the water had completely receded. The streets were littered with dry mud and zombies roamed everywhere. The buildings that had been soaked by the water showed clear lines of demarcation. There were no screams, no bustling traffic. The city was eerily silent, as if it were dead. Only the distant growls of zombies remained. She opened the window and let a few large-headed flies into the room. At this point, these flies had already mutated, each about the size of a thumb and flying much faster than normal flies. The buzzing sound was incessant. Jiang Yu ate an ice pop while practicing her abilities with the flies. Having prior experience, she progressed quickly upon practicing again. From the initial widespread breeze to condensing into a mass and compressing into wind blades, it took only 2 days. She could precisely use the wind blade to sever the heads of the wildly flying greenhead flies. One by one the round fly heads dropped to the ground, and their emerald green eyes oddly made Jiang Yu feel that they looked somewhat charming. Although she had mastered precision, her abilities were limited by her level, so she could not use them too many times and the distance would not exceed 10 meters, meaning she could only attack at close range. However, for an early-stage evolver this was already the limit. Though the apocalypse had erupted, it did not mean humanity was doomed. Living beings would seek their own paths to survival. With the zombie outbreak, even small creatures like flies and rats could mutate, let alone humans. Among humans, some awakened various extraordinary abilities, and those with abilities were called ability users. There were 4 main categories of abilities. The first category is the body enhancement abilities, including strength enhancement, speed enhancement, and enhancements to the 5 senses, such as smell, hearing, and sight, as well as physical enhancement and sound enhancement. The enhancement abilities are also the most common type of ability. The second category is elemental abilities, which include metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The third category is nature abilities, including wind, thunder, electricity, and ice. The fourth category is chaotic abilities. These abilities have no sequence, no rules, and awaken randomly. Moreover, they are extremely rare. In her previous life, known chaotic abilities included psychic abilities, healing abilities, invisibility abilities, spatial abilities, and so on. Abilities are divided into 6 realms and 3 levels. F represents the beginner level, with A being the highest realm. There may be ability users who exceed a level, but she had never seen one. When Jiang Yu died, she was an A3 level ability user. A single A3 level ability user in a small base was already sufficient. While she practiced her abilities, many events had already unfolded outside. Some people were bolder than other survivors from the start, stepping out with weapons to fight the zombies after the water receded. They soon discovered that these monsters were not as terrifying in the beginning. As long as one was bold and meticulous, they could be dealt with. Thus, risking danger, they ventured out to search for supplies. This group led the way, gaining an advantage as the first to seek resources. Others hid at home until they ran out of supplies, then mustered the courage to face the monsters. But by then it was too late. The easily found food had long been claimed by others. More and more people overcame their initial fears and sought ways to survive. Due to the previous heavy rain, many supplies had been ruined. Various exposed grains had mostly rotted. Only well-packaged food or canned drinks remained unspoiled. At this time, any grain, even if it was moldy or rotten, could be consumed when hunger struck. The entire city of A had millions of residents. Even if half turned into zombies, the remaining population was still a daunting figure. With many wolves and little meat, conflicts naturally became more brutal. Every corner of the city was rife with scenes of killing or being killed. Some were family, some friends, and some strangers. Regardless of whether these individuals were white-collar workers, tycoons, laborers, or business owners, their assets were now irrelevant. The only thing of value was the weapon in hand. Whoever had the strongest fist could speak. In the struggle between life and death, scenes of couples turning against each other, brothers killing each other, and sisters becoming enemies unfolded at every moment. Trust between people had plummeted to freezing point. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to go out. She had stockpiled supplies, and coupled with the largest foreign supermarket in the city that she had raided, her stockpile was enough for her to last several lifetimes. As for the zombies, the current ones likely hadn't developed cores in their brains yet, so they were not in a hurry to attack. The core is an energy entity in the brains of zombies. Not only zombies, but also mutated beasts, mutated plants, and even ability users. Any evolved organism would have such an energy crystal in its brain. This is a concrete manifestation of the gathering of abilities. Absorbing cores is beneficial for any organism. For ability users, absorbing cores helps in advancement. For mutated animals or plants or zombies, devouring cores allows for faster evolution. Even ordinary people can awaken abilities by consuming cores, but an ordinary body cannot bear the power of the core, so doing so would only yield 3 results. One is to break through the limits between life and death, awaken abilities, and become an ability user. The second is to explode and die. The third is to be infected and become a zombie or another kind of monster. Compared to the latter, the chances of becoming an ability user are less than 5%. But even that 5% chance is enough to drive people mad. After all, in the apocalypse, strength is everything. A gunshot rang out, and on the ground lay Li Yang's corpse. His head exploded with only a mass of flesh remaining where the bullet had penetrated his left eye. Blood sprayed from the back of his head, misting into the air. Even in death, his right eye remained eerily fixed on Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao was already terrified. How could the three men who had been joking and laughing moments ago suddenly return and kill Li Yang without a word? Wang Jinbao's pupils widened as he trembled and knelt on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He twitched at the corners of his mouth, staring in terror at Scarface. "Brother Scarface, what happened? Why are you angry for no reason?" He had been standing close to Li Yang earlier, and now his face was covered in blood. But he dared not raise his hand to wipe it away. "Brother Scarface, what happened? Did Li Yang do something wrong?" Seeing his frightened demeanor, Scarface smirked. "Wang Jinbao, it seems you, like your brother, have lived long enough. How dare you harbor ill thoughts against us? That Li Jie has a gun at home. Oh, why didn't you tell us? Huang Si is dead. I see you also want to die." Wang Jinbao hurriedly trembled and bowed his head. "What? That woman Li Jie actually has a gun hidden at home. Is she still a drug dealer? I didn't know. I truly didn't know. Brother Scarface, I swear, I promise I didn't do it on. I had no idea that ugly woman had a gun. Previously, when I saw her entering and leaving the neighborhood, she seemed like a perfectly normal woman. Who would have known she had such guts, hiding weapons at home and even dealing with drugs? If I had known about this, even if I had the courage of 1,000 men, I wouldn't have dared to hide it from you, Brother Scarface. Really, believe me, Brother Scarface, I am your loyal dog. You point east, and I dare not go west. You tell me to catch a dog, and I absolutely won't chase a chicken. I am truly the most loyal. Please spare me, Brother Scarface. Give me another chance. I beg you. I don't want to die, Brother Scarface. I don't want to die." These days, Scarface and his crew have been roaming around during the day, hunting zombies and searching for supplies. In peaceful times, they were merely desperate outlaws, but as chaos ensued, they became the type to adapt quickly. After killing their first man, these individuals had become emboldened. No one could control them, and they felt as if their time had finally come. By day, they scoured the area for supplies and slaughtered zombies. At night, they would indulge at the locations provided by Wang Jinbao. In the apocalypse, most women are timid, especially those living alone. Except for those who had turned into zombies, most were hiding at home. Wang Jinbao was the security guard of the neighborhood, and he was well aware of the households that previously housed beautiful women. Although some had died and others turned into zombies, the accuracy of his information was still far superior to their random guesses. Scarface and his crew relied on their strength and brutal methods to quickly become figures that ordinary people could not provoke. In fact, many had chosen to follow them. These individuals included both external survivors and those who were originally residents of the community. There were both men and women, and they quickly formed a small force that respected Scarface. Every night, they sought a woman for entertainment. Scarface not only took his fill, but also allowed his subordinates to take turns humiliating the women. Even good-looking men who caught Scarface's eye did not escape unscathed. He had no scruples. Some attractive women and handsome men among his subordinates were often involved with him physically. Surprisingly, those who were less attractive managed to escape harm. These individuals were brutal and perverse. Almost no one could survive a night. However, just yesterday, like the previous days, they had gone to the home of a young woman as directed by Wang Jinbao, only to discover she was a trafficker and had guns hidden in her home. As soon as they entered, Huang Si, who was leading the way, was shot dead. Several others behind him were also hit in vital spots. Li Yang had initially gone along to take advantage. Each time Scarface and the others had their fill, they would leave the women for their brothers. But who could have known that in the face of danger, Li Yang would shove Scarface out of panic and turn to flee? It was this push that nearly got him shot. It was this very shove that led Scarface, upon returning, to directly kill Li Yang despite his immediate pleas for mercy. As for that woman, ultimately her fists could not compete with 4 hands, and she was ultimately violated to death. Ertzi whispered in Scarface's ear, "Boss, I think this Wang Jinbao is no longer of any use." Previously they kept him around because he was familiar with the previous residents of the community, but now it had descended into chaos. Many had died, and there were numerous outsiders. His information is already inaccurate, and keeping him around is pointless. Yeah, keeping Wang Jinbao is no longer useful. "Boss, if we kill him, we can save a bit of food." A bespectacled man fawned over Scarface. No. Brother Scarface, I am your most loyal dog. Oh, please spare me. I am really obedient. Look, woof woof woof. I am truly sincere. Spare my life, Brother Scarface. Hearing them discuss killing him, without any hesitation, Wang Jinbao trembled all over. A stream of pale yellow liquid trickled down his pants, filling the room with a foul smell of urine. "Boss, there are plenty of people who want to be dogs. There's no need to keep a useless one," one of the subordinates told Scarface. Scarface nodded. "You're right, a useless dog doesn't need to be kept." With the sound of a gunshot, Wang Jinbao's head exploded, his eyes wide in death. Everyone thought the matter was over and breathed a sigh of relief. But who could have known that in the next moment Scarface would turn the gun on the very man who had just urged him? Without blinking, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through the man's forehead. The crowd was stunned, unable to understand why he suddenly killed his own subordinate. But at that moment no one dared to speak. Scarface smiled cruelly at the corpse. You were right, but I do not like others to meddle in my decisions. After saying this, he scanned the crowd. I do not like anyone questioning my decisions, even if they are wrong. I hope next time I won't hear similar voices. Scarface's brutality left a deep impression on everyone, and the others hurriedly nodded. Only then did Scarface sit back on the sofa satisfied. He reached for a can of fruit and opened it to eat. Such rare food as canned fruit could only be enjoyed by someone like Scarface the leader. Now it was not just a can, but a symbol of status. It was a can of yellow peaches, and as it was opened in the sweltering heat, the sweet aroma of peaches wafted through the room. The others could not help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed on Scarface as he enjoyed the fruit and drank the syrup. The room was quiet save for the sounds of Scarface munching and sipping. Scarface observed others while eating, a satisfied smile on his face. In the past, he had idled away his days in prison without the threat of zombies, and since he was serving a life sentence, he feared nothing. No one dared to provoke him, and thus he lived quite well. However, Scarface relished the present. For now he wielded the power of life and death over others, feeling as if he were the king of this world. Whether it was delicious food or beautiful women, he chose at will. Those he found displeasing were simply killed. What he desired he seized. No one could control him. There were no laws to judge him. This feeling was simply exhilarating. After finishing the canned food, Scarface picked a young man with a handsome appearance and dragged him into the room. A session of intermittent exchanges began. Scarface's life was quite comfortable, yet it felt too comfortable, leaving him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He glanced at a few men and women huddled in the corners, spitting out of annoyance. Damn, what kind of trash is this? Can't I find a cleaner beauty? A little brother understood and said, Boss, you mean one that hasn't been used? Scarface smirked. When it comes to food, it has to be clean. The taste doesn't matter, what's important is that it's pure and harmless. The man leaned in flatteringly. Boss, don't you want beautiful ladies? I know of two. There's a survivor who came in the day before yesterday, living on the 22nd floor of Building 1. But I'm not sure which unit she's in. I saw her when she ran in, and there was a guy with her, probably her boyfriend. That woman, let me tell you, is astonishingly beautiful, like a star with delicate skin and fair flesh. From the way she walks, she could very well be a virgin. There's also a woman on the 24th floor whom I've seen. Ooh, she's young, and probably hasn't even dated yet. Everything else is fine, it's just too dark, pitch black, and I doubt the boss would like it. A few minutes later, several naked corpses were thrown off the balcony, landing on the ground in a bloody mess. The smell of fresh blood immediately attracted numerous zombies who eagerly devoured the corpses on the ground. Scarface scoffed. He didn't see zombies as a threat at all. These creatures moved sluggishly. As long as he severed their heads, they would lose their ability to act, making them not too difficult to deal with. That night, Scarface, accompanied by a dozen little brothers, stealthily approached the 22nd floor of Building 1. Originally designed for 4 units per floor, now 2 doors were broken, leaving the rooms in disarray with decomposing, stinking corpses. The remaining 2 units had their doors tightly shut. Scarface retreated, signaling the little brothers in front to knock on the door. After being ambushed by Ligiel last time, he had become more cautious. After all, the world was chaotic now, and he wasn't the only one with a gun in hand. Thus, if there was danger, the little brothers would lead the way. He wouldn't mind if the cannon fodder died. If there were benefits, he would go first, and the little brothers would line up clearly for their share. What kind of good people could exist under his command? They were all a group of ruthless survivors oppressed by Scarface, yet when facing other survivors, their cruelty was no less than his. Scarface had 2 lifelong hobbies. One was gambling, and the other was women. He was sentenced to life imprisonment because he lost his mind at the gambling table, killing the winner, and even assault. Now in the apocalypse, those once untouchable, beautiful women he could hardly meet before were now mere objects within reach. On the 23rd floor in Jiang Yu's living room, a swarm of thumb-sized green flies buzzed around. Jiang Yu skillfully manipulated her powers, sending wind blades slicing through the swiftly flying green flies, bringing them down one by one. Some were decapitated, some had their wings severed, and some were left with just their abdomens. Various ways of dying were all present. These flies were small and flew quickly, making them perfect for practicing precision. In the apocalypse, the first to evolve were not humans, but rather flies and cockroaches, these small insects. They had evolved not only to grow larger, but also to possess greater speed and destructive power without significant changes to their habits. Otherwise, with just these insects attacking humans, no one would survive. In the city's sewers, the number of insects far exceeded that of humans. Each time she brought down a fly with a wind blade, Jiang Yu counted 101, 122, 126. When the last green fly in the living room fell to the ground, Jiang Yu's powers were completely exhausted. She took a broom and dustpan to gather the corpses into a pile, but before she could dispose of them, 2 gunshots. She turned to look. Although from the inside it appeared the security door was unaffected, she was certain that bullets had. How dare you not know your place? Being able to catch the eye of Brother Scarface is your good fortune from your past life, yet you don't recognize the blessing. Little sister, stop hanging out with that pretty boy. As long as you come with Brother Scarface, you'll have everything you want. Jiang Yu peered through the peephole and saw a dozen men cornering a man and a woman in the hallway. The couple clearly had been forced to flee upstairs from below. The men surrounding them were armed, likely the ones who had fired. Jiang Yu was not a good person, and upon seeing others in danger, she had no intention of helping. She merely stood quietly behind the door, observing the world outside. At most she would wait until they left, and then clean up the garbage at her doorstep. Feng Yunyun gripped the kitchen knife in terror, glaring at Scarface with resentment. You must be dreaming. Even if I die, I won't go with scum like you. Han Jiang had several wounds on his body, a bullet wound in his abdomen, blood gushing out and soaking his pants. Yet despite being gravely injured, he still protected Feng Yunyun behind him. Yunyun, don't be afraid. If we die, we'll die together. I promised you I would take you to find your parents. We must stay together forever. Feng Yunyun's eyes were filled with tears as she bit her lip and nodded. Yes, we must die together. Scarface sneered at the affectionate couple spitting on the ground. Damn it, showing off your love in front of me, you deserve to die. Boss, why not just kill that pretty boy? Scarface chuckled. Why kill him directly? Over these days I've had my fun with both men and women, yet I've never seen a couple with such strong feelings for each other. Those so-called couples or spouses are all cowards in the face of bullets. This is the first time I've encountered such a spirited pair. With such deep feelings, I like it. Ha ha ha. Since they have such a good relationship, let's make him watch closely while we enjoy ourselves. The scarred eye fixed its gaze on Feng Yunyun's graceful figure, saying, if those women don't resist at all, it wouldn't be fun, or it has to be a little spicy like this to be tasty. Thinking about how Han Jiang would be watching helplessly as Feng Yunyun was tormented by them, the scarred one felt a surge of impatience. The one with pockmarks laughed with a lewd grin. It's got to be Brother Scar who knows how to have fun. Brother Scar chuckled. No need to take her back. Let's just handle it here. With the timing and location just right, what a splendid spot. The others laughed and gathered around. They quickly moved in, separating Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun. Let her go, you beasts. Yunyun, let me go, you will face retribution. You scoundrels. No matter how strong Han Jiang was, he could not fight against four hands, and he was soon subdued. Feng Yunyun was dragged by her hair to the side. The pockmarked one fiercely struck Han Jiang's waist and abdomen with a baseball bat several times, then forced him to kneel beside them. Han Jiang felt as though his insides had been shattered, spitting out mouthfuls of blood mixed with chunks of flesh, but he cared not for that, desperately resisting. Let her go. Beast, let her go. Spare her, he'll do anything you want, just let her go. Please let her go. Yunyun. Brother Scar pressed Feng Yunyun to the ground, tearing at her clothes while excitedly watching Han Jiang. Heh, shout louder, even louder. Ha ha ha. The louder you shout, the more excited I get. Ha ha ha. The pockmarked one and the others watched the scene before them, their faces flushed with excitement. According to their usual rules, once the boss was done, it would be their turn. This group of people could no longer be called human, they were beasts. If they were to kill someone in front of her, Jiang, you wouldn't even bother to look. However, she absolutely would not allow these beasts to dirty her doorstep. Rip. Brother Scar tore apart Feng Yunyun's top, his yellowed teeth biting into her tender shoulder. That shoulder was white and smooth, contrasting with the 2 rows of red bite marks, incredibly tempting. Just as he was about to proceed to the next step, a tightly shut door suddenly swung open from the inside. With a loud bang, Brother Scar's entire motion paused, a blood hole in the center of his forehead, oozing blood. Before he could react, he collapsed onto Feng Yunyun. The blood continuously dripped from his forehead onto her face, warm and heavy with a strong metallic scent. Feng Yunyun was completely stunned. The Brother Scar who had just wanted to insult her suddenly lost his life. It took her several seconds to react. Brother Scar dead. Just like that. Ah! Blood dripped into Feng Yunyun's eyes, dyeing her entire eye socket bright red as she screamed and struggled to crawl out from under Brother Scar. Terrified, she stared at the still warm corpse. Several eager little brothers immediately understood that enemies had appeared and quickly turned around, drawing guns or grabbing weapons. Brother Scar. The pockmarked one yelled angrily, turning to glare at the suddenly appearing Jiang Yu. You killed Brother Scar, you wretched woman, just watch me. Before the pockmarked one could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu pulled the trigger again and again, without blinking, firing another shot at him. If you kill, just kill, no need for all this preamble. The others, seeing this, all rushed forward. Jiang Yu dodged while quickly firing, and after several gunshots, the panicked crowd fell one after another. Each shot struck true in the center of the forehead, with not a single deviation. Jiang Yu looked at the pockmarked one's lifeless face, his mouth still agape, calmly blowing the gun barrel. Have you never heard that villains die from talking too much? Idiot. Han Jiang had thought he and Feng Yunyun were doomed, but unexpectedly, they found a way to survive. The reason Brother Scar could be so domineering among survivors was that several of his men had guns along with many controlled knives that they had inexplicably obtained. Usually when someone offended them they would either be shot dead or directly disfigured. Thus no one dared to provoke. In the early days of the apocalypse, having a wooden gun meant no one would dare to mess with you. After all, no matter how skilled one was, it couldn't compare to a kitchen knife, or no matter how agile one was could they withstand bullets. But unexpectedly the usually ruthless brother Scar had so easily died here. Moreover, judging by the bullet holes on the others' heads, the precision was extraordinarily high, something an average person could not achieve. It was evident that the shooter was an experienced hand. Only then did Han Jiang dare to look at their savior. By the security door the black-haired girl stood there calmly, looking very clean, with large round eyes, unusually pale skin, but her lips were very red. She looked at the corpses scattered on the ground as if they were just rubbish. There was not a hint of murderous intent about her. Normally when a person is angry or about to kill they would have strong emotions. However, she did not, as if she had just casually killed a few fish. Her gaze was calm, disturbingly so. Han Jiang also noticed that she was very clean. Her hair was dry, her face and body were clean, and her clothes were the same. In peaceful times this would be normal, but now it was the apocalypse. Many survivors didn't even have enough water, just like him, and Feng Yunyun, both covered in grease and grime, too preoccupied with survival to care about their appearance, who had the heart to tidy themselves up. Yet she managed to keep herself this clean, clearly not lacking water. As if she noticed Han Jiang's gaze, Jiang Yu cast a faint glance at him. He hurriedly bowed his head to express his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life." Jiang Yu raised her hand to interrupt him. "No need to thank me, I didn't want to save anyone, I just didn't want to dirty my doorstep." Han Jiang nodded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes he would never have believed that a little girl could kill so many people in one breath. However, after speaking, Han Jiang saw her walk straight towards Feng Yunyun. He quickly got up, supporting his chest, and rushed to Feng Yunyun's side, blocking her with his body, afraid she would move. He knew that the person in front of him had just saved his life, but no one could guarantee that she wouldn't suddenly change her mind and kill them. Han Jiang couldn't see through the sudden appearance of this woman, and her indifference, while killing, was even more terrifying than the brutality of the scar-faced man. Brutality at least proved that the person had anger. Calmness, however, meant she had grown accustomed to it, accustomed to killing. Feng Yunyun held Han Jiang's hand, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at the suddenly appeared woman. Seeing her raise the gun, she instinctively closed her eyes. She waited desperately for death. Dying at the hands of this woman was better than being humiliated by those scoundrels. Her closed eyes trembled continuously, tears sliding down the corners. Feng Yunyun was beautiful, and even when she cried she looked good, but at that moment Jiang Yu was not the type to appreciate beauty. She waited for a long time, but did not hear the gunshot. Hesitantly opening her eyes, she gasped at the scene before her, her eyes widening in shock. She saw Jiang Yu suddenly kick over the scar-faced man's corpse, then, without blinking, she stepped forcefully on the man's lower body, stomping down hard over a dozen times. Accompanied by the squelching sounds, the scar-faced man's groin was already a bloody mess. Without even looking, Feng Yunyun knew that it must have turned into a pile of flesh. Watching Jiang Yu's ruthless actions, the fear in her eyes disappeared and was gradually replaced by an excited light. "Yes, step on it. Stomp hard. Crush them all." Following that, Jiang Yu acted like a little pervert, crushing the weapons of each of the little brothers. These people had already been killed, their bodies slightly swaying with her every stomp, some even dying with their eyes. Although this person saved the two of them, Han Jiang couldn't help but instinctively clench his legs, feeling a twinge of, "This woman is terrifying. Not only does she kill, but she also desecrates the dead." Feng Yunyun snapped back to reality, seeing her boyfriend next to her covered in wounds and pale. She anxiously grabbed his arm. "Han Jiang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, luckily you are okay." Han Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood as he touched Feng Yunyun's face with a pale complexion. "I'm fine, I won't die." He turned to Jiang Yu, wanting to thank her again. "Thank you for saving my life." Before he could finish, the dark muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead. Han Jiang swallowed hard. This big sister seems to have a bad temper. Feng Yunyun's previously relaxed mood immediately tensed up, and she looked at Jiang Yu in terror. "What do you want to do?" "Clean up the trash at the entrance and get out quickly," Jiang Yu said calmly. "I saved your lives. Cleaning up my doorstep isn't too much to ask, is it?" "It's not too much to ask, not at all," Han Jiang said, holding the dark gun muzzle. Feng Yunyun quickly nodded. "We will clean it up. Thank you for saving us. We can't repay your kindness. No need to offer yourself. I don't need you to work for me. Just clean up and leave quickly. I don't like strangers appearing at my doorstep." Jiang Yu, who preferred to avoid human interaction, turned and left after saying this. Before entering, she threw her bloody slippers at the doorstep. "Also throw these away for me, disgusting." The two nodded repeatedly. Okay. As the door closed, Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun exchanged glances. "Han Jiang, this woman is a bit strange." "Feng Yunyun, which big shot doesn't have a bit of temper? Isn't someone capable supposed to be different from others?" She didn't feel that it was wrong at all. Having just escaped death, her savior was now only asking her to clean up. "Make sure to do a good job." Feng Yunyun supported her knees and stood up, looking at the ground littered with corpses. She felt an indescribable satisfaction, These beasts have finally been dealt with, they deserve it. These bastards, even in death, should go to hell. 13 people from life to death were gone in just a few seconds, and several of them didn't even have the chance to draw their guns. When a big shot makes a move, it's clean and swift. She slapped the scar-faced man's corpse in frustration over a dozen times, then stripped the clothes off all the dead bodies. Union, why are you stripping their clothes? To make rags, didn't she just tell us to clean the entrance? How can we clean without wiping the floor? Feng Union replied. Men just can't see the work. Unlike her, she's so meticulous. After resting for a few minutes, Han Jiang also stood up, gritted his teeth, and dragged the naked bodies to the hallway, then lifted them and threw them out of the hallway window. One by one, the bodies fell to the ground from a height. The sounds of several bodies hitting the ground attracted wandering zombies nearby. One unfortunate wandering zombie directly got crushed by a falling body and couldn't get up. Beside the flower bed, the two swaying female zombies looked up at the sky, then at the suddenly appearing dozens of fresh corpses on the ground. The two zombies exchanged glances with their gray eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Food delivery is here. Then they rushed towards the dozens of corpses. Other zombies, noticing the commotion, also became restless. In no time, the dozens of corpses on the road were reduced to a pile of bloody bones. As for the clothes that were stripped off, Feng Yunyan knelt on the ground, using them to wipe the floor until it was spotless. It had to be clean. If it wasn't, what if that big shot got in a bad mood and turned on them? Yunyan, this woman seems very formidable. What if? After cleaning the ground, Han Jiang hesitated as he looked at the tightly closed door. Although he didn't say the rest, Feng Yunyan knew what he was thinking. Han Jiang thought that if they could connect with this powerful woman, there would definitely be endless benefits. At the very least, if Yunyan encountered such situations again, she wouldn't be left alone and helpless. Feng Yunyan quickly covered his mouth. Han Jiang, don't think about unnecessary things. She has already done us a great favor by saving us, and her attitude is very clear. If we go to her with our tails between our legs, that would be repaying kindness with malice. Her eyes slightly reddened. I know you're worried about me, but for someone capable like her, if we don't know our place, she was able to save us before, and she can just as easily kill us now. We escaped death, and already that is a stroke of good luck. If we are not satisfied, the next outcome will be like the scar-faced man and his gang. Seeing Feng Yunyan's red eyes, Han Jiang gritted his teeth and nodded. I understand. People are often like this. Han Jiang had known the reputation of the scar-faced man and his gang, but had never considered allegiance, because he knew clearly that they were villains. However, now that Jiang Yu had saved them, he wanted more protection. He even thought that if Jiang Yu didn't agree, could they morally blackmail her with other means? Because he believed that since Jiang Yu saved them, she must be a good person. They didn't dare to provoke bad people. And good people could be negotiated with, even to the point of taking advantage. Feng Yunyan knew what he was thinking. After all, they had been together for 7 or 8 years. As soon as Han Jiang's eyes moved, she knew what he wanted to do. So she dragged him away. That beautiful girl, although she saved them, was definitely not someone easy to manipulate, as Han Jiang thought. The way she looked at Han Jiang and her was like looking at a dead person. If Han Jiang had provoked her displeasure, Feng Yunyan was certain they would now be one of the corpses. The most important thing now was to take Han Jiang back to recover from his injuries. The scar-faced man and his men were dead, but they had previously run rampant, robbing many survivors of their belongings, so there must be food and medicine at home. They needed to collect before other survivors discovered it. Feng Yunyan pulled Han Jiang to run faster. When they cleaned up earlier, they had collected all the weapons from the scar-faced man, including several guns and various knives. Next, unless they were particularly unlucky, Feng Yunyan felt they were already in a much better situation than at this. After more than an hour, Jiang Yu completed her training plan for the morning. When she looked outside her door, she found the entrance to her home astonishingly clean. She couldn't help but wonder how that couple had managed to clean the area so thoroughly, especially in a place without mops or water, making the tiles look as if they had been polished. The ground could even clearly reflect shadows. It was still quite hot outside, and after the soaking and high temperatures, there was hardly any greenery visible throughout the entire city. In the flower bed downstairs, only dry tree branches remained. The scenery looked even more desolate than. However, these days she often heard faint, unusual sounds at night, reminiscent of sharp claws scraping against it, or perhaps it was the faint sound of chains being dragged. The sounds were clearly coming from above. Although there were still 2 floors above her, 3 households had turned into zombies, leading to their demise. The remaining residents were either not home before the apocalypse or had fled. How could there be any noise? Just then Jiang Yu heard several faint sounds again. She looked up at the ceiling, and after a while she grabbed her gun, stepped out of her house, and headed upstairs. As she opened the door, a wave of heat rushed towards her. She first checked the entire 24th floor, but found no abnormalities. On the 25th floor, 2 zombies had somehow stumbled in, looking somewhat familiar, as if they were residents of this building. One of the zombies even had a climbing backpack on its back. The 2 zombies were wandering in the corridor of the 25th floor, one of them having its face mostly eaten away. The exposed jawbone could be seen moving, revealing the throat. The other zombie had a large gaping hole in its abdomen with a blackened piece of intestine hanging outside, swaying with its movements. Suddenly both zombies seemed to have caught the scent of a living person. Instantly they perked up their grayish-white eyes, scanning the surroundings, nostrils flaring. The two zombies paused for a moment before suddenly turning around and lunging towards the source of the scent. Grr! With their mouths agape, their sharp teeth exuded a foul smell comparable to a biological weapon. Rotting flesh hung from their sharp claws. At that moment, as the two zombies charged forward, Jiang Yu quickly aimed and pulled the trigger. 2 bullets accurately pierced through the skulls of the zombies. The body that was rushing forward collapsed with a thud at Jiang Yu's feet. After confirming the zombies were dead, Jiang Yu carefully searched the 25th floor and finally concluded that the sounds might be coming from the rooftop. The rooftop of this building was enclosed. The developer had constructed a separate unit on the rooftop during the building process. The rooftop, about 500 to 600 square feet, had naturally become the private garden of that household. Other floors had 4 households per staircase, but the rooftop had only 1 household per staircase. Generally, such properties are either given or sold to well-connected families. She walked up the stairs to the top floor, where she immediately encountered a security door. Jiang Yu aimed her gun at the lock, shooting a circle of holes, then prepared to kick it open. However, as she kicked, the entire door fell off the frame with a crash. Jiang Yu stared dumbfounded at the security door hanging on her leg with broken pieces, revealing some honeycomb cardboard. Instantly realizing it was yet another non-secure security door, she withdrew her leg from the hole and stepped over the door to enter the room. This was the top floor. Although there was still a layer of insulation above, it was still hotter than the other floors. Moreover, many things in the room had rotted after several days without power. As soon as she entered, a putrid odor of decay assaulted her senses. Although the items in the room were somewhat disordered, they were not severely damaged. However, the stench in the room was overwhelmingly strong, not the smell of fermenting fruits and vegetables, but the odor of decaying meat. Jiang Yu initially thought there was a rotting corpse in the room, but after searching around she discovered that the intense smell was coming from the refrigerator. She held her breath as she opened the refrigerator, but in an instant she slammed it shut again. Inside were black plastic bags filled with rotting meat and maggots, enough to turn her stomach. The refrigerator was filled with black plastic bags on both the upper and lower shelves. Jiang Yu had no idea what kind of creatures they contained, but she could almost confirm they were meat. After all, the smell of rotting meat is completely different from that of fruits and vegetables, and the bags were crawling with maggots. Those black plastic bags were clearly the kind used for household garbage. Living in such a nice house, yet using garbage bags to store food. Truly, there are all kinds of bizarre people. Jiang Yu slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window was a large terrace stretching at least 500 square feet, quite spacious. In addition to the terrace, there were also 2 zombies. A male and a female zombie were listlessly banging on the door. Ho ho! Bang bang bang. Their decaying faces pressed against the glass, claws scratching incessantly, creating a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. These 2 zombies were likely the owners of the house. The scratching sounds Jiang Yu occasionally heard must have been made by them. The male zombie wore a suit, but now it was tattered from scratching, resembling strips of cloth. The female zombie was dressed in a red gown, suggesting that the 2 were likely on a date before turning into zombies. As if they could smell the scent of the living, the movements of the 2 zombies became more urgent. Their rotting faces pressed against the glass, contorting, while low growls escaped their mouths. Jiang Yu glanced behind the 2 of them. On the terrace table, food was scattered alongside wine glasses and a toppled candelabrum, indicating that they had likely been enjoying a candlelit dinner before their transformation. Currently, the switch for the glass door was right beside them, yet the 2 zombies could only frantically pound on the glass trying to get in. It seemed that these 2 zombies hadn't eaten for a while, and with the sun's relentless heat, they appeared very emaciated, their strength visibly waning. The decor of the house was quite beautiful and had not been damaged. The simple wooden style blended with some exotic flair, complemented by the expansive terrace she had just glimpsed. In an instant, she felt an urge to move. No, wait, move where? This is my home. Therefore, instead of directly kicking the glass door to deal with the 2 zombies, she searched the room for a long time before finally finding a spare key. She unlocked the glass door from the inside, then kicked the 2 zombies backward with 2 powerful kicks before firing 2 shots. The splattered brains and the foul-smelling black blood spared her home from getting dirty. However, apart from the zombies, she could clearly hear the sound of chains being dragged. Where was that sound coming from? She slowly circled the terrace in search. At this moment, she felt she was getting closer to the rustling sounds made by the chains. The terrace was quite beautiful, surrounded by many plants, though they were all dead, with a floor made of anti-corrosion wood and polished stone. Now there was no sound of chains dragging, but Jiang Yu caught a whiff of a faint odor. She walked towards the source of the sound. In an inconspicuous corner of the terrace, she discovered a row of cat cages. These cages are ordinary stainless steel ones filled with emaciated corpses scattered in pairs. Under high temperatures, the bodies rapidly decay, their muscles consumed by insects, leaving only the desiccated skin covering the bones. It is obvious that these desiccated corpses all belong to felines. The cage at the edge contains the corpse of a medium-sized dog. With black long fur, it is hard to determine its breed. It could be a husky or a shepherd dog. She initially thought these belonged to cat lovers, but upon closer inspection of the corpses, she found that they were mostly mutilated. Although the corpses have deformed due to decay and drying, it is clear that they are not whole. The gaps in the cages are too small for zombies to reach in, and they are locked from the outside, never having been opened. This proves that the corpses were not destroyed by zombies. Some corpses have been pierced through the skull with rebar, some are missing arms, and others lack legs. The worst off is a cat in the corner whose corpse is clearly skinned. Outside the cat's cage is a pile of foul-smelling fur. Jiang Yu also discovered a tripod for filming in the corner along with a prepared platform covered in dark bloodstains, looking as if it has been there for several days. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as she pondered something. The bloodstains on the platform along with a pile of rusty crude tools were clearly not for treating animals. For some reason, Jiang Yu recalled her experiences in the laboratory. She could vividly picture the scene in her mind, much like her time on the operating table. They are beings at the mercy of others. Clank! At that moment she heard the sound of chains dragging. Turning towards the sound, she saw a tabby cat emerging from the dark shadows under the cement platform, its chains clinking lightly. Jiang Yu had seen countless chilling gazes before, but those were always in the eyes of humans, especially in the Forbidden Tower, where such stares were abundant. The gaze of a beast may be fierce, but it lacks the malevolence inherent to humans. Yet now for the first time Jiang Yu saw that gaze in a cat. It was as if a deranged killer was staring at her, the eyes filled not only with savagery, but also with madness and an inexplicable eeriness. The tabby cat was slightly larger than usual, but very thin, its skeletal form clearly visible beneath its fur. It glared fiercely at the human intruding upon its territory, its eyes dark and tumultuous. It equally despised every human that approached it. The tabby had a chain as thick as a thumb around its neck, and it rattled ominously whenever it moved. Describing a cat as savage seems a bit off. However, for some reason upon seeing this cat for the first time, Jiang Yu thought of that word. Its body was covered in various wounds, some places even exposing bone clearly inflicted by zombie claw. Its fur was patchy, and though it looked emaciated, the fierce light in its eyes made it clear it was not to be trifled. Meow! The cat's fur bristled, its body arched as it lunged toward Jiang Yu, only to be restrained by the chain and fall heavily. Yet it still glared fiercely at Jiang Yu, as if warning that one more step forward would result in being torn apart. Jiang Yu then noticed bloodstains around the cat's mouth and several pieces of dark gnawed meat on the ground beside it. Her pupils contracted, her previously relaxed expression turning serious. As if recalling something, she quickly walked over to the corpses of two zombies. She initially thought the claw marks on the zombies' clothes were from each other, but now it seemed otherwise. Upon closer inspection of the scratches on the two zombies, she found the wounds to be fine, and each grouping of 3 or 4 scratches was very close together. These did not resemble scratches from zombies, but rather seemed like cat scratches. She checked the bodies of the two zombies and indeed found wounds where muscle was missing. Coupled with the dark bruised meat chunks near the tabby cat, it quickly became clear where the missing flesh had gone. It was the cat that had eaten the flesh of the zombies. Clearly these two zombies had tried to eat the cat, only to be repeatedly bitten by it. After all, the wounds on its body were not something that could be caused in just 1 or 2 encounters. This cat had actually eaten zombie flesh. In a state bound by chains under attack from 2 zombies, it not only avoided becoming a meal, but also managed to bite off meat from the zombies. This combat power is extraordinary. Jiang Yu stepped closer to the tabby cat, staring intently into its eyes. Although its body looked rough, its eyes were as clear as top-quality jade. This cat had not undergone zombification. It might be a mutated cat, but even as a mutant its combat ability is formidable. It is known that early-stage mutated animals are only slightly stronger in power and speed compared to normal animals without any qualitative change. Moreover, mutated animals that consume zombie flesh generally become infected with the zombie virus and are directly zombified. But this cat had not. It is very special. Whether animal or human, if infected by the zombie virus, symptoms will manifest within 1 or 2 hours at most. Yet this tabby cat clearly retains its intelligence. She cautiously extended her hand, and the tabby cat immediately bared its teeth and lunged at her, its demeanor suggesting it would rather perish than be bullied. Oh, still a little pepper, huh? Jiang Yu gazed at the fierce tabby cat with great interest. She liked fierce little. After all, in the presence of Sharp Claw's cuteness is completely useless. Little one, want to join me? Meow. The tabby cat was extremely fierce. 10 cat treats a day. Meow. 3 cans a day. Meow. Chicken, duck, fish, whatever you want to eat. Meow. Foolish human, how dare you try to deceive me with such terms? I will not be fooled. The cat went wild again, charging forward madly, the chains clanking loudly, fur flying everywhere. Its sharp claws seemed to leave after images in the sunlight. Are you really not considering my conditions? The tabby cat tugged at the iron chain, making a clattering sound, its sharp claws glinting in the sunlight. Meow. Well, it seemed there was nothing to negotiate. Thus the following days were no longer dull for Jiangyu. She moved her house, putting everything that could be moved into space, and then relocated to the top floor. After all, the large terrace on the top floor was more suitable for her training. Moreover, she repaired the security door. While cleaning, she found a hard drive which she plugged into her tablet, discovering many disturbing videos. Most of the content involved animal abuse, either cats or dogs. Each animal in these videos had its own folder. She found the folder for the tabby cat, named No. 353. This folder contained 2 videos. The first video was from when they went to the countryside and discovered the tabby cat, which had been tethered with a chain by a local. According to the local, this cat had several dog lives on its paws, so it couldn't be untied. They had their eyes on this wild and untamable tabby cat, thus they bought it intending to tame it, and then abuse it. The second video was about the cat's daily life after arriving home. Jiangyu watched other videos and found that this couple specialized in finding wild cats and dogs that were wary of humans bringing them home to feed them well and gain their trust before starting the abuse. This entire process was documented on video, and they even customized content based on customer requests. Jiangyu frowned as she threw away all the furniture and personal items in the house. After the thorough cleaning, she replaced them with new beds and sofas stored in her space. As for the stinky refrigerator, she looked downstairs to see no one was around, and without much consideration for public decency, she threw it off the top floor. She didn't even want to keep that thing in her space, it was too disgusting. A group of zombies that had just eaten takeout from the sky was aimlessly wandering. Hearing the noise, they thought another delivery had arrived and rushed to the spot where things had fallen. Roar! One by one, the zombies dashed eagerly towards the empty food drop area. But there was no food on the ground. A shattered refrigerator lay in pieces with rotting ingredients emitting a foul odor. In an instant, it attracted nearby flies. The zombies looked puzzled at the refrigerator on the ground. Hey, not a delivery. Before they could leave, another pile of things fell from the sky. The zombies excitedly raised their heads, waiting for food, only to have a large shadow descend from above. Beds, cabinets, pillows and blankets, wardrobes, sofas, coffee tables, zombie corpses, pots and pans. With a loud crash, dust was kicked up all around. There were also a dozen zombies that hadn't managed to escape and were crushed. The other zombies growled angrily, realizing there was no food, and began to sway and wander off to another place. Jiangyu spent an entire day organizing the top floor apartment. Now the room was filled with a brand new soft sofa, a large bed, and a white wool carpet. The cat cage on the terrace was also dealt with. The withered plants were uprooted, and she replanted some strawberries and cherry tomatoes. Jiangyu completed her daily training plan. With the cleaning done, by the time she came to her senses, it was already evening. Jiangyu pulled out a barbecue grill from her space and sat on the terrace, enjoying a barbecue in the evening breeze. Although it was night, the temperature was no cooler than during the day. The outdoor thermometer showed a temperature of 46 degrees. The tabby cat, with Jiangyu holding its head, had its binding iron chain removed and was subsequently set free. She liked this stubborn little creature. However, since it didn't want to follow her, Jiangyu didn't force it. The moment the chain was undone, the tabby cat let out a high-pitched meow, leaped, and disappeared into the darkness. Jiangyu arranged lamb skewers on the table along with squid, grilled gluten, eggplant, pork, belly skewers, and while barbecuing and eating on such a hot night, sweating profusely while grilling meat, then sipping an ice-cold drink, it was simply too comfortable. Jiangyu grilled a piece of dried squid, preparing to tear it into strips and dip it in mustard soy sauce. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't taken mustard, so she retrieved a tube of mustard from her space and mixed it with soy sauce in a dish. This dried squid, when grilled over charcoal, remains fragrant and chewy even after cooking. Tearing it into strips and dipping it in the mixed mustard soy sauce, the more she chewed, the better it tasted. Just as she mixed the soy sauce and mustard in the dish and turned to tear the dried squid, she found that her dried squid... Jiangyu looked under the table to confirm that her dried squid hadn't fallen to the ground. Where's my squid? Narrowing her eyes, she found a gray cat hair at the edge of the table. She had wiped this table before using it, so there shouldn't be any cat hair left. Jiangyu thought of that fierce cat. She placed her hands on her hips and shouted, "Stinky cat, you actually stole my squid. I said if you follow me for a day, you'll get 10 cat treats and 3 cans. You didn't want it, and now you're stealing my food." Meow. Bang. A small shadow fell in a parabolic arc from the air, landing at Jiangyu's feet. Thud. A mouse with its neck bitten off, about the size of a palm, weighing roughly half a pound. Did this cat want to exchange the mouse for her dried squid? Jiangyu laughed. A mouse is worth one of my dried squids. Dream on. No sooner had she spoken than another shadow was thrown from somewhere and landed at Jiangyu's feet. It was another dead mouse. She wasn't mistaken, this cat could really understand her. Jiangyu laughed. This little thing had been set free, yet it actually came back. It was likely attracted by the aroma of the food. Yet with so many ingredients here, it only took the dried squid. Jiang Yu tried to take out a few small yellow fish, grilled them, and placed them on the plate on the table. Then she loudly said, "Oh no, what's wrong with my stomach?" Then she ran back indoors, and when she came out, the 3 small yellow fish were gone. In their place were several more mice on the ground. Jiang Yu looked at the pair of mice, her mouth twitching. She certainly wasn't going to eat that. Jiang Yu kept eating, while continuously testing. After several days of testing, she was almost certain of the cat's preferences. It liked to eat various grilled fish, but wasn't fond of raw ones. It loved cooked fish, including crucian carp, yellow fish, mandarin fish, and squid. However, once Jiang Yu inadvertently placed several strawberries and cherry tomatoes from her space next to the grilled crucian carp. When she came out, she found the crucian carp untouched. But a handful of cherry tomatoes and several strawberries were completely gone. Under the table lay neatly 7 or 8 dead mice. Jiang Yu frowned and muttered, "This cat actually eats fruit." She placed some ordinary strawberries stored in her space on the table. This time the cat didn't touch them. It seemed particularly fond of the fruits grown in her space. The movements of this cat were too fast. Jiang Yu had tried to catch it several times, but failed. Upon discovering this, she intentionally placed a few strawberries and cherry tomatoes grown in her space on the terrace for every meal. The tabby cat would take the fruit every time and leave a few mice in return. It seemed to view this as an equal trade, not a charity. It used its own food to exchange for Jiang Yu's food. This is a proud and stubborn cat. However, after several days of enjoying delicious fruits, the tabby cat discovered that the humans suddenly stopped exchanging. Could it be that it found the exchange insufficient? This human actually raised the bar. Cunning humans indeed have no integrity. Though annoyed, the tabby cat hesitated for a moment before continuing to chase after the mice. When it returned, its mouth was full of mice, having made 2 trips, and it neatly arranged over a dozen mice on the terrace. Looking at the empty table, it sighed, and went to catch more mice, placing them on the ground before crouching in the shadows waiting for delicious fruits. After waiting for a long time in the sweltering heat, those mice began to stink after just a morning. The tabby cat confirmed that the human really wasn't going to replace its food. It angrily scratched the ground, leaving deep claw marks. Finally, it let out a meow and walked away in frustration. If it wouldn't eat, then so be it, it could still catch mice. However, in the days that followed, Jiang Yu took strict measures, resolutely refusing to leave any food outside. No matter what it was, whatever she finished eating was put away into storage. So when she ate strawberries, the tabby cat stood at the other end of the terrace gnawing on mice. When she drank fish soup, the tabby cat was still at the other end of the terrace gnawing on mice. When she ate grilled squid, the tabby cat was gnawing on mice. Then finally, one time while she was indulging in a plate of, the tabby cat, unable to contain its ferocity, tossed aside the mouse in its mouth and charged at Jiang Yu, showing its claws and sharp fangs. Meow. Just as it lunged, Jiang Yu, seemingly appearing from nowhere, raised a stick and swung it just as the claws were about to touch her. This tabby cat, now mutated, had sharp claws. Had that claw truly reached Jiang Yu's flesh, it would have at least torn away a piece of meat. Thus Jiang Yu showed no mercy. The tabby cat howled ferociously, its fur flying, while Jiang Yu wielded the stick with a fierce momentum. Still wanting to steal food? If you're going to act like a thief, be prepared to get beaten. The battle came swiftly and ended just as quickly. A minute later, the tabby cat, with its head covered in lumps, quickly retreated to the other end of the terrace, confronting Jiang Yu. The tabby cat bared its teeth. Meow. Jiang Yu rolled up her sleeves. "Oh, quite stubborn are you? Come at me again. If you want to steal my things, let's see if you have the capability." From then on, whenever the tabby cat saw Jiang Yu eating the fruits from storage, it would sneak attack her, trying to steal. But each time it ended up with its head full of lumps. After battling Jiang Yu round after round, the tabby cat finally despaired, realizing it couldn't win against this. Moreover, this human was merciless, showing no mercy to the cat at all. Yet the key was that the fruits in her hands were irresistible. That damned alluring scent truly drove the tabby cat wild. It stared intently at Jiang Yu as she popped a small tomato into her mouth and bit into it, releasing an undeniably sweet aroma. When it came to petting cats, Jiang Yu was experienced. Any form of coaxing or emotional appeal was futile. All fierce animals are inherently proud. Simply appeasing them would only make them see you as their subordinate. They would think of themselves as the master. Only by defeating them and proving you are stronger will they truly obey you. It was only after recognizing who was strong and who was weak that they would submit. The subsequent process became simple. In short, there was one core element: strong petting. If they tried to run away, bring them back and pet them. If they resisted, hold them down and pet them. When they grew tired of being petted and could no longer resist, over time, they would become accustomed to it. That was how she once successfully tamed a northeastern golden-shaded cat, commonly known as a northeastern tiger. If that tiger hadn't brought its family along and eaten too much for her to afford, she would have wanted to take it with her. The tabby cat drooled as it watched Jiang Yu grilling squid while devouring strawberries. It wanted to pounce and steal some, but recalling how it had been beaten before, it dared not approach, only able to scratch the ground restlessly with its paws. Its rebellious face revealed a hint of urgency. Meow. I've already given in, why can't I have something to eat? I don't like those cat food cans, I just want fish. Meat. Fruits. Hurry up and give me some. Jiang Yu looked at the ruffled tabby cat and said, Suehua, unless you agree to take a bath, I will never give you any food. If you want to follow me as a subordinate, you must obey. I don't raise pets, I only raise food. If you want to eat my things and still act like a feline master, go dream. Meow. I'm a male cat. I refuse to be called Sua. Jiang Yu stared in confusion at the suddenly jumping tabby cat, not understanding why it seemed even more agitated. It turned around, tail held high, showing off the two rounded lychees beneath its rear. Upon seeing those furry balls, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. So you're a male cat? Then you shall be called Dazhuang. Meow. I refuse to be called Dazhuang. After the squid was grilled. Dazhuang, come eat grilled fish. Meow. Ever since moving, Jiang Yu felt her view had widened significantly. Though the top floor was very hot, which floor wouldn't be hot in this summer weather? Every morning she exercised on the terrace, napped for half an hour at noon, went out to hunt zombies in the afternoon, and went to bed promptly at 10 in the evening. She enjoyed this regular routine, which made her feel secure. Now days were longer than nights. It would only get dark around 8 in the evening, but by around 4 in the morning it was already bright outside. The tabby cat ultimately could not resist the combination of fist and candy, shamefully accepting the name Dazhuang. With just a glance from Jiang Yu, it knew it was time for another bath. Dazhuang was also quite busy, every day busy catching mice. As a farm cat, its favorite staple food was still mice. Especially after the apocalypse, the mice had grown more than twice their original size, meaty and chewy, which made it even more satisfied. Of course, the grilled fish and fruits Jiang Yu gave were the most delicious, but those fruits were only available when he behaved. Dazhuang didn't quite understand what humans liked, but the preferences of living creatures in this world were generally the same. It decided to share a bit of its favorite food with its newly recognized leader. It spent the entire night catching the fattest mouse in the neighborhood, and while Jiang Yu was sleeping, kindly placed it beside. The leader would surely be very happy to see such a plump meal the moment she opened her eyes right. So the next morning, as Jiang Yu opened her eyes, she saw a pair of bright red beady eyes staring back at her. It was a choked mouse, large and plump, weighing at least 2 pounds. She took a deep breath, grabbed the gun by her pillow, and rushed out the door. Dazhuang, come out here. Dazhuang, still waiting to eat the dried fish, sensed something was wrong, and with a meow, leaped from the edge of the terrace, agilely disappearing from sight. Why was the leader so angry? Was it because the food was not fresh? Or did she dislike the color? It angrily vanished into an unknown alley. Damn humans, they are so troublesome. Just like that old lady who used to tie it up, preventing it from chasing the village dog. Thinking of that old lady with a cane who suddenly lay quietly in a box one day, her wrinkled face no longer carried that warm expression. Dazhuang felt somewhat down. Oh well, human life seems very fragile. It should be nicer to her. If she died, it wouldn't be able to eat those delicious fruits anymore. Not liking this mouse was fine, it would go catch some others. At night, Jiang Yu was having dinner. Dazhuang returned from with its mouth filled with at least 5 or 6 mice. The bare tails of the mice were still struggling, making chirping sounds. It tossed the mice into a fish tank. This fish tank was quite large, over a meter high, and the water had long dried up, leaving only a few fish bones. After being tossed into the fish tank, the mice panicked and scrambled to escape. Dazhuang looked at Jiang Yu with great pride. Meow, poor human, you choose. Choose anyone you like. At that moment, several mice were agitated in the fish tank, trying to climb up, but the smooth glass wouldn't hold their claws, causing them to chirp one by one. Jiang Yu looked at the mice and quietly pulled out her gun again. She was wrong. One person was great. Why did she need an extra cat? Meow. Sensing the murderous intent, Dazhuang quickly jumped and vanished from sight again. In this city, everyone was fleeing. Everywhere was chaos. However, Jiang Yu's life seemed to be completely separate from the other survivors. In her free time, she even planted a bit of catnip on the terrace for Dazhuang, that silly cat. Jiang Yu was enjoying her 3 dishes and a soup, while Dazhuang lay in his cat nest relishing his dessert of dried fish. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. Knock knock. The knocking was neither hurried nor slow, filled with patience, as if the person knew there was someone living inside. She slowly stuffed the last bite of rice into her mouth, and then put away the items on the dining table into her space. After that, she walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood 2 men and a woman. The man in front looked to be in his late 20s, his physique appearing very. In the sweltering heat, he wore a black tank top, his hair shaved down to a short stubble, his muscles not exaggerated like those from gym training. Instead, they were full of explosive power, clearly indicating he was a martial artist. Next to him was a young woman with short hair, looking around 25 or 26, holding a large knife. The last man was thin, resembling a bamboo pole. Jiang Yu had seen these 3 people before. They were among the nearby survivors. The leading man seemed to be the head of a small team, with quite a few people under him. What did these few come to find her for? What do you want at my door? Jiang Yu asked through the door. Her house was always kept cool with ice blocks, but outside it was scorching hot. However, the survivors who had made it this far, whether they were superhumans or not, were physically tougher than before the apocalypse. A batch of people had been filtered out by the zombie virus, and the high temperatures did as well. Those who survived were not ordinary people. The three outside were drenched in sweat, but she had no interest in letting strangers in to cool off. Seeing that she had no intention of opening the door, the man spoke first. "Hello, I'm Hao Jun. We formed a supply search team and wanted to ask if you'd like to join us. It's chaotic out here with zombies everywhere. Moving alone is inherently more dangerous. If something happens, you'll be isolated and helpless, but if we work together, at least we can support each other. Who says many people will unite? What if someone stabs you in the back?" Jiang Yu took out an ice pop from her space, took a bite, and said, "I'm used to being on my own. Thank you for the offer, but you should leave." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Hao Jun was momentarily speechless. Though she was right that having a teammate stab you in the back was the deadliest, even he didn't dare to fully trust anyone except his sister. However, Hao Jun still wanted to make an attempt. Beside him, Hao Hong, drenched in sweat, cast an unhappy glance at her brother. She truly did not understand why he insisted on dragging her up 20-some floors to invite a stranger into their team. Moreover, judging by the voice, she seemed to be quite young. It was known that others who had joined the team had all begged to, but here he was reversing the situation. The key point was that the others didn't seem to appreciate it either. Hao Hong pouted, feeling unsatisfied, but said nothing. The thin man heard a woman's voice coming from inside the house, wiped the sweat from his face, and wiped it on the ground, leaving a streak of water. He smirked, revealing a knowing smile. "June, I told you, how could you suddenly find this place? It turns out you have a sweetheart here," he laughed heartily. Hao Hong's expression soured at the monkey's words. With supplies already in short supply, the people in their team were all carefully selected, capable survivors. If her brother brought back a flower vase, it would create a significant burden, not to mention that the others in the team would surely not accept it. Right now, there were already a few people in the team who wanted to stand out. If they brought back a dead weight now, it was easy to imagine how chaotic it would be. What Hao Jun didn't say was that he had been chased by a horde of zombies 2 days ago, escaped to a nearby high-rise, and discovered that a woman lived on the roof here. At that time, he had used binoculars to see that this woman looked very young, probably not yet 20. Moreover, she was fair-skinned. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for a young girl to survive in the apocalypse. Hao Jun was not the kind of person to be tempted by looks, but for some reason, that fleeting glance kept lingering in his mind after he returned. When he was on missions, he would often wonder if that girl was still alive. After hesitating for 2 days, he decided to come take a look. If she was still alive, he wouldn't mind helping her. Now, hearing the girl's voice, Hao Jun knew she was still alive and couldn't help but smile. However, his smile made Hao Hong's expression turn even darker. After the apocalypse, she hadn't seen her brother smile so gently at anyone. That smile was definitely problematic. Hao Jun was not angry after being rejected. It was expected that this young girl would refuse him. After all, at this time, it was hard to find someone foolish enough to trust others. "If you have any concerns, it's fine. When you've thought it through, you can find me. I'm staying at." Hao Jun mentioned where they were. In this building. Most survivors preferred to stick together. The more people living in one building, the more would come. If no one lived there, then no one would ever come. Joining a team. In the apocalypse, the danger of survivors traveling alone was extremely high. So many survivors had the idea of banding together. Forming groups with those around them was even more common. However, Jiang Yu currently had no such thoughts. She preferred being alone. She had no interest in joining someone else's team. Being alone allowed her to do whatever she wanted. With a group, it was inconvenient to do anything. Actions had to be unified, and plans needed everyone's agreement. The key point was that with more people, her space filled with delicious food would not allow her to eat in secret. Being in the same team, if others were hungry, could she eat alone? She would definitely have to share, and she didn't want to use the supplies she had hoarded to feed a bunch of people. Moreover, these people might eat her food today and feel grateful. But tomorrow, if they felt she had given them too little, they would surely demand more, and then stab her in the back. Human hearts are the most fickle. She might need subordinates, but not partners. Subordinates and partners are two absolutely different concepts. Becoming partners meant being bound and restricted. They might eat her food while discussing equality, and when their ideologies clashed, they would turn against her. But subordinates are different. It's an unequal relationship from the beginning. She could guarantee absolute authority, control, and status. She could either be a lone wolf in the apocalypse or the alpha wolf. If the subordinate wolves betrayed the alpha, the only outcome would be death. What does it mean to join someone else's team? She wasn't crazy. Moreover, these people had unclear backgrounds. They approached her to invite her, and clearly having some prior knowledge of her. "There's no need to consider it. You all should leave." Jiang Yu refused. Hao Jun sighed, wanting to say something further. The thin man sneered again. "Oh, so proud, acting like a whore, while wanting to build a monument for herself. If it weren't for June being interested in you, do you think we'd care for another mouth to feed? There are many beautiful women outside. With just a little food, they would obey." In the thin man's eyes, this woman was just being arrogant. She must have secretly flirted with Hao Jun, and was now using the invitation to retreat, a trick he had seen many times. Women, no matter how beautiful, what use is it? With eyes closed, it's all the same. I advise you to step down if you can, otherwise it will be embarrassing when you come to us later licking your face. That would be funny. I've seen many women like you just want more privileges. As long as you make June happy, you'll have plenty to eat and drink. Hao Hong glared at the thin man. Thin man, watch your mouth. Then she pulled Hao Jun. Brother, since she doesn't appreciate it, let's go. Just as she finished speaking, the door opened and quickly closed again. Hao Jun turned to see a girl with long hair wearing a pink and white t-shirt and jeans appearing before him. Hao Hong was also surprised to see the woman, or rather the girl. She looked to be only 17 or 18 with a fair little face and a pair of pitch-black pupils staring intently at the monkey standing behind. The moment she saw her, Hao Hong felt something was off, very off. This woman was too clean. Even though her hair had been cut to the roots, having not been cleaned for many days, it now smelled of sweat and oil. Even her body was somewhat greasy. But the person before her was clean, as if she belonged to a completely different world from the three of them. They were struggling to survive in the apocalypse, while she lived peacefully in a time of tranquility. Were you just cursing me? As she stared at the monkey. The monkey knew at first glance that he had spoken too carelessly. Anyone who had survived to this point was not a fool. This woman was clean all over, with shoulder-length hair as smooth as if it had just been washed, clearly indicating she lived. Looking at his two companions, Hao Jun instinctively wiped his hands, which hadn't been washed for several days, on his pants, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Hao Jun. Hao Hong looked at her clean little face, thinking about how she didn't even have enough water to drink, yet she could wash her face and hair. She pursed her lips and said nothing. She felt that her brother's heroic rescue was likely to come to naught. Jiang Yu ignored Hao Jun and stared straight at the thin man, asking again, "What did you just call me?" The thin man stammered, "Who cursed you? Am I not stating the truth? You, a woman, have survived until now, or isn't it thanks to men? Don't think you're impressive just because you have backing. I'll tell you, I'm not to be trifled with." Hao Jun frowned. Hearing this voice, Jiang Yu nodded. "I heard correctly, it is indeed your voice." After confirming, she raised her hand and shot at the thin man. Hao Jun realized something was wrong the moment she raised her hand, and he hurriedly pushed the thin man away, avoiding. "What's wrong with you? Why do you keep shooting?" The thin man had a foul mouth, but he didn't have malicious intent. Just because he spoke harshly, why was she trying to take someone's life? This girl was too vicious for her age. Hao Jun shook his head and said earnestly, "In the apocalypse, humans should stick together for warmth. He is wrong, but it's not a death sentence, right? Little girl, you shouldn't." Before he could finish, a tabby cat suddenly jumped out from a corner. Meow. With a sharp cry, the cat bared its sharp claws, aiming right for Hao Jun's face. The moment this cat appeared, it launched an attack without any delay. Hao Jun was distracted and temporarily forgot about the thin man. Hao Hong rushed over to help her brother. Between the thin man and her own brother, of course, she chose her brother. After all, this cat could carry the zombie virus. Oh, what if it scratched her and infected her? Seeing this, the thin man instinctively wanted to run downstairs. Damn it, that crazy woman has a gun. Jiang Yu supported herself on the staircase railing and leaped, landing behind the thin man. Then she kicked him in the face, knocking him to the ground. The thin man's nose was instantly crooked, blood gushing out as he staggered back, cursing while looking at the approaching woman. "Bitch, if you dare touch me, the others won't let you go. Little bitch, get lost." He brandished a knife, swinging it wild. He thought Jiang Yu would shoot him dead. However, he watched as she suddenly put the gun away and approached him empty-handed. "Who told you that women can only rely on men to survive? Who are you calling a whore? Your mother raised you, and you look down on her gender like that. Since your mouth is filthy, then don't—" The thin man smirked. "You're overestimating yourself, stupid woman. You're looking for death." But in the next moment, his partially crooked mouth was seized by a slender hand. Jiang Yu pressed him down onto the ground, one hand gripping his mouth. "They say your crime doesn't warrant death, and I'm not unreasonable, so if your mouth dies, we can put this matter behind us." With that, she curled her fingers into claws, her nails digging into the thin man's lip as she began to tear it forcefully. The thin man felt a tearing pain across his face. This crazy woman, was it just because he ran his mouth a bit? He often spoke like that, but who dared to touch him? This vile person was so malicious. Breaking his nose was one thing, but now she wanted to tear his mouth. The thin man felt as if his lip was truly about to be ripped off, his eyes wide with terror. Looking towards Hao Jun, he saw that the two siblings were actually entangled with a cat. What a useless bunch. Can't even handle a single cat. Whoa. The thin man struggled desperately, using both hands to wield a hammer and striking at Jiang Yu's head, but not a single hit landed. Jiang Yu twisted his hand with a crunch, bending his bones, and finally landed a punch to his head. He wanted to curse, but this time he couldn't utter a word, only releasing muffled sounds. What does this madwoman want to do? Well, A heart-wrenching scream startled both of the combatants facing off against Zhuang. Hao Jun and Hao Hong turned to look, and in the next moment their faces darkened. Jiang Yu had already walked back to the entrance, her delicate, white hand smeared with blood. In her hand was a bloody mass that she casually tossed aside. On the other side, the thin man was rolling on the ground, clutching his head and wailing. When he finally lowered his hands, his lipless mouth was trembling, blood splattering everywhere with no lips to cover his stark white teeth, and bright red gums exposed to the air, looking exceedingly terrifying. Next to him on the ground lay a bloody piece of flesh, which bore a torn mouth. Although they had seen their fair share of violence in the apocalypse and encountered various brutal perverts, this was the first time they had seen someone tear off another's mouth. Usually during arguments people would say things like "you'll rip your mouth off," but that was all just talk. Who would actually be twisted enough to rip someone's mouth off? Jiang Yu stood at her door, leisurely wiping her fingers with a wet tissue. De Zhuang stepped beside her, glaring fiercely at the two siblings. Meow. Hao Hong had never seen such a ruthless woman before as she tore the thin man's mouth off. And in this apocalyptic world where there were no medical resources, what was the difference between that and killing him? Though the thin man was a loudmouth, Hao Hong never dreamed he would actually have his lips torn off one day. This woman must be out of her mind. Not only was she insane, but she was also very strong. Although the thin man liked to talk big, he was no slouch in strength, otherwise he wouldn't be so brazen. He had previously trained in combat, but don't be fooled by his small stature. In a fight, even a burly man might not win against him. Yet today he fell to a woman who appeared rather ordinary. Hao Hong watched the blood continually oozing from the thin man's hands as he clutched his mouth. It was no small feat to rip a mouth off using just one hand's strength. And then there was that cat, which was spine-chilling at first glance. During the fight, she hadn't paid attention to it. But now that both sides were at a standoff, Hao Hong stared at the ferociously fierce tabby cat, feeling a chill creep down her spine. It was her first time seeing such a vicious cat. She had previously owned a beautiful ragdoll cat, which was affectionate and lovely. She loved cats and dogs, but had never seen a cat that gave her chills at first glance. This pair, a person and a cat, were both twisted. She silently glanced at Hao Jun as if to say, "Look, is this the little freak you fancy?" Hao Jun swallowed hard, his eyes towards Jiang Yu filled only with wariness. The thin man had barely lasted half a minute in her hands, and she was unscathed. As for that cat, it clearly had no intention of killing them. It only wanted to hold them back. This person and cat clearly had no communication, yet they could cooperate so well in an explosive moment. Hao Jun couldn't help but feel envy. If only he had such a fierce cat, he would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Blood flowed from the thin man's mouth, but in his current rage, he disregarded the gun in Jiang Yu's hand and charged at her angrily. "You vile creature, I want you dead." Jiang Yu tilted her head. "Look, he wants to chop me now, he deserves to die right." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand, and with a gunshot the thin man's forehead exploded. The body tumbled down the stairs. This time Hao Jun did not stop her, for a severely injured beast could not survive in the jungle. The thin man had always liked to joke with all the female survivors in the group, without any regard, which had caused quite a bit of friction, but each time it had been suppressed. This time he finally met his end because of that mouth. Jiang Yu looked at Hao Jun. "You want me to join your team? That's fine, but if I hear a single insult directed at me, can I tear off a mouth?" she asked, even wearing a sincere smile. In the past, Hao Jun would have nodded eagerly, but after seeing the thin man's mouth ripped off, he fell silent. Perhaps this little girl did not need his protection. Moreover, he did not want to see a few mouthless members in his team. He quickly shook his head. "I'm just asking, but if you don't have that intention, then forget it." Hao Hong nodded repeatedly. Who would want to have such a freak in their team? She had seen many benevolent bodhisattvas, but this was her first time seeing a living king of hell. And she even had a gun. In the apocalypse, having firearms undoubtedly granted one more power. Hao Hong couldn't help but think that if they really brought this deity back, she was afraid that she might accidentally say something and then bizarrely end up with her mouth torn off. She subconsciously touched her plump lips, then glanced at the piece of flesh on the ground that had been torn off, shivering involuntarily. Such beautiful lips should better be on a face. The two bid farewell to Jiang Yu and turned to leave. However, they heard a cool voice from behind. "Take your trash with you." Thus Hao Jun carried away the thin man's corpse. Hao Hong hesitated for a moment, but still suppressed her disgust, and picked up the thin man's mouth from the ground. After sending the two off, Jiang Yu closed the door and continued to be a salted fish. Up to this point, she had only encountered one or two ability users outside. But as time went on, more people would awaken their abilities. Jiang Yu held a telescope lying on the rooftop, and after a while she saw Hao Hong and Hao Jun's figures. They no longer had the thin man's corpse on their backs, skillfully cutting down the incoming zombies, and quickly disappeared between two other buildings. Recently, a small team had arrived in the community, and the number of people was considerable, estimating over 100, among whom there seemed to be a few ability users. A few days ago, that team had cleared the wandering zombies in the community and had reinstalled the gate. While they were clearing the zombies, Jiang Yu saw a fire ability user, a lightning ability user, and a plant ability user. These were the three she had observed. Perhaps there were more ability users among them who had not yet revealed themselves. This community was originally a closed one. Before, when the gate was damaged, no one had cleaned or repaired it, so many zombies had wandered in. But ever since that team entered, the zombies wandering in the open space had noticeably decreased. Occasionally, she could see 2 or 3. Just like when Hao Jun and Hao Hong rushed over earlier, they had only encountered 2 zombies rushing towards them. That group had made a grand effort to clear the zombies inside the community and occupy the three-story service center. In recent days, Jiang Yu had been observing with her telescope from the rooftop. Several survivors had already gone to join that team. Jiang Yu had an excellent view from her rooftop. Through the telescope, she could see the first floor of the three-story building with the words, Thunder Team, painted in red. She changed her direction and turned her gaze to the outside of the community wall. This community was not large, consisting of only 3 elevator buildings and a row of small walk-up villas. Thus the view outside the community wall was particularly clear. The big iron gate had been closed again, and a few zombies wandering from the road were clawing at the gate. However, as long as nothing special attracted them, these zombies usually wouldn't get agitated. After watching for a while, she found it uninteresting. She put on gloves again and started hitting the sandbag, practicing her combat skills. Although she could lounge on the sofa watching TV, Jiang Yu preferred the feeling of sweating profusely. People are like sponges, only by constantly pushing themselves can they unleash more power. After training, Jiang Yu began to freshen up. The water from the plastic bathtub in the living room, which was used for cooling, was pleasantly cool for washing up. She bathed first and let Dezhuang wash afterwards. The 25th floor is high, so high that one cannot see the ground clearly without a telescope. Jiang Yu usually passes the time by watching movies or using a telescope to look around. On the street, a zombie is chasing a person to bite. Meanwhile, an irritable survivor exploded the zombie's head. The weather is hot and there is no electricity, so during the day no one closes their windows. All the houses with people living in them have their windows open for ventilation. Thus Jiang Yu can see many scenes that others cannot. She is not afraid of the sun. During the dark years in the Forbidden Tower, she developed a particular fondness for the feeling of sunlight on her skin. On the 6th floor, diagonally opposite, 7 or 8 people live there. Just after a couple finished their intimate moment, the man left, and another brother began a performance akin to Chow the Thief. After the woman left, the 2 men rolled together again. She stared at that household, her mind racing as she failed to untangle the complex relationships among these individuals. It's too complicated, too many people make it too complex. It's better to be alone. Jiang Yu blinked and began to look at another building. In that building, a certain household performs several martial arts shows every day, calculating the time it should be about to start. However, this time, when she turned the telescope, she sighed in disappointment. Oh no! Inside that household, everywhere was stained with blood, and several zombies wandered aimlessly. One of them was indeed one of the earlier survivors. It seems her channel has lost another one. While she observes others, there is also a possibility that someone is watching her from the shadows. Jiang Yu glanced at a high-rise building nearby where a glaring reflection flashed by. She pouted in boredom, looked around for a while, and moved the broken standing sandbag to a corner. Then she went back inside, brought out a new sandbag, warmed up, and began exercising. Jiang Yu did planks on the mat. After a while she was sweating profusely, her arms trembling slightly. Dezhuang disdainfully called out, and sauntered over, lying down right in front of her. His fierce face was filled with contempt, as if saying, "Is that all?" Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at him, and then suddenly reached out to grab Dezhuang's tail. "Since you're idle, let's train together." Meow. Dezhuang fluffed up, struggling desperately, but it was too late to leave now. Jiang Yu held his tail. "Stop struggling, train with me." That smile resembled a street bully's. After the apocalypse, others became increasingly emaciated, but on her side, it was completely the opposite. When she was reborn, she was as thin as a bean sprout, black and skinny. But now, with good food and daily exercise, she has visibly gained weight. Her body looks much more proportionate. The only thing she feels somewhat uncomfortable with is her skin color. The perfect stem cell experiment results granted her extraordinary regenerative and repair abilities. Even though she basks in the sun on the balcony, every day her skin remains as pale as if she had been dead for 3 days, without burial. This is no ordinary cold white skin. Having white skin is beautiful, but this unnatural pallor lacks aesthetic appeal and seems eerie. Even after nights of staying up, she wakes up without a trace of dark circles. The old scars on her face and body have long since disappeared, and her skin is so smooth that she feels even mosquitoes would slip off. Such experimental results in peacetime would allow her to stand out even without regenerative abilities. This extraordinary beauty effect alone could propel her into the world. In the afternoon, after taking a shower, Jiang Yu went to inspect her space, as usual. The saplings she planted have grown to half her height. In another half-month, those livestock won't need to be confined anymore, they can be let out. In the yard, she picked some strawberries and small tomatoes, eating them as she walked to check on her food. The little yellow chick has grown a lot, its thighs look very robust, and the chicken stew made from it must be very chewy. The little lamb has also grown some, its thick wool piled on its body like a cloud, which would surely taste delicious when roasted whole. The little duck is plump. Jiang Yu seems to have already envisioned the sizzling Beijing roast duck. She picked the remaining strawberries and small tomatoes to feed the livestock, leaving only a few very large red strawberries to take out for Dezhuang. This cat eats everything from mutated mice, lizards, and geckos to various high-protein insects, and even plain rice, yet it refuses to eat cat food. The first time Jiang Yu took out cat food, De Zhuang's eyes rolled back into his head. Glancing at De Zhuang's cat bed, there was only a toy fish inside, while the main character was nowhere to be found catching mice. Jiang Yu quietly stayed in the house. The supplies she hoarded were not used to feed Min or some inexplicable teammates. Everything was consumed by herself to gain weight. Not a single bit was wasted. In the evening, Jiang Yu went out with De Zhuang, as usual. First, she caught a zombie and tapped its head with her finger. It made a crisp sound of thud thud thud. De Zhuang, remember, a brain that sounds particularly crisp when tapped like this is usually undercooked, and such a head typically lacks a crystal core. Meow. De Zhuang looked at the zombie with its shattered head in confusion. Are you tricking me? Because I read little. She caught another zombie, removed its head, and continued tapping. After removing more than 10 heads in a row, all producing the same sound. One person and one cat walked through the narrow alley. Whenever they encountered a zombie, they would take off its head and give it a tap. In the distance, a shadow quietly followed her. Just as Jiang Yu was ready to head back in disappointment, suddenly a shadow sprang out from a window and lunged straight at Jiang Yu. Meow. De Zhuang sensed the danger and instantly fluffed up. With a leap, he directly clashed with the shadow. While De Zhuang fought, Jiang Yu saw the shadow's appearance. It was a gaunt zombie, its entire body shape having shrunk significantly. Its back was unnaturally hunched, and its skin dark and greenish clung tightly to its protruding bones, faintly revealing that it had been an elderly person before. Its head had obviously mutated, resembling an atrophied form. On an adult's body rested an oval-shaped baby head with all facial features squished together, and its mouth stretched wide to the roots of its ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Strands of unknown flesh still hung from its teeth. This was a second-tier zombie. The sparse long white hair on its head was partially ripped out by De Zhuang. However, De Zhuang was just a cat, and merely a minute later the second-tier zombie had torn a gash on his head. Yet he showed no fear. Instead, he pounced even more fiercely, without a hint of concern for his life. Jiang Yu was also curious about De Zhuang's combat power. Previously, he was tied up, yet he managed to keep 2 zombies at bay, undoubtedly a fierce character. In this apocalyptic world, being injured is nothing. She does not intend to treat De Zhuang as a delicate pet. Meowed. Ha ha ha. De Zhuang was ferocious, and the fierce expression on that cat's face made one feel a chill just from a glance. It felt as if this cat wanted to eat people. The second-tier zombie was equally unyielding, but absolutely would not allow a small cat to obstruct its path. It had been quietly following Jiang Yu for a while. This human strolling along would effortlessly take the heads of the zombies rushing at her, as if they were vegetables in a garden. It had not seen such an interesting human in a long time. Compared to those humans who only knew how to scream loudly, this one was definitely more delicious. The second-tier zombie was extremely irritated and wanted to kill this damned cat immediately, but although De Zhuang was not large, that very reason made him quick. He moved with remarkable agility, dodging and attacking, and just when one thought they saw him rush in the blink of an eye, the cat had vanished. The second-tier zombie could not accurately capture his next direction. He flitted about like a ghost, appearing here one moment and there the next. Although he sustained several injuries, he also left numerous scratches on the second-tier zombie. It was a contest of inflicting 1,000 damages to take out 800 enemies. The second-tier zombie and the tabby cat were engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. However, the second-tier zombie held the advantage in strength. Jiang Yu saw that the cat had taken another claw strike to its leg, blood gushing out, and just as she took a couple of steps forward, the cat immediately turned its head and bared its teeth at her. Meow. You are not allowed to come over, I want to smash him. Since it has already refused help, what else could Jiang? Of course, she could only wait on the side. She would go up when this stubborn cat asked for her help. The commotion from the fight attracted nearby zombies, and more zombies surged into the alley. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly climbed up onto the nearby wall, and then onto the streetlight. The series of movements flowed smoothly, and was quite agile. Standing on the streetlight, Jiang Yu took her crossbow off her back and began shooting. The alley was narrow to begin with, and once the zombies squeezed in, they all crowded together, making her shots incredibly easy. This modified crossbow could hold 10 arrows at once. It could fire all 10 at once or shoot one by one. Jiang Yu preferred precise shots to minimize arrow wastage. She squinted at the continuously surging horde of zombies, firing 10 arrows in rapid succession, each one piercing steadily through a zombie's head. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of arrows accompanied by the zombies' roars echoed in the small alley. The second-tier zombie and the tabby cat fought while climbing up the building's anti-theft net or other objects. On the ground, there were only the continuously pushing zombies, and Jiang Yu harvesting from above the streetlight. Some zombies were trying to climb the streetlight, but it was too slippery to ascend. They crashed against the streetlight below, roaring with fury. Their grayish-white eyes fixed on the living human atop the streetlight, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Some of these zombies were missing arms and legs, and some were even entirely naked. Some had their bellies torn open with internal organs missing, clearly having been devoured by other zombies before they fully turned. However, they had transformed before being completely consumed. The first-tier zombies lacked reason, driven solely by the instinct to feed. The only way to kill a zombie is to destroy its brainstem. Otherwise, even if you cut it in half, the other half could still crawl on the ground. She continuously took arrows from her storage and shot with the crossbow. This crossbow had great power, and as long as she aimed well, each arrow could directly penetrate a skull. Jiang Yu was not concerned about the arrows. Although they were shot out, she could collect them after the battle was over and use them again. Moreover, as there were constantly zombies rushing into the alley, the arrows were concentrated in one area, making it easy to collect them afterward. It was just a pity that the vast majority of zombies had not yet evolved to possess crystals in their brains. Those heads were a waste. Whether it was zombies or other mutated creatures, crystals did not appear from the moment of their birth. The crystal is a tangible manifestation of gathered power. The prerequisite for their formation is sufficient energy. Early-stage zombies lack both speed and strength. How could they condense crystals? Only by continuously evolving would they gradually condense crystals within their bodies. The same goes for ability users. Newly awakened ability users have weak powers and cannot possess crystals. Any mutated creature with increasing strength would have a crystal within its body containing greater power. Conversely, the weaker ones would have weaker crystals. Under Jiang Yu's continuous shooting, the arrows decreased like a flowing river. The ground was increasingly littered with zombie bodies. In the end, the bodies in front piled up on the ground while the zombies behind climbed over the corpses, raising the ground level by several meters. At that moment, Jiang Yu heard a piercing cat scream. She turned to look, and a blood-soaked tabby cat darted out of a fifth-floor window, fleeing in her direction. Hot on its heels was a second-tier zombie. Originally, Jiang Yu felt sorry for the tabby cat, but upon seeing the second-tier zombie, she had only one thought. What the hell? Was this zombie hit by a truck? The dark blue skin stretched tight over its bones was riddled with claw marks from the cat, looking like a torn bag, as dark blood oozed from the wounds. Its sparse white fur now only had a few strands fluttering in the wind, and half of its scalp was torn off. One of its blood-red eyes was gouged out, while the other had a long gash. Aside from scratch marks, it bore many bite wounds. Flesh was missing from the blood-soaked wounds. Good heavens, that tabby cat didn't seem to suffer at all. However, it seemed unable to hold on any longer, and immediately ran towards Jiang Yu, screaming in agony as it ran. Meow. Quick, come up. I'm going to be killed. Hurry up, let it know why Wang Mozi's last name is Zhang. The cat looked fierce, and at that moment it came running towards her, while meowing loudly. If one didn't know better, they'd think it wanted to eat Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hurriedly switched her crossbow for a gun. Get out of my way. This was directed at the tabby cat. The cat swiftly swished its tail, changing its course. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu raised her gun, shooting accurately at the second-tier zombie. This zombie was quick on its feet with long limbs, adept at climbing. It dodged Jiang Yu's bullets like a monkey outside the house. However, this human woman seemed able to predict where it would move next, hitting every shot. The intense pain drove the second-tier zombie into a frenzy as it abandoned the tabby cat and charged at Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled. I've been waiting for you, come on, cutie. This second-tier zombie had a particularly hard skull, and at a distance it was indeed difficult to shoot through. As it charged forward, Jiang Yu intentionally fired a few shots wide. Seeing her panic-stricken face, the second-tier zombie confirmed its move was correct, roaring as it charged faster toward Jiang Yu. The second-tier zombie had already developed some intelligence. It enjoyed the fear of its prey before death, as that was the best food. However, just as its claws were about to crush its prey, the panic on the woman's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a confident smile. She kept pulling the trigger, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots hit its eyes, and the last shot penetrated straight through its gaping mouth. All 3 bullets exploded in its head, and the inertia caused the second-tier zombie's body to lurch forward. Jiang Yu sidestepped, and with a thud the body fell limply to the ground. Its face scraped off a layer of flesh against the ground. At that moment, due to her gunfire, the number of zombies in the alley not only did not decrease, but actually increased. Seeing this, Jiang Yu switched her gun back to the crossbow and began firing frantically. She understood clearly that guns were meant for dealing with a small number of tough foes or intimidating their kind. The arrows from the crossbow were reusable, so when facing a large number of zombies, she felt no remorse in using them. As for abilities, early-stage abilities were not better than her crossbow. Jiang Yu couldn't even tell how many arrows she had shot out. Over an hour later, she dealt with the last 2 zombies and stretched her sore neck. She then slid down the streetlight. Dazhuang, are you still alive? Meow. I'm not going to die. A tabby cat limped out from a corner. Although it was covered in wounds, its expression was that of a victorious general, for it fighting a second-tier zombie was a complete challenge beyond its level, and to perform this well was already a great source of pride. The cat's face bore not only wounds, but also a fierce smile. Meow. How was that? Was I fierce just now? Jiang Yu stared at its miserable appearance, unable to look any longer. Meow. The Zhuang seemed to understand Jiang Yu's gaze, getting angry and bristling, then found the corpse of a second-tier zombie and pounced on it with its sharp claws. It seemed to want to reclaim its lost dignity. Although the second-tier zombie had tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand such a brutal method of dismemberment, and soon its head was no longer recognizable. Since there was no horde of zombies attacking now, it was time to reap the rewards. Jiang Yu drew her machete, walked up to the second-tier zombie, and gestured to De Zhuang, saying, "De Zhuang, move aside." De Zhuang protested loudly, but its body obediently stepped back, giving Jiang Yu some space. This guy had the hardest mouth of all. Jiang Yu smirked, swung her knife, and cleaved the second-tier zombie's head open. After digging for a while, she indeed found a crystal core the size of a peanut. In her blood-stained hand, the transparent crystal core was pure and bright. Who would have thought that such an ugly zombie would actually contain something so pure in its head? The tabby cat limped over, seeing her smiling at a glowing stone. It called out and sniffed it, then discovered that this thing smelled quite fragrant. It smelled even better than the zombie's brain matter. Thinking of the zombie's brain, the tabby cat quickly glanced at the second-tier zombie, relieved to find that there was still half a brain left untouched. It hurriedly approached and swiftly devoured the brain matter. Then it began searching for other brains, as De Zhuang, a cat of character, only ate the finest parts of zombies, the brain matter. Although the shiny crystal was fragrant, since that woman liked it, it would be given to her. After all, she was the little sip. It proudly licked its paws, and then patted a zombie's head. That sound was crisp, it was a good head. It patted another head. This one was no good, it sounded dull and muffled, definitely a bad one. De Zhuang busily flitted from one head to another, happily occupied. Watching it gnaw on the zombie heads, Jiang Yu felt a bit disgusted, yet oddly thought it was only natural. What else would a mutated beast eat? Cat food. While it was busy patting heads, Jiang Yu collected the crystal core from the second-tier zombie and began to retrieve her arrows one by one. Some arrows had directly pierced through the zombie's head, stuck in the ground or walls, and those could simply be pulled out. For the arrows lodged in the zombie's brains, Jiang Yu stepped on the zombie's head and pulled the arrows out with force. All the zombies had been killed in the alley, and the arrows had gathered together, saving her the trouble of searching everywhere. Jiang Yu organized all the retrieved arrows into bundles and placed them in her space, planning to wash them simply with water when she got home. Weapons should be saved or used wisely. These things, once recovered, could be used several times. While recovering the arrows, she checked and found 2 crystal cores in the brains of 2 zombies, but they were too small, only the size of grains of rice. The tabby cat mimicked her, using its paws to tap on the zombie heads left and right, as if selecting watermelons. When eating, it occasionally bit into bone fragments and directly chewed them up. But as it ate, De Zhuang suddenly bit into something crunchy. Before it could spit it out and see clearly, it was crushed and swallowed whole. De Zhuang shook its head, feeling a cool sensation in its throat. By the time Jiang Yu had collected all the arrows and organized them, it was already midnight when they returned home. At night, the zombies were even more active than during the day. Jiang Yu deliberately took the small roads home and encountered a few survivors while going up the stairs. Though there had been small-scale evacuations of survivors in the city, most still lacked the courage to traverse through the zombie hordes in search of an unknown possibility. They preferred to stay in the present. Those who saw her covered in blood and grime, with a crossbow slung on her back and a handgun in hand, along with a fierce-looking cat that seemed ready to eat someone, wisely refrained from causing trouble. The human population was actually quite large. Even if half of the global population turned into zombies, the number of survivors was still frighteningly high. In the past, when Jiang Yu was in school, she had seen movies and novels about apocalyptic scenarios. Most of the depictions showed that shortly after the outbreak, the streets were filled with zombies, while survivors were few and far between. But having truly experienced the apocalypse, she understood that it was not like that. Never underestimate humanity. They adapt to different survival environments in the shortest time. The situation of being few and far between only exists in the later stages of the apocalypse. For example, in the community where she currently lived, although many had turned into zombies or been killed, there were still plenty of survivors. Especially in urban living areas where the population density is high. Not to mention, this building had 25 floors, 4 households per floor, and many were shared rental units, with at least 200 to 300 people living here before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, some became zombies, some were bitten to death or killed by their own kind, but the number of those who survived was still considerable. Additionally, with some survivors coming in from outside, there were now estimated to be over 100 people. Jiang Yu walked back with her crossbow. Since others did not provoke her, she had no habit of seeking trouble. After returning home, she skillfully closed all the doors, then placed a bathtub filled with ice bricks in the living room. She turned on the solar fan. Then she washed De Zhuang, applying some anti-inflammatory medicine. A cat capable of fighting against second-tier zombies could not be an ordinary cat, so as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, there was almost no need to worry about it being infected and dying. However, at this moment, De Zhuang was covered in wounds, and after applying medicine, wrapping it up became a challenge. Jiang Yu thought it was impressive that this cat could manage to eat its fill in such a situation. In the end, she had no choice but to pin De Zhuang to the ground and wrap it up, leaving only its head and but stick. Meow. Zhuang looked at the bow on its head, struggling fiercely. It felt like a gift box. It resisted vigorously, while Jiang Yu ruthlessly tied the bow. Ultimately, Zhuang succumbed to the threat of being flicked on the head and the temptation of a few spatial strawberries. Jiang Yu speculated that a large part of the reason this stubborn cat had not left her was due to the food in her space. Whether it was fish, shrimp, or fruit, it loved to eat anything that grew in her space. However, if it was supplies she had stocked in advance and then took out, the tabby cat showed little interest. After bandaging it up, Jiang Yu went to the bathroom to clean herself. The faucet no longer produced water, and even if it did, it was contaminated and foul-smelling, utterly unusable. She had considered the issue of bathing when stockpiling supplies, so besides accumulating a large amount of, she also dug a large pond in her space which contained fish, shrimp, and aquatic plants, forming a complete underwater ecosystem. The water from there was more than suitable for bathing. She cleaned herself in the space. She had previously tried to drag Zhuang into the space, but after several attempts, she had no success. When she tried to take Zhuang into the space, she ended up disappearing, landing directly on the ground. Thus it seemed that only she could enter this space. Jiang Yu changed her clothes and stood by the fish pond in her space. The water there was from the river she had brought in, and somehow a few koi had also made their way in. At that moment, the koi swam in the water, their scales glistening like silk. I wonder how they would taste if made into sweet and sour fish. Jiang Yu's throat involuntarily moved. She glanced at the time as she had been in the space for half an hour. She hadn't felt that dizzy or suffocating sensation. Initially, she could only stay in the space for about 10 minutes. Later on, the time gradually increased. Now, having been inside for over half an hour, her condition was still quite good. Thinking of this, she decided to stay a little longer to see how long she could remain in the space. Jiang Yu thought of the crystal core from the second-tier zombie and took it out to wash it clean with water. There was a bamboo bed in the yard. Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on it, placing the crystal core in her palm to absorb it. A wave of pure energy slowly spread from her right palm throughout her body, feeling as if every muscle was being recharged. It felt wonderful. When she opened her eyes again, the crystal core in her palm had turned into a pile of white ash which gently dispersed into the air with a breath. Jiang Yu looked at her hand, waved it lightly, and a bamboo pole not far away was sliced in half. She moved her fingers slightly, feeling the wind flowing slowly between them. After a long time, she compressed the wind into a small ball and flicked it at a small tomato in the vegetable garden from a distance. Pop! With a light sound, that little tomato exploded as if it had been hit by a bullet. Jiang Yu looked at her masterpiece and smiled. There were still 2 grain-sized grayish crystal cores from first-tier zombies that Jiang Yu didn't want to use. Compared to second-tier zombies, the crystal cores from first-tier zombies contained too many impurities, making it easy to absorb those impurities along with the energy. If too many first-tier zombie crystal cores were absorbed, those impurities would act like a chronic poison, gradually eroding her body. Of course, high-tier zombies or mutated beasts and plants could also have murky crystal cores, but it was rare. Murky crystal cores were referred to as pollution sources and typically could not be absorbed. Absorbing a pollution source from a high-tier mutated creature was akin to someone eating arsenic for meals. It was a sure way to die. Jiang Yu looked at the 2 somewhat grayish crystal cores. Zhuang clearly had no interest in them. When she offered them, they were ruthlessly swatted away. Since they were of no use, Jiang Yu glanced at the dry well in the yard and threw both grain-sized crystal cores into it. From then on, whenever she found murky crystal cores, she would toss them into the dry well. This dry well became a trash can for polluted crystal cores. By the time Jiang Yu emerged from the space, the temperature in the living room had already dropped. Zhuang, with a bow-tie bandage on his head, was lying in the cat nest gnawing on a strawberry butt. He had even bound himself up, but he didn't dare to untie it. Would this human get angry and not hang out with him anymore if he did? However, those scars on his body were proof of his strength as a purebred tabby cat. It felt a bit strange to bandage himself for the first time. Should he untie it? He glanced at the human not far away. Forget it, if he removed the bandage, not only would he definitely get beaten, but he wouldn't even get any fruit. Zhuang struggled repeatedly between dignity and desire. In the end, he managed to persuade himself. He didn't resist, not because he lacked the strength. Rather, he was yielding to that human. After all, she was the one protecting him, so why bother with her? Zhuang prepared himself mentally, lowered his head, and continued to gnaw on the strawberry. When he ate, he prioritized his favorite foods. Only after finishing what he loved would he consider other options. Eating strawberries was the same. He started with the tips, finished those, and then moved on to the strawberry butts and the leftover leaves. This new human little brother, should he stick with her in the future? No, it should be her following him. After finishing the strawberries, Zhuang began to nibble on a big cabbage that Jiang Yu had given him. To be honest, this cabbage was crisp and truly sweet. As long as it was a product from the space, he wouldn't even spare the cabbage stalks. Thus, Jiang Yu saw a tabby cat happily hugging a cabbage stalk and munching away. Due to the bandages all over his body, Zhuang could only lie on the cabbage while eating. Jiang Yu gently kicked his rear. Zhuang turned his head fiercely, discovering it was her, and squinted his eyes, letting out a meow. The expression resembled a spoiled pet, yet the fierce cat face had no hint of cuteness at all. It was akin to a heavily tattooed muscular northern man, making small fist gestures towards you. To the unknowing it seemed, he was about to pummel you. Jiang Yu walked to the edge of the sofa and sat down, then waved at De Zhuang. The big guy immediately finished the last bit of cabbage stalk and limped over. Meow? Why are you calling me? Jiang Yu took out a basket of fresh strawberries and small tomatoes, saying these are for you. Meow? For me. Upon seeing the items in her hand, the tabby cat's tail shot straight up. Mine. They're all mine. He anxiously circled around Jiang Yu's feet. Jiang Yu poured the fruits from the plate into his designated bowl, saying, eat up, there's plenty. Meow. As soon as the words fell, De Zhuang immediately dove headfirst into the basket. Jiang Yu was also preparing to have dinner. She took out a portion of sauerkraut stew, a portion of fried pork, and a portion of sweet and sour cabbage. The main dish consisted of 10 large white buns. She also grabbed 2 cups of chilled drinks. With her increasing activity level, Jiang Yu's appetite was also sky. The food she took out was enough for at least 2 adult men, yet she cleaned it all up by herself. In the end, she even ate half a fried chicken before feeling somewhat full. After the meal, Jiang Yu gnawed on a duck neck while sipping milk tea. She chewed a few times and spat out a bone. Before the bone hit the ground, De Zhuang leaped up and caught it in his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it. Jiang Yu offered him an untouched duck neck. As a result, De Zhuang tilted his head. I won't eat your leftovers. Jiang Yu shrugged, saying suit yourself. Then she continued to gnaw on the duck neck. Just then the bone she had just spat out was snatched by a bandaged cat that flew past, grabbing the bone. De Zhuang bared his teeth, clutching the duck neck, and proudly dropped it on the ground. Amidst the static, the radio in the living room began to broadcast repeating messages about evacuation and Due to the interference, Jiang Yu only managed to comprehend the repeated messages after a long time. Survival bases have been established near City A, and the authorities are now urging everyone to evacuate and reach the nearest assembly point within 3 days, with military escorts available for the evacuation. Entering the base will provide shelter. There are 4 assembly points located in the east, west, south, and north direction. At that time, there will be military stationed at the assembly points, and survivors will need to find their own way there before proceeding to the base together. However, there is only this one opportunity for escort. If missed, one must make their own way to the base. Traveling with military escort is undoubtedly safer than going alone. This news was like a red-hot iron dropping into water, stirring the hearts of everyone once again. It's easy to imagine how astonished those who heard it would be. It was akin to a drowning person finding a piece of driftwood. Oh, anyone would cling to it tightly. Yet Jiang Yu had no intention of going to the base. Entering the base does not necessarily guarantee safety. She preferred to stay among the corpses rather than be among the crowd. After all, zombies are easily distinguishable, but it's hard to tell good people from bad. Where there are people, there are conflicts and disputes. In her past life, after hearing the evacuation news, she recklessly rushed to catch the last moment of evacuation, with Li Tianming and the others setting off with the military. The survivors who evacuated gathered together, inevitably attracting many zombies along the way. Coupled with the internal strife among their kind, they never had a moment's peace. They survived numerous brushes with death, and it was during that time that Jiang Yu sustained injuries and grew. Later she learned that even with military escort, less than half of the survivors at the evacuation points made it to the. Furthermore, life inside the base was not as good as imagined. The base was lacking in clothing and food, and in order to obtain food, one had to prove their own worth. Those with special abilities held a slightly higher status, able to undertake various tasks, at least ensuring their own survival. Yet life for ordinary people was tough, with many survivors starving to death or killing each other. Li Yingwei had spatial abilities, but she was afraid to expose them. Li Haochen had special powers, but he was terrified of zombies. Out of their group of 6, ironically, the one always sent on missions was Jiang Yu, an ordinary survivor with no awakened powers. Good Shunhua treated her, while seemingly having gained clarity after going through a series of events, accepting this niece, and even treating her like a biological daughter. She would ask Jiang Yu about her wounds with concern, reminding her to be careful when going out. Sometimes people are so laughable that they would rather numb themselves for a bit of insincere warmth, feeling unvalued after gaining power. Did Jiang Yu truly not understand the insincerity of her uncle's family? Perhaps not. If it weren't for the supplies they had previously scavenged and stored in Li Yingyu's space, several of them might have starved. Later, Jiang Yu learned that every time she undertook a mission fighting for survival, just to bring back a little food, Li Yingyu's space actually had quite a bit of uneaten food, which they were secretly consuming. Every time she brought back supplies, Li Yingwei would quietly hide some away. After all, her space was invisible to others, and it couldn't be counted. Later, a teammate who went on missions with her inadvertently mentioned that Li Yingwei was very beautiful, and it felt like they were living in 2 different worlds, which made Jiang Yu suspicious. She observed closely and found that those 2 siblings indeed looked much healthier than her. Clearly they were all eating similar food, but the supplies she brought back were mostly consumed by the youngest Li Haoshuan and the 2 elders. She and Li Yue along with Li Haochen were eating about the same things. How come those two didn't seem to lose weight at all? Could it be because they were both special ability users and had better physical conditions? Nonsense. Horses don't fatten without night grass. They must be sneaking food. Jiang Yu looked down at the red mole on the inside of her wrist. Now that the space was in her hands, she wondered if that family could still wait for food at home like in her past life. Li Yue has spatial abilities. That liar. On the other side, Li Yue anxiously scratched her hair, which hadn't been washed for many days. Her originally smooth long hair had become greasy and smelly. Gu Chunhua shoved a pair of scissors into her hands. Yeah, how many times have I told you to cut your hair? You just won't listen. What time is it now? There's not even enough water to drink. Where would we get water to wash your hair? Gu Chunhua sighed, helplessly looking much thinner than before. Her hair was turning gray, and compared to before she seemed at least 10 years older. Li Tianming and Li Haochen rushed into the house one after the other, quickly shutting the door behind them. Damn it, that bitch is really shameless, daring to rob us of supplies. She deserves to be bitten by a zombie. There are more and more zombies outside and less food. I heard that Uncle Li, who went out with us to find supplies, was backstabbed by his own brother. How miserable. He grimaced as he pulled out a pack of biscuits, half a bottle of water, and 2 moldy buns from his backpack. Li Tianming also took off his backpack and pulled out some supplies. There was a small amount of food, but mostly other living necessities. These items were all filthy, covered in dried yellow mud. Li Tianming explained, these buns were soaked in water before, so they turned black, but they should be edible. I saw them bring back moldy rice before, and it was fine too. There was a flood before and many things got submerged in water. Anyway, if they don't die from poison, they'll die from starvation. Oh, what's there to pick? Li Yue frowned at the supplies on the ground. Mom, I want to eat that unopened pack of biscuits. I don't want the other stuff that got soaked in water. Among the small pile of supplies, a pack of unopened biscuits stood out, considered the only clean food. Yeah, don't be unreasonable. Your dad and brother have to fight zombies every day and need good food for strength. These clean foods are definitely for them. Come on, we can eat the other food just as well. There are many people now who don't even have anything to eat. Li Haochen sneered at Li Yue. Li Yue, don't go looking for trouble. If you want to eat good food, you can go find it yourself. He mocked. There's food everywhere outside, it's easy to find. Do you think I care about the garbage you brought back? If it weren't for your uselessness, would I be starving like this? Others go out and come back loaded while you and Dad only bring back unwanted trash. Am I risking my life to bring back garbage? If you're so capable, go find it yourself, and I want to see just how capable you are. Anyway, I'm more capable than you, and I won't bring back a pile of garbage. That's best. If you're so capable, don't eat garbage. Li Haochen was already filled with anger. He didn't understand why his dad always dragged him along. It was much easier for his dad to go out alone, yet he insisted on taking him into danger every time. If he didn't go out, his dad wouldn't give him even a bit of food. Meanwhile, the other people at home could stay comfortably. Li Haochen didn't understand Li Tianming's good intentions. His father cherished this son the most, while Li Haochuan, he himself was getting old, wanting his eldest son to survive as long as possible, so he must help him quickly adapt to this world. However, Li Haochen couldn't comprehend these feelings. He was engulfed in anger from barely escaping death. If he hadn't reacted quickly today and pushed a woman who had robbed them into the group of zombies as a cushion, he would definitely have been the one eaten. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the only intact pack of biscuits, tearing it open and shoving it into his mouth. He ate while cautiously watching Li Yue. Thinking back to the earlier scene, he felt a chill. However, before he finished the biscuits, he suddenly noticed something was off with Li Tianming. Dad, what's wrong? Li Tianming had squatted in the corner, trembling all over. The other three immediately thought of a certain possibility. Gu Chunhua's face turned pale as she quickly asked, Xiao Chun, did your dad get caught by zombies outside? Was he scratched by a zombie? They had seen people scratched by zombies before, and almost without exception they all became infected and turned into zombies. Now unexpectedly, Li Tianming had been scratched by a zombie. Thinking about him turning into a zombie, Li Yue instinctively hesitated, carefully asking, Dad, are you okay? Li Haochen immediately reacted and quickly grabbed the nearby machete, looking warily at the trembling figure. What's wrong with you? Li Tianming suddenly lifted his head, his originally black pupils having turned grayish-white, his whole face dark and bruised while his skin visibly began to rot. He opened his mouth, emitting a low growl, his black and white pupils glaring at his family like a beast. Drool hung from the corners of his mouth. Even though it was not the first time facing such a monster, Li Haochen still felt a deep-seated fear. Clutching the knife, he prepared to step forward. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Li Yue's pale face. There was also Gu Chunhua, who looked at him with a panicked expression. Xiaochen, hurry. Your dad has turned into a zombie. Brother, what are you standing there for? Come protect me. Both of them placed their hopes on him. In fact, when the apocalypse first broke out, their family was quite lucky, though none of them had turned into zombies. The youngest Li Haochuan didn't have to die, but he was too noisy and would often cause trouble. Previously, they didn't think there was anything wrong with him. It was normal for a child to be a bit mischievous. However, when Li Haoxuan's unreasonable antics began to put their lives at risk, and he showed no sign of changing, the troublesome child became particularly hated, especially after an incident where Li Haoxuan caused trouble and almost got Li Haochen killed. Li Haochen decided to get rid of this troublemaker. One night Li Haochen got up in the middle of the night and lured Li Haoxuan outside, saying there was something delicious next door. In reality, the neighbor next door had turned into a zombie. He opened the door and suddenly pushed Li Haoxuan inside. Then he returned to his room, shut the door, and went to sleep. By the time everyone found out, Li Haoxuan had already lost an arm and had also turned into a zombie. However, except for Li Haochen, everyone else thought he had just been mischief and had opened the door to run outside. Now Li Haochen looked at his mother and younger sister, who were hiding at home all day and dared not step outside, waiting for him and his dad to risk their lives to bring back supplies. Did they know how dangerous it was to go out for supplies? Did they know how hard it was to find supplies? Clearly he had seen other female survivors who were not afraid of death and worked hard, yet they could hide at home all day. These were two burdens. If it weren't for them today, Dad wouldn't have gone to the supermarket for a bit more supplies and gotten scratched by a zombie. Now that Dad was dead, the task of finding supplies would definitely fall on his shoulders. Looking at the zombified Li Tianming, he seemed to see his future self. These thoughts flickered in an instant. Li Haochen made up his mind and subtly stepped back, retreating to the door. He quietly reached out and grasped the doorknob. Li Haochen, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and do something. Do you want to get us killed? Li Yingyue shouted in fear, and in a blink, she noticed Li Haochen's actions. Her eyes widened. After all those years as siblings, she could tell at a glance what Li Haochen intended to do, yelling sharply, Li Haochen, what do you want to do? With that shout, Gu Chunhua also noticed Li Haochen's movements and looked at him in disbelief. Xiaochen, you. Her aged face instantly filled with tears. How could she not know what her own son was? Despair filled her heart. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't want to either, but it's already hard for me to survive alone. I really cannot care about you. He left a single sentence, then quickly opened the door and ran out. At that moment, Li Tianming had completely lost his sanity, lunging towards the two. Yeah, run. I'll hold your dad off. At this critical moment, Gu Chunhua did not hide. Instead, as if she had made up her mind, she resolutely lunged at Li Tianming. She clung tightly to his waist and shouted desperately to Li Yingyue, run. Quickly run with your brother. The zombies naturally would not hesitate at the sight of food, opening their mouths to bite. At this moment, Li Tianming had completely turned into a zombie devoid of any rationality. To him, Gu Chunhua was no longer a loving wife of many years, but fresh food. The sound of flesh being ripped apart, accompanied by Gu Chunhua's screams, left Li Yingyue in a state of shock. In the face of such intense fear, a person cannot react at all. At that moment, Li Yingyue was in this state. She wanted to run, but her legs felt weak, completely unable to move, as if she had lost control. Li Yingyue watched in horror as Li Tianming tore into Gu Chunhua's flesh like a hungry beast. Yeah, run. Run, run. Gu Chunhua's piercing voice echoed in Li Yingyue's mind. She suddenly came to her senses and turned to run, running and running. Her mind kept replaying Gu Chunhua's last moments. Though Gu Chunhua could be fierce, she was truly good to her, especially since she, unlike Li Tianming, who favored his son, had no preference for male over female, treating Li Yingyue no worse than her brothers Li Haochen and Li Haoxuan. In fact, at times, she was even more patient with her daughter. Li Yingyue was in tears, panicking, scrambling up. She didn't dare to run outside. There were zombies everywhere. The stairs were safer, as survivors often passed by to clear out zombies. She kept knocking on doors. Open the door, save me. Please open the door and let me in. Help me. Help. Please save me, my parents are dead, help me. She knocked on door after door, but whether there was someone inside or not, no one was willing to open. Who would let a stranger into their home? This was not the first 2 days of the apocalypse, when people had not yet learned the lesson of being bitten. When she ran out, Li Yingyue only thought of escaping, forgetting to close the door behind her. Now the zombified Gu Chunhua and Li Tianming chased after her, right on her heels. She frantically climbed up, while behind her the two zombies drooled and followed. Gu Chunhua had half her face bitten off, exposing the bones, and as she walked, black blood dripped down. In her moment of despair, Li Yingyue suddenly collided with a tall man. Her chin was caught by a rough hand, and the man calmly examined her face. Little one, why are you running? The man's voice was deep and hoarse, yet magnetic. Help me, I'll do anything. Please save me. Li Yingyue met the man's gaze. Being an adult, she understood the desire in his eyes almost instantly. She hurriedly wiped her face, grasped his sleeve, and said in fear, my parents have turned into zombies. My brother abandoned me and ran away. Please save me. If you save me, I'll do anything. Li Yingyue was already quite good-looking now, with her tear-streaked face, though a bit dirty. Her eyes were filled with tears, revealing her beauty. Anything. The man chuckled low. I'm willing, I'll do anything. He pulled Li Yingyue behind him and brandished a tang knife, stepping forward with a swift motion. The two zombies behind him were immediately severed in two. Come with me, little girl, he said, turning to leave. Li Yingyue followed him closely as he walked back, and at that moment a survivor opened the door. The one who opened the door was a girl. When the apocalypse broke out, her family had all been infected. She was left alone with her younger brother. To ensure that she and her brother did not die in the apocalypse, she, like other survivors, risked her life to search for supplies. She even traded her body for food time and again. Li Yingwei had mocked her several times, saying, "What a disgrace. Is it as if anyone gives you something and you'll sleep with them? When you close your eyes at night, don't you feel dirty? Oh, it smells so bad. Is there a public toilet running in front of me? If I were you, I'd rather be bitten by a zombie than lower myself like this." At this moment, seeing Li Yingwei leave with the man, the girl's eyes were filled with glee. "Aren't you so proud? Aren't you the one who said you'd rather die than sell yourself? But now you're selling yourself quickly instead." The woman sneered. She knew the man who saved Li Yingwei had several brothers and was a ruthless character. She had traded with that man before and had almost not made it out alive. While the man provided ample supplies and looked decent, he enjoyed abusing women, was quite promiscuous, and shared with his brothers, which was very perverse. If she hadn't seen it wrong, just now Li Yingwei was actually looking at that man with admiration. Could it be that she thought she had encountered a good person? What a foolish woman. Sure enough, not long after, the woman heard Li Yingyu's screams filled with despair, as well as her pleas for mercy. Not just her, the entire building could probably hear it. However, she wasn't worried. The entrance door downstairs had long been repaired, and the zombies could not get in. After a few hours, the woman saw Li Yingwei again. She walked out of the man's room barefoot, wrapped in an oversized, dirty garment, moving slowly with every step. She returned Li Yingyu's past words. "Oh dear, some people are truly disgraceful. Is it as if anyone gives you something and you'll sleep with them? When you close your eyes at night, don't you feel dirty? Oh dear, it smells so bad. Is there a public toilet running in front of me? If I were you, I'd rather be bitten by a zombie than lower myself. That's your parents. That was brutal." Li Yingwei glared at the woman before her mind in a hysterical state. "Get lost. You shameless person, get away from me. I'm nothing like you. Forever different. Get out." Since the news of evacuation spread, Jiang Yu noticed that there were noticeably more people moving about outside. She lay on the balcony, peering down with binoculars. Recently, De Zhuang seemed to have made an enemy of some creature outside, going out to fight every night, returning in the morning covered in wounds. Jiang Yu would bandage and disinfect him, and as soon as night fell, this cat would spring back to life and head out to brawl again. It was daytime, and De Zhuang was wrapped up by Jiang Yu like a mummy, languidly lounging atop a block of ice. He lazily glanced outside. Under the scorching sun, the air shimmered with distortion. Yet in such high temperatures, that woman was astonishingly training outdoors all day, looking around as if she had a penchant for self-torture. However, at least she hadn't stopped supplying ice blocks in the house. De Zhuang yawned and rolled over, pressing his back against the ice, feeling so comfortable that he almost melted into a puddle. The community's main gate had been completely repaired, separated by a long strip of greenery. Therefore, as long as they didn't make any particularly loud noises, they wouldn't attract the zombies lurking on the streets. A few zombies wandering outside the iron gate would occasionally slam against it, making clanging noises, but they were not particularly persistent. After a couple of bumps, they would wander off to other places. At the entrance of the Thunder Squad's small building, several survivors entered. This was already the 16th group to go inside. Since the Thunder Squad entered the community, they promptly repaired the neglected main gate, isolating the zombies out. They also cleared the zombies that were roaming around the community, which significantly improved the safety of the entire area. As a result of a series of subsequent actions, they had unwittingly become the leaders of this region. Other squads had started to subtly regard them with respect. On several occasions, large-scale zombie clearing operations or resource searches were organized by the Thunder Squad. The captain of the Thunder Squad was a young man with red hair, looking to be under 30, and he was very tall. Jiang Yu remembered him at once, not because he was handsome, but because the man could flaunt his refreshing red hair in the apocalypse, standing out wherever he went. Now Jiang Yu was counting the survivors entering the small building. In just one morning, at least 200 survivors. She munched on a duck neck while holding the binoculars. After basking in the sun for the whole morning, Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat, and her skin had turned slightly red from the sun. She turned her head, having almost finished the duck neck, and spat it on the ground. Before it could hit the ground, De Zhuang quickly opened his mouth to catch it and shoot it down. Jiang Yu picked up another piece of duck neck and continued eating, washing it down with some chilled sparkling water. The scorching sun shone down on her skin, and although there was a slight sting from the heat, it felt oddly comfortable. Sipping her drink through a straw, she stared at the half-dead catnip in the flower bed. It seemed that these people were discussing evacuation plans. After all, there was a shortage of supplies in the city, and many foods had spoiled from the heavy rains earlier. With so many survivors, they would need to seek a new direction for their lives. However, she did not plan to leave, or at least for now. She was quite comfortable here and was too lazy to move. These people are probably all leaving. De Zhuang, do you want to leave the city? The tabby cat, gnawing on a bone, looked up at her, baring its teeth, its fur bristling. Meow. Do you want to abandon? Why are you being so fierce? If you keep this up, no female cats will like you. Are you planning to leave those two lychee-sized balls and used forever? Zhuang shot her a glare, padded back into the house, and resumed lounging on the ice. Jiang Yu pointed at the few live mice still jumping in the fish tank, saying, "Those are your duck necks. Go eat your duck necks." This cat had become smarter. Previously it would catch one mouse and eat it immediately. Now it would catch several mice and toss them into the empty fish tank, eating whenever it felt like it. Each time the tank was running low on mice, it would replenish them itself. Jiang Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with a cat eating mice. After all, having seen it munching on a zombie's brain, she felt that as long as it wasn't trying to eat her, she could accept it. Sure enough, when Jiang Yu went downstairs in the afternoon, she saw several survivors already packing their belongings. When she went downstairs, she encountered Hao Hong, who had just returned from outside. Hao Hong was carrying a somewhat dirty backpack, bulging and unsure of what it contained. She held a curved blade in her hand, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Hao Hong paused for a moment before asking, "Jiang Yu, are you leaving? We plan to organize a group to evacuate at dawn tomorrow. Many survivors nearby have teamed up to leave together. It's easier to break through with a larger group. Come." As she spoke, she wiped her face, smearing the blood on her hand onto her face, but she didn't care about such trivial detail. That dark and foul-smelling blood was clearly from a zombie, though perhaps it could have come from a human as well. Jiang Yu didn't expect her to even know her name. She shook her head. "I'm not leaving. Are you stupid? If you don't leave now, the city is crawling with zombies and humans are becoming fewer and fewer." She pulled Jiang Yu's arm and dragged her into a corner, lowering her voice to say, "Let me tell you quietly, the powerful and influential people left in the first batch. Although the announcement says this is the first evacuation, it's actually the second. This is our only chance as ordinary people. If you don't leave now, you won't have military escort later. The nearest Guangming base is over 100 kilometers away. How will you get there? You have to run faster than all the zombies on your own. But if there are many people moving together, means that when you encounter a horde, you only need to outrun the person in front of you. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later." For some reason, when Hao Hong first met Jiang Yu, she didn't like the girl who seemed overly pretty, especially after learning that her older brother liked her. However, since that time, when Jiang Yu killed someone in front of her, she had unconsciously paid attention to this little girl. Don't be fooled by her young age, she is quite formidable. Hao Hong often saw her go out carrying a crossbow or a long knife, and she had seen her fight outside by chance. She was a little rose growing amidst thorns. She didn't need to depend on anyone. Hao Hong hoped this beautiful flower could continue to bloom in the apocalypse. So when planning the evacuation, she unconsciously thought of her. Today, just as she happened to encounter her, Hao Hong urged, "Don't be foolish. The whole world has collapsed and no one cares about us. If you don't seize this opportunity, you'll either be eaten by zombies or become one." "I've said so much, did you understand any of it?" Hao Hong looked anxiously at the girl in front of her. "Come with us. The base is definitely safer than a city full of monsters." She looked at the girl in front of her, who was bright, yet exuded an indescribable sense of innocence, suddenly feeling like the proverbial anxious emperor, while the eunuch was calm. She was as frantic as a monkey jumping around, while Jiang Yu remained unfazed. After hearing her long rant, Jiang Yu still shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to leave for now." Upon hearing this, Hao Hong was so furious she felt like knocking her out and taking her away. But seeing the glinting blade in Jiang Yu's hand, she clearly remembered how smoothly that knife had split his. In that instant of slicing, Hao Hong even clearly saw the internal structure of the zombie's insides. That knife was very cool and very swift. She swallowed and abandoned the idea of knocking Jiang Yu out. Fine. I've warned you, whether you leave or not is up to you. We'll be setting off tomorrow, so see you in the martial world later." Goodbye." Jiang Yu waved politely and then left. Hao Hong stared in disbelief at her retreating figure. She really just said goodbye like that. "Hong, what are you looking at?" A man leaned over to her side, and seeing her wide-eyed staring at a slender figure, teased her flirtatiously. "Hong, why are you looking at that kind of woman? Look at her, so pale and delicate with that slim waist. She's probably just another woman relying on men to survive. Don't stoop to their level. Not everyone is like you, so pretty and capable." The man specifically emphasized the pronunciation of the last word. Hao Hong felt disgusted. Seeing Jiang Yu's slender figure and her fair, delicate skin reminded her of the woman she had traded a moldy bun for last night, causing her gaze to drift. He liked Hao Hong, but her brother was no pushover, so he could only take advantage verbally, not daring to overstep. "But that woman seems to be quite good-looking. I might give it a try if I get the chance. Just don't know if she's expensive or not." He stroked his chin, grinning, his eyes squinting like a mouse hiding in the shadows. Hao Hong shot him a cold glare. "Get lost, you bastard. Stay out of my way. Hey Hong, don't rush off. Let's talk a bit." Hong, don't go yet. Where does that woman live? Tell me." The man chased after her and tapped her shoulder, only to be kicked down the staircase, the next instant tumbling, head over heels down more than a dozen steps. Hao Hong stared at him, her expression icy. "Dare touch me again with those filthy hands, and I'll sever your arm off." Though furious at the kick, he thought better of retaliation. Hao Jun commanded dozens of loyal men, and Hao Hong herself was notoriously fierce, not someone to trifle with. So he cursed under his breath and stalked away. Hao Hong had no intention of engaging this despicable man, yet he kept bringing up Jiang Yu again and again, speaking of her with a revolting gaze and tone. When he'd asked where Jiang Yu lived, Hao Hong instantly knew what vile thoughts churned in his mind, leaving her throat choked as if she'd swallowed a fly whole. Life is hard for women, especially in the apocalypse where survival itself becomes a near impossible feat. She never looked down upon survivors who traded their bodies for safety. All were merely clinging to life. Some sold flesh, some betrayed kin, some abandoned compassion. None held moral high ground over another. Yet she loathed with equal contempt every man who could not master his base instincts. Damn it! How utterly wretched. Hao Hong spat fiercely toward his shifty retreating back. Since the apocalypse erupted and order collapsed in less than a month, Hao Hong felt she had already witnessed every conceivable horror fate could devise. Born into peacetime, having lived over 20 years, she had never imagined humanity could sink to such depths of depravity, nor had she known this very man before the fall. He owned a fruit shop nearby with an unassuming, honest face. Whenever they passed each other before the collapse, he always greeted her politely. He appeared gentle, kind, a decent man. Yet she would never forget how on the day the world fell he shoved his own wife and child into a horde of zombies to buy himself time to flee. Nor how, once freed from the law's restraint, he gradually shed all pretense and revealed his true monstrous self. Had Hao Jun not issued strict orders, repeatedly forbidding her from provoking other survivors, especially this man, a rare Esper and member of the Thunder Squad, Hao Hong would have gladly hacked him to pieces. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu reached the perimeter wall of the residential complex, stepped lightly onto the flower bed's edge, sprang upward with practiced ease, seized the top of the wall, and vaulted over in one fluid motion. She refused to use the main gate. It meant unlocking then relocking, an exhausting hassle. Besides, several zombies lurked there, mindlessly shambling and groaning. HRRGH. HRRGH. The moment Jiang Yu landed on the ground, a nearby zombie caught sight of her descent. Delivery arrived. Ecstatic, it lunged forward, jaws agape, ready to feast, when in a flash of cold steel, half its mouth dropped to the ground, still twitching open and shut. Jiang Yu crushed the skull beneath her boot and strode onward. Yesterday's kill, a second-tier zombie, had yielded her first crystal core. Today, she scoured the ruins hunting for more. But second-tier zombies were no common cabbage. Where could one find them so easily? Her steps were light and swift, barely whispering against the pavement. In the wasteland, stomping loudly was a death wish. One must move like a cat, landing softly, lifting swiftly, gliding through silence. Jiang Yu avoided zombies whenever possible, unless they spotted her first and attacked. She saw no reason to seek them out. Slashing through them simply wasn't worth the effort. She felt like a farmer waiting for fruit to ripen. The first-tier zombies were green, unripe apples hanging just beyond reach. She waited patiently for them to grow to mature, until they became second-tier zombies ready for harvest. Alas, yesterday's elderly zombie seemed a rare, fleeting miracle. She'd wandered for hours today, yet found not a single second-tier specimen. Human espers began weak, so too did zombies in their infancy. Nature granted humanity this narrow grace, not to let the gulf of power widen so drastically as to ensure total annihilation. A snarling zombie lurched toward her. Jiang Yu raised her blade and severed its head clean off, then shoved the corpse aside and turned to leave. Then, just as she lifted her gaze, something flickered on the third floor across the street, vanishing swiftly behind a shattered window. Uncertain. Watch closely. The entire floor-to-ceiling window was shattered. The room lay fully exposed. No human could possibly dwell there. She'd glimpsed a shadow flit across the balcony. Its size ruled out any human form. Could it be another variant of second-tier zombie? Or perhaps a mutated animal? If it was a second-tier zombie, perfect. Harvest the crystal core. If it was a mutated beast, capture it for Dejuan's meal. That one loved eating above all else. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu broke into a sprint toward the opposite building, a former 5-star hotel. As she entered, 2 survivors emerged from within. One, a man in his 40s, bore fresh wounds across his body and a swollen, bruised face, clearly beaten. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he froze. Jiang Yu. He called uncertainly. Jiang Yu, is that you? I'm Teacher Qin. Jiang Yu glanced at him, then calmly turned away and ascended the stairs. What are you doing? His companion tugged his sleeve. Did you know that woman? The man shook his head, puzzled. Must have been mistaken. I thought she was a former student of mine. Recalling his past student, thin, pale, always clad in worn clothes, he doubted the clean, radiant young woman before him could possibly be her. He must have been wrong. His companion watched Jiang Yu's retreating figure with envy. That woman, if I'm not mistaken, is an Esper. And not just any Esper, one of formidable power. Look how boldly she roams alone, and yet remains spotless. My last leader wielded pyrokinetic abilities, hurling fireballs at zombies. Truly awe-inspiring. Shame he died at the hands of his own brother. These days, even bloodkin can't be trusted. Enough talk. Let's go. We must rendezvous with our leader before nightfall, then depart together at dawn. This is our only chance to evacuate. If we miss it, escape may never come again. Their voices faded and the man limped badly. His injuries suggested he wouldn't last much longer. Yet Jiang Yu had recognized him instantly. He was her former math teacher. Once after school she'd seen him with a female student inside the multimedia classroom, his hand creeping up her thigh while tears streaked the girl's cheeks. At that age, children understood far more than adults assumed. Jiang Yu marched straight to the principal's office to report him, only for him to counterclaim she'd fabricated the whole affair. Even the girl testified, saying she'd merely sought help with homework after class, and insisted Jiang Yu had misinterpreted everything. Jiang Yu knew she lied. Later the girl cornered her, threatening to ruin her life if she ever spoke of it again. She couldn't be certain what transpired behind those closed doors, or how deeply entangled they'd become. She acted only on what she'd witnessed, doing what little she could. As a girl she'd always been more vulnerable than boys. Yet life itself rarely dealt in absolutes of right. Afterward the math teacher singled her out, relentlessly punishing her with laps around the track despite perfect conduct, accusing her of cheating when another student threw a paper ball at her, even though he'd seen the entire incident. He mocked her publicly, calling her a pig-brained fool, spreading rumors of her false accusation, and hurling insults so vicious they burned like acid. From then on she grasped one truth: mind your own affairs, and honor the autonomy of others' destinies. That chapter had long since closed. To one who had lived 2 lifetimes, many figures once seared by youthful resentment now meant nothing at all. They were strangers, evoking no emotion, no memory, no echo. As Jiang Yu climbed to the 3rd floor, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. She looked out the window of the corridor and saw Teacher Qin and another man had just stepped out, only to be quickly surrounded by a dozen zombies due to their slow pace. Despite their desperate resistance, the struggle of the 2 humans appeared feeble in the face of the horde of zombies, especially since one of them was injured. The man's arm was torn off by a zombie which gnawed at it with wild ferocity. The smell of blood heightened the frenzy of the surrounding zombies. A zombie lunged from behind and grabbed Teacher Qin, opening its mouth to bite down on his head. Halt! In despair, Teacher Qin watched as more zombies surged towards him. The pain in his scalp felt like it would tear his soul apart. In that fleeting moment, 2 more zombies grabbed his arms and bit down. A smaller zombie, barely reaching his waist, clawed at his belly, ripping it open to stuff its mouth with his entrails. Teacher Qin felt as if his soul was ascending to the heavens. In that moment of despair, he caught a glimpse of someone staring at him from the window across. He focused his gaze. It was Jiang Yu. It absolutely had to be Jiang Yu. She had stood so many times expressionless in the corner, silently enduring the paper balls, chewed gum, and spit thrown at her. She resembled a wooden post, never crying or begging for mercy. That gaze confirmed to him that the person he saw at first was indeed Jiang Yu. He hadn't mistaken her. Although he didn't know why she had changed so drastically, he recognized her nonetheless. If it was her, why wouldn't she save him? After all, he was once her teacher. This wretched girl was, as expected, no good. She had always been restless at school, and was just as ruthless after leaving. He hadn't mistaken her just now, so why wouldn't she admit it? Was it just because she feared he would cling to her? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He regretted not treating every student fairly back at school, and he resented this heartless girl. Save me, Jiang Yu. Save me. Save me. I was wrong. I realized my mistakes. Please save me. His survival instinct drove him to struggle frantically. His companions had already become one of the zombies. He didn't want to end up like that. He absolutely could not bear to become a filthy monster. Kill me, Jiang Yu. Kill me, please kill me. I beg you, kill me. The shrill cries echoed in Jiang Yu's ears. She watched expressionlessly as he was engulfed by the horde. Then she turned and left, just as she had countless times before when she had witnessed him being bullied without lifting a finger. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Jiang Yu carefully searched both inside and out, finding no mutated beasts or any other forms of 2nd-tier zombies. 2nd-tier zombies are those that have further evolved from 1st-tier zombies. 1st-tier zombies are generally in a dull state, rotting away, driven only by their instinctual hunger for food. However, many zombies of 2nd-tier and above will develop their own special abilities. For example, the old man zombie from yesterday was skilled at climbing with long limbs. Some zombies have longer lower limbs and run quickly, others are agile and jump high. Some have bodies that become harder and possess immense strength, and others can expand to twice their original size, or even larger. Some rare zombies awaken psychic abilities. Thus, when she caught sight of that strange shadow, Jiang Yu's first thought was of a 2nd-tier zombie, but it was evidently not the case. She sighed, realizing that her visit was in vain. After searching the room, Jiang Yu was about to leave when she suddenly caught sight of something. Amid a row of withered green plants on the windowsill, a vibrant green cactus stood motionless. In the midst of the yellowing plants, this vibrant cactus stood out strikingly. How this cactus has survived without water for so long! It truly is a desert plant. Jiang Yu crouched down, carefully observing the palm-sized cactus. Thinking of her bare balcony, an idea sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. Following the principle of not leaving empty-handed, she reached out to pick up the potted plant. I wonder if I can take it back for Tsuehua as a scratching post. She reached out to touch it only to underestimate the sharpness of the cactus thorns, feeling a sharp pain the next moment. A small red bead of blood appeared. Had she been pricked by the cactus? Jiang Yu wiped the blood spot off her finger casually, and then walked away holding the cactus. As she walked down to the street, she encountered a few zombies, one of which was a math teacher gnawed down to half its body, but still crawling on the ground. Upon seeing a living person, it struggled to crawl towards her, dragging its tattered upper body, its mouth constantly opening and closing while drooling. Jiang Yu swiftly killed all the zombies approaching her before disappearing into an alley. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. She abruptly turned her head to the direction where she had taken the cactus, but saw nothing there. Was she just being... Jiang Yu shook her head and quickly slipped into a nearby alley, heading home. After she had gone a fair distance, a bizarre-looking zombie crawled out of the shadows, hanging upside down from the ceiling. This zombie was an infant, its head severely shriveled into an inverted triangle, with two round gray-white eyeballs spinning around its long limbs resembling spider legs, and its feet curling into claws. This infant zombie crawled rapidly along the ceiling. If Jiang Yu were here, she would surely recognize it as a second-tier zombie. This zombie was originally a child from this household, and after turning it had remained in the vicinity, never leaving. Just now it had sensed someone intruding into its home, and had wanted to devour that human. But for some reason it felt so it hid in the cracks of the wall, which is why it had not been discovered. The little spider zombie crawled onto the balcony, watching as that human took away its potted plant. It bared its teeth and let out a low growl, but the moment the person suddenly turned around to look, it hurriedly shrank back into the corner. This human was a bit terrifying. When Jiang Yu returned to the community, the sky had already turned completely dark. She climbed over the surrounding wall, crossed the withered greenery, and opened the iron door of the building, starting to climb the stairs. Now Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to the height of the floors after going up and down several times each day. She did not find it difficult at all. On her way up, she encountered several survivors coming and going. Some were residents of this building, but most were outsiders. An older woman saw Jiang Yu returning alone from the outside, and rolled her eyes, angrily packing her things. When she had previously met Jiang Yu, she had asked to borrow some food, but this wretched girl not only refused to lend her anything, but also beat her up. Wasn't she just scolded a little? She didn't lose any flesh, how could she directly come to blows? This was a heartless woman, no wonder no one wanted to team up with her. Since entering the corridor, the noise around her had been incessant. The power was already out, but fortunately the moonlight was bright tonight, and the corridor was not sealed. Every corner had large windows, making each step easy to see. No, we have to take this pot with us. What will we use to heat food if we don't have a pot? We must take this basin as well, it will be useful later. We should also take the quilt, it's useful, and this too, we absolutely cannot throw it away. Are you crazy? Taking so many things. This is an escape, not a vacation. If you take so many things when we encounter zombies, you won't be able to run faster than others, and you'll be the one eaten. I'm not leaving. Why should I leave? There are monsters everywhere. Who knows what it's like outside? It might be even scarier. Aren't we doing just fine now? The zombies in the community have been cleared. We are much safer than outside, so why take the risk? Not leaving to wait for death here. By then, if everyone has left, it will just be us left. Who has the ability to regularly clear the zombies in the community, you or I? Jiang Yu remained silent as she carried a crossbow on her back and gripped a long knife stained with blood in her hand. The foul dark liquid on the knife was clearly from a zombie, which deterred anyone from approaching her, except for a few who were oblivious. Lu Ping, having been dealt with by Hao Hong earlier that afternoon, was now dragging a woman by her hair into a room. Are you out of your mind? You think you can refuse me? I have my eyes on you, so just lie down obediently. Why do I have to come and get you myself? You're just a woman. Stay here and serve me. It's much simpler than risking your life outside, isn't it? You don't even appreciate the comfort I'm offering. How despicable. You actually want to go out and find food yourself instead of trading with me. Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. I don't want your food, I don't want it. The woman struggled wildly, her hair being pulled by Lu Ping as he dragged her into the room. She clutched the handrail tightly, shaking her head in terror. I don't want to go, and let me go. You killed my sister, and now you want to humiliate me. I will never let you off the hook. Aren't you afraid of retribution? You bastard, you will go to hell. You beast. He threw a piece of black food that was unrecognizable at her feet. You say you won't. Do you think I need your permission? If you don't let go, I'll chop off your hand. This is your food, hurry up, and take it cool me. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ping caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this the woman he had seen talking to Hao Hong in the morning? She's much better looking than the others. His lust took over as he fixated on Jiang Yu's face, completely oblivious to the knife in her hand. He picked up the black food from the ground and pushed the woman beside him away. Get lost, I'm not interested in you. He then extended his arm to block Jiang Yu's path. Seeing that he had a new target, the woman clutched the railing tightly, watching Lu Ping warily. Hey, what's your price? Lu Ping tossed the food in his hand, leering at Jiang Yu. I'm feeling a bit hot, I have my eyes on you, how about you help me cool down? There are dozens of women in this building, yet I have my eyes set on you. I hope you don't fail to appreciate my intentions. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, staring at the man blocking her path. Feeling hot, Jiang Yu had been out for a while, without finding a single second-tier zombie, and she was already filled with frustration only to encounter this clueless fool now. Now she was truly angry. She looked calmly at the lecherous man before her. What if I refuse? Little slut, don't drink the toast, and refuse the punishment. If you agree, I might reward you with some food. If you don't obey, sleeping with you would be a waste. Hearing Jiang Yu's refusal, Lu Ping instantly turned hostile, conjuring a flame in his hand. Have you seen this? I'm an ability user. If you don't listen, in this world no one would care if a woman dies. Little girl, today, I'll teach you a lesson that you shouldn't casually resist men stronger than you. With an ordinary person like you, I'm doing you a favor by taking notice of you. He wore a smug expression. Those who didn't appreciate my kindness have all met a miserable end. Hurry up, don't dawdle, I'm really angry right now. Ability user. How impressive. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes. Perfect, I'm also feeling a bit hot, so let's use you to cool me down. Good, now that's more like it. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lu Ping thought she agreed, and his heart leaped with joy as he smiled lewdly, ready to pull her down. However, just as his hand reached out in the next second, the seemingly docile woman before him suddenly swung. Lu Ping hadn't reacted, yet when he felt a chill in his arm, and one of his arms completely fell on the stairs. When a person is lightly cut by a knife, the pain is particularly sharp. But when truly injured, the brain's central nervous system affects the nerve endings, dulling the pain. In the seconds before the intense pain sets in, there is a feeling of numbness. After the numbness, pain quickly engulfed his entire body. Ah! My hand! You little BTCH, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ping's face contorted in pain, blood gushing from the severed end of his arm. He never dreamed that this woman would lash out and sever his arm without hesitation. This BTCH. He had completely underestimated her as a threat. Infuriated, Lu Ping's face turned red with pain as he suddenly conjured a ball of fire with his other hand, launching it straight at Jiang Yu. BTCH, you're going to die. Lu Ping was lecherous and often teased female survivors verbally, not to mention, he even sometimes assaulted those who were weaker. Even though there weren't many good people left now, he was still despised by all. Yet despite this, he had managed to survive, the main reason being his abilities. Anyone who offended him would be burned to ashes. Moreover, he had joined the Thunder Squad, and no one dared to provoke the members of the Thunder Squad. At present, witnessing him lose an arm, many felt a sense of vindication. Among the crowd were those who had been oppressed by Lu Ping both overtly and covertly. This guy had previously shown some restraint, fearing the wrath of the masses. Ever since joining the Thunder Squad, he had become overly inflated with arrogance, relying on their power. Previously, a survivor had accidentally bumped into him while walking, and he had burned the person severely with flames. Although he didn't kill the person on the spot, such extensive burns in a place with almost no medical care, where even basic hygiene was lacking, was practically tantamount to a death sentence. Indeed, the survivor who had been burned died from the pain that very night. Lu Ping, who appeared to be an honest man until recently, turned out to be so ruthless. He couldn't always act recklessly with his abilities. There were those he couldn't defeat. However, when he encountered someone stronger, he would call on the Thunder Squad for support. The power of the Thunder Squad was well known among survivors who were neither deaf nor blind, who no one was willing to provoke them in a moment of anger. Thus, although Lu Ping kept a low profile within the squad, it did not hinder his ability to show off before ordinary survivors. As for whether Jiang Yu would face retaliation from him or the Thunder Squad, no one actually cared. Is a fire ability user really that hot-tempered? Jiang Yu looked at the fireball flying toward her, without flinching or evading, showing no trace of fear on her. She extended her hand palm open as a stream of faint air currents gathered around her, ultimately wrapping around the flames like a playful dragon. The flames, which had been rampaging, were gently redirected by the flowing energy, as if a ferocious beast was being stroked by a delicate hand, and then calmed down. It was simply unbelievable. The smug smile on Lu Ping's face froze. He stared in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. The flames once feared were now being manipulated by an invisible force, dancing up and down in rhythm with Jiang Yu's movements. How is this possible? You are also an ability user. Ordinary people could not control flames in such a manner unless they were ability users themselves. Moreover, it was likely that her abilities surpassed his. But how could that be? If she were an ability user, why hadn't any news about her leaked out? One must understand that ability users now held a high status, regardless of age or gender. Any ability user was sought after by countless teams. Lu Ping, refusing to believe it, conjured several fireballs to attack Jiang Yu. Yet without exception, those flames were enveloped by an invisible force under Jiang Yu's control, hovering in front of her, like ghostly fire from a horror movie, swaying up and down without attacking. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. If you're feeling hot-headed, just let the wind blow. She was currently experimenting with a new attack style, and Lu Ping was conveniently presented as a test subject. She had a vague impression of this woman who seemed to be the sister of the fruit shop owner at the entrance of their community. She had seen her helping out in the store and had once received an apple from her. How do you want him to die? Seeing Jiang Yu's gaze, the woman asked, Are you asking me? Jiang Yu nodded. The woman paused for a moment before scrambling a few steps forward. Kill him. I want him to be torn apart, not leaving a whole corpse. He killed my sister and my niece, pushing them right into a horde of zombies himself. Please help me kill him. As long as you do, I will give you my life. The woman's face still bore the traces of tears, her expression frenzied. As she spoke, a 6 or 7-year-old girl cautiously descended the stairs, carefully holding onto the railing. Her eyes were vacant. As she walked down, she whispered softly, Anywhere are you? Abayo, I'm right here. Auntie's here. Don't be afraid. She pressed Abayo's face into her embrace, glaring resentfully at Lu Ping. Lu Ping, you beast worse than a pig or a dog. You will die a miserable death. You must die first, you little wretch. Lu Ping glanced at the little girl, and then gritting his teeth without any regard for the child in her arms, hurled several fireballs attempting to burn them alive. However, just like before, the flames did not reach the woman but were wrapped by an invisible wind. Lu Ping glared at Jiang Yu, unable to contain his anger. You woman, don't go too far. This is a matter between me and them. What does it have to do with you? It's one thing to block my flames aimed at you, but now you even want to interfere with my attempts to kill others. I advise you not to act like a saint. I have the entire Thunder Squad behind me. Even if you are strong, I can't defeat you. But we have plenty of people in our squad. Who do you think you are? There are countless grievances in this world. I see you are also an ability user. For now, let's put the matter of you severing my arm aside. I'll recommend you to join the Thunder Squad, and we can enjoy the spoils together. As for this woman, she's just an ordinary person. The life of an ordinary person is not worth much. It is already the apocalypse. Grievances are not divided by right or wrong, only by the size of one's fist. I am an ability user. I am powerful, so I wield the knife. Since she is weak, she should obediently accept her fate as fish on the chopping block. The law of the jungle is the most fundamental truth. Lu Ping fixed a fierce gaze on the woman. People like you, lowly and insignificant ordinary folks, should just go die quietly. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. The grievances between you two are not my concern. I am not a judge, but today, I simply can't stand it. What can you do about it? The corners of her lips curled slightly upward, yet the smile did not reach her eyes. If I remember correctly, this little girl happens to be your daughter, right? They say even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. It seems you are even worse than a beast. According to your logic, the weak should obediently go to their deaths. So in comparison between us, who do you think is the butcher and who is the meat? Since you cannot defeat me, you should obediently accept your death. She pulled out a blade from her bag, smiling slightly. This pretty lady just said she wanted to cut you into 1,000 pieces. I am not one to refuse others. Moreover, I happen to be practicing this technique of dismemberment right now. Bitch, what do you want to do? I warn you, I am a member of the Thunder Team. If you dare to kill me, the captain will not let you off. Lu Ping looked at the blade in her hand and felt a shiver run down his spine. The double-edged thin blade she held was extremely sharp, and all those blades were broken, scattered in a chaotic mess of various sizes. Clutched in her palm, she seemed unafraid of injuring herself. Though he did not know what she intended to do, Lu Ping had a very bad premonition. With a terrified gaze, she tossed a blade into the air and then gently twisted her hand. The flames floating in the air quickly extinguished, and a small tornado appeared in the hallway, swiftly wrapping the blades within. How small was that tornado? It was probably only the size of a wash basin. Lu Ping, who had been somewhat afraid, watched as the small tornado instantly broke through his defenses, clutching his bleeding shoulder and laughing loudly. Huh. I thought you were impressive. Is this all you have? He wanted to tear this bitch apart, killing her and letting all the men in the building sleep with her corpse. The pain from his severed arm reddened his eyes, and he cruelly envisioned dismembering her, cooking her. Others laughed along with him at the suddenly appearing tornado. Although this was not a suitable occasion for laughter, it was unavoidable. After all, the tiny tornado created by Jiang Yu was so minuscule that it seemed to possess no lethality at all. Oh dear, this wind is truly terrifying. I wonder if it can blow my drying socks away. Huh. Little girl, your tornado is so small that it might have been taken out for a stroll before it even reached a month-old. Ha. Exactly what is the point of releasing such a tiny whirlwind? The wind I create while burning paper money from my grandmother's grave is far more than this. Huh. Little girl, listen to me. Kneel down and apologize to Lu Ping properly. If you serve him, well, he might just forgive you. However, as they laughed, they suddenly fell silent, watching as the small tornado shot directly onto Lu Ping's head. No matter how he shook his head, he could not shake it off, as if it were a transparent helmet. Lu Ping's hair was whipped by the wind, leaving him with only the sound of rushing air. Although his sight was not completely obstructed, the images before him were exceedingly blurred. Especially with the small fragments of blades caught in the wind, the sensation of their edges scraping against his skin felt like being pursued and bitten by a swarm of venomous ants. The pain was particularly clear. Oh, what the hell is this thing? It hurts. My face, my eyes. Oh, get away, get away. If it were something tangible, he might have been able to remove it. But the wind was visible, yet impossible to grasp. Lu Ping frantically tore at his own hair, shaking his head and running everywhere, trying to escape the reach of the tornado. Yet that tornado remained firmly fixed atop his head like a cap that he could not remove. No matter where he ran, that whirlwind closely followed him, not leaving his side. The wind spun faster and faster, and Lu Ping felt as if he could no longer breathe. He could not spare a hand to cover his bleeding severed arm. Instead, he frantically clawed at his throat with his good hand, seeking help from those around him. However, at that moment, the onlookers witnessing this bizarre scene dared not approach him. Seeing him come near, they all, "Help! I can't breathe. Save me." The vortex of the tornado spun faster and faster, and Lu Ping's face turned a frightening shade of purple with bulging eyes. Soon his hair was torn out, swirling around his head with the wind. Then something seemed to slice his face, leaving a trail. Next came 2, 3, 4 cuts. Lu Ping's face was as if it had been sliced by countless tiny blades, quickly covered in lines of blood, with blood and flesh streaming from the wounds whipped away by the wind. More and more blood turned the tornado a deep crimson. No one could see Lu Ping's head clearly anymore. They all dared not make a sound, staring in silence at the seemingly beautiful young girl. What kind of monster did this girl come from? It's terrifying. They were relieved that they did not provoke her. This was far more painful than being shot dead. From time to time, flashes of silver light appeared in the wind, reflecting the light from the broken blades. However, more prominently, there was a mist of bright red blood filling the hallway with a rusty smell, making everyone's scalp tingle. This scene left many people dumbfounded. A woman holding a child sat on the ground, staring blankly as Lu Ping ran around like a madman, yet found no way to escape. She slowly smiled, first grinning widely, then bursting into a hoarse, wild laugh. Tears streamed down as she laughed. This beast was finished. He was doomed. The revenge for my sister and niece has finally been taken. This is retribution. This is retribution. Annie, what's wrong? A Bao reached out to wipe the tears from the woman's face. She and her sister were twins, but she was born blind. Later, her sister and mother disappeared. Her father did not want her, and she lived with her aunt. Her aunt said the world had changed and many monsters existed. Her mother and sister were killed by monsters. Dad has also turned into a monster. Annie, don't be afraid. A Bao will protect you. The little girl gently patted the woman's hair, comforting her as she trembled, laughing and crying. The sun will be out soon, and the monsters will go back to their homes. Annie, don't be afraid. I'll take you to find Mom. The innocent song echoed in the hallway alongside Lu Ping's screams. The echoing sounds resembled the wails from hell, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yet the girl seemed to hear none of the chaotic sounds, her hollow eyes gazing toward Lu Ping as if she could see him, yet she clearly could not. A Bao tightly embraced her aunt repeatedly, saying, "Auntie, don't be afraid. The sun is about to come out. It won't rain anymore." The little ants have found their homes, and the little raindrops are home too. An invisible barrier separated them from the other survivors. The blood mist spraying from Lu Ping was also faintly obstructed outside. However, at that moment, everyone's attention was captured by Lu Ping, and they did not notice the oddity of the two. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's gaze deepened, and she quickly shifted her attention. Hao Hong, having heard that Lu Ping was harassing his sister-in-law again, could no longer bear it, and planned to come down to stop him. But upon arriving, she saw that the area above Lu Ping's shoulders was covered in a red mass. No, it seemed to be a swirling mass of blood. Hao Hong instantly stood upright, her expression serious, as she stared at the rapidly spinning whirlwind. This is a wind elemental ability user. She quickly glanced at Jiang Yu, who she had seen before. However, typical wind elemental users primarily used wind blades for attacks, which was the most common offensive method. But Jiang Yu, she not only can manipulate wind to encircle fireballs, but can also create this bizarre little tornado. How is this possible? Her control over her abilities is disturbingly precise. How on earth has she trained? Can wind elemental users reach such a level? Hao Hong naturally did not know that Jiang Yu practiced her abilities every day by placing rotten meat and watermelon juice to attract flies on the balcony, using greenhead flies to hone her skills, squeezing every drop of power out. Compared to the quick flying and small target flies, targeting a person like this was much simpler. Hao Hong felt as if she had glimpsed another aspect of wind elemental users. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps only a few seconds, perhaps less than a minute, everyone only heard a faint pop sound. The sound was neither loud nor soft, lacking the deafening explosion akin to stepping on a rotten melon while walking along a rural path at night. Although the commotion was slight, it sent a jolt through the heart. The flames extinguished. The wind ceased. A mist of blood exploded around Lu Ping's head, splattering the nearby walls and survivors with blood. The corpse lay stiffly on the ground. Above the neck, it was void of anything. Even the bones had vanished. Amidst the splattering blood, Bao felt a hint of warmth in her grayish-white eyes as a drop of blood stained her pupil. Confused, she raised her hand to touch her eyes, and then sniffed the blood on her fingers. She smiled. "Annie, don't cry. The monster has gone back home." The woman tightly embraced Abeo, staring in shock at Lu Ping's head that had exploded like a rotten watermelon. She had always wished for this moment, to witness Lu Ping's death with her own eyes. She could hardly believe her wish had come true. Thinking of her sister and niece devoured clean by zombies, she could no longer hold back, weeping loudly while holding Abeo. After a few seconds, others finally regained their senses. A middle-aged man felt something hit his face, causing a bit. He reached up to touch his face, and upon looking again, he found it was a small piece of white bone debris. Was this Lu Ping's skull? Aunt! It exploded. Lu Ping's head actually exploded. It's terrifying, not even a complete bone. Mom, it's so scary, this Annie is a monster. A child screamed, quickly being covered by their mother's hand. The child's mother forced a stiff smile, her expression rigid. No, I'm sorry, the child doesn't speak, please don't. As she spoke, the woman trembled. The boy, whose mouth was covered, clearly realized he had said something wrong, hiding in his mother's embrace, tears welling up as he looked at Jiangyu. Everyone fell silent, trembling all over, but dared not move, really couldn't move. Who knew if this terrifying woman would use her strange methods to smash their heads next? At this moment, the two men who had mocked the whirlwind earlier turned pale. They feared Jiangyu would remember their mockery and settle the score later. One of them reacted quickly, clapping his hands and sincerely thanking Jiangyu. Lu Ping, this scourge deserved to die. Thanks to you, otherwise this beast wouldn't know how many people it would kill before stopping. Yes, that's right. This guy is not worth pity. A scoundrel like him should have died long ago. Miss, you are doing a service to the people. I have a grudge against this guy too. By killing him, you are also helping me. From now on, I, Zhang, who owe you a favor. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. I may not have other skills, but I can risk my life to help you. Yes. I, Jiang Xiaojuan, am the same. From now on, you are my benefactor. The two sang in harmony, their sincere smiles in stark contrast to moments ago when they had mocked Jiangyu. Other survivors either echoed or remained silent. Each of them stared fixedly at the headless corpse on the ground, wanting to run, yet their legs seemed unresponsive, unable to move. When they looked at Jiangyu again, it was no longer with disdain, but a deep-seated fear. They had seen various ways of killing, be it through knives or guns, but this was their first encounter with such a terrifying. The entire head was reduced to pulp by a swirling tempest. What kind of wind element ability user was this? This was a walking blender. That woman had truly turned Lu Ping into minced meat. No, it was more than just being shredded. This woman was simply a monster. People around her involuntarily took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Jiangyu. Hao Hong bit her lip, silently watching Lu Ping's corpse. Reflecting on the scenes from just moments ago, she could hardly believe the extent of control this person had over the wind. She had never seen such a terrifying ability user. She even suspected that if Jiangyu had enveloped Lu Ping entirely in that gust of wind earlier, it might not have just been his head turning into minced meat, but the entire body. Hao Hong recalled her first encounter with Jiangyu, clearly remembering the time Jiangyu used a gun. She was unsure whether Jiangyu had awakened her abilities at that time, but considering the situation a young girl could thrive in such an environment, appearing clean and untroubled, it was very likely that Jiangyu had already been an ability user then. She simply did not choose to reveal it. Ordinary survivors, once they awakened their powers, would wish for the whole world to know. After all, among survivors, it was almost accepted that ability users were superior to ordinary ones. The identity of an ability user brought numerous conveniences and advantages. If Jiangyu had been angry back then and used her powers against them, perhaps she and her brother would have died right there. Hao Hong felt a sense of dread. Excuse me, please make way. A voice pulled Hao Hong back to reality. She looked up to see Jiangyu standing before her. Are you an ability user? Is there anything strange about that? Jiangyu never intentionally flaunted her abilities, but also wouldn't hide them. In the apocalypse, appropriately showcasing one's strength could reduce many troubles. As for pretending to be weak to conceal her true power, that was not something she considered. Although it was gratifying to slap faces, sometimes pretending to be a pig for too long could actually turn one into a pig. Hao Hong swallowed, smiling slightly as she made way. The survivors behind her formed a line blocking the path, but after she stepped aside, they eagerly followed suit. They looked pale as they watched her leave, and as soon as she was gone, someone couldn't help but bend over and vomit. After all, the corridor was filled with blood, flesh, and bone debris. The impact of the scene was incredibly strong. Just moments ago, Jiangyu had been present, and everyone had been too focused on fear to feel much. Now that they had relaxed, looking at the scene of devastation, their stomachs immediately churned. Seeing her leaving, the woman hurriedly followed with Abeo. After chasing her for 2 floors, she finally caught up. Wait, please wait. Jiangyu stopped and turned to look at the panting woman. Is there something else? Thank you. Also, may I ask why you helped us? The woman seemed a bit nervous. Abao gazed calmly ahead, his pupils vacant as he stretched out a hand, seemingly sensing something in the air. Jiangyu glanced between the two. I didn't intervene for your sake. Lu Ping simply happened to cross me. I have no habit of playing the hero, but if you insist on interpreting it as assistance, then consider it gratitude for the apple you once gave me. You were right. It truly was delicious, surprisingly sweet. With that, Jiang Yu turned and walked away. Just an ugly apple. She couldn't even recall when she'd given Jiang Yu a fruit. She helped at her elder sister's fruit shop and out of habit always offered customers a small token of goodwill after their purchase, hoping they'd return. She'd given gifts to so many people that Jiang Yu had long faded from memory. "Auntie, I remember this big sister." A Bao tugged gently at the woman's hand. "Her scent is special." "Is it perfume?" "No. It's a fragrance, indescribable, yet reminiscent of the crisp wild aroma we once breathed high up the mountain trails." The woman stroked Bao's head. Though blind, he possessed a unique way of remembering those around him. She lowered her head and let out a bitter self-deprecating smile, never imagining that a single unremarkable fruit would one day earn her salvation at a pivotal moment. What she didn't know was that Jiang Yu's aid extended far beyond that humble apple. Elsewhere, a group stood frozen, staring at Lu Ping's headless corpse sprawled on the ground. Long after Jiang Yu's figure had vanished completely, several minutes passed in stunned silence. Only then did someone dare speak. "Who was that woman just now?" Her ability was terrifying. "Zhou Lu, you're a wind-affiliated adept too. Could you ever achieve such precision?" The man addressed stared blankly at the expectant faces surrounding him, then shook his head pale-faced. "I couldn't. Not me nor anyone else I've ever seen among wind adepts. To condense razor-sharp wind blades and strike with pinpoint accuracy is already extraordinary. Yet for her, wind bends like living clay, shifting, coiling, reshaping at will. It's horrifying, truly horrifying. What kind of monster is she?" "Not necessarily. I suspect she isn't wind-aligned at all. Wind adepts are formidable, but nothing this monstrous. Didn't anyone know there was a powerhouse living among us in this building?" "I know her. She lives on the top floor. Always alone, coming and going silently. No wonder she needs no team. She is the team. Does this big sister need a leg attachment? If only I could latch onto her coattails. I'm handsome, low maintenance, and eat like a sparrow." "Shut it. Your underwear's flying across the Pacific and smacking me in the face. Besides, that Predaboy type went extinct ages ago. These days she'd go for a muscle-bound titan, like me with my 8-pack. Amid the chatter, Hao Hong stared fixedly at the direction Jiang Yu had disappeared. Long after the others had, she rushed home and barely inside the door dragged her older brother into the room, breathlessly recounting what she'd witnessed. "I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Yu is an adept. An exceptionally powerful one. Brother, give it up. Seriously. Just accept it. There's zero chance between you two." In her view, her brother simply wasn't worthy of Jiang Yu. A woman so formidable deserved to stand alone in radiant, untouchable splendor. Hao Jun regarded her impassively. "I knew that long ago. Do you take me for a fool? In this world you may admire someone, but stalking a being of such power is suicide." Setting aside her abilities, Jiang Yu's martial prowess and marksmanship were equally lethal. Her gentle appearance was merely a facade, not genuine innocence. Hao Hong nodded fervently. "Brother, when will I become an adept like her? Honestly, it's absolutely—" Her usual stoic expression dissolved as she animatedly mimed the scene. She just whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few swift gestures, and that wretch Lu Ping was dead. He'd abused his status as an adept for months, bullying, intimidating, lording over others. Yet in less than a minute, with barely a glance exchanged, his skull exploded into fragments. Someone called her the Blender Master, fitting indeed. Lu Ping's cranium shattered as if flung into an industrial blender, screech screech screech, reduced instantly to pulp. Before some mocked her miniature tornadoes, born before full moon, they sneered. But the moment they saw Lu Ping's remains, they nearly wet themselves. Hao Jun watched his sister gesture wildly, eyes blazing with a light brighter than her teenage obsession with Jay Cho, and swiftly returned her own words to her. "Don't even think about it. You have no chance either." Hao Hong's orientation was conventional, but she suffered from a fatal flaw. She was hopelessly drawn to beauty regardless of gender. To her, anyone aesthetically pleasing was inherently adorable. She was a severe aesthete, convinced that beauty and moral goodness were intrinsically linked. Anyone truly wicked, she believed, simply hadn't yet attained sufficient beauty. Jiang Yu's fair, luminous features, striking yet softened by an inexplicable natural air of innocence, landed perfectly upon Hao Hong's ideal. Instantly, she resolved to become her protector, her elder sister-in-arms. She'd even reminded Jiang Yu specifically to evacuate together. Yet fate had other plans. Jiang Yu was the powerhouse. She needed no guardian. What Hao Hong didn't know was that Jiang Yu wasn't innocent, merely isolated. After years confined on the Forbidden Island, surrounded only by creatures neither fully human nor wholly monstrous, Jiang Yu had lost the rhythm of ordinary human interaction. Outside combat, her responses often lagged, though she herself interpreted this slowness as aloofness, a quiet command of presence. Yet to others it sometimes resembled endearing naivety. A brutally powerful adept with innate innocence, that trope, absolutely irresistible. Hao Hong's cheeks flushed with excitement. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a web novelist, colloquially dubbed a word sweat dog. Her earnings were meager, barely covering rent. Her brother's martial arts school subsidized her life. Still, that never dimmed her ambition to rival Alexander Dumas. Just as one of her novels began gaining traction, the world ended. What use was a keyboard now? A washboard? She abandoned writing for combat. Had her brother not run a martial arts school and commanded a dozen capable fighters, they might well have perished long ago. Jiang Yu, privately convinced of her own icy composure, returned home. After washing up, she retrieved her potted cactus from her spatial domain. The cactus still lived, but the soil in its pot had cracked and desiccated. Jiang Yu submerged the entire pot in water until thoroughly saturated, then placed it carefully on the table. She'd never tended plants. Her spatial domain held only sustenance, not flora. Cacti were said to be nearly indestructible. This one had survived while every other plant withered. Surely it possessed extraordinary vitality. Jiang Yu admired resilience, whether in De Zhuang or in this silent, spiny sentinel. Meow, a nimble figure, leaped over the balcony and discovered Jiang Yu had returned. It hurriedly brought a plump, white mouse in its mouth and placed it at her feet. Then Da Zhuang proudly lifted its head. The most beautiful mouse within a 10-mile radius. What reason did she have to complain? Quickly express your gratitude, foolish human. Look how good I am to you. Jiang Yu felt quite pleased to see Da Zhuang when she got home. However, that fellow came over and dropped a mouse at her feet. Jiang Yu looked down, the mouse looked up, and their eyes met. One was utterly speechless while the other was filled with terror. The mouse stared at her in fright, its pair of red eyes devoid of any fierceness, only fear remained. Who knows what it endured before being captured? Several patches of fur were missing from its body. The mouse froze for a few seconds, then flicked its tail and tried to run, but just a couple of steps out it was pinned to the ground by a paw. Da Zhuang nudged the mouse towards Jiang Yu, and when the mouse resisted, it swatted it twice. It raised its chin, indicating for Jiang Yu to start eating. The stance was as if the big brother brought home a reward for the weak younger sibling. Meow, what are you staring at? Eat up. Meow. Why aren't you eating yet? Meow. Are you looking down on me? That fierce cat face instantly switched to an angry expression, changing faster than turning a page of a book. It didn't resemble a cat, it looked more like a ferocious wild leopard. Jiang Yu, how many times have I said it? I don't eat mice, quickly put your food in the fish tank. Meow. You not eating is looking down on me. Da Zhuang bared its teeth, fiercely biting Jiang Yu's shoe. This fellow always had various wounds on its body, old injuries unhealed, and new ones appearing never fully recovered. Yet it seemed quite proud of its daily achievements. Often it would flaunt its injuries to Jiang Yu with a proud expression, as if those were not wounds to it, but rather medals. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, looking at her shoes that had several holes bitten into them. She wiggled her toes, and at the torn places her big toe was clearly visible. This feeling was like returning home after a long day at work, thinking she could enjoy family time, only to find upon arriving home the child. 771. The parents today. The company is running an event. Health products are $1,980 a bottle. Buy 10 bottles and get one free. I bought 10 bottles at once. What a bargain. Husband, wife, why are you back so late? The whole family is waiting for you to cook. Her mood plummeted immediately to negative numbers. Jiang Yu took a few deep breaths, feeling that if she didn't use some tricks on this cat, it would never understand who was truly in charge. So she coldly grabbed a knife with both hands, extending a finger from her right hand, suppressing herself with the last bit of rationality. I shoot Owl Mountain. Meow. As soon as the words fell, the cat immediately dangled the mouse and tossed it into the fish tank, then leaped off the balcony and disappeared into the night. If you won't eat, then I'll find a fancy mouse and see if you eat it. No cat can resist the temptation of a fancy mouse. Wait, that's a human. Whatever, no one can resist a plump fancy mouse. The tabby cat grinned as it prowled through the night, vowing to catch the most delicious fancy mouse. Let that human beg her to give up the fancy mouse. On the other side, completely unaware of this, Jiang Yu found a larger flower pot and transplanted the cactus along with its soil into it. After the transplantation, she stared at the cactus, feeling that there was something odd about it. Besides the main body in the center, there were 2 leaves on either side. However, on the left leaf, there was a thorn that was clearly more than twice as long as the others. Suddenly, she recalled something, staring thoughtfully at her finger. She remembered that she had bled from this cactus. It seemed to be from the left side, but she wasn't sure if it was that thorn. If her blood had accelerated the growth of the cactus. Jiang Yu didn't dare to think further. The perfect stem cells that the mad doctor often muttered about, the ultimate biological evolution, echoed continuously in her mind. Jiang Yu used tweezers to pull out the obviously much longer thorn, observing it for a while. Then she pricked her index finger with a pin, letting her fresh blood drip onto the other leaf of the cactus. The bright red blood was not immediately absorbed. In fact, Jiang Yu kept staring at it, even until the blood dried up. She didn't see any signs of absorption. Could it be that she was overthinking it? Jiang Yu held a cup of bubble tea, her cheeks full of QQ balls, chewing on the pearls while denying that terrifying thought. She was definitely overthinking it. The doctor's perfect stem cell experiment was only a semi-finished product. It couldn't possibly succeed. She didn't even dare to think that if the doctor's research results were successful, Since her blood could accelerate plant evolution, then the doctor's initial hypothesis wasn't a complete failure. Although it didn't possess the perverse regenerative ability of planarians, his genetic experiment had embarked on another unattainable path, evolution. How thick would that golden finger be? Thicker than a beam. Jiang Yu took a deep breath of pearl tea, her cheeks bulging, as she chewed, unable to believe her incredible luck. This night was destined to be restless. She dreamed of the monsters on the forbidden island, dreaming of herself on the experimental table. By the later stages of the experiment, her recovery ability had become quite powerful. They weren't afraid of her dying at all, so the experiments became even more reckless. In her dazed state, Jiang Yu saw the glaring surgical lights surrounded by several people at the operating table, the cold scalpel slicing through her abdomen. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching pain and the tearing sensation in her belly, she saw them taking out her organs one by one, then stitching strange-shaped organs into her belly. Jiang Yu felt despair in the pain, yet she couldn't break free from this nightmare. Even knowing that this was just a dream, trying desperately to wake up, but she couldn't open her eyes. Every time she barely opened one, she was dragged back into the dream. In the end, she felt like an observer, numbly watching the incomplete body on the experimental table. As dawn broke, Jiang Yu woke up. The sheets and pillow beneath her were drenched in sweat. She frowned slightly, saying, "I dreamed again." She irritably ran her fingers through her hair, took out a bottle of water from her space, and gulped it down in one breath. Then she let out a long sigh, feeling completely revitalized. When it was time to sleep at night, Jiang Yu closed the door to her room and filled the bathtub with ice bricks to cool down the... As for the living room, since no one would be there at night, there was no need to waste ice. In the morning, Jiang Yu glanced at the bathtub, finding that most of the ice bricks had melted, leaving behind a few floating chunks. She scooped a ladle of water into the sink and washed her face. The water was extremely cold, and as the wet towel touched her face, all her drowsiness vanished. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver, feeling her skin tighten significantly. After washing her face, she dragged the bathtub filled with ice bricks into the living room. She closed the door to her room. During the day, it was fine to let the living room cool down since no one was going in the room, so it could stay warm. Jiang Yu considered herself quite competent when it came to saving resources. As the saying goes, one should save where they can and spend where necessary. Once the solar-powered fan in the living room was turned on, blowing towards the ice, the temperature of the entire room dropped noticeably. Jiang Yu pulled out 5 fried dough sticks, a steamer of pork soup dumplings, a steamer of beef soup dumplings, a pack of stir-fried minced meat with pickled long beans, and a bowl of plain congee to start her breakfast. Time in the cellar of her space was frozen, so whatever was put in was exactly as it came out. The fried dough sticks were crispy and fragrant, and the soup dumplings were still steaming, bursting with juice with a single bite. The stir-fried minced meat with pickled long beans was fragrant and appetizing, prompting her to drink 2 more bowls of congee. The appetite of an ability user was inherently greater than that of an ordinary person, especially considering the intensity of her daily training. Having eaten all this, she felt just full, not at all stuffed. After her meal, Jiang Yu rubbed her slightly protruding belly and smiled contentedly. After finishing her meal, she walked to the balcony, intending to check on the cactus she had brought back last night. However, a quick glance caught her eye, and her pupils instantly dilated. She was completely taken aback. Her mouth unconsciously dropped open. What is going on here? Jiang Yu hurriedly rushed to the cactus, clutching the water bottle. The cactus, which had been symmetrical yesterday, now had one side that seemed to have mutated, growing significantly larger and appearing extremely out of place. She picked up the potted plant, carefully examining the area that had bled yesterday. The small spikes had grown at least several times longer than they were last night, and the flesh had expanded considerably. She looked at her fingers and then at the cactus, confirming that her blood had accelerated the cactus growth rate. The doctor's experimental terminal had only 2 purposes. One was to regenerate chaotically, like a planarian. The other was the direction of biological evolution. At present, it appeared that the chaotic regeneration of planarian genes had clearly failed. The perfect stem cells she carried were merely half-finished products. While they could rapidly repair her own body, they couldn't split to regenerate individuals. However, the direction of biological evolution seemed successful. The gene sequences within her could help plants evolve. To confirm whether this applied to all organisms or just plants. With the cactus as an example, she hurriedly went back to the space to find a few saplings to experiment with. It was still the same old pinprick, still the same unfortunate index finger. But after a short time, with her blood dripping onto them, she noticed the saplings in front of her grew, rapidly sprouted leaves bloomed, bore fruit, and then died, withered, turning into decaying wood. The level of decay was as if they had died decades ago. A handful crumbled into dust. The fruits on the ground rotted at a visibly fast rate. Jiang Yu tried several types of plants, and without exception they all went through the rapid growth and subsequent death process within minutes. This situation seemed less like evolution and more like accelerating a biological process from life to death, overdrawing their lifespans in advance. Could it be that the plants in her space were not viable? Jiang Yu then sought out several plants from the outside world, a nameless little grass of vine tiger grass growing in the wall cracks, and a nodia dead evergreen. After bringing all these back to her room, she first tried the little grass in the house, and as her blood dripped onto it, the grass instantly stood tall, full of vitality, and then quickly withered and died. The remaining evergreen and vine tiger were larger plants. To avoid making a mess in the house, she took them to the space for experimentation. As a result, the evergreen grew into a patch in the blink of an eye, then withered and decayed. After touching her blood, the vine tiger quickly covered the patch of withered evergreen and also died and decayed within minutes. These plants without exception died. Jiang Yu was not discouraged as she grabbed some food mice from the fish tank and conducted experiments to see if animals would react. As a result, those mice, after consuming the blood, grew larger like the plants, then rapidly aged after reaching a certain limit and subsequently died. Those young, robust, fat mice had white whiskers by the time they died. All these experiments proved one thing: the end of evolution is death. In the original concept of the doctor, it should have been the evolution of the cell body. But now Jiang Yu's blood seemed to help some special organisms accelerate their evolution process, while her own evolution wasn't very evident aside from her powerful repairability. The plants and animals that absorbed her blood completed their transformation from evolution to exhaustion and death in a short time. Jiang Yu stared at the cactus, puzzled as to why this particular cactus did not undergo the same rapid evolution and subsequent life exhaustion like the other plants or mice. Why was it different? This question occupied Jiang Yu throughout her training today, but she couldn't figure out the reason. In the afternoon, when De Zhuang returned, he found his fish tank empty. He circled around Jiang Yu, noticing the scent of his stored food on her. He understood immediately. This detestable female human must have wanted to eat his mice, but was too embarrassed to admit it each time. So she secretly ate when he was away. No wonder his stored food in the fish tank had decreased so quickly before. This time, it was completely gone. Eating yet refusing to admit it. Women are truly troublesome. But since this lord is watching over you, I certainly won't let you go hungry. De Zhuang confidently meowed a few times, then leaped gallantly out onto the balcony. Now the nearby mutated mice suffered. Jiang Yu stared at him in confusion, wondering what this cat was busy with. Forget it, let it be, it will come back eventually. Jiang Yu examined the cactus from all angles. Aside from being a bit greener, she noticed nothing particularly special about it. What makes it so different? Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to let it be. Oh, after all, in the end the answer would reveal itself. This time she mixed a drop of blood in water to water the cactus. She decided to do this daily to see what it could ultimately grow into. As for De Zhuang, this cat seemed to have a larger appetite lately, catching numerous mice to keep in the tank. He looked at her with a wary expression as if afraid she would steal some. Jiang Yu thought the Thunder team would come looking for trouble because she had killed Lu Ping, but to her surprise, Lu Ping's death vanished like a droplet in boiling water, causing no ripples at all. Perhaps everyone was too busy planning their escape. At such a critical moment, who cared whether an unimportant team member lived or died? When De Zhuang returned, Jiang Yu was staring blankly at a cactus bonsai on the balcony. The mouse was quite plump, weighing at least 2 kg, its body a mix of black, white, and yellow with bright red eyes that sparkled like gemstones. Jiang Yu rarely saw such a handsome mouse. Seeing her fixated on it, De Zhuang proudly raised his tail. Indeed, no one could resist a plump flower mouse. In the feline world, calico cats are the most beautiful. Thus, De Zhuang believed the calico mouse was the most stunning mouse in existence. Jiang Yu glanced at the mouse a few times before finally diverting her gaze. This was a mouse. No matter how handsome, it was still just a mouse. Regarding De Zhuang's persistent desire to invite her for dinner, Jiang Yu felt a sense of appreciation, but it was utterly unnecessary. Shaking her head, she said, I really don't eat mice, you can have it yourself. Meow. De Zhuang clearly intended to sneak a bite after she left, but now wouldn't admit it. Humph. De Zhuang tossed the flower mouse into the bathtub, waiting for Jiang Yu to sneak a bite, then tiptoed onto her lap, staring intently at the cactus in her hand. With some confusion, he looked at her. What is this? It smells nice. He hesitated for a second, then opened his mouth wide and took a bite. In the end, he let out a sharp yowl from the cactus thorns, but didn't stop chewing. He chewed the bitten cactus thorns and all, and swallowed it whole. Then he turned his gaze to the remaining cactus in Jiang Yu's hand, looking very eager to eat. Jiang Yu, staring at the bite mark on the cactus, suddenly discovered something. A large chunk of the cactus thick leaf had been bitten off, revealing a transparent flesh inside, and in the middle of the flesh, there was a tiny transparent crystal. The crystal was green, about the size of a sesame seed, but was particularly eye-catching among the transparent flesh. If De Zhuang hadn't bitten the cactus, Jiang Yu wouldn't have noticed it. She reached out, pried the crystal out, and placed it in her palm. She gave the remaining cactus to De Zhuang, saying, eat it, if you want, this thing cools the body. De Zhuang unceremoniously began munching on the leftover cactus despite getting a mouthful of thorns, but he was both pained and pleased. Jiang Yu, however, was examining the green transparent object the size of a grain of rice in her palm. Is this a crystal core? So this cactus is a mutated plant. This mutated plant was simply too weak, which is why she had never connected it to mutated plants. Jiang Yu felt like she had discovered what made this cactus different from others. It is a mutated plant, so her blood could help it grow and evolve. Ordinary plants cannot, nor can ant, so perhaps only the gene sequence of mutated plants could absorb her blood, and it might not be all mutated plants, but only specific ones. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the bloodlines that surged from the wound when she cut her little finger. She seemed to have seen those bloodlines somewhere before. It was when the experiments conducted by the doctors were too frequent and her bogus healing abilities couldn't keep up, leading to her wounds not healing like before and starting to fester. When she was on the verge of collapse with rotten flesh, making the laboratory consider throwing her into the sea around the Forbidden Island to feed the fish. A mysterious research object was secretly delivered to the laboratory, which allegedly caused the annihilation of millions in a large base overnight. 10,000 superpowers, including many high-level abilities, none survived. The process of obtaining it was almost paved with blood. She had heard these researchers chatting about how they used 3 large bases as bait, sacrificing countless survivors to put this thing into dormancy. The first time Jiang Yu saw that thing, it was a wilted plant stem, and she didn't know what kind of plant it was. Later the doctor divided that plant stem into 10 parts for research on 10 experimental subjects. Jiang Yu was one of those experimental subjects. She watched as the doctor extracted something from that object and injected it into the 10 experimental subjects. They were also kept together for close observation. All 10 experimental subjects were high-level A3 abilities, but in the end, apart from her, the other 9 all died. When one of the corpses was dragged away, Jiang Yu saw red bloodlines emerging from the surface of his skin. But there were too many strange occurrences on the Forbidden Island, and she didn't pay much attention to that. However, later, she inexplicably healed, thinking that the experiment had failed. But now in retrospect, ever since then, Jiang Yu's regenerative ability had been getting better and better. Her wounds would often show those fine bloodlines, but as they surged, her wounds healed very quickly. She stared at her palm. She felt she had misjudged. The doctor's perfect stem cell experiment had not succeeded. She was merely parasitized by some unknown entity. Moreover, as she was reborn, the parasite had returned as well. She could even boldly speculate. Was her rebirth related to those bloodlines in her body? It wasn't her who was reborn with the bloodlines. Instead, this entity didn't want to die, so it resurrected her as its host. But what kind of powerful entity could possess the power of time reversal? The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more creepy it felt, sending chills down her spine. She quickly jumped up from the sofa and slapped herself twice. Stop overthinking. Regardless of the reason at present, she was the one benefiting. Her powerful regenerative ability allowed her to recover quickly even from serious injuries, even regrowing severed limbs. Plus the advantage gained from rebirth, reclaiming space, and stockpiling supplies. In all these aspects, she was the one profiting. Why think so much? Overthinking is futile. However, to verify whether her blood was only effective on mutated plants, Jiang Yu planned to find more mutated plants to experiment. But Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. After all, she had plenty of time to spare. The zombies were much more active at night. Moreover, visibility was obstructed, making it unsuitable for a breakout. Thus a new round of escape began. Countless survivors surged out from every corner of the city, some in groups, others acting alone. But without exception, they all headed towards the evacuation point. They were like a stream of water converging from all directions, ultimately aiming to reach the same destination. Yet among so many survivors, how many would truly be able to leave? When the zombie outbreak first erupted, many had already sensed something was wrong and fled the city at all costs. Now with the announcement on the radio, the second escape officially commenced. With so many people, no matter how careful they were, it would inevitably alert the zombies. Jiang Yu watched a group of people quietly exiting the community gate, carrying backpacks and weapons. Leading the way were young adults and ability users. Behind them were the elderly, children, and the injured, all wielding their own weapons. It had been over half a month since the apocalypse began, and those who survived had mostly adapted to the rules of the new world. Everyone was growing rapidly. Even the previously delicate children were now surprisingly obedient. Yet such moments often brought unforeseen incidents. A 7 or 80-year-old boy suddenly cried out, saying he had forgotten to take his toy. His wails quickly attracted the wandering zombies nearby. The boy's father covered his mouth, trying to silence him, but the boy remained relentless, seemingly used to this method of compelling adults to yield. However, this was no longer a time of peace. Those who could not see the reality would not survive, especially with so many lives intertwined in motion. Whether adult or child, anyone posing a threat would meet the same fate. A survivor stabbed the boy, and his cries abruptly ceased. In came the blade, out went the blood. The problem was resolved. The boy's father's eyes reddened, but he quickly urged his family to keep pace with the others. Before long, the boy's corpse was picked clean. Humanity was no longer at the top of the food chain. While everyone rushed to escape the city, Jiang Yu was training on the terrace. The sounds of zombies' roars increased, along with gunfire explosions, cries, and arguments, creating a chaotic symphony. But after reaching the 25th floor, only faint sounds remained barely discernible. The radio incessantly repeated the final gathering date and location along with numerous benefits offered by the base. As the sun climbed higher, the heat on the terrace neared 50 degrees. There was no wind today, and not a single breeze was felt. Jiang Yu felt as if she was trapped in a large oven. Sweat beads formed increasingly on her skin, and her cheeks grew hotter and redder. Her bent legs began to tremble noticeably. 506. 507, 508. She counted while performing sit-ups on her. Since her bonus recovery ability was so exceptional, what reason did she have not to push herself to the limits? Previously she followed her own training plan, but now it was clear that the initial plan no longer suited her. After around 10 o'clock, chaos erupted everywhere. Gunfire, screams, and the sound of fire breaking out filled the air during this windy period. A thick cloud of smoke blew in from afar, carrying the strong smell of burning plastic. The acrid stench cut short her training. Jiang Yu stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and gazed in the direction of the smoke. It was too far, she simply could not see the source. At that moment, dense gunfire erupted in the direction of the gathering point. Had the main force already engaged in battle? Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, feeling something was amiss. But she could not pinpoint what the issue was. Seeing that it would take some time for the fires to be extinguished, Jiang Yu simply stopped her training. She put on her shoes and headed downstairs. The stairwell was a chaotic mess littered with abandoned supplies. Yet not a single survivor was in sight. Those who could leave had already done so. Moreover, there were hardly any zombies left, likely all lured away. After about 20 minutes, Jiang Yu finally encountered a group of fleeing survivors, a dozen men and women, some providing cover, while others led the charge, working in perfect harmony as they fought their way towards the evacuation point. Among them was an Earth-type ability user using Earth spikes to take down surrounding zombies. Jiang Yu saw them, and they saw her, but they merely exchanged glances before continuing with their own tasks. Jiang Yu's target was not the evacuation point, but rather another direction. The more survivors at the evacuation point, the more zombies there would be. In contrast, there would be fewer zombies elsewhere, and at this moment, exploring might yield unexpected rewards. Jiang Yu's goal was no longer merely to gather supplies, as she was more interested in searching for mutated plants or second-tier zombies. Crystals could help abilities evolve, so the more the better. The crystal from that second-tier zombie was barely enough to fill a gap. Jiang Yu passed by a gold shop, its glass intact, and the door was ajar. She briefly glanced inside and found that the various gold and silver ornaments on display were disheveled, yet many remained. Thinking that gold could be useful for weapon forging in the future, Jiang Yu went in to collect some gold. Inside the shop lingered a tall zombie wearing a red helmet and a vest, its dry skin covered in tattoos. Most importantly, its neck and hands were adorned with various gold chains, diamond necklaces, and watches. It was precisely these items that restricted its mobility, making it appear sluggish. Even through the helmet's visor, Jiang Yu could see its mouth opening and closing. Sensing the scent of living humans, the zombie approached Jiang Yu. Every movement produced a clattering sound of metal against metal. The zombie opened its mouth, attempting to bite her. However, its head was encased in the helmet, and it could only snap at the air, becoming quite agitated. Jiang Yu cast it a disdainful glance. Such a useless zombie didn't even stir her desire to kill. Irritated, she pushed its helmeted head away. The zombie leaned in again, rubbing against her with its helmet teeth clicking together. This time Jiang Yu swung her blade down from its neck. With a crisp crack, its head rolled onto the ground, separating from the helmet. The bald head tumbled on the ground, still moving its mouth. Jiang Yu paused for a moment before placing the helmet. She then collected the gold from the display case. After finishing with the gold, she glanced at the remaining jade ornaments nearby. Since these aren't many and won't take up much space, I might as well take them. They might come in handy later. She finished collecting the items from the store, and as she left, the zombie was still gnawing at the air inside its helmet. After wandering outside for a while, without much success, she returned home. This time she revised her training plan. Previously, she had taken a gradual approach, fearing that overtraining would lead to muscle injuries or damage to her joints and ligaments. The body is the greatest asset. Overtraining leading to injuries is akin to forcing growth too quickly, resulting in more harm than good. However, now Jiang Yu wanted to push herself. She needed to know what she could achieve with her enhanced recovery ability. Those with abilities must not only practice their powers, but also strengthen their own bodies. A physically weak ability user, no matter how strong their powers, could easily meet a tragic end. The next day, she gritted her teeth and persisted, and after counting to 1,000, Jiang Yu relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as if her entire body had gone limp, unable to move even a single hair. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Although her body was utterly exhausted, her spirit felt immensely satisfied. Her clothes were soaked and sweat dripped down her forehead. The tabby cat thought this human was crazy for torturing herself. Yet seeing her pitiful state, it proudly strutted around on her. Dezhuang was originally a mutated cat. When Jiang Yu first saw it, it was chained to the balcony with a thick iron chain. At that time she noticed it was larger than an ordinary cat, indicating it was a mutated animal. Moreover, during this time it had been catching mice and gnawing on zombie brains along with enjoying various dried fish snacks from Jiangyu. With improved nutrition, its size had rapidly increased, and she could feel the weight of its paw pressing on her back. It was estimated to weigh at least 40 pounds. The thick soft pads on its paws stepped on her back, alternating between deep and shallow, much like a massage. Feeling comfortable, Jiangyu completely relaxed. Dezhuang a little higher, yes, right there, step more on it. And to the left, yes, a few more on the shoulder. Focus. They'll give you more dried fish tonight. Hearing Jiangyu's satisfied sigh, it felt, indeed this home cannot do without me. After a large-scale evacuation, only a few survivors remained in the city. Whenever Jiangyu went downstairs, she never saw any other survivors in this building. Those who could leave probably had already done so. The main gate of the community had been destroyed, and the zombies outside had wandered in without any obstacles. Jiangyu couldn't be bothered with them. What was the point in clearing these zombies? They were natural soldiers. It's impossible for all survivors to have left. Surely some were forced to stay behind, or had other reasons for remaining in the city. The more zombies roamed in the community, the lower the chances of other survivors entering. In the past, she frequently encountered survivors searching for supplies when she went out, but now it was just zombies, more zombies. The city was resource-scarce, and the remaining few survivors were desperately fleeing. This place was becoming increasingly devoid of living people. However, because of this, Jiangyu felt quite at ease. Dezhuang's size had rapidly increased, soon surpassing the More than a month later, Jiangyu's demeanor had completely transformed from when the apocalypse first began. Thanks to the perfect stem cells, she no longer worried about overtraining. Even if she sustained some injuries, a month of intensive training had transformed her completely. Her previously overly slender physique, weakened from years of inadequate nutrition, had become well-proportioned and filled with strength, moving with explosive force despite not having obvious muscle groups. Her abdomen was flat and firm, and her legs long and powerful. Jiangyu was not short, standing at around 168 centimeters, but her previous thinness made her appear like a mere bamboo stick. Now she radiated a sense of strength, exuding a sharp aura from within. Her hair had grown long again, having been cut to ear length. Her sleek black hair contrasted with her already fair complexion, giving her an even colder appearance. Training is never a matter of a day or two. It took her over a month to achieve such results, far beyond her expectations. Without the healing abilities of the perfect stem cells, she would not have been able to train her body to this extent so quickly. After completing her morning training, Jiangyu entered her space. Now all the saplings in the space had grown into at least 2-meter-tall trees laden with fruit, and the livestock had long been released. To prevent these small animals from running into the yard, Jiangyu enclosed the yard with a fence. As soon as she entered the space, she saw a large peach tree outside the yard, blooming with flowers, filling the air with fragrance. Under the peach tree, a large Araucana chicken was followed by a group of chicks. Further away, the apple tree was heavy with bright red fruit, causing some apples to fall on the ground, where several pigs and sheep were eating them. Even more animals lived in the small forest in front of her. Jiangyu did not raise these livestock. They were all free range, allowing them to grow naturally. The space was filled with woods, and there were enough fruits for them to eat. The few pigs eating apples dug their noses into the soft soil beneath the trees, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, they seemed to sense being watched, paused briefly, and then ran into the forest. In the fish pond, there were still a dozen ducks swimming, occasionally leaping out of the water. Jiangyu even saw a mysterious bird flying overhead, clutching a small yellow chick in its claws. She picked a basket of strawberries and cherry tomatoes in the yard and caught a large hen. The strawberries and cherry tomatoes were placed on the table as snacks for Dezhuang. As for the hen, it was Jiangyu's training equipment. Why was it called training equipment? Because this insane creature came up with a twisted method to train her speed. She cut the hen's throat and strapped, using the scent of blood to attract zombies. She would have them chase her like crazy. This was her routine speed training. Only when faced with danger can a person's potential be fully unleashed. Just like a mother able to lift a large truck with her bare hands in a car accident. Or an ordinary person who normally could not run fast, but could sprint at world-class speeds when being chased by a dog. But being chased by a dog is nothing compared to the thrill of being pursued by a zombie, right? Upon reaching the first floor, Jiangyu stood inside the locked unit door, using a kitchen knife to swiftly sever the hen's neck before hanging it upside down on her back and bursting through the iron door. The few zombies leisurely wandering outside were instantly awakened by the strong scent of blood rushing towards the source of the smell. Roar! Jiangyu, carrying the hen, sprinted ahead, with dozens of zombies fervently chasing behind her. The momentum was far more intense than that of chasing a celebrity. Once she ran out of the block, the commotion and scent of blood continued to attract more zombies to join the chase. After more than half an hour, the number of zombies behind Jiangyu had increased from just a few to a horde easily numbering in the hundreds. The chicken's blood had run dry, and Jiangyu stored the hen in her space, saving it for chicken soup in the evening. While others walked their dogs, Jiangyu was walking her zombies, and it was quite a crowd. After placing the chickens into the spatial pocket, Jiangyu ran for a while and noticed that the zombie horde behind her was starting to disperse, with some zombies stopping their pursuit. After all, she was running extremely fast in front while the zombies behind were stumbling after her. But how many of them could remember to wear shoes now that they had turned into zombies? Some barefoot zombies were in a worse situation, their soles rubbing against the concrete as they chased for several kilometers like running a marathon. Their foot skin gradually wore down against the concrete, becoming bloody and raw, with some even exposing the bones of their feet. As many zombies began to spread out, they started to wander aimlessly like a pile of scattered sand. These creatures truly lacked any cohesion. How can that be? To be a persistent zombie, one cannot give. If you want to pursue, then pursue. If you want to stop, then just leave. Do you think this is love? If you want it, then take it. If you don't, then forget it. While Jiangyu was running wildly, she took out a street vendor's loudspeaker from her spatial pocket, turned it on, and quickly stuffed it into her backpack. The moment she pressed the button, a powerful shout exploded across the scene. Jiangnan Leather Factory is closing down. All leather at 58, not 588, not 48. Look here, look there, everything is $2. You can't go wrong at $2, you won't be deceived. Last day, everything is $10. Hurry up and pick. Look. If you don't take advantage of this, you're a fool. This is really the last day. If you don't leave tomorrow, you're a loser. The previously scattered horde of zombies instantly regained their spirit, charging forward like excited grandpas and grandmas rushing to the supermarket for eggs. At the same time, more and more zombies rushed out from the alleys, all drooling and clawing as they lunged towards Jiangyu. Jiangyu held her machete, dodging whenever possible, and directly beheaded any zombies she could not avoid. A zombie charged out from a side alley, the first to reach Jiangyu, its mouth wide open. A foul stench hit. Jiangyu raised her knife high and then struck down fiercely. Swoosh. With a light sound, the zombie that had just run up was split in half from the top of its head, its body collapsing to either side. Jiangyu swiftly crossed over the body and continued to sprint. As the commotion grew louder, the horde of zombies behind her grew larger. They roared and growled, and Jiangyu felt that the enthusiasm of the fans of top celebrities from the pre-apocalypse could not compare to this group behind her. She nimbly weaved through the city streets, moving quickly. Every time she passed through a narrow passage, the zombies behind her trailed like a long tail. The loudspeaker in her backpack blared for over 2 hours before running out of battery. The zombie army began to disperse again. Jiangyu skillfully switched to a small speaker, turned it on, slung it over her shoulder, and kept running. At first, she could only run with the zombies chasing her for half an hour. Later, it extended to 1 hour, 2 hours, and then 4 hours. Her body kept pushing its limits, and every time she returned home, she felt her legs weak, as if they were not her. Her bones and muscles ached all over. However, this pain was like forging steel, making her physical fitness. Walking the zombies became increasingly smooth. No one would have imagined that this bizarre way of training her speed and agility would involve leading an entire city of zombies in pursuit. If this were to be known, who wouldn't say this was courting death? Yet for Jiangyu, this was merely an appetizer. She firmly believed that human potential is like the oil within sesame seeds. No matter how cleanly you extract it, with a bit of effort, you can always squeeze out a little more. Moreover, with the help of perfect stem cells, she didn't have to worry about her body being unable to handle such intense training. The loudspeaker on her shoulder was blasting energetic music, making her own ears tingle. The rhythmically powerful song seemed to instantly energize the fatigued zombies. The howls of the zombies behind her were continuous. Nothing can stop my yearning for freedom. Blue Lotus Dee dee dada, walking on the path of courage. I have crossed rivers and mountains, traversed deep mountains and seas. I once had everything, now it's all gone. Like Jiangyu felt like she had played the wrong song. Why did it feel like this song made her feet unable to stop running? She now had an impulse to charge forward, continuously sprinting ahead. If she were driving right now, she believed she would have floored the accelerator. The horde of zombies was inexplicably excited, sprinting along while howling behind her. Perhaps this is the power of music that transcends species. Even though they don't understand it, they can resonate with it. Not all survivors in this city could have left, some must have remained. And the loud booming speaker Jiangyu carried caused a sensation wherever she went. Not only could the zombies hear it, but the surviving humans left behind could hear it too. Some survivors who heard the music thought they were hallucinating. They suddenly felt as if they were back to the days when old ladies danced in the square. They used to think those ladies were noisy, uncultured, and annoying. But now how many people missed that din? A tightly shut window on the 6th floor of an apartment quietly opened. A blonde with a new crop of black hair at the roots looked down at the scene below, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What the heck, this must be an illusion. Absolutely an illusion. He slapped himself hard twice. Looking down again, his jaw almost dropped. My dear mother, what kind of monster is this? A woman was sprinting for her life, while carrying a square black speaker on her shoulder, which was blaring upbeat music. The street below was packed with a dense mass of zombies, making anyone watching feel their scalp tingle. There were so many zombies that even a stampede occurred. Some zombies tripped or were knocked down, and before they could get back up they were trampled into a mushy mess by the throng behind. Once the horde of zombies had run far away, the man looked at the foul-smelling remains scattered across the street below and unconsciously swallowed. True warriors dare to walk with zombies. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu paid no mind to whether her commotion would attract the attention of other survivors. Her daily plan of running 20 kilometers absolutely could not fall through. Jiang Yu took a large circle and returned to the vicinity of her residential community as dusk fell. Upon arriving nearby, she stowed her loudspeaker. Then she quickly darted into an alley, shaking off some of the zombies in front of her. The zombies behind lost their target and dispersed right where they stood. When she had left in the afternoon, those zombies had still shown great enthusiasm in their pursuit. But now many zombies were dragging their legs, crawling on the ground. To be able to exhaust the zombies, Jiang Yu was unprecedented. She was very satisfied with the training plan she had devised. She had already moved beyond the stage of training behind closed doors at home. In the morning, De Zhuang carried a loudspeaker and fresh meat to attract the zombies into an abandoned warehouse. Jiang Yu was responsible for closing the door and counting. Once the number of zombies exceeded 300, she could close the warehouse door. Practicing close combat by locking a group of zombies inside a spacious warehouse, relying entirely on cold weapons without using any abilities, focuses on speed. In martial arts, swiftness is invincible. The best defense is offense. Only when all 300 zombies are dismembered can the training be considered complete. At first it took a whole morning to slay 300 zombies, but it eventually condensed to 3 hours, then 2 hours, and finally her limit was 1 hour and 5 minutes. After all, without using abilities and relying solely on the machete, this time was currently unbeatable. The morning training was concluded. Jiang Yu stored all the zombie bodies in her spatial pocket and ran to the nearby stadium, piling the corpses in the open space of the stadium. The stadium's large swimming pool was now filled with corpses, and the tennis courts were also piled high with them. The large area of zombie bodies attracted many small animals, and the stench could be smelled from quite a distance. Many insects and rats gathered here. As for them, it was a buffet paradise. The moment Jiang Yu entered the stadium, she saw rats, flies, cockroaches, and various unknown bugs feasting on the mountain of corpses. These mice are plump, completely unafraid of humans. Even upon noticing someone entering, they continue to gnaw. The buzzing of the green flies fills the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Recently, Jiang Yu discovered that zombies have begun to consume their own kind. This is a sign of the zombies evolving. Initial stage zombies do not possess the awareness to devour their own. However, in recent days, she frequently sees zombies feasting on the corpses of their kind by the roadside. The many corpses in the stadium naturally attracted a number of zombies. Jiang Yu swiftly dealt with a few nearby zombies before dumping their bodies from her spatial storage. She then quickly retreated. This place was foul-smelling, but she really had no way to dispose of these zombie bodies. If she were to leave them near the training warehouse, it wouldn't take 2 days before it became unusable. The moment fresh zombie corpses appeared, the first to react were the mice, who squeaked in groups and quickly swarmed the pile of bodies. They then began to feast voraciously. Some mice even gnawed through flesh to get inside the zombie's body. In their competition for food, these mice would also fight among themselves. The weaker ones would be severely injured and subsequently consumed by other mice. Jiang Yu frowned as she glanced at a few zombies in the distance who were focused on their meal. She noticed that these zombies first consumed the heads of their kind. Only when there were no heads left would they resort to eating other parts of the body. Not only zombies, but the mice also preferred to eat the heads first. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of how De Zhuang also enjoyed eating mutated mice and zombie heads. These mutated animals may not possess great intelligence, but their instincts drive them to consume the most beneficial food first. After disposing of the garbage, Jiang Yu returned home for lunch. With intense training, she naturally ate a lot, finishing 3 large bowls of rice in this meal. She didn't spare any juice from the shredded pork with green peppers or the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mixing it all with rice until everything was spotless. After the meal, she even drank a large cup of grass jelly before settling down for a nap. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu arrived at Warehouse No. 2. If Warehouse No. 1 was for combat training, then Warehouse No. 2 was for agility training. This underground warehouse held 6 second-stage zombies, all of whom were either speed-type or power-type zombie. It was specifically designed for combat practice. The zombie virus couldn't infect her, so she naturally had no reservations. Second-stage zombies were already hard to find, not to mention her specific requirements. She needed power-type and speed-type zombies that would aid in her close combat training. Each zombie in here was meticulously selected by her. De Zhuang would scout around and inform her whenever he found a second-stage zombie. She would then capture it to use as a sparring partner. Initially, there was 1 second-stage zombie in the warehouse, and after successfully handling it in unknown training, she brought in a second one and began her unknown training. Gradually increasing the number, Jiang Yu could now handle 6 at once. The 6 second-stage zombies before her included a one-eyed zombie, which had been captured a week ago. The other 5 were newcomers from recent days. Zombie sparring partners were consumables, and during training losing limbs and other injuries were inevitable. When the damage to a second-stage zombie became detrimental to regular training, it would be let go. Once a sparring partner was dismissed, the only value left for these zombies was to extract their cores. This kind of sparring without needing to pay for a membership is simply essential for home and travel. Warehouse No. 2 is underground and apart from a square thick steel plate at the exit. The rest is comprised of thick concrete and soil layers. This is also why these zombies cannot escape. Jiang Yu opened the steel plate at the entrance, quickly locked it, and descended the stairs to the warehouse. The moment she opened the steel plate, she heard the unique low growls of zombies from below, along with the sound of claws scratching against the walls. The first sparring partner is a one-eyed zombie, the oldest employee. One of its eyes was penetrated by Jiang Yu, and the dagger still remains lodged in the eye socket. The second sparring partner is a speed-type zombie, small in size like a monkey, but its speed is exceptionally. The third sparring partner is a power-type zombie about 2 meters tall with bulging muscles all over its body, and its grayish skin seems as if it could burst at any moment. The fourth sparring partner has long limbs and excels at climbing, moving along the walls as easily as it does on the ground. The fifth sparring partner has claws for hands and feet, with sharp hooks that are extremely deadly. Jiang Yu witnessed it tear another second-stage zombie in half during a capture. It strikes with brutal ferocity. As for the sixth sparring partner, it was captured just yesterday. Clearly it had not yet fully adapted to the work environment, and had clashed with the older employees. It had already been gnawed down to mere bone fragments by the 5 older employees. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the underground warehouse, she quickly noticed that one of her employees was missing. The 5 second-stage zombies, upon noticing their boss, revealed their sharp claws and fangs, all rushing toward Jiang Yu simultaneously. It was this damned human who had locked them up here. The moment they saw her, all 5 second-stage zombies erupted in "You ate the new employee." Roar. A new round of fighting began. Over an hour later, Jiang Yu emerged covered in blood, tilting her head as blood dripped from her hair onto the ground. Though she inevitably had some wounds, the exhilarating feeling was fantastic. De Zhuang immediately approached her, gesturing animatedly. "Meow. Boss, I've discovered a new second-stage zombie. Let's go." Jiang Yu immediately followed to replenish new employees for Warehouse No. 2. By evening, Jiang Yu, as usual, carried a speaker on her shoulder to attract the horde of zombies, practicing her speed in a 20-kilometer run. She ran while they chased, with flies buzzing behind. If she couldn't sleep at night, Jiang Yu would go to the 22nd floor to train her mental strength. Look at her, so proactive and motivated. Sometimes she admired herself for being so disciplined. The 22nd floor is the mental training room. The employee in the training room is a psychic zombie. She had searched throughout the city and only found one. How rare. To prevent the zombie from escaping, she tied it up like a rice dumpling. Practicing mental strength became much simpler. She could just engage directly with the psychic zombie. It's like training a hawk. Whoever lasts until the end wins. This zombie was quite rebellious when it first arrived, always trying to sneak attack Jiang Yu with its psychic powers. In the beginning, Jiang Yu indeed fell victim a few times, but gradually, after adapting, she began to fight back. Now she felt that this psychic zombie seemed a bit neurotic. Whenever it sees Jiang Yu, its 2 eyes become cross-eyed, following her wherever it goes. Jiang Yu looked at it, and it tilted its head to look back, even shaking its head back and forth. Saliva flying everywhere, it looked quite neurotic. Jiang Yu sighed. As the only employee in the psychic department, you are holding up the entire department. Ew, I know you are working hard. But you must take care of yourself. If you hold on for a few more days, perhaps you'll have a colleague. What's with you, a zombie, making yourself look so depressed? Can't you show a little ambition? Stand up, and let's continue practicing, shall we? The zombie stared at her with its cross-eyed gaze, its hair already frizzed into a nest. Hiss. It lowly growled, appearing a bit dazed. Forget it, perhaps I've given you too much work recently. How about this, you take a few days off? Am not devoid of humanity. As a boss, I rest well, and I'll check on you in a couple of days. After all, the other training sessions involved many zombies working together. But in terms of mental strength, it currently stood alone, supporting the entire department. A bit of pressure is inevitable. A few days of rest will do you good. Jiang Yu fed it a crystal core, stroked its head, and then left. As long as there were no other matters, her morning, noon, and evening training schedules were always filled and never slacked off. Do you think hoarding supplies during the apocalypse means you can slack off? No, she intends to outdo her peers. While others become complacent with stocked supplies, she quietly puts in the effort to outlast the other survivors. Years spent on Forbidden Island made her acutely aware of one thing: having weak fists could land you in a cage for experimentation. A person lacking strength can never live freely anywhere. Jiang Yu immersed herself completely in her training. Until she becomes strong enough, she would never voluntarily step into human settlements. Especially in places like bases, the more people there are, the more dangerous it becomes. Under her high-intensity training regimen, the zombies were consumed rapidly. She often spent a lot of time capturing sparring partners. At times, Jiang Yu even felt that the zombies were somewhat insufficient. She wondered if those zombies had become too accustomed to her training. As time went on, Jiang Yu found that even while she carried a speaker blasting dance music on the streets or rode a motorcycle making a deafening noise, many zombies, upon hearing familiar songs and the roar of the engine, merely glanced at her direction before resuming their own activities. Only a small number of zombies would chase after her. Their enthusiasm had waned. Indeed, love can fade. Once upon a time, these little zombies were so enthusiastic, but now as the newcomers became old timers, the passion was gone. However, by that time her training plan was nearly completed, so Jiang Yu didn't pay them any mind. Soon after, a group of survivors arrived in City A to search for supplies, only to discover the zombies here were rather peculiar. Unlike zombies in other areas who would eagerly pounce on living humans, the zombies here seemed a bit dull. Upon seeing humans, instead of instinctively lunging forward, they would tentatively take a few steps before beginning to chase. However, by the time they made their cautious moves, the survivors had already fled far away. Once the news spread, many places circulated rumors that the zombies in City A were of a low level for unknown reasons, with no evolved zombies appearing. The zombies in City A were deemed pathetic, and it became a widely accepted conclusion. However, years later, when outside survivors entered City A with the mindset of witnessing the dumbest zombies, they realized that all those were just rumors. Which bastard said the zombies here were stupid? Although it was confirmed that these zombies were slower to identify targets than normal zombies, once they did, they would bite down and never let go, refusing to yield. Moreover, these zombies are incredibly fast when they run. Their speed is so quick that their legs seem to leave after images like whirling wheels of fire. They are simply a bunch of freakish zombies. These days, besides training and daily gathering of useful supplies, Jiang Yu has been searching for mutated plants. Perhaps it is still too early since the apocalypse began. Aside from animals and humans, mutated plants are quite rare. The last mutated plant, a cactus, was devoured by Zhuang. Since then, Jiang Yu has searched for a long time without finding a second mutated plant. However, she has not given up. After all, she could search slowly and would eventually find one. On another sunny day, as soon as Jiang Yu stepped out of the door in the morning, it felt as if she had walked into a boiler room, the heat making her uneasy. The strawberries and catnip she planted on the balcony could not be saved even with watering. They hung on to life, barely alive. It felt as if a single touch could make them perish. So Jiang Yu simply planted them into her spatial pocket, where they thrived in the soil. The clock on the wall pointed to 7 in the morning, but the sun was already rising high. After the apocalypse, the trend of longer summer days and shorter nights became increasingly evident. Days are getting longer and hotter. Nights are slightly cooler, but the temperature has never dropped below 40 degrees. The surviving residents have adapted to the high temperatures. Although it is hot, it is not hot enough to kill. Jiang Yu stood on the balcony, stretching her arms and yawning deeply, then began to brush her teeth. Zhuang also lay on the ground, stretching his body and yawning, then grabbed a handful of dry grass to chew. This dry grass has a faint sweetness to it, and having a handful in the morning serves as a way to brush teeth. At the edge of the terrace is a 1-meter-high safety wall, where both the person and the cat squatted brushing their teeth. From the height of over 20 floors, if someone were to kick from behind, falling down would likely not require any rescue. Jiang Yu held her electric toothbrush, brushing her teeth while looking down. At this height, she could not see clearly what was on the street below. She was looking at a distant lake, its water a clear emerald green. Unlike the dead plants nearby and elsewhere, there was some greenery around the lake. It stood out remarkably. From this angle, there were no visual obstructions, and the scenery was quite pleasant. I wonder if there are any mutated plants in there. Jiang Yu took a sip of water, rinsed her mouth, and decided to go see it today. However, although it looked close, the actual distance to the lake was probably around 5 or 6 kilometers. After brushing her teeth, Jiang Yu had breakfast with Zhuang before heading to their destination for the day. Zhuang meowed, "Are we not hunting zombies today?" Jiang Yu went downstairs to retrieve an electric scooter from her space, hopped on, and patted the back seat. "Today we're going to stroll in the park and check out the lake. No work for us." Zhuang thought, "I can't believe you." Nevertheless, he jumped right up and lay on the back seat. During this time, Jiang Yu had become quite familiar with the nearby roads. Zombies are sensitive to smell and sound, especially sound. She navigated quietly through a secluded path on her little electric scooter, making minimal noise and only potentially startling a zombie or two nearby. The zombies further away were unlikely to notice them. Most of the zombies in this city seemed to have become lethargic. Occasionally, she would see something drift past, with some zombies tilting their heads, hesitating on whether to chase. They appeared rather foolish. As for the few attacking zombies, Jiang Yu didn't need to intervene. Zhuang could easily deal with them in just a few swipes, crushing their skulls. Currently, Zhuang had grown a bit larger than at the beginning. He was approaching 70 pounds, and unlike canines, felines are known for their explosive power. A 70-pound mutated cat has combat capabilities that rival those of a human enhancer. Zhuang had just smashed one zombie's head, and before his backside could warm on the back seat around a corner, 2 more zombies lunged out from the doorway of a clothing store. The 2 zombies charged at Jiang Yu with outstretched claws, but she didn't even slow down. "Zhuang, go." De Zhuang let out a furious meow, then with a powerful leap he soared over Jiang Yu's head and landed directly on one zombie's head. Roar! The zombie violently shook its head, but in the next moment half of its head was bitten off. The entire body collapsed limply to the ground. De Zhuang spat out the skull he had in his mouth, then jumped again, slapping another zombie's face and tearing it off half. He then landed on the ground and executed a swift kick. He used his backside to shove the zombie back a few steps, and just as the zombie steadied itself it let out a low growl and charged at De Zhuang. However, its sharp claws didn't even touch his fur before De Zhuang had leaped onto its neck. Crack! With one bite the zombie's neck was bitten through, leaving only a layer of skin hanging from the head, which drooped down onto the zombie's chest. The grayish-white eyeballs still stared at De Zhuang, and its mouth opened and closed. With a swipe of his sharp claws, De Zhuang severed the last piece of skin. The round head rolled to the ground, still gnashing its teeth. As long as the brainstem isn't destroyed, a zombie can survive, even if it's just a head. De Zhuang, however, didn't care anymore. As stepping on the head, he hurried to catch up. This series of actions looked rather complex, but it took no more than 20 seconds. However, in that 20 seconds the woman had already run quite far ahead. De Zhuang looked up and saw a few zombies chasing after the electric scooter. He snarled irritably, quickly chased after, leaping high to soar over the zombies and landing steadily back on the back seat. Jiang Yu felt the back seat shift and knew De Zhuang had caught up. During this time the cooperation between this person and cat in combat had become quite harmonious. The little electric scooter was quiet, not making as much noise as a motorcycle. Unless honking deliberately or hitting something, it generally wouldn't make a loud sound. This made it less likely to attract zombies. The compact and convenient electric scooter was fast, and soon they had shaken off the pursuing zombies. De Zhuang lay on the back seat licking his paws, and whenever he encountered a nearby zombie, he would leap up to dispatch it, then continue to chase after Jiang Yu's scooter, skillfully jumping back on. The duo expertly maneuvered through the city, skillfully avoiding areas where zombies congregated. The electric scooter could navigate past damaged vehicles or other obstacles as long as they weren't completely blocked. In such complicated roads, the electric scooter was much more convenient than a car. Jiang Yu leisurely rode through the alleys with De Zhuang humming softly. Ride my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic, there's a zombie at 3 o'clock. De Zhuang. Over an hour later Jiang Yu arrived at the park entrance on his small electric scooter. The Baibo Lake encircled a vast expanse of gardens, and it was precisely because of the existence of Baibo Lake that this park was considered the only verdant place in the entire city. The breeze blowing across the lake carried a faint fishy scent, yet it was not unpleasant. There was a possibility of mutated plants existing here. This park had 4 entrances in the east, southwest, and north, and the location they were in was the east gate. The park's main gate was originally a retractable door only half a person's height, but at this moment it was in complete disarray due to damage. It had long lost its function. After storing the small electric scooter in his space, Jiang Yu directly jumped over the overturned fence. De Zhuang closely followed behind. Upon entering through the main gate, they stepped into a small square which used to be a paradise for the square dance aunties. In the past there would be several dancing groups here every evening. Aunties from different factions once fought over territory, even making it to the local news. However, now there were no dancing aunties in this square. Only a dozen or so wandering zombies remained. These zombies, upon sensing the movement of the living, were instantly awakened and quickly rushed towards Jiang Yu from all directions. They were as excited as starving beasts spotting their prey. Meow! De Zhuang was the first to charge forward, fiercely attacking even before the zombies could pounce. Jiang Yu brandished a machete, advancing swiftly, as if in a mechanical dance, swiftly felled these creatures to the ground. Compared to the hundreds of zombies in Warehouse No. 1, these few small zombies were merely appetizers. At this moment De Zhuang had also taken down 3 zombies and returned to Jiang Yu's side with the demeanor of a victorious general. After dealing with the zombies in the square, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to survey the surroundings. Typically there would be a basic map at the entrance of such a park. Sure enough, the next moment, she spotted a plastic sign about a person's height standing beside the square, displaying the topographical map of the entire Baibo Park. Jiang Yu had not visited this park much, a few times, she had only hurriedly passed by it. Thus she took a serious look. This park is surrounded in the middle by the entire Baibo Lake, thus it is called Baibo Garden. The park is separated from the outside world by Baibo Lake with no 5th entrance except for the 4 main gates in the east, southwest, and north. Moreover, there were quite a few military air defense bunkers inside. Various botanical gardens. Jiang Yu took out her phone and snapped a picture of the park map. Although there was no internet now, taking pictures for record keeping was not affected. With the presence of solar panels, charging her phone was completely fine. After all, she did not possess the ability to remember everything at a glance. While she was looking at the map, De Zhuang seemed to have discovered something and ran to the lakeside, crouching on a rock to reach for the fish in the water. There used to be many koi in this lake, but now they seemed to be nowhere in sight. De Zhuang stirred the water with his paws, and not far away a red figure indeed appeared. It was a carp. As a cat who wouldn't love fish, Dezhuang eagerly meowed a few times. Hearing the cat's call, Jiang Yu quickly walked to the water's edge just as she got close. Splash! A red carp suddenly leaped out of the water and bit down on Dezhuang's head. Dezhuang. Why did it suddenly get dark? Dezhuang's head was entirely caught in the fish's mouth and frantic cat cries muffled out. Once he regained his senses, he immediately swatted with his claws in a panic, scattering red scales everywhere. That fish appeared to weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. Although its appearance resembled that of a koi, the moment it opened its mouth, Jiang Yu clearly saw rows of sharp teeth inside. The fish in Baibo Lake must have mutated. The fish wanted to drag Dezhuang into the water, while Dezhuang wanted to pull it onto the shore. Neither would yield to the other. However, it was clear that the fish could not match Dezhuang. Most of its scales had been stripped away, and one of its eyes had been poked out, looking quite tragic. Seeing the water surface nearby rippling, a group of large red carps surfaced, attracted by the smell of blood. Jiang Yu quickly grabbed hold of Dezhuang's tail, pulling both the cat and the fish onto the shore, then stepped back a few paces to distance herself from the water's edge. With one sliced down crack, the fish was chopped in half. Dezhuang's head suddenly popped out of the fish's mouth, and other than his fur being wet, there were no injuries. He looked somewhat panicked, meowing at Jiang Yu. Dezhuang, are you trying to kill me? Jiang Yu glanced at him coolly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Dezhuang then lowered his head and finished off the fish head with a few bites. Afterwards, he looked longingly at the school of fish in the lake. But one fish was fine, a whole group of fish seemed a bit dangerous. Jiang Yu crouched down and pried open the fish's mouth and indeed saw rows of sharp fangs inside. She glanced at Baibo Lake, and the school of fish on the surface had already submerged again. It was quite normal for one or two fish to mutate. However, just now she noticed that the group of fish that surfaced were all plump, and not one was smaller than the one she had just caught. This proved that the entire group was likely mutated fish. To confirm her suspicions, she looked at Dezhuang. Dezhuang, do you still want to eat fish? Meow. Dezhuang nodded vigorously, still not understanding why this human was suddenly so accommodating. The next second, he felt something quickly tied around his leg, and then his body felt lighter. The surrounding scenery began to swirl before his eyes. Meow. Someone's trying to harm me. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere. A cat crashed heavily into the lake. Dezhuang thrashed around frantically in the center of the lake. What kind of problem did this woman have? Has she always had it in for me, wanting to take me out? If you want to kill me, come at me openly. You little spicy chicken, how dare you sneak attack? You actually threw me into the lake. This place is full of piranhas. My life as a cat is at stake. The splashing water immediately attracted a group of carps. Dezhuang looked in horror at the red mass appearing ahead. Holy crap, these fish look like nuclear submarines. That woman really wants to kill me. He turned around and fled, paddling frantically with his forepaws in the water. But the next second he felt a painful bite on his tail and rear, then he began to sink. Damn it, they bit my butt. Dezhuang instantly went wild, turning around and smashing the head of a fish. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Yu pulled hard on the rope in her hand, dragging Dezhuang back towards the shore. Following Dezhuang was a group of large red, white, and yellow carps. To be fair, if one ignored their mutations, this group of fish looked quite beautiful. Just as Dezhuang's paws touched the ground, he hurriedly rolled and crawled up onto the shore. On his tail and rear, several fish clung on tightly, refusing to let go, and he dragged them up as well. The remaining fish in the lake crowded by the shore, their mouths opening and closing, exposing rows of white sharp teeth. Jiang Yu could see clearly this time it was indeed all mutated fish. She helped pull off the fish clinging to Dezhuang's rear and tail. A total of 4 fish, each estimated to weigh at least 20 pounds or more. Dezhuang glared angrily at Jiang Yu, scratching the ground with his claws. Meow. You attacked me first. I'm very angry. I'm about to explode. Really about to explode. Dezhuang, do you think these fish would taste good if we took them back to make braised carp? Dezhuang. Meow. Actually, stewed is acceptable too. Don't be fooled by its initial fright when thrown into the water. However, upon hearing about the braised fish, its eyes lit up with excitement. Looking at the fish on the ground, it felt that there should be more. Indeed, it wouldn't hurt to be thrown back into the water again. So it circled its tail and grabbed the rope from the ground, signaling Jiang Yu to bind it again and toss it back into the water. Meow. Come on, let's do it again. I'm not afraid. Just throw me down again to catch some fish. This little bit of fish is definitely not enough to eat. Although this cat couldn't speak human language, for some reason Jiang Yu understood its meaning. Let's talk about it later. Let's explore elsewhere first. She struck the fish still flopping on the ground with a stick, killing it and storing it in her space. For some reason, all mutated plants and animals could not enter the space. While alive, only after being killed could they be placed inside. But thinking it over, it might be due to the exclusivity of the space's rules. After all, if mutated animals were stored, it would directly disrupt the original ecological balance of the space. Other ordinary creatures could almost be slaughtered at will. After storing the last carp in her space, Jiang Yu turned and walked away with Dezhuang. All the koi in this Baibo lake had mutated. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Indeed, with De Zhuang's tough skin and flesh, if a human fell and they would likely be completely devoured in no time. However, since she dared to bring De Zhuang to the lake, she was confident that nothing would happen to it. After all, during this time De Zhuang had often helped her catch second-tier zombies, and it was uncertain how many brains it had consumed. It had long since developed a body as tough as iron and bronze. Didn't that carp that just bit its head only manage to leave it covered in drool with no bite marks at all? Yet this mutated fish, one could only wonder what it had eaten to grow so large. Perhaps it had devoured quite a few zombies. After all, with the rising water, this group of fish must be swimming everywhere. It would be better to find a separate pot to stew it. In the future, she would use that pot to cook for De Zhuang. The entire park was lush and green. These trees not only hadn't withered, but Jiang Yu felt, perhaps due to her illusion, that these flowers and trees seemed even more verdant than ordinary plants. For instance, the pine tree next to the square was adorned with red ribbons. She had passed by it while stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse. At that time, didn't it seem as large as it is now? Could it be a mutated plant? Jiang Yu approached the tree, reaching out to place her hand on the trunk, but sensed no energy. It should not be a mutated plant. Mutated plants would have special energy fluctuations that could be felt with careful sensing. She looked at De Zhuang. De Zhuang, does this tree look like a mutated plant to you? In some respects, mutated animals' identification senses were far superior to those of humans. De Zhuang climbed up the tree, nimbly jumping around, sniffing here and scratching there, and then jumped down, shaking its head at Jiang Yu. As it came down, it even plucked a handful of pine needles and chewed on them. Jiang Yu sighed in disappointment. Following the path further inside, the plants became less vibrant, and many had even withered. It seemed that only the plants close to the edge of Baibo Lake were thriving. Jiang Yu located the position of the botanical garden according to the map. The botanical garden was easy to identify. Following the signposts, it wasn't long before she saw a large area reflecting glass from a distance, and Jiang Yu knew she had arrived at the botanical garden. This botanical garden resembled a vast tropical rainforest ecosystem, but many of the glass panels in the sunroom had been shattered, and the glass above the dome was reduced to mere skeletons. Glass shards were scattered across the ground. Before getting closer, she caught a whiff of a foul odor accompanied by waves of heat. The closer she got to the botanical garden, the stronger the stench became, even stinging her eyes. It was somewhat reminiscent of the ammonia released after meat rotted, mixed with the smell of decaying leaves and other unknown fragrances. It was indescribably disgusting. Even Jiang Yu, accustomed to heaps of corpses, felt a sense of physiological discomfort. De Zhuang pretended to vomit, scratching at the entrance's rack, unwilling to go in. You wait for me at the entrance, I'll go in and take a look. Jiang Yu put on a pig nose gas mask and then stepped inside. Better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. This place smelled so uniquely foul. What if there were mutated plants inside? Her shoes crunched on the glass shards, making a series of crunching sounds. The plants inside this botanical garden had not completely withered. Some heat-resistant plants had grown even taller than before the apocalypse. However, the pools of water inside had all gone foul, and the soil on the ground was soaked with stinking water. Every step sank in by 1 or 2 centimeters. Various small insects crawled in the soil: centipedes, pill bugs, white mustard millipedes, and some unidentifiable soft-bodied insects. Jiang Yu proceeded, cautiously wary of any snakes that might be lurking in the shadows. She remembered that there used to be pythons and poisonous snakes in this botanical garden, but now the glass barriers that kept those animals had all been destroyed, and the animals had vanished without a trace. They might be dead, or perhaps they were hiding in the shadows of some plant, ready to pounce when she passed by. At that moment, her hand accidentally brushed against a broad leaf, causing the leaf to shake, and a green spot on it shifted slightly to reveal a golden vertical pupil. The chameleon only moved slightly before blending back into the color of the leaf. A palm-sized black scorpion crawled over the rotten soil in front of Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu moved slightly, it immediately changed direction and crawled towards her, its long-tailed stinger glinting coldly in the sunlight. Jiang Yu swiftly thrust her hoe into the ground. The scorpion's body was split in two, its tail still twitching slightly. Jiang Yu bent down to pick up the scorpion and placed it in her space. This creature would be delicious when cooked, as she would take it back as a snack for De Zhuang. Such a large scorpion was hard to come by. Next, Jiang Yu thoroughly searched the entire botanical garden, but found no mutated plants. She stepped back outside, preparing to search in other areas of the park. After almost traversing half of the park, besides occasionally encountering a zombie or two, she hadn't seen a single mutated plant. As she walked along a narrow path, her way was suddenly blocked ahead. Several sightseeing cars were parked horizontally in the middle of the road, clearly placed there intentionally. Jiang Yu was just about to climb over the nearby rockery when a man stepped out from behind the car. "Stop. The road ahead is blocked. Friend, please take another direction." The newcomer was a man in his 30s, of medium build, wearing a tank top and holding an old-fashioned hunting rifle. He looked extremely ordinary, the kind of face that could be lost in a crowd. However, his sharp eyes were like an eagle's, indicating he was definitely not an ordinary person. But then again, who could be ordinary in a city where only the brave dared to remain? The muzzle of the hunting rifle was pointed directly at Jiang Yu. It seemed that if she took one more step forward, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. As he spoke, two little heads peeked out from the gaps between the vehicles behind him, one male and one female, both eyeing Jiang Yu warily. If she remembered correctly, if she continued forward in this direction, there should be two air raid shelters. These people were probably occupying the shelters. This park was surrounded by lake water, a natural barrier with very few zombies wandering in. Moreover, the lake water could solve the problem of a drinking water source, making it indeed very suitable as a shelter. At that moment, another man pulled the two little heads aside and stepped out with a hunting rifle. Seeing Jiang Yu was alone, he first let out a sigh of relief, then spoke. Friend, the two air raid shelters ahead have already been claimed by us. If you're looking for a shelter, you can head that way. He pointed in one direction. There are a few more air raid shelters over there. Feng Mu observed the woman standing opposite him, showing no signs of underestimating her. They had clearly deployed zombies at all four entrances of the park to avoid anyone inadvertently wandering in. Concerned that someone might still cross the first wave of zombie barriers, the zombies on the path were not deliberately cleared. Generally, survivors could never venture this deep without a scratch. These zombies not only served to prevent other survivors from entering to a certain extent, but they also posed a danger to them. Every entry and exit from the park signified a risk. However, the woman appeared clean, with her clothes and pants spotless save for a few splatters of blood on her shoes. If one ignored the silver long knife in her hand, she looked as if she were on a pleasant outing in the park. Moreover, facing Song Cheng's gun, she showed no signs of panic. The fact that she could reach this point proved that she must have cleared the zombies at the entrance and encountered no harm from the zombies along the way. And then there was that tabby cat. Feng Mu had never seen a cat that sent chills down his spine like that. Before the apocalypse, he hadn't graduated from police academy, yet although he had seen various murderers in class, he had never felt cold sweat running down his back from a mere pair of eyes. He never imagined that such a sinister and savage gaze could appear on a cat. He had previously assisted his mentor in profiling a serial killer case, and that was when he realized that true psychopaths were not angry or afraid when they killed, they were exhilarated. To him, dismembered bodies were akin to the meat at a butcher's stall. While recounting the details of his killings and dismemberments, he spoke with a casual ease, and though he wore a smile, it was enough to make Feng Mu's legs tremble with fear. At that moment, the expression on the tabby cat's face mirrored that of a twisted terror astonishingly appearing on a cat. This cat must be a ghost cat. Feng Mu and Song Cheng exchanged a knowing glance. They both understood that this seemingly beautiful woman was far from harmless. Song Cheng, the middle-aged man who first appeared before Jiang Yu, spoke seriously. Young lady ahead is our shelter. We kindly ask you to leave. Jiang Yu was not unreasonable. In the apocalypse, the territory belonged to whoever occupied it, and no one liked strangers entering their private land. Blocked from her path, she wasn't angry. De Zhuang asked Miao. Kill them. Jiang Yu replied, let's go. There isn't much space inside, and it's unlikely we'll find what we're looking for. Find something. Feng Mu pondered her words with curiosity. What could one find in a park? He had seen many survivors fishing in the lake for food. Some had caught food and left. Some had failed to catch any fish and ended up being completely consumed instead. Could these two also be here to fish? He glanced at the cat beside Jiang Yu. It was fierce and large, undoubtedly requiring a lot of food. Here to fish for the cat. How this cat may be ugly, but it has a loving owner. At this time, to risk crossing zombies just to fish for a cat in the lake, what a dedicated caretaker. She said to the two, don't worry, I'm not interested in your shelter and won't be going in. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, Feng Mu suddenly spoke up. There are indeed many fish in this lake. But if you plan to catch any, it's best to be careful. These fish have grown unusually large for some reason. Moreover, they are filled with teeth resembling piranhas. If you're not careful and fall into the lake, you'll likely be left with nothing but bones. He shifted his tone and continued. However, the fish here taste decent, although they have a strong fishy smell, they suffice to fill your stomach. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Feng Mu. He looked to be in his 20s, somewhat younger, yet his grip on the gun was much more standard than that of the middle-aged man. From their interaction, it seemed that the younger Feng Mu was the one in charge. A thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Just searching roughly in the park might not yield any results. However, these people living in the park must be more familiar with it. Perhaps they could help her. We're not here to fish in the lake. If we were, we wouldn't need to come this deep. I'm here to find something. Feng Mu's eyes brightened, and he began to introduce himself. I am Feng Mu, and this is Song Cheng. We live in the air raid shelter up ahead. Song Cheng glanced at him, puzzled as to why he suddenly spoke so much to this woman, but he did not interrupt. I am Jiang Yu, and this is De Zhuang. Jiang Yu pointed to the cat beside her. Meow. De Zhuang bared its teeth, looking fierce. Since you live here, have you seen any unusual plants in the park, ones that look distinctly different from ordinary plants? Like they have mutated? Feng Mu remained silent. Song Cheng frowned, unsure of what to think. Jiang Yu pulled out 2 packs of instant noodles from her backpack. If you have, it won't be a bother for you to guide me. Upon seeing what she held, both men instinctively swallowed hard. Jiang Yu held a pack of spicy beef noodles and a pack of braised beef noodles. Though these were commonplace before the apocalypse, they were now a rare commodity. Feng Mu salivated at the thought of the noodles' taste. After the outbreak of zombies, they had traveled for a long time before finding the air raid shelter in the park. The park was surrounded by water on all sides, serving as a natural barrier, hence there were significantly fewer zombies inside than outside. Both he and Song Chung lived near the park. Had the community been farther away, they might not have managed to bring their families safely here. In this park, besides them, there were 2 other groups of people. One group resided in another air raid shelter. Another group lived in the small building at the far end, which was originally the management office of the zoo, but when the flood rose, most of the animals drowned. The few that survived had all fled, leaving the animal management office vacant. Subsequently, it was occupied by a group of people. In fact, the group in that animal management office was the first batch of survivors to enter the park. Feng Mu and his group were among the later arrivals. Although none of the survivor groups got along well with each other, and there were frequent minor conflicts, they still maintained a delicate balance at present. The Baibo Lake is deep and has ample water supply. When thirsty, one can boil lake water to make distilled water for drinking, and when hungry, one can catch fish from the lake. Everyone goes about their own lives, and there is no need for violent confrontations. However, if food becomes scarce in the future, they might end up fighting each other over resources. Jiang Yu had not ventured further inside, so she had not encountered the other 2 groups. Though those fish now had numerous teeth and looked quite terrifying, eating them might occasionally cause some diarrhea or vomiting, but at least they wouldn't starve. However, after eating fish every day, seeing other food suddenly made him nearly unable to suppress the salivation, as if a hand were reaching out from his throat. Beside him, Song Chung, being older and more composed nonetheless, had his eyes darting toward Jiang Yu's hands, more specifically the instant noodles she held. Song Chung asked, "Are you looking for mutated plants?" Jiang Yu nodded yes. "What do you want mutated plants for?" Feng Mu asked, curious about what could be done with plants while animals could still be eaten. "For potting. You have quite the taste." "That's none of your business. I have my own uses," Jiang Yu replied calmly. Feng Mu was taken aback, immediately shutting his mouth. Song Cheng's temper was less forgiving. He raised the hunting rifle in his hand, squinting his eyes, the dark muzzle aimed straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked back at him. Their eyes met, sparks flying as the air filled with a tense atmosphere. Feng Mu glanced between Jiang Yu and Song Chung, feeling that they might start fighting at any moment. De Zhuang's fur bristled, its body hunched, assuming an aggressive stance, glaring at Song Chung with a beast-like ferocity. A significant confrontation seemed imminent. Jiang Yu expressionlessly sheathed her knife. Seeing her empty hand, Feng Mu sighed in relief, thinking she had backed down. Thank goodness she wasn't hard-headed. Otherwise, if Song Chung got angry, he wouldn't be able to hold him back. Just as a smile was about to form on his lips, in the next moment, he saw the woman opposite him draw a machine gun from thin air, shouldering it in a similar manner, aiming it at Song Chung. With 2 belts of bullets hanging from her body, it was as if she mocked their rusty, old hunting rifles. Both Feng Mu and Song Chung were stunned. What was happening? How could she pull a machine gun out of nowhere just now? Feng Mu's mind raced as he looked at the girl standing in the shade of the tree. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a delicate, striking oval face that still bore a hint of youth, sporting a slight baby fat. Yet her physique seemed tight and filled with strength. Especially her eyes, which were aimed at them, dark enough to pull a person into the abyss. Pulling out a machine gun from thin air. Could she be an ability user? Jiang Yu ignored the psychological activities of the 2 men and tilted her head, politely addressing Song Chung. "I'm sorry, did I speak too loudly to upset this seemingly unhappy gentleman?" Although her words were polite, Feng Mu and Song Chung did not dare to truly believe she was being courteous. The machine gun in her hand spoke volumes. Song Cheng's expression turned awkward, and he lowered the hunting rifle in his hands. After all, if she really did fire, he would barely have enough time to shoot before she could empty her magazine. "Are you a psychic?" Feng Mu stared at the machine gun in her hands, a glimmer of both fervor and trepidation flashing in his eyes. "You just pulled that gun out of thin air. Are you the legendary spatial psychic?" "I've heard of spatial psychics, but this is the first time I've seen one alive." Feng Mu had previously heard tales of spatial psychics and found them quite marvelous. The only psychic in their team was Song Cheng's older brother, who was a metal-type psychic. When frightened, his skin would turn to metal, impervious even to zombies' bites. However, Song Cheng's brother had suffered brain damage from a fever in his childhood, leaving him with the intelligence of a 5- or 6-year-old. Thus he could protect himself, but he was utterly incapable of completing missions. After all, with the intelligence of a child and a mischievous personality, taking him out to scavenge for supplies was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Yet a spatial psychic, despite lacking formidable offensive or defensive capabilities, was essentially a walking warehouse. He had previously encountered a team with a spatial psychic whose spatial area was said to be over 20 cubic meters, which was quite impressive. It could hold a significant amount of emergency supplies and weapons. He wondered how large Jiang Yu's space was, but such inquiries should not be made lightly. Comparing a hunting rifle to a machine gun was like pitting a kitchen knife against a gun. It was not bravery. It was a death wish. Moreover, since she had a gun in her space, there might be other weapons as well. What if she pulled out a bomb and tossed it at them? That would be disastrous. Song Cheng's imposing demeanor diminished the moment Jiang Yu produced something, and after lowering his hunting rifle he avoided her gaze, looking aside. Fang Mu directly put away his hunting rifle, resting it on his shoulder, and appeared very friendly. When you demonstrate a certain level of strength, most around you will wear friendly faces. This was a lesson Jiang Yu learned after enduring many hardships. Fang Mu warmly invited Jiang Yu to rest at the shelter. We're preparing dinner. Have you eaten yet? If not, would you like to stay for a bit and have something to eat? Inviting someone to dinner at this moment was considered the highest form of etiquette. Song Cheng silently glanced at Fang Mu, but said nothing. He knew Fang Mu was trying to win Jiang Yu over, but it was evident that he would not succeed. This person was very clean with neat black hair that was smooth and well kept, indicating she did not lack for water. Her complexion was good, suggesting she had enough food. She even seemed to lack weapons. Someone like her wouldn't easily join any organization. Sure enough, the next moment they heard Jiang Yu's voice decline. Fang Mu instructed Song Cheng to stay put for a moment, and then turned to Jiang Yu, continuing, I know a place where there might be the mutated plants you mentioned. Oh, I can take you there. Thank you so much. Jiang Yu smiled sincerely. Fang Mu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking she should at least put away the machine gun with such a genuine smile. With the dark barrel of the gun pointed at him, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if his head might explode at any moment. Are you really a spatial psychic? He asked again with a smile. Jiang Yu nodded yes. I've seen a psychic who could produce water. She claimed to be a water-type psychic. She could condense water from her fingers, the kind you could drink. I also saw another who could generate electricity. I witnessed him use his powers to fry someone. Your ability is incredibly convenient. You can carry anything with you. If someone had this ability before the apocalypse, wouldn't traveling mean you wouldn't have to carry any luggage? How delightful. You talk too much. Oh, I'm sorry. I tend to ramble when I get excited. It's because of this flaw that my mentor always says I'm not fit for the police academy. By the way, that gun of yours seems a bit heavy. Shouldn't you put it away for a moment? It's not that heavy. Fang Mu replied. Thus the two walked in the park one after the other. De Zhuang followed Jiang Yu closely, warily watching Fang Mu. It held no fondness for this human who was close to Jiang Yu. It was not specifically targeting Fang Mu, it simply held a universal disdain for all humans. None of them were good. Of course Jiang Yu was an exception. Especially not this relatively handsome male who was certainly not a good thing. De Zhuang did not understand human aesthetics, but knew that this man was akin to a three-colored cat, a figure of distinction. Wait, does he have some ulterior motive? De Zhuang, who had initially wanted to explore elsewhere, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, and took a couple of steps forward to stay closely beside Jiang Yu. It couldn't let the human it had just covered be taken away by someone else. Sure enough, these cunning humans were all bad news. As soon as Fang Mu got a little closer, the cat bared its teeth at him, as if ready to devour him. He looked at the tabby cat somewhat perplexed, and awkwardly remarked, this cat of yours has quite the personality. Male cats without balls are all like this. Jiang Yu replied without turning her head. De Zhuang. Immediately it clamped its buttocks tightly, using its tail to guard its two precious lychees. What do you mean by mutated plants? Jiang Yu continued to ask as they walked. I'm not sure if it's the mutated plant you're looking for, but it does look quite strange. Fang Mu had a very sunny appearance, radiating a comfortable aura. To put it simply, he exuded righteousness. His clear eyes remained untainted even in the face of apocalyptic chaos. Such a person clearly grew up in a happy family environment. Jiang Yu envied him much, like a sunflower thriving in the sunlight. As for herself, she was probably akin to the weeds by the sewage ditch. Fang Mu recalled, and continued, I discovered it once when I happened to pass by a small bamboo grove in the park. It's hard to explain in just a few sentences what it is. Just go take a look, you might find it's the mutated plant you're looking for. Mentioning that thing, Fang Mu's expression became strange, as if he found it hard to articulate. Jiang Yu noticed his expression and asked what's wrong. Fang Mu pursed his lips and repeated, I don't know how to describe it, just go see it for yourself. We're almost there. As they spoke, the two had already approached the bamboo grove. However, before they got close, Jiang Yu caught a faint, unpleasant odor. At that moment a gust of wind blew by. De Zhuang vomited. The fish it had just eaten had not yet had time to digest before it all came out. Jiang Yu also felt a bit nauseous from the stench. Compared to the smell of the glass house, this was nothing. It was simply on a different level. Just then Fang Mu quickly handed over 2 leaves. Quick, plug your nostrils. This bamboo grove is very stinky, extremely stinky. When we entered the park, this bamboo grove was the only area that didn't require clearing out zombies because it was too smelly. The stench was so repellent that zombies wouldn't come near it. The source of the stench is that thing that resembles a mutated plant. Jiang Yu turned to look. Fang Mu had already twisted the 2 leaves into balls and stuffed them into his nostrils. At that moment 2 green lumps in his nostrils resembled large boogers. The once fresh-faced young man suddenly appeared foolish. He waved the leaves in his hand towards Jiang Yu. Hurry, stuff your nostrils. Don't be stubborn, this thing stinks beyond description, worse than the outdoor toilet at my uncle's place in the countryside. Jiang Yu refused his leaves. Just as Feng Mu was about to mock her for overestimating her capabilities, the next moment, he saw her pull out a pig-nose gas mask and put it on. He glanced at Jiang Yu's gas mask, and then at the 2 leaves in his hand. He secretly curled his lip. So what if you have a gas mask? Can it compare to my leaves? They are readily available. Not only can they block nostrils, but they can also be used for wiping one's backside in critical moments. How environmentally friendly. After being overwhelmed by the smell and vomiting, De Zhuang retreated directly to a tree, shaking its head to indicate that it wouldn't go in. Jiang Yu instructed De Zhuang, you wait for me outside, don't wander too far. Meow. Understood. You go ahead. De Zhuang lay on a branch, burying its head into its belly. Its previous bravado had completely vanished. It, which typically feared neither heaven nor earth, not even daring to back down from the king of heaven, never imagined it would be defeated by a smell. Feng Mu led Jiang Yu into the bamboo grove, saying, follow me, I'm familiar with this place, don't wander around. Over there near the water's edge the ground is soft, and if you're not careful you might fall into the water. Under Feng Mu's guidance, they quickly found the so-called mutated plant, which was also the source of the stench. He pointed to a fungus about half a person's height, and said, look, it's this. The fungus resembled a plump stick about a meter tall, entirely white, with a large hollow umbrella on top. It looked somewhat like an oversized morel mushroom, but the umbrella top was dark red. The closer they got to it, the stronger the stench became. It was an indescribable foul odor that seemed to drill directly into one's forehead. Feng Mu, blocking his nostrils and breathing through his mouth, could barely tolerate the smell. Jiang Yu glanced at him and asked, I have a gas mask here, do you need it? Feng Mu stubbornly shook his head, no need, my leaves work just fine. Ew, I can't smell anything. Yes, nothing at all. This guy was certainly stubborn all over. He pointed at the fungus and said, do you think this is the mutated plant you want? I remember when I was little the bamboo grove behind my house had these things, but they were not this big or this smelly. We called them chicken dung mushrooms. This fungus is so large and the smell is so extreme, it must have mutated right. There are several such chicken dung mushrooms in this bamboo grove. The foul smell is emanating from this thing. Jiang Yu, wearing the gas mask, couldn't smell anything. However, it was well known that summer bamboo groves were the most infested with mosquitoes. But in this bamboo grove, there wasn't even a single mosquito, let alone small insects. Feng Mu continued, this place is filled with foul odors, forget about zombies, even flies would take a detour. Look, there isn't a single mosquito in this bamboo grove, this stench is simply a non-discriminatory. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. She slowly approached the fungus and poked it with a stick. White sticky liquid immediately clung to the branch, dripping down. Jiang Yu wanted to find a mutated plant to take home and see how much her blood could help it evolve. But this thing. She first used a seedling knife to cut down a fungus. The moment the fungus was severed, Feng Mu felt the foul odor in the air intensify. Seeing her rummaging inside the slimy mushroom juice trunk, he wondered what she was searching for. He had to cover his mouth with his hand. Jiang Yu searched inside. Most of the plant's crystal cores were at the roots. However, some were also on the trunk. She first checked the trunk, but found nothing. So she dug into the ground, and indeed found a crystal the size of a peanut at the roots, confirming that this was the But, forget it, let's just try it out. It was hard to come by the mutated plant if she gave up because of a slight odor that would be too unreasonable. She hesitated for a moment, took off the gas mask, and wanted to see if she could tolerate the smell first. Since Feng Mu had been inside for so long without issue, it proved that the odor, apart from being a bit smelly, should not be toxic. Seeing her walk up to the chicken dung mushroom to remove her mask, Feng Mu wanted to remind her not to get too close. It was quite intense. After all, he was only daring to look from a distance and not approach that thing. However, Jiang Yu moved too quickly. He hadn't had time to advise her before it was too late. As the gas mask came off, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. The result nearly cost her life. A pungent stench rushed into her nostrils, instantly bringing tears to Ugh! Even someone like her who had witnessed great events could not endure such an overwhelmingly foul odor. Gagging, she quickly retreated, distancing herself from the mutated fungus. Jiang Yu wiped the corner of her eyes and swallowed hard, fearing she might vomit. What kind of mushroom is this? It must rely on its stench to ward off enemies. She steadied herself against a bamboo stalk, calming her emotions. Afterward, she put on her gas mask again and took several deep breaths, finally feeling a bit better. Meanwhile, Feng Mu had already retreated far away, standing at the end of the path outside the bamboo forest, looking at her with admiration. My goodness, this is practically a biochemical weapon. If she were to take one of these home, Jiang Yu felt she wouldn't survive 3 days. Imagining the scene of the entire building enveloped in that stench, she silently abandoned the idea. Although this thing is indeed a mutated plant, that smell, forget it. She doesn't deserve it. Better to leave it for someone more fortunate. Jiang Yu turned around and walked away, giving up on this unique mutated plant. If she kept it, she feared she would end up marinating herself in its odor. Fong Mu saw her emerge from the forest and hurriedly asked, so how was it? This fungus is a mutated plant, right? Jiang Yu nodded yes. Then you don't want it. Jiang Yu replied, I can't afford it. Fong Mu asked, what about the guide fee we agreed upon? Are you going to return it? I will. Jiang Yu was not one to go back on her word. Oh, she had promised to pay if he helped her find a mutant. Now that she had found it, it was her choice to refuse it. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Jiang Yu took out 2 packets of instant noodles from her space and handed them to Fong Mu, saying, here you go. Fong Mu happily accepted the instant noodles Jiang Yu had given him, pulling out the leaves stuffed in his nostrils. Then he took a deep breath near the bag. Although he couldn't smell anything, the sound of the crinkling bag made him feel very content. His saliva kept secreting as Fong Mu swallowed. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at 1 packet of braised beef noodles and 1 of pickled vegetable noodles in his hand. The ones you showed me were a packet of braised beef noodles and a packet of spicy beef noodles. What's wrong? Can I switch to the original combination? He hesitantly handed the pickled vegetable noodles to Jiang Yu. Raised an eyebrow. What, are you afraid of the smell of stinky feet? No matter what, it's still better than the mutated carp from the lake that feeds on human flesh and zombie meat, right? He quickly waved his hands and explained, 1 packet is beef flavor and the other is pickled vegetable flavor. It'll be hard to divide them when we go back, but if both are beef flavor, then it's fine, haha. He scratched his head, laughing a little awkwardly. You really think this through? Jiang Yu chuckled and took out another packet to exchange with him. Fong Mu chuckled, putting the instant noodles into his backpack with satisfaction. He felt it was worth it. He just let her and got 2 packets of noodles. He could do this every day. Thinking about how Jiang Yu returned empty-handed, he felt a bit guilty for those 2 packets of instant noodles, so he said, you might think this thing stinks, but it repels insects and zombies. Honestly, if it weren't for the unbearable smell, we would want to live in this bamboo forest. It's quite safe here. Then why don't you live here? We've tried it. After staying inside for too long, we feel dizzy and nauseous, even throwing up. If they weren't killed by zombies, they would probably end up vomiting first. He shook his head regretfully. Then, thinking of how Jiang Yu could carry so much with her everywhere, he looked at her with even more envy. Jiang Yu, you're a space ability user. Would you like to join us? This Central Lake Park is so vast with plenty of water, and if we get hungry, we can eat fish. If you join us, it will be much more convenient for us to search for supplies in the future. He was quite sincere, openly expressing his thoughts. Having you around is like having a mobile warehouse. If you join us, we will definitely give you the best treatment. Right now, there aren't many of us, just my parents, my girlfriend. There are also Song Chung and a few other brothers along with some neighbors. Altogether, we have more than 20 people aside from a few kids. Everyone is working hard. No one is slacking off. We also have several capable brothers and sisters. If you join us, you definitely won't lose out. He genuinely hoped Jiang Yu could join, as having a space ability user in their team would make everything much easier. In the past, every time they risked their lives to gather supplies, the amount they could bring back was limited. If they brought too much, it would affect their movement and combat. If they brought back too few supplies, each adventure felt unworthy. After all, they couldn't guarantee they would return safely every time. But with a space ability user, they could bring back a lot of supplies. Fong Mu's gaze was very eager. Jiang Yu shook her head. Thanks for the offer, but I'm used to being alone. Fong Mu sighed in disappointment, though he had anticipated she probably wouldn't agree. But really, being rejected still made him feel somewhat disheartened. However, thinking about it again, it seemed only natural. She had weapons, she had space, she could live quite well on her own. If she really joined them, she might feel like a burden. The 2 of them walked to the tree where De Zhuang was lying, and Jiang Yu looked up and called out, De Zhuang, let's go. Hearing the voice, the fluffy creature on the tree jolted. Seeing them return, De Zhuang jumped down from the tree, landing steadily at Jiang Yu's feet, and then followed her closely obediently. However, when he turned to look at Fong Mu, that expression became fierce. Fong Mu even suspected that this cat had a grudge against him. Its mood changes faster than flipping through a book. Mew. De Zhuang flicked his tail, forcing Fong Mu back 2 steps, thus widening the distance between him and Jiang Yu, who then fixed the cat with a cold, sinister smirk. Indeed, a smirk. For the first time, Fong Mu clearly read contempt and mockery on a cat's face. What on earth did Jiang Yu keep such an ugly, ferocious feline for? It was utterly unadorable. Even as a pet, he'd be far more endearing. Bewildered as to what he'd done to provoke it, Fong Mu resolved to keep his distance. Since the bamboo grove held nothing usable, and this place offered no trace of what he sought, Jiang Yu prepared to leave. But first she would take De Zhuang to the lakeshore to catch some fish. De Zhuang had seemed eager for more just moments before. De Zhuang, shall we fish again? Mew. A dozen minutes later, Fong Mu watched as Jiang Yu snapped off a sapling's trunk, stripped it clean of branches, and fashioned it into a fishing rod, then tied thick nylon line to it as makeshift fishing line. Just as he wondered what bait she'd used, De Zhuang obediently lay down, allowing Jiang Yu to bind him securely to the line's far end. With a loud splash, she cast him into the water. You fish like this? Fong Mu froze stunned. Who? Such wild fishing. Of course we do. Any problem with that? Jiang Yu watched the lake, intently focused and calm. At De Zhuang's single mew, she knew a fish had bitten. In one swift, powerful motion, she hauled the rod skyward, dragging De Zhuang upward, his tail clamped tight around two plump crimson carp, both hoisted from the depths. She plucked the fish free and tossed them onto the grass. Without pause, De Zhuang leapt back into the lake. Soon 24 fish lay glistening on the lawn. Jiang Yu turned her gaze upon Feng Mu, who stood rooted beside her, watching in silence, showing no sign of leaving. Your guide fee has already been paid. Are you still here? You haven't left yet. Well, your cat fishes remarkably well. The unspoken half hung in the air, man. To voice it outright would only invite embarrassment. Yet he couldn't help but marvel. The tabby, though repeatedly bitten by mutated fish, bore not a single wound. Those mutated fish had shifted from herbivores to ruthless carnivores, teeth sharp and jagged as they'd learned firsthand when their nets were shredded to ribbons trying to haul even a single catch. Sometimes the fish even launched themselves from the water, tearing hunks of flesh from your limbs, ferocious beyond. Yet none could pierce De Zhuang's fur. Tisk tisk tsk, what thick hide. Suddenly Jiang Yu's cat, ugly and intimidating as it was, seemed infinitely more practical than any cuddly pet. After all, in this apocalyptic world, what good is cuteness? And though the cat appeared sturdy, its soaked fur clung tightly to muscle, making it look not leaner, but more powerfully built. Each leap revealed the dense, rippling musculature beneath its coat. If you please, stop drooling over my cat. It makes me suspect you're a pervert. Jiang Yu spoke up. Feng Mu flushed hastily, averting his eyes, only to turn back ready to resume watching, when she added calmly. Also, if you intend to keep spectating this fishing spectacle, admission is required. She pulled a fish from De Zhuang's hindquarters. The fish clung tenaciously, extracting it dislodged several gleaming white teeth, which remained stuck grotesquely in De Zhuang's rump. De Zhuang shook his rear disdainfully, casting a withering glance at the man staring at him with rapt, almost worshipful intensity. Foolish human, succumb to my magnificence. Still basking in triumph, he was instantly hurled back into the lake. At the mention of payment, Feng Mu instinctively clutched his backpack, protecting its precious stash of instant noodles. Until we meet again on the road. He bowed lightly and strode briskly away. The air raid shelter. Song Chung still stood sentinel at the barricade. The shelter occupied a narrow one-way street backed directly by the lake, so this single entrance was the only. Normally Song Chung and other survivors took shifts guarding it. A little girl 5 or 6 years old cautiously peered out from behind him. Uncle Song, has my brother-in-law returned yet? Before the words fully left her lips, a young woman approached Song Chung, worry etching her brow. Brother Song, I'm anxious. Why has Feng Mu taken so long? The woman was Chu Yu, Feng Mu's girlfriend, and the child her younger sister, thus called him brother-in-law. Hearing Chu Yu's voice, Song Chung replied, expressionless but steady. Don't fret. Feng Mu is clever, quick-witted, and adaptable. Nothing will happen to him. Besides, he carried a firearm when he left. If danger arose, we'd hear gunfire. But since no shot has sounded, no word at all, he must be safe. Don't dwell on it. Chu Yu nodded, drawing her sister close. Sister, look. Brother-in-law's back. The girl suddenly pointed, beaming with delight. Chu Yu exhaled in relief, and rushed forward the moment Feng Mu drew near, gripping his hand tightly. You're home. That's all that matters. I was terrified. Seeing Feng Mu return unharmed, Song Cheng's stern features softened. Feng Mu patted his backpack with a grin. Hear that? I brought back something good. His palm struck the pack, releasing a crisp rustle of plastic. Chu Yu's eyes lit up. What is it? Song Cheng knew. 2 packets of instant noodles gifted by that woman, but said nothing. 2 packets of instant noodles. That woman's an esper. She paid me this for guiding her. His voice danced with elation. Just leading someone somewhere earned me 2 packets. Far safer, far more efficient than risking our lives scavenging. And clean food like this. Almost impossible to find. Most been soaked through. After the city flooded, streets and shops alike lay buried under thick layers of silt, rapidly drying in the heat, sealing food inside like clay coffins. Some foods wrapped airtight in dried mud actually lasted longer, just dirtier. Still edible. Once they'd cracked open a hardened mud ball, inside a fresh, vibrant head of Napa cabbage perfectly preserved in its yellow crust. Left exposed, it would have rotted within days. Imagining everyone savoring the rich aroma of instant noodles at dinner, Feng Mu's whole face glowed. With so many mouths to feed, even 1 bite per person was unthinkable, but sharing the broth alone would be a blessing. In hardship, the smallest joy can reignite hope. Chu Yu had heard Song Chung and Feng Mu speaking with someone earlier, but hadn't caught whether the voice belonged to a man or woman. Assuming it was an intruding survivor, she'd kept her distance, hearing only faint murmurs. At the words instant noodles, the girl's eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, is it true? I haven't tasted them in forever. Pouting, Chu Yu added, we eat fish every day. I'm sick of it. Give me a packet now. I want it right now. The girl was radiant with health, living in the park, feasting on lake fish. Unlike survivors elsewhere, she bore no signs of malnutrition or pallor. Chu Yu stroked her sister's hair, tenderly chiding, little glutton, why the rush? Whatever your brother-in-law brings home, even if we don't eat it ourselves, we'll certainly give it to you. Brother-in-law's the best. Long live brother-in-law. Her face burst into 1,000 suns. Fangmu knelt, voice gentle. I brought back only 2 packets, but there are so many of us. And I promise Song, uncle, one guides, one guards, and whatever's found is shared equally. So we have just 1 packet to share among all of us tonight. Won't uncle and Annie want to taste it too? His family included both parents, Chu Yu and her sister, 5 souls in all. 1 packet could never satisfy them all. Giving it to anyone alone would breed resentment. In kinship, fairness, not scarcity, is the true peril. So he decided to boil the entire packet into the evening fish soup, so every member of the family could savor its warmth and flavor. Hearing this, the little girl scowled. No, I want my own packet. I won't share it with anyone. Chu Yu said, Xiaoyue, stop acting up. Fangmu is right, we should share. You can't hoard it all for yourself, especially since your brother-in-law brought it back. If you eat it all alone, what will uncle and aunt do? Having spoken, she turned to Fangmu with gentle understanding and added, Fangmu, don't take Xiaoyu's nonsense seriously. She's just a child throwing a tantrum. Give this pack of instant noodles to uncle and aunt. They're elderly and need proper nourishment. As for Xiaoyue, she's still young. You mustn't spoil her. In the past, this would hardly have been considered rare. It was merely junk food. What a pity for this little girl to have stumbled into the apocalypse. She wiped away a tear at the corner of her eye, forcing a smile that held both fragility and quiet resilience. Enough talk. I'll take Xiaoyu to prepare dinner. Rest well. With that, she took Xiaoyu's hand and walked away. But the moment she turned, the warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by icy detachment. Neither Fangmu nor Song Chang standing behind her witnessed that shift. Hearing Chu Yu's words, Fangmu felt a pang of guilt. He knew after all that Xiaoyu was still just a child. Brother Song, was I too strict? It doesn't matter for me. I'm a grown man indifferent to such fare, but my parents. I couldn't bear to see them watch helplessly while others ate. Yet Xiaoyu remained a child. Fangmu, I believe you, and Chu Yu ought to help Chu Yu grasp the reality of our situation. True, she's young, but shielding her too completely serves no good purpose, especially now. In the wild, only the cleverest and strongest wolf cubs survive. In the wilderness, only the cleverest and strongest wolf cubs endure. I know. But Ayu, said Xiaoyu, has already suffered enough. I truly cannot bear it. Song Cheng shook his head, disapproving of Fangmu's approach. Yet he said nothing more. With a sigh, Fangmu handed the second pack of instant noodles to Song Cheng and hurried after them, then turned to Xiaoyu and explained. Don't be angry, Xiaoyu. Tonight at dinner, your brother-in-law will give you extra noodles, alright? I won't talk to you. I hate you, brother-in-law. Chuyu, if you're disrespectful again, I'll truly lose my temper. Ayu, please don't get upset. Xiaoyu's still a child. Xiaoyue, your brother-in-law, will give you his portion. Don't be angry. Didn't you say we're best friends? Their voices faded gradually into the distance. Song Cheng tucked the pack of instant noodles into his chest. That evening, the pungent synthetic aroma of instant noodles saturated the air inside the bomb shelter. Such was the nature of the thing. It tasted unremarkable when eaten, yet its fragrance was undeniably rich. Back at her own quarters, Jiang Yu prepared to stew a fish soup for Dazhuang. Stars glittered across the night sky. On the terrace stood a portable wood-burning stove, its firebox glowing crimson, sparks leaping wildly. A large iron pot simmered atop, it containing a plump carp. Jiang Yu had drawn a radish from her spatial realm to enrich the broth. Bubbling vigorously, the fragrant fish soup perfumed the entire terrace. Dazhuang squatted beside the stove, occasionally tossing in another piece of wood, with his mouth saliva dripping ceaselessly from his jaws. Oh my, what an intoxicating scent! His drool pooled thickly on the ground beneath his chin. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu sat at a small table nearby, watching Dazhuang alternately stoking the fire and salivating. She felt certain tonight's fish would not go to waste. Dazhuang always ate only the heads of whatever he consumed. That was precisely why Jiang Yu had tried stewing the fish with a radish from her spatial realm. After all, he devoured even the leaves of plants grown there. Sure enough, the moment the soup finished cooking, Dazhuang darted from his cat bed, dragging out his stainless steel feeding bowl with a clatter, and dropped it beside Jiang Yu before she could even ladle the broth. His entire body trembled with restless energy, as if fizzing with pop rocks. Mew. Dinner. Hurry up. Days passed. The city's population dwindled steadily. Jiang Yu's training regimen had concluded its initial phase. Her physical cultivation had reached its first plateau. To advance further, she would need to ascend her innate ability. Yet nearly all the level 2 zombies within the city had either fallen to her or gone into deep hiding, beyond reach. Ordinary zombies no longer posed meaningful challenges. In fact, she'd worn them down so thoroughly they'd grown lethargic. She'd searched tirelessly for mutated flora, but aside from the eye-wateringly foul mutant chicken dung fungus thriving in the bamboo grove, she'd found nothing else. Jiang Yu felt a strange absurdity. It seemed the city's resources had been all but exhausted. 10 days later, when Dazhuang's fish supply ran out, they returned to the lake to catch more. But this time, upon entering the park, Jiang Yu immediately noticed far more zombies than before. Roadblocks along the paths had vanished. Though the park had always been chaotic, closer inspection revealed a subtle order amid the disorder, evidence of deliberate maintenance. Now, however, it was truly chaotic, ravaged as though by wild beasts. Just as they began fishing, a zombie emerged snarling from a thicket of shrubs. This zombie was none other than Fong Mu, whom she'd encountered half a month earlier. But now his left foot was clamped in a steel trap, hobbling him with each lurching step. His clothes bore multiple bullet holes and ragged bite marks. His milky white eyes gleamed with no trace of light, only the vacant stare of a numb feral beast. The moment he spotted Jiang Yu, he lunged forward, drooling with a guttural snarl. Jiang Yu frowned faintly, then raised her gun and fired. Bang! A gaping hole instantly bloomed on Fong Mu's forehead. His body collapsed with a heavy thud, convulsed twice, and lay still. Jiang Yu felt no particular attachment to this man she'd met only once. In this world, death was commonplace. Perhaps one day she herself would fall to some unforeseen calamity. She admired Fong Mu, the kind of sunflower who'd grown tall and bright under open skies, but admiration did not equate to intimacy. It was like noticing a beautiful flower by the roadside, a glance perhaps, and nothing more. Even reborn Jiang Yu sought only to live better longer, not to conquer fate. Absolute certainty was impossible. Life, after all, demanded doing one's utmost, then surrendering the rest to destiny. Dazhuang circled Fong Mu's corpse once, sniffed it curiously, and plunged back into the lake to resume his role as living bait. Jiang Yu stood ashore, hauling the line. The lake's fish proved exceptionally beneficial for Dazhuang. After 2 weeks, his size had visibly increased, his growth accelerating beyond normal pace. Most crucially, he loved them. Ever since tasting the radish-stewed fish from her spatial realm, he'd lost all interest in mice, even refusing them outright. 2 large fish per day devoured to the last scale. From behind a low thicket nearby, Chu Yu heard the gunshot and murmured anxiously, "Brother Song." That sounded like gunfire. Song Chung nimbly scaled a nearby tree and swept the area through his binoculars, until his gaze settled upon a figure at the lakeshore gripping a wrist-thick pole, fishing. She braced her arms and swung the pole sharply backward. At its nylon-tethered end hung a cat, its rump, belly, and head each clamped firmly around a fat carp. The carp's tails still flickered weakly as they arced gracefully through the air, before landing neatly on the shore. She swiftly removed the fish from the tabby's body, and without pause the cat leapt back into the water. It's Jiang Yu, the awakened cultivator who came searching for mutated flora half a month ago and exchanged instant noodles with Fong Mu. At Fong Mu's name, Song Chang's gaze dimmed slightly. Chu Yu, unaware, brightened instantly. Is she the spatial type awakened cultivator you mentioned before? She looked up at Song Chung perched on the branch, her expression suddenly animated, as if struck by inspiration. He nodded. She continued, "Brother Song, could we possibly cooperate with her?" Cooperate? Song Chung didn't immediately grasp her. Remember that weapons depot you and AMU discovered in South City? AMU said it held countless arms, but they were impossible to retrieve. The streets teemed with zombies and debris, making vehicular transport impossible. Carrying them manually was perilous, too much weight, impaired mobility, and any misstep risked death. Since this cultivator possesses spatial ability, we could collaborate. She transports the arms, and we grant her a fair share. Mutual benefit. But first we must ascertain the capacity of her spatial domain. If it proves too small, complications will... Her tone shifted abruptly. If not for that discovery, AMU would never have become infected. Tears welled in Chu Yu's eyes. At Fong Mu's death, Song Chung grieved deeply. 5 days prior, he and Fong Mu had scouted for supplies in South City, and stumbled upon a weapons depot. Yet they could carry away only a handful, each taking just a few firearms, before hastily retreating. Hidden within a derelict, unfinished building complex, the depot was nearly impossible to locate. Most survivors would never think to search there. Had fortune not intervened, they too would have remained ignorant of its existence. They'd vowed then to return later, retrieving far more arms. Everyone knew in the apocalypse weapons meant power, and power meant survival itself. Yet now, with zombies swarming the city, attempting to haul excessive loads would likely cost their lives before they ever reached the shelter. Still, Fong Mu had returned home that day elated. A true idealist, convinced that arming every shelter resident would dramatically elevate collective combat strength. Song Chung disagreed. Equipping everyone equally didn't guarantee greater unity. Often it ignited internal strife. Fong Mu ignored his warnings. 2 days later, he returned carrying several more firearms, intending to arm select young adults first, then lead them back for more. A sound plan. Until that very night, when those denied weapons turned on him in fury, sparking a violent gunfire drew hordes of zombies. That night claimed many lives, Fong Mu's parents among them. He himself sustained a zombie bite, contracted the virus, and transformed into one of the undead. Song Chung and his elder brother survived. His brother, afflicted since childhood by fever-induced intellectual impairment, had awakened a metal manipulation ability. When terrified, his skin hardened into impenetrable metal, impervious even to zombie bites. He was ironically the safest of them all. Unable to bring himself to kill his former friend Song, Chung simply allowed the zombified Fong Mu to wander the park's periphery. Gazing at the corpse beside Jiang Yu, Song Chung felt a surge of irritation. That naive fool. Though Song Chung knew his days were numbered, he hadn't expected such swift demise. He'd warned him repeatedly, secure your own strength first. Yet Fong Mu had persisted in thinking only of others. Now look, helping a dog only to be bitten, in return surrendering his life for nothing. Seeing Song Cheng's grim expression, Chu Yu assumed he resented sharing the weapons depot's spoils. As Fong Mu's girlfriend, she knew well, he was a good man. Even in this cruel apocalypse, his goodness remained unshaken, and good men, she knew, were easily guided. Softness and tears could move him to sacrifice everything. Song Chung, however, was different. Nearly a decade older than Fong Mu, he spoke little, but never hesitated to act decisively, never softened by sentiment. After Fong Mu's death, Chu Yu had quietly sought another protector. Yet despite repeated hints, Song Chung remained utterly oblivious, like a man forged of unyielding steel. Once she'd even fainted dramatically before him, feigning grief over Fong Mu, only for him to step back 2 paces, letting her collapse rigidly onto the floor. He'd pinched her philtrum until blood welled, finally making her understand why at thirdoplus he'd never had a girl. Chu Yu ventured cautiously, Brother Song, how much shall we offer her? We can negotiate. After all, the weapons depot isn't secure. Our accidental discovery means others might find it too. If rival survivors seize it first. Song Chung said nothing. He stared at Chu Yu as she pleaded with him, then suddenly uttered, Fong Mu is dead. Wasn't Fong Mu already dead? The zombified Fong Mu was just cut down. He's truly gone. Chu Yu reacted immediately, the corners of her eyes reddened as she spoke with sorrow. Brother Song, Fong Mu died long ago. That monster wasn't Fong Mu, it was only wearing Fong Mu's husk. It's a zombie, not Fong Mu. She seemed to be persuading Song Chung, but perhaps she was persuading herself. Song Chung nodded. You go back to the air raid shelter and wait for me. He'll talk to that person. Fong Mu was dead, and now only he knew the location of the armory. After Chu Yu returned to the shelter, she sat absent-mindedly at the entrance and asked, do you think Song Chung knows something? Why do his questions sound so strange today? After the last skirmish, far fewer people remained in the shelter. At the time, Chu Yu had been shoved into the large water tank by Chu Yu and had escaped without injury. Seeing her sister return, Chu Yu hurried to her side and sat close. Sister, when can we leave here? There's nothing to do, we eat fish every day. The lake fish are so fishy and awful. She cupped her round chubby face and frowned, looking utterly endearing. Chu Yu withdrew her thoughts and pinched the flesh of the girl's cheek. The lake fish may taste bad, but at least look at you. You haven't lost an ounce here, while out there many places many people have starved to death. Chu Yu pouted displeased and ran off to find someone to play with. Chu Yu watched the tranquil surface of the lake. On the far bank, a zombie staggered along the shore, tripped over something, and plunged into the water. A frenzy of fish swarmed and stripped the zombie bare in moments. The surface smoothed again. Even the bodies from the fights a few days before had been tossed into this lake. A corpse sank, and within a minute would be devoured down to bone fragments. Chu Yu turned her head in silence. They ate these fish every day and knew all too well what those fish must have been feeding on to grow so large. Yet when faced with the choice between survival and death, they chose to live. Eating the fish might carry a risk of death, but not eating meant immediate starvation. As it happened, they had been right after half a month of eating the fish, aside from occasional diarrhea or vomiting, nothing. Her present worry was Song Chung. His manner toward her was strange, though he still answered every question and tried to look after her. He remained tepid with an indistinct, unsettling quality. Meanwhile, Song Chung had already found Jiang Yu. He was discussing the armory with her. There was no other choice. Jiang Yu was his sole hope. You want me to go to that weapons depot and act as your porter? Jiang Yu replied without lifting her head, plucking a fish from De Zhuang's rear. I want do it. Weapons, 30 to 70. You 3, I 7. Song Chung said. 70 for me, 30 for you. Fong Mu and I discovered the armory. Without me as guide, you wouldn't find it. That's unacceptable. You need to offer more. So what if you found the armory? You can't carry it all back by yourself. If you could bring everything back, I wouldn't believe anything would still be left there. If I don't help, you'll only stand by and watch. Besides, if you can find and enter that place, others can too. If someone beats you to it, nothing will remain. Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, I have a few guns in my space. Last time the machine gun I took was from a gang that died in a firefight. I scavenged it. Maybe you'll wait. If I'm lucky while wandering around, I might stumble upon that armory myself. I might help you. Without turning her head, she held up 5 fingers. 50-50. She spent her days with De Zhuang hunting second-tier zombies or racing through alleys with them, and she had indeed picked up many valuable things. So although Song Cheng's armory piqued her interest, it was not indispensable. If he wanted her as porter, he had to propose an appropriate compensation. 30-70. Huh. Do you think my labor is that cheap? She scoffed. Negotiation works like this. Either the east wind overwhelms the west, or the west overwhelms the east. Whoever first bows their head loses. Song Chung fell silent torn. Jiang Yu was right. The armory contained many riches, and alone, he could not haul much out. He also hesitated to share such news with others. Though there were 2 other survivor groups in the park he might ally with, the risks were great. Chief among them the fear of being robbed by supposed allies. Who would not covet such an array of weapons? He only had a few brothers he trusted if things turned violent. Victory was not certain. He chose Jiang Yu because after she had led them previously he realized she was relatively trustworthy. Even though she could have cheated while carrying the machine gun, and Feng Mu would have had no recourse, she kept her promise, and gave Feng Mu the 2 packets of instant noodles for guiding them. And if Jiang Yu helped, then, even if she grew greedy, he would only have to face one adversary. Cooperating with other survivor teams would mean facing a crowd of opponents. By every calculation, working with Jiang Yu was the most advantageous. She showed no hurry. She let him consider it while she and De Zhuang continued fishing. After about half a minute, Song Chung made his decision. Fine, 50-50 as you said. But can your space hold? There are probably over 200 large crates. No problem. All right, it's settled. When can we depart? Jiang Yu glanced at her watch. It's already afternoon. If we reach the southern district, we'll certainly not return by night. Let's meet here tomorrow morning, and then go. Song Chung nodded. Very well. Meet here at 8 tomorrow morning. The next day Jiang Yu arrived. She found Song Chung at the same spot where they had fished yesterday. Behind him trailed 2 men and a woman, each lean and practiced in bearing. Song Chung introduced them. The tall man was Guan Jun. The square-faced fellow who looked the youngest was Zhang Tai. The last woman was Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao's musculature conveyed power without exaggeration. Guan Jun, Zhang Tai, and Yang Jiao. We 3 grew up together. We used to run a martial arts school, so we all have some skills, Song Chung explained to Jiang Yu. The trio glanced at Jiang Yu with curiosity. They had not expected the space abilities Song Chung mentioned to belong to a young girl, and one who was rather pretty at that. And she had even brought a cat, a fierce, ungainly tabby. Guan Jun frowned, and in a commanding tone said, "You're bringing a pet. If that cat yowls along the way, it could bring us great danger. Leave it here until we return and fetch it then." He turned to Song Chung. "Old Song, didn't you clear this with the girl beforehand? We're not going on a picnic. Bringing a pet like that, who do you expect to get killed?" Yes. Have Chu Yu and the others look after her, so she won't risk coming with us," Zhang Tai said more politely, though he also disapproved of Jiang Yu bringing a pet. To him, bringing that cat was like carrying a ticking bomb. Yang Jiao simply nodded at her and said nothing further. She cast a few more glances at De Zhuang. Song Chung remained silent, clearly waiting for Jiang Yu to speak. Jiang Yu gave a cold smile. "Have you got something wrong? You're the ones asking me for a favor. And De Zhuang is not a pet. He's my partner." Guan Jun retorted, "It's just a cat. If it's not a pet, what is it?" De Zhuang arched his back and snarled at Guan Jun as if to say, "I answer to no one." He lunged, and only then did Song Chung step in to quell the dispute. From the scuffle, he could tell that though Jiang Yu looked young, she was utterly uncompromising. Under Song Chang's lead, the group set off for the southern city. They had assumed that as a spatial ability user, Jiang Yu would need protection in battle. Within 10 minutes their opinion had utterly changed. Though she did not spearhead the charge, any zombie that crossed her path scarcely survived 3 seconds. Jiang Yu's speed was astonishing. Whether evading or striking, she moved with a swiftness no ordinary human should possess. It gave them the uncanny impression that she could foresee a zombie's next move before it happened. Her down knife sliced through the undead as smoothly as cutting melon. The cat called De Zhuang was no less formidable. A single claw could saw through a zombie's neck, and a bite could tear off half a skull. Its combat prowess far outmatched theirs. Only then did they grasp the gravity of Jiang Yu's word partner. This was no pet. It was a feline war machine. Though they carried firearms on their backs, they preferred cold weapons whenever possible. Gunfire was too loud, inevitably drawing every zombie within several city blocks. Such restraint exposed them to greater peril. In a metropolis overrun by hordes of the undead, wielding a firearm might appear impressively dramatic. But death would be equally flamboyant. Song Chung and Guan Jun led the way, clearing paths ahead, while Jiang Yu felt no urge whatsoever to rush forward and carve out safety for others. After all, she was merely a courier. Her sole duty was self-preservation. De Zhuang returned to Jiang Yu's side and handed her the half-rotted skull he'd been carrying in his mouth. "Mew, in boss, the fruit is ripe." In Jiang Yu glanced down. Embedded in the grisly remains of the zombie's brain was a crystalline core the size of a peanut, its glistening tip barely protruding from the congealed flesh. With lightning reflexes, she pried the crystal free and tucked it into her pocket. Uncaring of blood, Zhang Tai trailing behind saw only her fingers digging deep into the zombie's skull, too quick to discern the crystal. He mistook it for a handful of pulpy brain matter, and his lip twitched in disgust. "Yang Jiao, look. That woman just scooped up raw brain matter and stuffed it into her pocket. She must have serious psychological issues, utterly deranged." Yang Jiao silenced the last zombie with quiet precision, then turned coolly. "Who among us who've survived this far could still claim to be normal?" In her gaze swept across the carnage strewn at her feet, eyes shadowed by suppressed fury. In normal people. Yes, normal people would have long since broken beneath this accursed world. In Zhang Tai's throat tightened. Yang Jiao had once been radiant and warm. Until the apocalypse, her entire family turned into zombies. To survive, she killed each one herself and emerged forever changed. They lived close by, so it took little time for the group to converge. Feng Mu, a boy who'd grown up alongside them, was gone now. At the thought of Feng Mu's death, Zhang Tai sighed faintly. A graduate of the police academy, agile and sharp-witted Feng Mu had never imagined dying in infighting. Though more precisely not in infighting, but in the treachery of human nature. He overestimated his own kindness, believing sincerity to be the ultimate weapon, dreaming of sharing arms, protecting everyone, preaching that humanity must stand united in adversity. Yet he forgot, strip away civilization's veneer, and humanity is but another link in the food chain, no different in essence from beasts. No, humans are far more terrifying than beasts. This idealist perished not from malice, but from the fatal arrogance of his own assumed virtue. Glancing at Jiang Yu, Zhang Tai sneered inwardly. Indeed, who among us is truly normal? In this world, sanity is a luxury no survivor can afford. Across the city's main thoroughfares sprawled abandoned vehicles and other debris, obstacles rendering vehicular travel impossible. Thus the journey to South City proceeded entirely on foot. Normally the 6 or 7 kilometer stretch from the park would take under half an hour. Now, however, each step demanded vigilance against shambling corpses, slowing their progress to a crawl. De Zhuang trudged beside Jiang Yu, stifling yawns as he walked. Were they competing to see who could walk slowest? Then he glanced back, only to find his leader ambling just as languidly behind. He promptly fell silent. At just past 6 in the evening, a vast expanse of unfinished buildings finally rose before Jiang Yu, one wing nearly complete, but unroofed, the other only a few stories high. A jagged forest of skeletal structures, withered tawny grass, nearly waist-high, swayed in the wind. Beyond the development sprawled undeveloped hills, wild and untamed. Is this the place? Jiang Yu asked. Song Cheng nodded. Yes, this is it. Feng Mu and I were ambushed by a group of survivors while scavenging supplies, fled here, and, by sheer chance, stumbled upon the armory. In before them stretched a sea of dry grass, within which occasional shuffling figures lurked, zombies. Before the group even stepped inside, the grass rustled violently. A zombie drawn by the scent of living flesh clawed its way upward, wearing a tattered yellow construction vest, its lower body severed at the abdomen. Only its upper torso remained, dragging itself forward, blackened, desiccated intestines trailing like grim ribbons. Upon spotting living prey, it rasped hoarsely in frenzied hunger. Thwip! Song Cheng dispatched it with a single stroke, then turned. The armory lies hidden inside a cave. The entrance is in the final ruin. Beware venomous insects and zombies lurking within. Boss, you're incredible. How did you even locate such a remote spot? Once we arm ourselves, those arrogant bastards won't dare swagger before us again. Enough jesting, stay sharp. With grass this deep, vipers may lie coiled nearby. Yang Jiao's words instantly sobered Zhang Tai and Guan Jun, whose earlier levity vanished. They scanned their surroundings with heightened caution. Jiang Yu and De Zhuang brought up the rear, sweeping their miao knives gently through the tall grass on either side as they walked. An old adage says, rustle the grass to startle the snake. Most venomous snakes, unless starving, rarely attack without provocation. They strike only when threatened. Unless mutated. When traversing wild terrain, tapping the undergrowth with a stick or any object creates noise that alerts serpents and stinging insects, prompting them to flee preemptively. This simple act averts countless hazards. De Zhuang's tail trailed low to the earth, matching Jiang Yu's pace step for step. His golden, vertically slitted pupils remained ever watchful. A seasoned stray cat never lowers its guard at critical moments. After 15 minutes of cautious advance, the entrance finally appeared, set into the ground floor of a building fused against the mountainside. Accessible via a storage room behind a kitchen leading into a long, lightless tunnel ending at a heavy metal door. The door was forged of thick steel, its plating nearly palm-width deep. Not even bullets could pierce it. Most conventional explosives would fail to breach it. Well, such a massive door rivals the vault gates in Hollywood films. Boss, you're legendary. How on earth did you force this open? Awestruck Zhang Tai and Guan Jun followed deeper inside. Beyond the metal threshold lay raw, unworked stone walls. The armory was a cavern painstakingly carved from solid mountain rock. Likely built for illicit arms trade, it had simply been overlooked, until Song Cheng and his crew found it. Jiang Yu mused how remarkably fortunate he'd been. Then again, she herself was no slouch in fortune. After all, how else would the role of courier have landed squarely upon her shoulders? By all reasonable approximation, she was a true blessed one. In the tunnel stretched long and swallowed light hole. Song Cheng switched on a flashlight, illuminating their path as he answered questions along the way. Had the door been sealed, Feng Mu and I could never have forced it open. But crucially, it stood wide open when we first discovered it. Something catastrophic must have occurred here. Inside we found over a dozen zombies, abandoned, likely victims of internal strife. We cleared them, seized some arms, and departed. We'd intended to reseal the door upon leaving, to deny others access. But it was electrically operated and immensely heavy. Despite our utmost effort, it refused to budge, even a fraction. Zhang Tao laughed, and said so it was just luck. They joked and laughed, and the atmosphere grew unusually light. At the thought of soon possessing a vast cache of weapons, even the taciturn Song Chung allowed a faint smile to curl his mouth. They passed through a narrow tunnel, and Jiang Yu finally saw the armory Song Chung had described. The circular cavern measured at least 160 to 70 square meters. A full ring of crates of every size lined the edges against the rock face, many stacked several layers high. At least 200 crates. Who on earth would hoard so many weapons here? Holy hell. We hit the jackpot. Boss, we're rich. So many weapons. Ha ha ha, weapons. All weapons, Mom, I've made it. Seeing the piled crates, Zhang Tai and the others ran toward them, eyes aglow. Zhang Tai, a devoted military buff, was more thrilled by these than he would be at seeing his girlfriend. Holy. This is an AK-47, and an M16, AR series, and AG-36. There are even shotguns and an M1911 automatic pistol. Holy cow, I'm freaking out. This is an M2HB heavy machine gun. Guan Jun, seeing his eyes practically pop out, asked, why are you so excited? What's an M2HB, anyway? You don't know? The M2HB is the most versatile heavy machine gun in the world, practically a It was designed by the world-renowned firearms master John Moses Browning and fires a 50 milligrams. Its effective range exceeds 2,000 meters. Its kinetic energy is more than 5 times that of ordinary 30 caliber rounds. Tell me that's not badass. He stroked the barrel with reverent obsession. Look at that rounded muzzle, so sensual. And that butt, what a glorious shape. This is my dream gun. This one is mine, not even God can stop me. No sooner had he spoken than with a sidelong glance he tossed his supposed dream gun aside and lunged toward another open crate like a fickle cat abandoned by his own vows. My goodness. This is an M1897. Yang Jiao frowned. Isn't 1897 some milk brand from TV commercials? What milk? This is a shotgun, immensely destructive, a veritable trench broom. And this one? Zhang Tai gaped like a starving old bachelor stumbling into a land of maidens, finding everyone and everything breathtakingly beautiful. One moment he declared one his true love, the next he was smitten by another at first sight. His eyes were completely dazzled. Thanks to him, Jiang Yu ended up giving everyone a primer on weapons. The more excited Zhang Tai grew, the more pleased she was. After all, half of these weapons were hers. The machine gun they had used earlier to intimidate Song Chung was hard-won, with limited ammunition and only 1 unit. She had been reluctant to use it. Now there was a whole pile. De Zhuang watched these humans salivating over cold hunks of metal and wagged his tail with obvious disdain. Really, this thing isn't edible. What's the fuss? Such provincial excitement. If they'd seen the fattest field rat, they'd know how pedestrian their tastes were. De Zhuang wandered through the storehouse instead. The cave resembled an inner chamber. Primitive chisel marks scarred the surrounding stone walls, furrows and ridges running high and low. Using those protrusions as footholds, De Zhuang darted about with ease. Song Chung glanced at Jiang Yu, intending to have her organize the supplies, but saw a brilliant smile lighting her features. He felt a momentary pang, then quickly composed himself and said to the others, do a rough count of the weapons first, then load them up and get out of here. Better to be safe than sorry. They nodded and split into 3 groups to begin inventory. Were they worried she'd hide some for herself? Jiang Yu arched an eyebrow, but was not offended. There was no friendship between them, only mutual benefit. A little caution did no harm. Besides, counting now would prevent any accusation later when she took her fair share from people claiming theft. She was an honest porter. She transported, she did not pilfer. Seeing her raised brow, Song Chung assumed she had misunderstood. We want them to count it in advance, so everyone is reassured. That way there will be no lingering doubts or unnecessary quarrels, he explained. Jiang Yu nodded. Of course. We've only met twice. With so many weapons, it's better for you to count them. It's fair to both sides. Her genuine nonchalance eased Song Cheng's nerves. On the road, he had already learned that this girl, probably not yet through college, was a ruthless sort. When she cut down a single zombie, she never used a second move. Every strike was lethal. That alone was something none of them could manage. She was not only a spatial ability user, by her physicality alone, she was a rare, deadly fighter. Song Chung even suspected she had undergone special training. Her speed and agility were extraordinary. Her techniques were unadorned, seemingly without pattern, yet supremely practical. Every blow a finishing move. Back when he ran a martial arts school, had met many practitioners. Frankly, Jiang Yu's skill was the most ruthless head ever seen. Brutal in a way that retained a savage elegance and explosive power. Don't be fooled by her smiling, amenable demeanor. It was all surface. The others continued counting, while Jiang Yu found a stone and sat cross-legged. They had been on the road since morning. These people had not even eaten lunch. Only when she sat did she feel the pang of hunger. She produced a self-heating rice meal from her space, fish-flavored shredded pork to be exact. Within minutes the cave filled with an enticing aroma. Jiang Yu dug into her meal with big eager mouthfuls, while the others salivated and kept counting. Not only did she eat heartily, she finished 3 servings in one sitting. What household could handle such appetite? She polished off 3 self-heating meals in one go. Zhang Tai watched stealthily swallowing hard. The scent was irresistible, his mouth watering uncontrolled. If given a camera, Jiang Yu could have instantly become a food streamer. For the others, though, it was torture. Even the typically aloof Song Cheng secretly diverted his gaze to avoid watching her eat. At last Jiang Yu finished the 3rd bowl. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, thinking the ordeal over, until Yang Jiao twitched at the corner of her mouth and saw Jiang Yu take out another self-heating meal to heat up. Zhang Tai drooling teased Guanjun. Brother Jun, want to guess what dish that is? Guanjun snorted, Yang Jiao sniffed, and said, I bet it's mapo tofu. I can smell the Sichuan pepper. Him calling boiled sliced pork in spicy broth, Zhang Tai said with a pained face. Jiang Yu lifted a piece of fish, popped it into her mouth, and kindly corrected them as she ate. No, it's spicy. She slurped a mouthful of soup. This broth is good too. Want some? Zhang Tai's eyes lit up, and he looked at her, rubbing his hands nervously. Really? But would that be too presumptuous? Oh, never mind, she said decisively. Then she withdrew the offer with equal bluntness. Actually, I think it's awkward. We don't have much acquaintance, so let's each eat our own. Zhang Tai. That's simple. No need for a little courtesy. If you'd been more polite, I might have been impolite. The others' gazes stabbed at Zhang Tai like knives. If looks could kill, he would already be torn to pieces. Yang Jiao stomped hard on Zhang Tai's foot. You talk too much. Zhang Tai grimaced, his face twisted almost to the point of tears. Yet he dared not cry. Oh, a true man sheds blood, not tears. Recalling those self-heating rice meals, he wanted nothing more than to slap himself several times. Why did you pretend to be so polite? Song Chung glanced at his brothers, knowing full well that for days now none of them had tasted anything truly nourishing. Mold-blackened steamed buns, bread fuzzed with greenish for all manner of spoiled yet non-lethal food, and the carnivorous koi in Bibo Lake, which fed on both corpses and zombies. At first, eating those fish made him retch after every bite, repulsed by what they had fed upon. Yet survival left no choice, nausea or starvation. He swallowed it down, gritting his teeth. Gradually retching became routine, until it ceased to disturb him at all. Habit indeed is a terrifying thing. That packet of instant noodles Jiang Yu had given them last time. He and Fong Mu had boiled it in a fish soup, and that night the entire group drank every drop. Though he couldn't fathom why Jiang Yu had suddenly grown so generous just moments ago, missing that chance meant it was now impossible to ask again. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He stepped forward before Jiang Yu. May I trade supplies for some food? Jiang Yu finished her last sip of soup, then roughly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Sure, I'm open to it. What do you have to offer? Song Cheng's eyes widened slightly. He finally understood her earlier gesture. She'd been waiting for exactly this question. This girl wasn't scheming in shadows. She was casting a line in broad daylight. And this was a straightforward stratagem: let the willing take the bait. Song Chung smiled inwardly. He was the very fish swimming straight into her net. What would you like? Jiang Yu pointed toward the weapons being inventoried. These are the only things I fancy. How about trading weapons for food? 50-50. You already hold half the arms. Do you really need more? Overindulgence leads to indigestion. No problem. I'm a glutton. Watch, I can devour 4 full meals at once. Won't get bloated. Song Chung sighed. I can only trade for a small amount. Trade as much, or as little, as you wish. It's entirely up to you. Jiang Yu replied, disarmingly easygoing. I'd like more of that. Her finger gestured towards several crates tucked in the corner. The sole container holding 1 crate for 1 bomb. Song Cheng's lips twitched. The girls certainly knew how to pick. That's not fair to me. Then how would you define fairness? He raised 1 finger. 1 crate for 1 bomb. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes. Do you take me for a fool? 3 rice meals per bomb, maximum. Take it or leave it. If you die on your next sortie, all these belong. Song Chung choked slightly, unprepared for her sudden sharpness, and softened his tone. What on earth do you need so many bombs for? What else are bombs for? To throw, of course. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed, not with malice but with a fierce electric thrill. Song Chung pitied anyone who might cross her in the future, yet surrendering all the explosives was out of the question. He shook his head. Very well, your terms it is. I'll trade for 5 bombs, the rest we'll keep for ourselves. By the way, do you have any other provisions? Something more sustaining. 5? Fine. Explosives are useful. As for supplies, her storage space overflowed with them, enough to last 10 lifetimes. Parting with a few caused her no pang, and they were worth the price. Jiang Yu nodded. I have compressed biscuits and instant noodles, plenty in my space. I'll trade them with you. 1 bomb for 5 packs. In truth, her storage held hundreds of cases of such biscuits, more than she could ever consume, even across centuries. But there was no need to reveal that. Hearing compressed biscuits, Song Chang's eyes lit up. Exchange all the rest for compressed biscuits. Self-heating rice satisfied cravings, but compressed biscuits were portable, durable, and life-saving in diet. None of the others objected to Song Chang's decision. At the thought of imminent instant noodles and compressed biscuits, they felt, suddenly absurdly, wealthy. Compressed biscuits were solid, dependable, unlike instant noodles which looked impressive but delivered little substance. Zhang Tai cast a sidelong glance at the crate of explosives. These were no ordinary grenades, but Russia's latest T-3 model, spherical, weighing precisely 120 grams. Its larger size translated directly into superior blast radius and destructive power, far beyond standard issue grenades. The T-3's detonation radius spanned 100 meters, its shockwave extended another 30. It was without question the sovereign among compact explosives. Yet its massive blast radius rendered it nearly suicidal to hurl. Few possessed the strength to launch it beyond their own lethal zone. Moreover, as a cutting-edge prototype, the T-3 remained imperfect, particularly in transport. Its internal mechanisms were highly sensitive. Excessive jostling could trigger catastrophic detonation. Thus, though devastating, parting with them caused Zhang Tai no regret. He drew near Song Chung and murmured low enough that only the two could hear, "Brother, let's keep no more than a few of these. Their internals are unstable. Transport is dangerous. They're prone to accidental detonation. She has spatial storage, no risk of jostling. Once delivered to our shelter, they'll be safe. But we can't carry them far from the bunker. If we stumble, collide, or even drop one, we'd turn to ash instantly." Zhang Tai proceeded to detail the T-3's destructive capacity. Song Chung frowned. "Unstable transport. Unreliable structure. Prone to explosion. Isn't this a half-finished prototype? How can it even be sold?" He understood little of ordnance, only that it was a bomb. Its technical specifics eluded him entirely. He quickly calculated 26 per crate. Halved with Jiang Yu 13 remained. After trading 5/8 sticks. After brief reflection, Song Chung decided 3 would suffice. Given the T-3's sheer devastation, 3 could level half a park. Hoarding more was unnecessary. Firearms, however, warranted greater acquisition. He kept only 3 bombs, and exchanged the rest entirely for food. After a few people finished counting, Jiang Yu immediately stored all the weapons into her space. Then the group quickly retreated. When they came, Jiang Yu had been lagging behind, dragging her feet. On the way back, she was eager to return, sprinting ahead with De Zhuang. The others, fearing she would take all the weapons and leave them empty-handed, hurriedly followed behind. After all, there was no network surveillance at this time. If she hid, it would be impossible to find her. Jiang Yu was incredibly fast, with explosive power, swiftly dealing with the zombies that approached her while running. She switched between her machete in both hands with remarkable skill. Initially, the others could barely keep up, but as more zombies appeared, they completely fell behind. Seeing Jiang Yu followed by a large group of zombies, even the zombies were separating them. Song Cheng's face darkened. This girl was surprisingly quick, a waste not to practice sports. Guan Jun exclaimed, "Boss, does this girl want to run away?" Zhang Tai replied, "Damn, is she a speedster? There are so many zombies behind her, and she doesn't even stop for a second." Yang Jiao said, "Instead of talking, we should hurry and catch up. If we really lose her, we'll be furious for a long time when we think about it." Zhang Tai responded, "We can't see her anymore. How can we chase her?" Song Chung gritted his teeth. "Follow the horde of zombies. They're all following her, so following the zombies is like following her." Zhang Tai was left speechless. "Are you serious? I've only heard of zombies chasing people. You want us to chase some?" However, Song Chung had a point. The distance between them and Jiang Yu was growing, with a horde of zombies in between. They had no choice but to follow the zombies. With gritted teeth, they sped after her, determined to catch up even if they couldn't. That girl was carrying all their belongings. Originally, Jiang Yu was simply running and slashing at zombies, but as she ran, the number of zombies chasing her increased, prompting her to subconsciously enter training mode. Maximizing her stamina, she was running a marathon while evading the zombies. However, something fell off as she continued running, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. She felt as if something was missing. After taking a few turns, she finally snapped back to reality. There are still 4 people. Jiang Yu abruptly stopped, quickly climbed up a telephone pole to look back, and saw a sea of zombies. From a distance, she could barely make out a few people gasping for breath. "TSK, TSK, tisk, with this level of stamina, you dare to carry all the weapons. If I ran away, wouldn't that be a loss for you? You'd probably die and wouldn't even be able to fit in a coffin." The zombies gathered beneath the telephone pole, howling excitedly, as if they had spotted their favorite idol. De Zhuang also climbed up the pole, glancing at the humans left behind, proudly raising its tail. Jiang Yu pulled a hen from her space, twisted its neck, and handed it to De Zhuang. "De Zhuang, hold on to this, and lure the zombies away. We will meet in the park later." "Meow." Acknowledged. De Zhuang leapt down gracefully, the hen in its mouth, dripping blood, drawing the zombies to continue their mad dash. One cat leading a horde of zombies was reminiscent of a shepherd dog. Jiang Yu squatted on the telephone pole, watching the number of zombies below dwindle, and after about 2 minutes the others finally caught up. I can't do it anymore. Boss, I really can't keep up. No way. That woman must have springs in her legs. We're really doomed. Oh, she's going to leave us behind. No, I don't think she's that kind of person. What do you mean? She must have seen so many weapons and gotten tempted to run. Just look, she was dragging her feet when she came, but on the way back she's sprinting like in a 100-meter dash. Guan Jun, who said this, had his eyes redden with anger. Thinking about all those weapons lost, he clenched his jaw. At that moment, with a loud bang, someone fell from the sky and landed steadily beside him. Stop grinding your teeth. There are no dentists right now, and if you break a tooth you can't fix it. Jiang Yu, you didn't run away. Zhang Tai, seeing Jiang Yu descending from above, was almost moved to tears, exclaiming in surprise. Of course I ran. Didn't you fail to keep up? Jiang Yu kicked away a small zombie that lunged at her. What are you doing here? Guan Jun felt a moment of awkwardness as he was caught talking behind her back, but then he stood his ground. Why are you running so fast? We can't keep up. Well, how is that my problem? Jiang Yu touched her nose. Wasn't I waiting for you? Look, it's only someone as good as me who would wait for you. If it were someone unscrupulous, they would have run off with their belongings. Song Ching chuckled. I know you wouldn't run away. He couldn't explain why, but he just felt she wasn't that kind of person. Feng Mu said she was good, and she must be good. In this life, apart from his girlfriend, Feng Mu had never misjudged anyone. Yang Jiao was gasping for breath, while supporting herself against the telephone pole, looking up at Jiang Yu. Did you just come down from the telephone pole? Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Tai, feeling the smooth telephone pole, was somewhat incredulous. My goodness, how did you climb? Do you want to see me climb again? Jiang Yu asked. Zhang Tai nodded. Jiang Yu gave a cold smile. You really dare to think that? Zhang Tai, though taken aback by her unpredictable demeanor, was quite impressed that she could climb up so quickly. He tried it himself and realized he couldn't do it. Where's your cat? It's off playing. UITLL, come back to me. Let's hurry up, I still have to get back for a late night snack. It's almost dark now. It was already 8:30 p.m., but the sky was still painted with brilliant sunset clouds. During the day, it was getting longer. When they returned to the bomb shelter, it had just turned dark. De Zhuang had long been waiting at the entrance of the bomb shelter, perched on a tree, and upon seeing Jiang Yu return, it jumped down. It had been hiding among the leaves, and no one had noticed when a cat had appeared. Now that it jumped down, everyone could see. Chu Yu and a child were playing with ants when they saw De Zhuang, and their eyes lit up. A cat. Sister, it's a cat. She jogged over, reaching out to pet De Zhuang. De Zhuang bared its teeth and growled fiercely at her. De Zhuang thought, foolish human, what level are you? You want to touch me? Chu Yu felt wronged after being threatened by De Zhuang. Pouting with tears in her eyes, she walked over to Chu Yu. The big cat scared me. I want to pet the big cat. At this moment, Jiang Yu had just entered their refuge. Upon entering, she saw 3 bomb shelters not far apart. There were several makeshift stoves along the path leading to the bomb shelters with pots, some made of iron, some stainless steel, and some clay pots. Inside, something was cooking, the broth bubbling and releasing a strong fishy odor from the fish in the lake. Jiang Yu had also prepared fish from this lake before. The strong fishy smell could only be masked by the radishes and ginger grown in her space. Otherwise, it would be hard to eat. Chu Yu noticed that Song Chung and the others had returned, and there was an additional woman with them. She immediately realized that she was the space ability user and stepped forward with a smile. Hello, I'm Chu Yu. You must be Jiang Yu, the space ability user that Feng Mu mentioned, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yu gazed at the outstretched hand. She disliked physical contact with strangers. She offered only a quiet, detached greeting. Hello. Chu Yu tugged gently at her sister Chu Yu's sleeve. Big sister. Look, the big cat. Chu Yu instantly broke into another warm smile. My younger sister once kept a cat, but it went missing. She's deeply fond of your pet. Might she be allowed to? Her voice was soft and soothing, lending her the air of a caring, nurturing elder sister. Chu Yu blinked up with bright, shimmering eyes. Big sister, may I pet the big cat? Jiang Yu glanced down at Da Zhuang. His fur was fully bristled. Like her, he loathed being touched by others. Meeting the little girl's wistful gaze, Da Zhuang bared his teeth. Human cub, you dare not even dream of it. His resistance was unmistakable. Jiang Yu shook her head. He isn't my pet. He's my companion. If he consents to being touched, I have no objection. I cannot make decisions for him. Not even about something as trivial as this. Except perhaps forcing him to bathe. At those words, Da Zhuang's mood lifted instantly. Not bad. This human still has a shred of conscience. No wonder I've chosen to watch over him. Chu Yu, rebuffed, once again welled up with tears of disappointment. Chu Yu said gently, my sister has a very light touch. Surely letting her stroke him just once would cause no harm. Miss Jiang, after all, he's merely a cat, incapable of understanding or reasoning. Given your generous nature, surely you wouldn't refuse such a simple request from a child. Her tone carried a quiet sorrow. She's still just a child. She ought to live joyfully. Yet now this... Jiang Yu stared in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. Where on earth did this eccentric come from? What on earth are you sulking about? Though your sister is young, perhaps it's time you taught her life's first lesson, learning to accept rejection. After all, no one owes you accommodation, not even in the smallest of matters. Chu Yu opened her mouth to reply. Jiang Yu turned instead to Song Chung. If your family continues intercepting me like this, I'll charge you extra per second. Settlement 1 minute 1 payment. Song Chung glanced briefly at Chu Yu. Go attend to your own affairs. Fong Mu is gone. But since I promised him I'd look after you, I will honor that promise. Provided of course you don't cause trouble. Chu Yu's eyes reddened, a single tear trembled at the edge of her lashes as she stared at Song Chung, disbelief etched across her face. So raw one might mistake him for a heartless cat. Yang Jiao rolled her eyes skyward. She and Chu Yu had never gotten along. Though Chu Yu and Fong Mu had dated for years, even discussing marriage. Her social media persona remained steadfastly single-peppered with cryptic, ambiguous posts. Yang Jiao had warned Fong Mu outright, "You're probably just her backup option." After all, Chu Yu was strikingly beautiful and extravagantly expensive, while Fong Mu came from an ordinary, unremarkable family. For her birthday, Chu Yu demanded a luxury handbag. So Fong Mu borrowed money from his friends, leaving them subsisting on steamed buns for half a month. When she wanted new clothes, he took 3 part-time jobs, exhausting himself to the point of collapse. Chu Yu used only the finest skincare products, but her own family could barely afford them, so she asked Fong Mu for money. When her younger sister wanted to visit Disneyland and lacked funds, she turned to Fong Mu. When Chu Yu traveled with classmates, she again asked Fong Mu for money, though notably one of those classmates was male. She insisted he was gay, a cherished confidant, a blue-eyed soulmate. But Yang Jiao refused to believe it. After all, blue-eyed soulmates often turn green without warning. She'd personally witnessed that same classmate passionately kissing a woman in a bar. How could a gay man do that? Was he perhaps bidirectional? Even more perilous. Yet Fong Mu, the fool, remained utterly convinced, bewitched, as if under a spell. He believed every word Chu Yu spoke. It was baffling how he'd ever passed the police academy entrance exams. Truly, love stripped away reason. Even when Fong Mu's parents died, and he himself contracted the zombie virus, his final conscious act was gripping Song Chang's hand and trusting him with Chu Yu's care. Yet perhaps death restored a sliver of clarity. He added quietly that this duty applied only where Song Chang's own safety remained uncompromised. At least the man retained a modicum of conscience. Yang Jiao strode forward, seized Chu Yu by the arm, and dragged her aside. Old Song and the others have urgent business. Don't interfere. And what on earth makes you think you can pet that? Is that even a cat? More importantly, you'd do well to help your sister grasp reality. Look around. Several children are among us. Yet they all know how to assist the adults. Only Xiao Yu spends her days chasing ants or complaining the food tastes bland. This is no peaceful era anymore. No one will indulge her. If she fails to understand that, she'll die, and so will you. Are you threatening me? Chu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, just as Song Chung and the others disappeared into the shelter. Her gentle expression vanished. Leaning close, she whispered low into Yang Jiao's ear. Song Chung swore to Fong Mu he'd protect me. If you dare lay a hand on me, he'll never forgive you. Don't think I don't know. You're jealous. You fancy Song Chung, yet he sees you only as a comrade. Now that he treats me with kindness, you can't bear it. Her gaze swept dismissively over Yang Jiao. Look at yourself. Always fighting, always armed. Where's the grace of a woman? Just wait. Song Chung is mine too. Bullshit. Do you really think Song Chung is some gullible love-struck fool like Fong Mu? Ha ha. Just watch and see. Men are visual creatures after all. Faced with a fierce, battle-scarred woman and a delicate, lovely one, who do you suppose he'll choose? She flashed a self-satisfied grin and led Chu Yu away. Before departing, Chu Yu kicked Yang Jiao's shin and spat, "Pa, you nasty woman." Yang Jiao clenched her jaw, a cold, mirthless smile playing on her lips. Men prefer fragile women. Fine, then keep being fragile. If you won't stand on your own, why expect others to shield you forever? How many Fong Mus exist in this world? Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Song Chang's requested weapons were arranged precisely at the designated spot. Next, the agreed-upon instant noodles, self-heating rice meals, and compressed biscuits were laid out on the floor. 1 grenade exchanged for noodles and rice meals. The rest converted entirely into compressed biscuits. Song Chung kept only 3 for himself. Several members stared at the modest pile, noodles, biscuits, eyes gleaming with hunger and hope. Zhang Tai clutched a packet of noodles, tears of exhilaration leaking from the corners of his mouth. "Boss," sniffling, "we've finally made it. No more fish. Never again." He choked back sobs, whispering, "Lest someone overhear." The shelter belonged solely to Song Chang's group. No outsiders could enter, nor had any clue what lay within. Though the shelter's depth muffled ordinary speech, Song Chung still cautioned in a hushed voice. "Everything we brought back stays here, covered with tarps. Not a word to anyone. Not a single soul." Guan Jun nodded solemnly. "Understood, boss." Zhang Tai affirmed, "Me too. I'll tell no one." Just then Yang Jiao returned. She'd overheard Song Chang's words and nodded in agreement. "We're clear. We'll keep it locked tight." Song Chung continued. "Chu Yu knows we retrieved weapons, but she hasn't seen them firsthand. The 2 sisters are unpredictable variables. From now on they're forbidden from approaching the rear section of the shelter. Seal off the back with barriers. Designate it strictly as our storage zone. His relationship with Chu Yu extended only to being Fong Mu's brother-in-arms, and thus trust was limited. Especially given her past conduct with Fong Mu, something about her unsettled him. Intuitively, inexplicably. Zhang Tai ventured, "Boss, you really plan to keep Chu Yu and her sister with us long-term?" Guan Jun shot Zhang Tai a sharp glare. "Just shut your mouth." That was Xiao Mu's final wish. Every one of us heard it with our own ears. We owe him at least that much. Song Cheng's gaze darkened faintly as he recalled that simple-minded fellow, dying yet still consumed by worry for his beloved. We'll keep an eye on her if it comes to it. But if she proves ungrateful, or worse, reckless, then let her perish. Though Fong Mu was his brother, every man present stood as kin to him. He could not abandon all others for the sake of the Chu Yu sisters, not when they were no kin to him. Merely watching over them was already more than duty demanded. Moreover, moments after Fong Mu Hua spoke his last words before Song Cheng could even nod in assent, the man fled, clutching the last shreds of his lucidity, racing away from their settlement at breakneck speed, desperate to spare others from the horror of his own impending zombification. Thus Song Cheng never had the chance to refuse. Yang Jiao's lips curled slightly. The woman's unwavering self-assurance struck her as absurdly comical. What gave her the audacity to believe everyone would bleed for her? Was it sheer audacity? After completing the handover, Jiang Yu led De Zhuang out of the air raid shelter. Just as she prepared to depart, her ears pricked sharply. She heard voices. "Mom, I'm starving to death. I can't endure this cursed place for even a single day. All I did was criticize the author for abandoning the story midway and write a 1,000-word essay condemning her. Was that really worth banishing me into this novel's world? Aishiba, heaven above, earth below, won't you at least grant me a single clue? I haven't the faintest idea where the plot even stands." Who was speaking? The voice sounded young, feminine. What did she mean by abandoned story? By female-led? Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes, scanning the surroundings. Everyone carried on with their tasks, utterly unmoved by the sound. Had she imagined it? Meow it. De Zhuang tapped her ankle with a paw. "What are you staring at? Aren't we that three-colored pretty boy is already dead. Whom else could you possibly be gawking at?" De Zhuang still remembered how Jiang Yu had severed Fong Mu's head the instant he turned. A strike delivered without hesitation, not a heartbeat's pause. Hadn't she admired him just moments before? Women truly were fickle creatures. De Zhuang suspected. If he ever lost his wits, her blade would fall just as swiftly, precisely, and mercilessly. This woman, no wonder he'd chosen her. Ruthless, unflinching, truly formidable. De Zhuang, did you hear anyone speaking? Speaking? Who? De Zhuang shook his head, signaling he'd heard nothing. Jiang Yu lifted her foot to walk on, when the voice surfaced once more. "Why do others always become heroines upon transmigration, while I'm not even worthy of being cannon fodder? Mom, I miss you. I'll never oversleep or defy you again. I'll be your perfect little girl. Please save me. I want your braised pork belly sob. Those chiseled 8-pack heartthrobs. They're nothing but perilous beauty." Jiang Yu frowned faintly and withdrew her step. Turning, she strode toward the source of the voice, and at the entrance of the final shelter found several figures, men and women alike, and a boy of 8 or 9. Yet now the voice had fallen silent. Yang Jiao emerged from the shelter, assuming Jiang Yu had long departed, only to whirl around and find her heading straight for shelter No. 3. Did someone there know her? She hurried after her, calling out, "Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu turned, whereupon the chattering voice instantly cracked into shrill dissonance. "Jiang Yu, did I just hallucinate? Holy Aishiba." The novel's peerlessly beautiful yet utterly ruthless antagonist, the black supporting character, the dark sect master herself. Wait, is that my revered sect master approaching? Sect master, look at me. Look at me. Save. No, I mustn't let her discover I'm a transmigrator. Per the first law of the dark sect master's apocalypse, the highest courtesy upon detecting an anomaly is to empty your magazine. Sniff? My sect master truly is breathtakingly lovely. Oh, and is that De Zhuang master beside her? He looks terrifyingly fierce indeed. Her voice chirped like a restless sparrow, so incessant it gave Jiang Yu a throbbing headache. Yet now no one spoke. So whence came that voice? And what precisely was an antagonist? A black her gaze swept over the group. Holy, she's looking right at me. Has she spotted me? Saint Mary, oh Jesus the Jade Emperor, protect me. Oh, you're finally here. What's wrong? Yang Jiao asked, noting Jiang Yu's strange expression. Have you heard anyone speaking? Jiang Yu murmured low. No. Yang Jiao shook her head, pointing toward a large cauldron where 2 women were gutting fish and chatting. Do you mean them? Jiang Yu shook her head, offering no further explanation. Instead she asked, may I take a walk around? Of course, I'll accompany you, Yang Jiao smiled. Jiang Yu approached the group, observing them closely. A woman in her 40s, a boy aged 7 or 8, a bald man, a broad-faced middle-aged man, and 2 more men, 3 more women. Judging by the voice, it likely belonged to a girl. but certainty was elusive. Perhaps it was a man with an unusually high-pitched timbre. Nearby among the survivors stood a petite, delicate young woman in her early 20s. Her nose buried beneath thick-rimmed spectacles, fingers nervously twisting together. Heaven bore witness, Zhang Shuhui had resolved since childhood to live as a paragon of virtue. In elementary school, she guided elderly women across streets. In middle school, she handed found money to police officers. In high school, though her grades skewed wildly, she never engaged in early romance. In university, she never failed a single course. The gravest misdeed she'd ever committed was demanding 2 extra green onions while haggling at the market. Was scolding a novelist for abandoning her story truly punishable by exile? Countless others did the same. Why single her out? She swore then, and there never again would she pen such essays. Just let her escape this accursed realm. Who among you understands, dear friends, being thrust into the very novel one mocked? Worse still, her arrival coincided with encountering the story's bloodthirsty antagonist. Though she adored the sect master as a fan, the sect master knew nothing of her devotion. If her identity were uncovered, she'd surely be executed on the spot. All of this traced back to her 25th birthday party when her best friend promised a mysterious gift delivered that night. Who knew her friend would go so far? Presenting as her birthday gift 3 sculpted Adonises, each over 6 feet tall, boasting 8-pack abs, defined hip lines, and devastating good looks. Her friend even called boasting she'd spared no expense hiring elite escorts, solely to grant her a taste of masculine physicality, lest she pass on untouched by passion. Heaven help her, Zhang Shuhui had never even held a man's hand. From cradle to adulthood, romance eluded her entirely. That evening, as she pulled back the covers to sleep, 3 bare magnificent men lay waiting in her bed. What sane person could withstand such a shock? She erupted in twin streams of nasal blood convulsed with excitement, and then darkness swallowed her whole. When she opened her eyes again, she stood amid an apocalyptic novel, transmigrated into a nameless background character never mentioned in the text. Worse, this character shared her own extreme myopia. Without glasses, she couldn't distinguish friend from foe. And wasn't this the very novel she'd mocked for abandonment just half a month prior? Had karmic retribution arrived so swiftly? First, Jiang Yu offered the boy a vacuum-sealed marinated egg, gently patting his head with uncommon kindness. Eat up. Thank you, elder sister. The boy's eyes lit up. He snatched the egg and dashed off. Not him. First candidate eliminated. Next, she handed a pack of biscuits to an older woman. Though the woman deemed her benefactor eccentric, she accepted gratefully and stuffed them into her mouth without delay. Second candidate eliminated. Jiang Yu continued methodically, offering candy marinated eggs biscuits to each person in turn. Then the voice returned, so the sect master possesses such gentleness after all. Unlike her first appearance in the novel, where she struck terror into hearts as a relentless antagonist locked in perpetual conflict with the female lead. Stay calm. Under no circumstances must the sect master detect my strangeness. Survive. Sect master or female lead? Who would I choose? Naturally the sect master. Though the female lead radiates kindness, her companions rarely survive past chapter 3. The sect master, however, may be ruthless, but fiercely protective of her own. Yet the sect master will never accept me. Even her cat wields lethal prowess. How could she possibly want a useless, helpless nobody? The remaining 2 young women watched Jiang Yu with hopeful eyes. Jiang Yu extended a marinated egg to the first girl, who thanked her hastily and devoured it ravenously. Then she passed biscuits to the last woman, a girl in her 20s with a cherubic face, faint freckles, and heavy straight bangs that framed her entire visage. Thick-rimmed spectacles perched upon her nose, lenses so dense they dwarfed even her English teacher's 1500-degree prescription, resembling nothing so much as beer bottle bottoms. Thank you. You're truly kind, the girl murmured, nervously smoothing her greasy, stringy bangs with trembling fingers. The moment she fell silent, Jiang Yu heard the voice anew. Wow. She actually gave me biscuits. She really is kind. Sniff. No wonder she's the sect master. How could I ever repay this single meal's grace? Sect master, do you need a loyal servant? Jiang Yu fixed her gaze upon the expressionless, bespectacled girl, and a subtle, knowing curve lifted the corner of her lips. Found you. It's you. Yang Jiao stood bewildered at Jiang Yu's side, watching her distribute food to others. What on earth was she doing? Had she suddenly been struck by a wave of benevolence, sharing rations freely with strangers? Her act drew nearby survivors who quickly gathered around, loudly praising her as a great benefactor while eagerly awaiting more provisions from Jiang Yu. Yet Jiang Yu remained motionless, showing no intention to continue distributing food. A man with a crew cut, growing anxious at her silence, blurted out a question. What about mine? You haven't given us anything yet. And mine? I haven't gotten anything either. Others who had received nothing joined in, voices rising in protest. Such is the nature of this world, people fear inequality far more than scarcity. It had been bearable, starving together, but once some received sustenance while others were left empty-handed, resentment bloomed like poison ivy. Rage curdled into hatred. No one remembered whether Jiang Yu's supplies were limited, or what her original intent might have been. All they knew was this: if she had begun sharing, then fairness demanded that everyone receive their share. And should everyone indeed receive a portion, greed would whisper louder still. Why not more? Why had the provisions not been revealed sooner? This was human nature. Why give them food and not us? If you wish to play the saint, treat us all equally. Hand over your supplies, now. Hand them over. Look at how clean your clothes are. You must be hoarding plenty. While everyone starves, why do you alone monopolize so much? Exactly. Share it fairly. A sharp-eyed woman cursed furiously and lunged forward, claws bared, her fingers slashing toward Jiang Yu's face. Before her hands could make contact, a searing pain erupted in her abdomen, the sensation of her organs violently compressing inward. In an instant she was hurled backwards, soaring through the air before crashing with a heavy splash into the lake. "Hey! Help! You wretched witch! Quade! Get away! Get away from me!" Her features twisted in raw animal terror. She thrashed desperately in the water, only for a school of fish to converge upon her instantly. Piercing screams echoed across the surface as crimson bloomed beneath the waves, then faded into eerie stillness. The fish dispersed. The woman vanished. Only tattered shreds of cloth drifted silently upon the lake's placid surface. Zhang Shuhui, having snatched the biscuit packet, immediately crouched in a secluded spot and devoured it with frantic urgency, all the while stealing cautious glances at Jiang Yu. Witnessing Jiang Yu kick the woman into the lake, her eyes shimmered with starlit awe. While other girls dreamed of heroes and love interests from novels, Zhang Shuhui harbored a different fascination. She adored the villainous. The protagonists and supporting characters wasted their energy on romance. Only the villainous pursued purpose, killing, scheming, building power. The heroine raged for love, the villainous raged for herself. The hero abandoned everything for the heroine, the villainous sacrificed all, not for love, but for survival, biding her time until she could reclaim tenfold what was taken. How could one not admire such fierce, unwavering ambition? After all, her mother had raised her never to fall prey to romantic delusion. Elsewhere, Jiang Yu withdrew her foot. The woman, easily weighing over 140 jin, had flown several meters before vanishing beneath the water. Silence fell like a shroud. Jiang Yu offered a faint, tranquil smile as she gazed calmly upon the crowd encircling her. The next hand that reaches out will feed the fish. Do you truly believe I am some gentle soul with endless patience? A few survivors muttered among themselves. That was excessive. She hadn't even touched anyone yet killed outright. Shut up. This woman radiates danger. Let's go. Tonight's dinner remains boiled fish in clear water. If she won't share, fine. Why murder? Old Zhao, wasn't that your wife? Aren't you going to demand justice? Dead is dead. In this world, when I can't even feed myself, what use is a wife? Murmurs scattered like startled birds, yet no one dared step forward. Such is humanity, quick to bargain with kindness, but cowed by cruelty. Faced with equal strength, they negotiate with virtue, but shrink before vice. Yang Jiao did not comprehend Jiang Yu's motives, but prudently refrained from prying into others' affairs. Jiang Yu casually pressed a Dove chocolate bar into her hand. Here, my treat. Thank you for shielding me just now. The moment the crowd surged forward, Yang Jiao had instinctively stepped between Jiang Yu and the mob. Though the gesture proved unnecessary, Jiang Yu acknowledged its sincerity. One chocolate bar balanced her earlier protection, fair and square. Yang Jiao tore open the wrapper and bit down, savoring the luxuriant velvety melt upon her tongue. Zhang Shuhui clutched her biscuit pack and devoured it in frantic, ravenous gulps, choking, pounding her chest, then resuming without pause. When she had transmigrated into this body, its original owner was already dead, and her family too had perished. Later, other survivors looted every remaining supply her parents had left behind, leaving nothing. When she attempted to reclaim them, she was beaten badly, even her eyeglass frame shattered. Now her glasses hung precariously, secured only by 2 fabric strips tied tightly behind her head. Thus, upon receiving the biscuits, she entertained no thought of rationing, only of devouring them instantly. Only what entered her stomach became truly hers. To save any for later risked theft at any moment. These people were ruthless, even seizing lighters and cooking pots. Once she'd caught fish, but lacking fire, she'd eaten them raw. That night, she suffered violent diarrhea, nearly expelling her own intestines. She vowed never to repeat that horror, and starved instead. When hunger became unbearable, she chewed leaves. This land offered little else but trees and grass. Yet even leaves burned her throat when consumed in excess. Now, with a whole packet of biscuits at last within reach, she buried her face in it, shoveling morsels into her mouth, while scanning the surroundings, warily braced against theft. Her glasses slipped. She lifted the fabric strap with one hand and resumed eating, cheeks puffed like a tiny, determined hamster. Jiang Yu sat casually beside her on a stone, slowly opened a bag of salt-baked chicken legs, tore off a strip of tender meat, and fed it to a cat. Indeed, to a cat. De Zhuang recoiled with visible disdain, turning his head away. He considered such high-tech fare beneath him. Even zombie brains tasted better. Jiang Yu gazed at him tenderly. What's wrong, De Zhuang? Aren't you hungry? Her voice held the soft warmth of moonlight on still water. De Zhuang's fur bristled involuntarily. A sudden chill raced down his spine, freezing him mid-escape, utterly paralyzed. Stiffly he parted his jaws, allowing her to place the succulent meat inside. Though terrified, he refused to admit it, instead scrambling frantically for justification. This human is so considerate. If I refuse, she'll surely weep. Fine. Someone I protect shouldn't cry. That would be unseemly. Zhang Shuhui finished the last crumb and licked the empty packet clean. Suddenly her nostrils flared. A rich, savory aroma drifted toward her. She turned and saw a slender, pale hand delicately tearing golden brown meat from a roasted chicken leg, then offering it gently to a large cat. She glanced at her own empty packet and nearly wept. It was salt-baked chicken, her absolute favorite, and from the brand Wuqiong no less. Come now, De Zhuang, be a good boy. Eat, well, grow strong. Her voice flowed like honeyed silk, soft, slow, and possibly gentle. Zhang Shuhui swallowed hard, envious beyond words. And yet, the cat accepted the offering with unmistakable contempt. Hey, what exactly are you so proud of? That's salt-baked chicken, and Wuqiong at that. Even the bones are edible. Zhang Shuhui's mouth opened reflexively. In her heart she pleaded, Master, feed me instead. I'm not picky. Not even Yang Jiao could resist envy. Glaring at the calico cat with undisguised resentment, convinced it lacked appreciation. De Zhuang bore the twin glares of two women with utter equanimity. Yet Jiang Yu's sudden tenderness unsettled him deeply. What was wrong with this human? Why was she grinning like that, so unnervingly, so wrongly? Just hit me. Punch me. Be normal. Bring down the storm. Don't wage psychological warfare. This gentleness terrifies me. Tail tucked tight, De Zhuang chewed obediently, each bite tasting strangely of dread. Yang Jiao and Zhang Shuhui watched, hearts aching with longing, mourning their own humanity while envying feline fortune. As Jiang Yu fed the cat, she spoke casually. You resemble a younger sister I once knew. What is your name? Noticing Zhang Shuhui's gaze lingering hungrily on the chicken leg, she smiled. Warm, unhurried. Still hungry. Here, have some. She handed her an entire bag. At Jiang Yu's words, De Zhuang jerked his head up, his fierce feline face contorted in baffled disbelief. You're inventing sisters now. Zhang Shuhui sniffed softly, her eyes stinging. When she arrived, the original body's family was already gone. The girl had died from poisoning. Only then did Zhang Shuhui arrive. From the moment she awakened, she endured hunger, cold, and abuse, sleeping lightly each night, terrified of being dragged into the bushes and violated. This chicken leg was more than sustenance. It was her first true experience of compassion in this world. Yet it came from a villainess. A quiet ache rose in her chest, her eyes burning. Through these harrowing days, Zhang Shuhui had realized one undeniable truth. Though this world originated as fiction, its inhabitants were no flat archetypes. They were living, breathing. Death here was real, not mere ink on paper. Her voice broke as she whispered, Thank you. My name is Zhang Shuhui. Truly, thank you. I don't even know what to say. Sobbing, she tore open the bag and stuffed the meat into her mouth with desperate fervor. Jiang Yu heard it again, the inner voice. Master treated others so harshly, yet gave me delicious food. She truly cares for me. But thinking of Jiang Yu's tragic fate, it breaks my heart. Why did she ever set foot on that forbidden island? If only she kept her distance from the heroine, she'd survive. Jinji Dao. Jiang Yu was almost certain now what that voice meant. Damn, could she actually hear this person's inner thoughts? What kind of infernal ability had intruded? Why could she hear only this woman? And why of all things would she die so? How did she die? How could this woman know such things? A torrent of questions scrambled her mind, yet her face remained composed. She spoke with Zhang Shuhui while feeding De Zhuang. After a few minutes, Yang Jiao could no longer stand it, and turned away. The scent of the chicken leg was unbearably tempting. Zhang Shuhui ate through her tears, calves trembling as she spoke to Jiang Yu. Half from the thrill of seeing her idol, half from the terror of being cut down by that very idol. Jiang Yu listened to her inner monologue as they talked, and quickly pieced things together. If Zhang Shuhui's thoughts were truthful, then according to her account, this world had evolved from a novel Zhang Shuhui had once read. Jiang Yu was a villain in that book, always opposing the female lead. Her existence served merely to furnish the heroine's party with experience and treasure chests, smoothing the female lead's meteoric ascent. She could not believe that her life was merely a character in a book, and worse, a villain destined for a dreadful fate. Readers had even nicknamed her Heixin Jiangyu. For some inexplicable reason, that role had gathered a few admirers who called themselves the Jiangyu Party. Zhang Shuhui was one of them. According to Zhang Shuhui's inner voice, in the future, she would rebuild Jinji Dao for certain reasons, only to provoke widespread rebellion through her crimes and be seized and imprisoned. It would be crueler than the previous life. They would decode the genetic secrets of her body and extract something to give the female lead. Her presence was nothing more than the main antagonist who provided experience and chests for the heroine. She existed as a solid stepping stone on the heroine's road to success. Impossible, her. Rebuild Jinji Dao. Heaven knew how much she hated that cursed place. Oh, why would she ever go mad enough to rebuild it? At the thought that the horrors she had suffered on Jinji Dao in her last life were dismissed in a few passing lines by the author Jiang Yu felt a savage urge to destroy everything. But she restrained herself. With pale fingers she tore off a piece of meat and expressionless fed it to Dezhuang. If this bespectacled girl were not mad, then she was truly a transmigrator. Her inner monologue came in fits and starts disjointed and fragmented. Yet Jiang Yu heard the words Jinji Dao cut through the scattered thoughts. If she could speak the name Jinji Dao, it proved that what she thought was true. After all, until now apart from Jiang Yu no one knew of Jinji Dao. Jinji Dao had been established only years after the apocalypse. It did not yet exist. As Zhang Shuhui had read that novel, she naturally knew many things Jiang Yu did not. Jiang Yu fixed her gaze on the slightly dazed girl beside her, the bespectacled one. A character so out of place in this world was a dangerous ticking bomb. The best ending would be to kill her. One reborn person in this world was already enough. There was absolutely no need for another transmigrator. But before killing her, Jiang Yu would first squeeze every scrap of information from her. Like sesame pressed for oil, once the useful yield was extracted, the dregs served no purpose. Feeding Dezhuang, Jiang Yu had already made up her mind. Elsewhere, Zhang Shuhui, who had only eaten 2 bites after tearing open her chicken legs, suddenly stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes darted left and right. Panic swelled. For some reason, she sensed a fierce, murderous aura, and its source seemed to be right beside her. As a member of the Jiang Yu party, she knew deeply that Jiang Yu was a cold, ruthless antagonist, the exact counterpoint to the kind female lead. Realizing Jiang Yu bore murderous intent toward her, she kept a calm face though her eyes were nearly flooded. She felt like crying, and the chicken in her mouth became hard to swallow. Damn, the leader's chicken leg really wasn't easy to eat. But if she spat it out now, would she die sooner? She cast a cautious glance at Jiang Yu, wondering if she had anything of value to trade. After thinking it over, she concluded she seemed utterly useless. Damn, being so painfully clear about her own position was not a blessing. While she fought with herself, Jiang Yu had turned to other matters. Jiang Yu discovered that whenever she stood more than 100 or 200 meters from Zhang Shuhui, she could no longer hear her inner voice. A sigh of relief escaped her. At last her mind felt quiet. Though the inner voice came intermittently, it had been noisy enough. In the days that followed, Song Cheng suddenly found, for reasons he could not explain, that his relationship with Jiang Yu had improved. She would every so often bring her cat to fish, and then stroll through the shelter. She and a girl there hit it off instantly, and she often went to see her. Song Cheng thought Jiang Yu did not seem the sort to take to people at first sight, but as long as whatever she did not affect him, he would not interfere. Nevertheless, he secretly assigned people to keep a constant watch on Zhang Shuhui. Jiang Yu would drop by to chat from time to time, and would often unwittingly catch useful hints in her inner monologue. She prowled the city daily, training against zombies, searching everywhere for second-tier undead, convinced there were no stragglers left. But after listening to Zhang Shuhui's thoughts, she realized how many untapped resources the city still contained. Hundreds of tons of gasoline stored beneath the Western Fuel Depot. The food processing plant on Nanshan held undamaged stock worth millions. The Qingpo logistics hub housed dozens of large warehouses filled with supplies and more. Each visit, she managed to steer Zhang Shuhui's thoughts toward valuable subjects and harvest useful information. She knew these things because they were experiences the female lead had already gone through. The underground storage in the space was packed to the brim, without a single gap. Jiang Yu watched with satisfaction as the little informant, Zhang Shuhui, nibbled on bread. A faintly sincere smile touched Jiang Yu's face, leaving Zhang Shuhui at once thrilled and more terrified, for she could not understand why Jiang Yu treated her so specially. After all, she was well aware she possessed no extraordinary charm. Night fell. Jiang Yu sat on a lounger on the terrace, letting the evening breeze wash over her, cradling a cup of mango sago, a bucket of crispy fried chicken on the small table before her. Dezhuang lay beside her, his rump turned toward her. Lately he had noticed Jiang Yu's kindness to Zhang Shuhui and felt that this detestable human had grown fickle. He had been neglected and thus sulked. Dezhuang. Jiang Yu called twice, but he still ignored her. She blew on her fingers, and with a quick flick pressed 2 sensitive spots beneath his rump. He bristled at once and turned to bare his teeth at her. What are you doing? Go find your human mother, liar. If I'd known you were so fickle, I wouldn't have played with you from the start. You actually gave her food. You said you would only feed me. You've changed, you big liar. It screeched loudly, its fur bristling like a large hedgehog, while Jiang Yu gently patted its head. Don't be jealous, you're just a little tomcat, why be so petty? But that Zhang Shuhui is indeed amusing. What do you think we should do once I've extracted all the information from her? Should we feed her to the zombies, or just chop her head off? Meanwhile, Zhang Shuhui, who was sleeping in the air raid shelter, sneezed several times, and then hugged her backpack tightly. Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly, yet her eyes held no trace of a smile. You might find it laughable, but everything I experienced on the Forbidden Island in my past life turned out to be merely a few simple lines written by someone. And this world was originally just a book. Everyone's fate was already predetermined. But I refuse to believe the stepping stone for the female lead. I fear she has never stepped on a red-hot iron plate. She scoffed unknowingly, clenching her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, sharp pain, causing bright red blood to seep from between her fingers. Dazhuang let out a soft meow and licked her hand. Jiang Yu finally came to her senses. Letting go her palm was already a mess of blood and flesh. The more information she learned from Zhang Shuhui, the angrier she became. She thought her rebirth was due to her good luck. But little did she know it was merely the author's design. She was a character who underwent inhumane experiments in her past life, and then was reborn. Yet the story's conclusion is often that the dragon slayer becomes a dragon, and in her past life, she had destroyed the Forbidden Island. After being reborn, she rebuilt the Forbidden Island out of her own selfish desires, ultimately being killed by the righteous female lead. In the end, she was merely a stepping stone for the female lead's ascent. Since she was to be a stepping stone, she would become that red-hot iron plate, determined to see who dared to step on it. As for that Zhang Shuhui, knowing so much, if she got too close to the so-called female lead, wouldn't she just create a heap of trouble? Therefore, the best outcome for Zhang Shuhui would be to obediently die. Since you are my fan and keep calling me master, then it would be quite normal to die for the doctrine, wouldn't it? Jiang Yu smiled coldly, a determined grin on her lips. Achoo. She sniffed and mumbled with, why did I sneeze several times in a row? Is my mom missing me? Yes, it must be my mom missing me. Who else would eat the braised pork she makes without me? Otherwise it would have to go to the family cat, since Dad doesn't like braised pork. Zhang Shuhui was already 25, but she looked petite with thick glasses, making her appear younger than her actual age. Her life was quite simple, a straight line between school, dormitory, and library before graduation. After starting work, it was the same line between the office, dormitory, and library. She only had 2 or 3 friends around her. She didn't interact much with others, and the work environment lacked human complexities, so even after many years of work, she still looked like a university student. Her friends sometimes joked that she was a little landmine for exams. The body she had crossed into looked exactly like her original appearance, even down to the freckles on her face. Zhang Shuhui thought she would definitely not survive a month. But unexpectedly she met Jiang Yu. Remembering the arrangement of Jiang Yu in the book, it seems she died at the hands of the female lead when she was only 19. In other words, Jiang Yu was now only 17 or 18, a flower-like age. In fact, during their conversation a few days ago, Jiang Yu mentioned that she had just finished her college entrance exam before the apocalypse. The black sauce master didn't seem as cruel as described in the book. Zhang Shuhui held the strawberry-flavored candy that Jiang Yu had given her last time in her palm. She remembered how Jiang Yu had joked during the day that her thick glasses looked like a pair of cute little bottle caps. Zhang Shuhui suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. When she complimented someone, her expression was so sincere, as if she truly found their eyes adorable. She shook her head, coming back to her senses, and gave herself a few hard slaps. No, the master isn't that easygoing. I must not get lost in illusions, or it will end badly. However, after a few minutes, she hesitantly glanced at the candy in her palm. How bad could a girl who liked strawberry candy be? After much deliberation, Zhang Shuhui finally stuffed the strawberry candy into her mouth, cheeks puffed out. That night, she had a dream where Jiang Yu remained kind and never turned dark. Yet in the end, she still met a tragic fate. Before dying, Jiang Yu supported herself, spitting blood, but resolutely stood in front of her. Little bottle cap, don't be afraid, I will protect you. She lay on her side in the corner of the air raid shelter, and when she woke up, tears streaked from the corner of her eye down her flat nose and into the other eye. Others were still sleeping in the air raid shelter, so she dared not cry out loud. But thinking of Jiang Yu's death in her dream, she bit her lip tightly. In the book, the character of Jiang Yu was doomed to die from the moment she appeared. Every word and every sentence about her hinted at the outcome. But now this is not the book. This is a real world. How could such a good person have such a tragic end? For the first time, Zhang Shuhui had the thought of wanting to change something. However, she was lost in her own sentiments, completely unaware that the heartless master she admired had already planned out her demise. The kind little white rabbit in her eyes is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Yu has never darkened, she has always been black at heart. Song Chung observed Zhang Shuhui for a while in secret. The little girl had a fairly delicate appearance. All day long she sported a thick pair of glasses, was quite petite, had a slightly flat nose, and even had a few freckles. She gave off a somewhat naive and adorable vibe. What does she remind him of? After thinking for a long time, Song Chung finally remembered. She resembled the silly roe deer in the woods of his hometown. The kind that looks easy to deceive. But what could he do by tricking her? Just as the silly roe deer, Zhang Shuhui turned her head and happened to see Song Chung staring at her. Brother Song, do you need something? Nothing, I just thought your nearsightedness seemed quite serious. It's fine, I have my— As soon as Zhang Shui's words fell, she immediately stumbled and fell hard. She landed face down on the ground. The cloth strip on her head loosened, and her glasses clattered on the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Without her glasses, Zhang Shuhui found everything before her instantly blurred. She squinted and frantically crawled on the ground, searching everywhere. "Oh, my glasses. Brother Song, could you help me see where my glasses are?" Song Chung looked at the glasses that had flown a step away, resting on the stone slab. Their thickness was at least that of a bottle cap. The glasses' legs were gone, replaced by two grayish cloth strips. However, at that moment the right lens was cracked, resembling a spider's web. He picked them up, blew on them, and then handed them to Zhang Shuhui. Thank you, Brother Song." Zhang Shuhui cautiously felt around. The shattered spider web pieces began to fall apart, and in a moment only an empty black circular frame remained. Zhang Shuhui patted the glass shards and reached her hand around the empty frame. After checking for any remaining glass shards, she placed the frame on her nose and skillfully tied the cloth strips behind her head. A smile of survival appeared on her face. "Fortunately, I still have one eye to use. Thank you so much, brothers." She was surprisingly optimistic. Song Cheng shook his head, just about to say something, when Zhang Shuhui suddenly turned and ran away. She looked as if she were fleeing from a flood of beasts. Song Cheng frowned. Am I really that terrifying? Why is she running? Zhang Shuhui rushed back to her sleeping place, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Fortunately, I run fast. Brother Song is also one of the male supporting characters in the book. Even though he doesn't appear often, at least she remembers him. According to the laws of novels, any female associated with a male supporting character usually ends up with a bad fate. What if he takes a liking to me? The female interests of male supporting characters apart from the female leads surely meet a worse end. Stay away from him. Half a month later, Jiang Yu came to the park to fish again, bringing along De Zhuang. After fishing before they even approached the air raid shelter, they saw two figures hiding behind a large rock by the path, stretching their necks to look this way. Zhang Shuhui stood on her tiptoes, with one finger poking through the empty glasses frame to press against her right eye, while her left eye squinted into a line. But 100 meters away was just a blur. Brother Tai, I just heard the old lady say that the one fishing has come again. Can you see if it's Jiang Yu? Hurry, Zhang Tai shrugged. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I'm looking here, it seems to be her. Yes, it's her. She's with De Zhuang. I won't mistake that fierce cat. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's confirmation, Zhang Shuhui pushed him aside and ran towards Jiang Yu. Zhang Tai rolled his eyes nearly to the heavens. Used and discarded haha women. Previously, Jiang Yu would come every couple of days, but this time she hadn't appeared in half a month. Zhang Shuhui thought Jiang Yu had changed her spot and left. Although she wanted to follow Jiang Yu, she also understood that with Jiang Yu's character, she wouldn't take in useless little followers. During this time, she fished every day, and one fish could last 2 days. Although it was unseasoned and extremely fishy, she was very satisfied. After all, many survivors now can't even find anything to eat. Besides, the vegetables in the countryside are fertilized with farmyard manure, which tastes different, and the vegetables grown with chemical fertilizer taste even better. Who cares what the fish grew up eating as long as the fish meat is edible? But halfway through, she suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, her relationship with Jiang Yu didn't seem that good. If she acted too strangely, would she raise Jiang Yu's suspicion? Zhang Shuhui was a bit conflicted as she picked at her fingers. Jiang Yu glanced at the empty side of her glasses frame and waved at her. Zhang Shuhui's cloudy mood instantly brightened as she skipped over. How come you're missing a lens? Did someone bully you? Jiang Yu asked with a frown while tying a hemp rope to a stick. The rope had obviously been used several times, with many sections bitten off by fish and retied. Zhang Shuhui quickly waved her hands. No, I fell by myself. Really, ever since you greeted Brother Song, no one has dared to bully me. Thank you so much. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. That's good. Are you hungry? Let me treat you to some chicken legs. After all, this book character had provided her with plenty of information, helping her find a lot of resources. Before she dies, it wouldn't be bad to let her eat more delicious food. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Shuhui shook her head and repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. No, I've been eating fish from the lake lately, and it's quite good. You've already given me a lighter, a pot, and salt. I'm very grateful to you. Though I really want to eat, I can't accept. The gifts from the master must be exchanged equally, otherwise the more I eat, the quicker I perish. Hearing Zhang Shui's thoughts, Jiang Yu didn't continue to persuade her. Zhang Shui sat quietly beside, watching as De Zhuang jumped into the lake, and when he was pulled up, he had several lively carp hanging from him, and she promptly helped to pull them off. They were all tossed into a low grassy nest nearby. Sometimes when the pulling was too forceful, De Zhuang would glance at her, and she would quickly loosen her grip, then struggle to pry open the fish's mouth, gently getting them off. Only then did De Zhuang let out a few proud calls. His expression towards Jiang Yu was quite smug, as if saying, learn from this, see how to serve this cat. However, upon making eye contact with Jiang Yu, it immediately backed down. It growled and leaped into the lake, disturbing the carp. Seeing that it was almost done, Jiang Yu stored the fish in her spatial pocket. Zhang Shui couldn't help but ask, what have you been busy with these days? It's been a long time since you've come to catch fish from Master De Zhuang. Her respectful address made Master De Zhuang feel quite pleased thinking that this human had great potential. Jiang Yu nodded, then seemingly casually said, "Yes, I've been looking for a suitable mutated plant for myself, but I haven't found one after searching for a long time. You see, I caught some fish for Master Dajwang, but I still need to continue my search." In fact, she had upgraded her training plan and had been training frantically for half a month, which was why she hadn't come. During the half month of closed training, that psychic zombie was finally worn out by her, and it acted as if it had gone mad all day long. However, she couldn't find a second psychic zombie, so she had to make do with the one she had. The agility training of 1 against 6 had already upgraded, and she had achieved 1 against 9. Now facing 9 second-tier zombies at the same time, she was not at all flustered. As for her daily close-quarters combat training, she no longer used the warehouse as a training ground. Instead, she would dive into areas where zombies were abundant, gathering them together using sound and flesh, then directly engage them with Master Dajwang using cold weapons. Only by using primitive cold weapons in close combat could one maximize the potential of the human body. Now Jiang Yu's physique appeared to be not much different from half a month ago. Yet she exuded an aura like a sharp sword. Even standing there made others feel a sense of dread. If she used to be like a wolf showcasing her sharpness, now she radiated an indescribable quality resembling a lion prowling in the grasslands. Even while comfortably lying there, one could faintly sense the impending danger. Upon hearing that she was looking for mutated plants, Zhang Shuhui was momentarily taken aback. Dajwang, who was licking a carp, heard Jiang Yu's words and didn't understand why she was telling this to the human in front of her. This guy clearly didn't look like someone who could be of help. She had no combat power at all. That little head of hers was not even worth a single swipe from me. Could it be that she expected her to catch mutated plants? What do you need the mutated plants for? Zhang Shuhui hesitantly spoke. Oh no. She wouldn't be running into the female lead so soon, would she? The female lead is a plant-based evolver, and I remember her first plant crystal core was obtained in City A. They wouldn't run into each other, would they? Jiang Yu noticed her panicked, yet feigned calm expression, and she also heard her inner thoughts. I've searched almost the entire City A, but I haven't found a suitable mutated plant. The last time I found a type of fungus, it was mutated, but it smelled so bad that it was completely unusable. Zhang Shuhui glanced at Jiang Yu, who slightly furrowed her brows. She tightly gripped the big white rabbit candy that Jiang Yu had given her, feeling conflicted. Her inner thoughts came bursting out one after another, but none of them were useful. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes, feeling an impulse to twist off the head of this noisy girl in front of her. Do you think I missed something? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuhui instantly felt like she was facing a great enemy, and hurriedly adjusted her glasses on her nose. Haha, how would I know? The overly certain denial was equivalent to an affirmation. It seems she really... Jiang Yu said, if you really can't find it, then forget it. After all, such things depend on luck. Perhaps one day, if luck is on your side, you'll just happen to run into me. Don't you think so? What luck? Master, you missed it. Of course, it's in the basement of the Central Museum, and the female lead found her first plant crystal core there. But I can't tell you, telling you would be like sending you to your death. You must know the female lead barely survived to defeat that mutated plant. Going there alone with just a cat is just asking for trouble. You should just quietly develop yourself and absolutely not be reckless. Zhang Shuhui smiled stiffly. I really don't know. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. However, perhaps you should try looking at the Central Museum in the city. Just as Zhang Shuhui was about to subtly remind Jiang Yu of the museum's location, she suddenly felt her head was about to explode. She felt a warmth in her nose as if something was flowing out. Jiang Yu stared at her and said, "You have a nosebleed." Zhang Shuhui responded, "Oh yeah, I've been eating too much fish lately. Maybe I'm a bit overheated." She endured the headache, explaining in a rambling manner, and continued, "Have you gone to the Central to take a look?" As she spoke, her head throbbed painfully, and Zhang Shuhui felt a flash of red light in front of her eyes. Her eyes stung, and her face felt hot. Sorry, it might be conjunctivitis acting up. She was about to use her hand to wipe her eyes. Jiang Yu handed her a pack of tissues, and said lightly, "No, you're bleeding from your eyes." What? Zhang Shuhui wiped her face with the back of her hand, and sure enough, she saw blood on her hand. What the heck? What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be a spoiler? Why does it happen every time I want to say something? Zhang Shuhui was going crazy. At this moment, she had blood flowing from her nostrils and tears of blood streaming down her face, with thick bangs covering her forehead, making her look rather terrifying. Like a ghost from a horror movie. However, because of this, the stubbornness hidden within Zhang Shuhui was ignited. What kind of damned limitation is this? As Long Outyin said, my life is dictated by me, not by heaven. The more you don't want me to say it, the more I will say it. If I die, I can still go back and find my mom. You go. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Shuhui spat out a mouthful of blood. If Jiang Yu hadn't dodged quickly, it would have splattered all over her face. Seeing that she wanted to continue, Jiang Yu quickly spoke to stop her reckless behavior, as Zhang Shuhui still had her usefulness. Alright, you better go back and rest well. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I remember that the Central Museum has a large fossil garden where there are many rare plants. Go check it out, perhaps you'll find something there. She left a pack of brown sugar behind as she left in a hurry. Zhang Shuhui stood there speechless. Da Zhuang was lying on the ground licking his paws, and the scorching sun poured down on his thick fur, making him feel as if he had been thrown into boiling water. But he was too lazy to move. Though it was hot, he had already adapted to such high temperatures. He was finally dragged away by his tail. As she left, she heard Zhang Shui's anxious inner voice. How could it be so coincidental? Why go to so many places and end up going there? There hides a super mutated man-eating tree. As the female lead's first plant crystal core, the book describes that man-eating tree very clearly. This thing cannot be touched, it really cannot be touched. I feel a bit dizzy. Oh, I think I see my great-grandmother. Jiang Yu understood in her heart. A man-eating tree. Vines, corrosive liquid. Jiang Yu recalled the tree monsters she had seen in previous Thulhuthamd works. It seemed quite good. As for whether it's the female lead's chance, that is still debatable. Opportunity is something that belongs to whoever obtains it. If the female lead encounters it, it's her opportunity. Now that she knows it, naturally becomes her opportunity as well. Before leaving, Jiang Yu entrusted Yang Jiao to take Zhang Shuhui back to prevent her from falling into the lake and being eaten by the fish. On the way to the museum, Jiang Yu looked up at the sky, deep in thought, staring into the distance. Shouldn't it be said that the heavenly path is restricted? Is it because this world is a book, so Zhang Shuhui can't casually disclose the plot? She just wanted to live her life and didn't care at all about who the female lead was. As for what kind of grand ambitions the female lead had, it had nothing to do with her. Knowing that her life was merely a character on someone's paper was already distressing enough. At this moment, she walked against the light, the golden sunlight, casting a golden edge on her hair, as if she were about to ride the wind back home. Zhang Shuhui watched her departing figure, blood dripping from her face, feeling a bit dizzy. The entire plot in the book revolved around the female lead, and Jiang Yu was merely one of the antagonists. To put it bluntly, her existence was equivalent to a big boss in a game that delivered Q to explode equipment, with the ultimate fate being death. The female lead collected all kinds of extraordinary treasures along the way, and almost every time she obtained a treasure, an antagonist would die. Once the treasures change hands, the previous owner is surely going to die. Jiang Yu walked away, disappearing. Zhang Shuhui sat on a rock, holding a chicken leg in her hand, her expression dazed with blood on her face that she casually smeared with the back of her hand. Since I can't say anything about the plot, what's the use of this cheat? I was hoping to rely on what I knew to follow Jiang Yu around as a little follower clinging to life. Now it's all good, a little Kalami is dead. When Yang Jiao came over, she saw her sitting on the rock holding her head with a pack of brown sugar stuck in her waistband, and she couldn't help but drool with envy. To be honest, she envied Zhang Shui's good luck. Why was she so lucky to look like Jiang Yu's little sister? Every time Jiang Yu came, she would bring her something to eat, and specifically instructed Song Chung to protect her. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's instructions, this girl would have probably been lost a long time ago. Although one could eat fish by the lake, they needn't worry about starving. However, more than half of the survivors in this park were killed by their own kind. Yang Jiao was not someone who meddled in others' affairs, but since Jiang Yu had her eye on this girl, it wasn't a bad thing for her to maintain a relationship with her. What's wrong with you? Zhang Shuhui was lost in thought, when suddenly her shoulder was tapped. Yang Jiao took the opportunity to sit beside her. Oh, it's you, Sister Yang. Zhang Shuhui adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, her expression somewhat silly. It's nothing, I'm just feeling sad inside. Sad? Yang Jiao chuckled softly, thinking that Zhang was simply too idle. It's better just to be alive now, who cares about being sad or not? Stop sitting here. I'll take you back. Your eyes and nostrils are bleeding, ooh, it looks horrifying in broad daylight. Anyone who sees you might think you've just run out of a haunted house. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuhui pressed her lips together, and after some difficulty spoke up. Sister Yang, if you suddenly found yourself in a strange place, a place where no one is familiar, and then you encountered a person destined to die, and that person is your friend, what would you do? The character Jiang Yu seemed to foreshadow her own ending from the very first line she spoke. Zhang Shuhui felt that she too would likely perish among the horde of zombies, and no one would know she was gone. Yet she was unwilling to accept such an ending. She wanted to survive. What if she died and couldn't return to the real world? After a fleeting moment of stubbornness, Zhang Shuhui began to feel anxious again. Friend. Yang Jiao glanced at her, squinting, as she felt the faint fishy breeze blowing across the lake. A friend who stabs you in the back, or a friend who helps you in times of need? The kind that helps in times of need. Zhang Shuhui plucked 2 leaves, crumpled them, and expertly shoved them into her nostrils to stop the bleeding. When she had a nosebleed earlier, she had done the same. It was effective. Jiang Yu could indeed be considered a friend who helped in times of need. Without her care, she might have already died. She thought of the survivors who had been resting together in the air raid shelter just the day before, but had vanished in the blink of an eye. Those survivors, without exception, were relatively weak. Just like her. If it were me, it would be simple. The first thing to do is to find a way to survive. The second is to survive with my friends. Even if we are destined to die, it doesn't have to be right now. Moreover, everyone is destined to die from various accidents, diseases, or aging. No one can escape. What we can decide is merely what we can do while we are alive. Yang Jiao comforted her a few times, but unfortunately, she wasn't someone who could say many comforting words, so she patted her shoulder, helped her to her feet, and took her back to the air raid shelter. Then she left. She was busy all day long, and every time she went out it was a matter of life and death. The only thing she cared about was what to eat next. Where would she have the time to be sad? Emotions only arise when one is too idle. Zhang Shuhui was relatively laid back. As long as there were fish in the lake, she would catch fish to eat. When she couldn't catch fish, she would nibble on greenery. In any case, she could always be seen eating some strange things. However, she had no intention of going out to search for more supplies, and only moved around near the air raid shelter, never venturing farther. She was well aware of her own limitations. Surviving another day in this park was already a feat. If she stepped out of the park and faced the zombies, she would surely meet her end. She was truly grateful that when she crossed over she didn't end up in a dangerous place, otherwise she would have definitely landed in a coffin. What we can do is merely what we can do while we are alive. After Yang Jiao left, Zhang Shuhui murmured the last sentence to herself. Behind her thick glasses, something suddenly lit up in her eyes. Right, we can decide what we can do while we are alive. Find a way to follow the master. She doesn't want useless trash. I will find a way to become useful. I am born to be useful. Even if I am a rotten piece of wood, I can still start a fire. I definitely am not useless trash. As long as Zhang Yu and the female protagonist become two non-intersecting curves, then the events written in the book will not happen. Zhang Yu will not die, and I will likely be able to survive as well. Since I am here, it proves that the plot may not be completely unchangeable. Otherwise how could I suddenly appear? The power of the plot is not absolute. Yes, that's it. As someone with a profound self-awareness, Zhang Shuhui felt that instead of placing her hopes on bravely venturing into the apocalypse, it was better to cling to the villain's powerful figure in front of her. Since Zhang Yu can survive until later, it proves that her strength is not weak. Following her is certainly better than blindly stumbling around alone. Moreover, she will try her best to help Zhang Yu rewrite the original ending. Keep her away from the female protagonist. As long as she stays away from the female protagonist, she won't die. Yes, it's decided. After making her decision, Zhang Shuhui radiated a new vitality. She would protect her golden thigh. Her new goal was to become a useful little follower to the master. That night, Zhang Shuhui slept in the corner of the air raid shelter, tightly clutching her few belongings. Two men cautiously approached her. One of them lowered his voice and said, "Song Chung said to protect this girl. If we do this, will Song Chung retaliate against us? He's nothing. He can only manage his own few brothers, let alone control us. We didn't need his food. I tell you, this girl is on the list of a supernatural being, and today, I was hiding nearby and saw that supernatural being gave her something. It must be food. That backpack of hers might be hiding something good. Let's grab it and run. There are several survivor gathering places in this park. We don't have to stay here. Besides, this girl is sneaky. The last time I used roasted rat meat to lure her out of Song Cheng's territory, she walked a few steps and then froze, not moving at all. She actually squatted down, taking deep breaths of the fragrance in the air while nibbling on greenery. Is there really someone so tenacious in this world? What a freak." The two whispered to each other in a voice only they could hear. As they approached Zhang Shuhui, one of them grabbed a dagger, preparing to stab her neck, but just then, a sudden ding sound rang out in the air. The tip of the knife was stopped by something, unable to advance. What the hell is happening? Something is blocking it. This sound startled Zhang Shuhui awake. She opened her eyes to find a person holding a dagger aimed at her head, looking as if he was pushing forward, but couldn't move. Others couldn't see it, but she could clearly sense that there was a layer of transparent ripples around her, tightly wrapping. The shape resembled a pot lid, or perhaps a turtle shell. The person, not believing in evil, stabbed a few more times, but every stab was blocked by the transparent barrier. Zhang Shuhui stared blankly at the transparent barrier that appeared around her. What on earth is this? A beginner's protection circle. But isn't this protection circle a bit late? Why didn't it appear when I was beaten up earlier? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say this girl is an ordinary person? At this point, others in the air raid shelter had already been awakened by the commotion. In the apocalypse, people's sleep is very shallow. Any slight disturbance can wake them up. Though those people woke up, they had no intention of intervening. Who cares who dies as long as they don't die themselves? But facing so many pairs of eyes at once, the two men panicked. One of them reacted first, grabbing the dagger and turning to run, while the other quickly followed. They swiftly exited the air raid shelter, disappearing into the night. Zhang Shuhui stared blankly at the backs of the two men as she remembered them, while having chatted with her very kindly a few days ago. She never expected they would want to kill her. The others, seeing that they had come for Zhang Shuhui and that the men had already run away, muttered a few words, gathering in small groups to continue resting. Only Zhang Shuhui was like an outsider, unable to blend into any small group. She tightly clutched her tattered denim backpack, leaning against the wall, too afraid to sleep. Zhang Shuhui leaned against the stone wall, warily watching everyone, feeling that everyone wanted to kill her. The barrier that had appeared around her moments ago, the other survivors woke up afterward and hadn't seen it. However, one person who had been observing her noticed everything. That figure couldn't sleep either, and soon after quietly slipped out of the air raid shelter to approach Song Chung. Song good. Song Chung was asleep when a figure rushed in flustered. It was the person he had assigned to monitor Zhang Shuhui along the line of the third air raid shelter. He always felt that Jiang Yu couldn't possibly show extra care for someone just because they resembled a deceased loved one. Many times she came here to fish. Her intentions were far from mere fishing. It seemed she came to talk to Zhang Shuhui, and she even provided her with supplies. She gave Zhang Shuhui supplies in front of all the other survivors and act akin to putting her on a hot seat. Originally, Zhang Shuhui had a chance to integrate into other survivor groups, but Jiang Yu's actions made her stand out among the crowd. Everyone was envious, jealous, and resentful, but no one would pull her into their small groups. Because in their eyes Zhang Shuhui was someone who had protection. But the key is that while Jiang Yu sent out such signals to the outside world, she didn't truly protect Zhang Shuhui. She even specifically had him help protect Zhang Shui's life at critical moments. The phrase, critical moments, was worth pondering. The person said anxiously, Song, good, guess what I saw. Speak quickly. Song Chung tossed him a piece of bread which the person caught, and hurriedly continued. Zhang Shuhui, that girl with thick glasses, she seems to be a supernatural being. Ability user. Song Cheng's throat tightened as he was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. I knew it. How could Jiang Yu get along so well with someone else? She is not that easygoing of a person. But how did she know that Zhang Shuhui was an ability user? Could it be that she had seen it by chance before? And this Zhang Shuhui, this guy hid it quite well, revealing his true nature only now. The man, while devouring a bread, began to narrate what he had seen, waking up Yang Jiao, who heard the commotion. Listening to the man's description, Yang Jiao quietly said, why do I feel that Zhang Shuhui is also an ability user who just awakened? Before this, she probably didn't even know herself. If she had known, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly. That should be impossible. Song Chung shook his head. If Zhang Shuhui just awakened, then how did Jiang Yu know she was an ability user and approach her? Could it be that she is clairvoyant? Yang Jiao thought perhaps Jiang Yu didn't know that Zhang Shuhui would awaken her abilities either. But even as she thought this, she found it hard to believe. Seeing that the others had already begun discussing, she decided to keep her mouth shut. Forget it, it's too late to say more now. But from Song Cheng's demeanor, it seemed he wanted to win Zhang Shuhui over. But having this thought only now might be too late. On the other side, Jiang Yu was riding a modified electric scooter at full speed with De Zhuang, sitting behind her, a horde of zombies howling behind them. She swaggered through the abandoned city. The number of survivors left in this forsaken city was already dwindling. However, the number of zombies remained immense. As she approached her destination, Jiang Yu stopped her scooter in front of a wall, quickly stowing it away in her spatial storage, then skillfully leaped over the wall, with De Zhuang following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the pair vanished from sight. The horde of zombies, suddenly lost without a target, became agitated, roaring, and gradually dispersing like a pile of loose sand. After jumping over several walls, Jiang Yu entered another block. Then she crossed through the winding main street, and a vintage building stood before her atop 100 steps. It was the central museum of the city. It had been expanded on the basis of an ancient city tower. Jiang Yu had visited the museum during a school event in her elementary school days, and had some vague memories. The museum had 3 floors above ground, and 1 floor below. The 3 above-ground floors were filled with antiques from various eras, while the basement housed a vast garden of living fossils, collecting various ancient or extremely rare plants and fossils. Jiang Yu crouched on the wall across the street, frowning as she looked at the museum. At this moment, a large number of zombies had gathered in front of the museum. Just 2 days ago, Jiang Yu passed by the vicinity during her routine training, and the museum was usually empty. After the apocalypse broke out, there were even fewer zombies. But now the horde of zombies that had gathered and was frantically pushing inside indicated only one thing: someone. Moreover, those people somehow attracted so many zombies to follow them. The zombies were like old men and women frantically scrambling for eggs, howling as they crowded into the museum, completely losing their minds. Some zombies were even tearing and gnawing at their kind, while pushing inside, completely oblivious to the presence of Jiang Yu and De Zhuang nearby. The museum's entrance, originally a few ancient wooden doors, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the zombies, and was directly smashed open. As the front zombies entered, the ones behind continued to push in, and many zombies were knocked into the lotus pond on either side of the steps. Currently the pond was dry, only containing some moist mud. Those zombies that fell and looked like chicken coated in glue, except this chicken could still move. Jiang Yu frowned slightly as she gazed at the building ahead. De Zhuang, it seems someone got here before us. Meow. Who cares, let's just do it. De Zhuang licked its sharp claws, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Then it leaped down from the wall, spreading its 4 claws, extending its sharp talons, and charged into the horde of zombies in a very arrogant manner, drawing low growls from the surrounding zombies. It began to swing its claws and harvest. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled, knowingly flipping her right hand to reveal a sharp knife that appeared out of thin air. She grasped the long knife and jumped down as well. Yes, let's just do it. Although she had a way to draw the hoard away and could try to sneak back quietly. At her speed, it was entirely possible to do so, but that would take too much time. Many things can change if delayed. The sharp knife gleamed coldly under the moonlight, resembling the grim reaper's scythe reaping lives within the horde of zombies. The zombies at the back noticed the new human presence and turned to charge at her, the foul stench accompanied by hot breath wafting toward her. Even at night, it felt suffocatingly hot. Jiang Yu's knife danced up and down, and before a few zombies could approach, their bodies were sliced apart and collapsed to the ground. Thus the pair, one person and one cat, carved a bloody path through the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, in a hidden room on the third floor of the museum, a group of people was resting. The door to the hidden room was tightly shut from the inside, and a large display case was used to secure the entrance. Inside the display case was a 1,000-year-old female corpse. It was said that when the female corpse was unearthed, her complexion was rosy, as if she had merely fallen asleep, but at the moment the coffin was opened, her face aged rapidly, becoming a dry corpse. Later it was preserved in the museum. But at this moment, that dry corpse no longer resembled its original form. The female corpse in the display case was embedded in dried yellow mud, only a rough outline visible. This group of 8 people included 2 girls, 4 young men, and 2 middle-aged men. Among them, one middle-aged man with a buzz cut clearly assumed the role of the leader. These people were originally survivors from the nearby Bailong base who entered the city on a mission from the base to search for supplies and weapons. However, unexpectedly, of the 25 who came, only 8 were still alive. The rest either got lost and were unaccounted for, or had already died. All the calamities began simply because they saved an old lady. The buzz-cut man's gaze fell on the 2 dazed girls, one of whom, strikingly beautiful, was tearfully blaming herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on saving that old lady, none of this would have happened. I've harmed everyone. Her tear-stained face made everyone unable to bear blaming her. Bai Qingwei bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with regret. Suddenly, as if she made a decision, she looked up at the buzz-cut man. Captain, it's all my fault, it's all my mistake. I'll go out to draw the zombies away and give everyone a chance to survive, she said, trying to stand up. The buzz-cut man pressed down on her shoulder, speaking in a deep voice. Qingwei, don't be impulsive. This isn't your fault. In this world, death can come at any moment. It's fate. The round-faced girl beside her quietly pouted, wanting to say something, but was gently nudged by a red-haired man shaking his head at her. The girl immediately swallowed her words. If Jiang Yu were here, she would probably recognize that this red-haired man was none other than Lei Xing, the well-known leader of the Thunder team in the neighborhood. But now his hair had grown out more, and the arrogance and pride on his face had diminished significantly. He looked even slimmer than before, and a hideous scar ran from the tail of his right eyebrow down to his left jawline. The stitching appeared quite crude from a distance. Those stitches looked like centipedes crawling on his face, giving off a sinister vibe. He stopped the baby-faced girl from speaking out of concern that she would be targeted if she said too much. Yet he himself could not hold back. Captain Su, that's not quite how it is. If Bai Qingwei hadn't brought that elderly woman to our base without authorization, we wouldn't have lost over 20 comrades. Su Bin, the short-haired man who had just comforted Bai Qingwei, was the team's leader. Upon hearing Lei Xing's words, he let out a cold, mirthless laugh. No one could have foreseen that the elderly woman harbored treacherous intent and sought to ambush us. This tragedy cannot be laid at Bai Qingwei's feet. She only wished to save a life. If even the most fundamental humanity must vanish in this apocalypse, then what meaning remains in our survival? Moreover, if everyone could foresee the future, then Thunder Squad would not have been reduced to you alone. By that logic, are you not also the chief architect of its demise? Lei Xing's pupils contracted sharply. The disaster that befell Thunder Squad remained an unhealed wound. His most trusted brothers, his dearest friends, all perished in that battle. Su Bin's words struck straight at his deepest vulnerability. Yet Lei Xing did not deny it. He bore responsibility where it belonged with no excuses to offer. I admit it. I bore overwhelming responsibility for Thunder Squad's downfall. I accept that burden without reservation. But Bai Qingwei, will you dare shoulder the weight of your own failures today? Lei Xing fixed his gaze unflinchingly upon Bai Qingwei. When you insisted on bringing that elderly woman, didn't someone warn you in this ruined city every surviving civilian must be approached with utmost caution? Did you listen? Did you believe? Instead, you staked everything on a single reckless act of virtue, in the very heart of crisis, betting your teammates' lives on your saintly impulse. Even knowing such mercy might cost lives, you still feigned compassion and took her in. If you truly possessed kindness, why did you never consider the catastrophic peril your actions invited upon us all? Her life is pitiable, but does that mean our comrades deserve to die? Every word he spoke was aimed directly at Bai Qingwei, revealing a deep-seated enmity between them. Su Bin bristled at Lei Xing's aggressive tone, yet now was no time for infighting. Were they back at base, he'd have disciplined this arrogant young man without hesitation. Bai Qingwei's lips parted slightly as she stared at Lei Xing in disbelief, translucent tears trembling at the corners of her eyes. She had never imagined her momentary softness would claim so many lives. She had simply seen an elderly woman, so frail, so aged, and instantly thought of her own grandparents. How could she bear to watch the old woman kneel before her? Yet Lei Xing's accusations pierced her heart word by word. She recalled the warm, familiar smiles of her fallen comrades, now either devoured or twisted into monstrous, snarling zombies. All because of her stubbornness. Bai Qingwei swayed faintly, her mind adrift in disorientation. I only wanted to save her. Seeing her utter despair, Su Bin finally stepped forward and forcibly pulled Lei Xing aside. Lei Xing, this is not Thunder Squad. I am the leader here. If you wish to remain, learn to hold your tongue. Precisely because fear has turned every survivor inward. Self-preservation their sole creed. Bai Qingwei's compassion becomes rare precious. I do not favor her, I guard the last embers of our collective conscience. Hold my tongue. Was any of that untrue? This isn't the first time. And tell me, what else is this but favoritism? Even those who tilt the scales always declare themselves the fairest. Lei Xing roared, his temples pulsing with taut, throbbing veins, making the jagged scar that split his face from cheekbone to cheekbone appear even more grotesque. Every time she plays the hero, every time she performs some noble deed, she stumbles into disaster while emerging unscathed herself, leaving her teammates to pay the price in blood. You always say she's learned her lesson, that she'll change. But hasn't she always promised faithfully, only to forget the very next moment? And why? Why must our lives be spent to engrave that lesson upon her? Tell me why. You are captain of all of us, not hers alone. You owe loyalty, duty, and protection to every single member of this team. These words were spoken to Su Bin, but even more to the ghost of his former self. Once Hao Jun and Hao Hong, brother and sister, had warned him just so, but he refused to listen. Everyone knew Bai Qingwei was profoundly kind-hearted. Though the present danger stemmed directly from her decision, made without consultation, to bring an elderly woman to their temporary shelter, few had blamed her outright. Yet Lei Xing's outburst unsettled them all. Yes, they had lost so many this time. And she had done this before. Each time, she acted nobly, others bore the risk. Why? Why must we sacrifice our lives to forge her moral education? Why? As the saying goes, one stumble teaches wisdom. Yet Bai Qingwei, each time her well-intentioned kindness bred catastrophe, emerged untouched and scathed. Each time her companions paid in blood. And she never remembered, not truly. The next time she repeated the same pattern, heedless of consequence. Such blind benevolence now stirred quiet dread among them. Worse still, her luck was uncanny. She walked away unharmed, paying no price, while those around her, doing nothing wrong, met grisly ends. This time others died. Next time, it could be any one of them. Unspoken, yet shared, this chilling realization settled over the group. Their glances toward Bai Qingwei sharpened with quiet accusation. After speaking, Lei Xing exhaled deeply, his voice raw and hoarse, his eyes red-rimmed. Captain Su, you asked why Thunder Squad was reduced to me alone. What? Su Bin blinked, startled. The conversation had veered sharply off course. They knew only that Thunder Squad had been destroyed in an ambush. Its true cause remained unspoken by Lei Xing, and unasked by them. A bitter smile flickered across his face as he raised a trembling finger, pointing directly at Bai Qingwei. It was because of her. Because I, back then, was exactly as you are now, arrogant, invincible in my own eyes, convinced I could control fate itself. We encountered Bai Qingwei, and saved her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, radiantly kind. Utterly unlike the hardened survivors around me, whose cruelty was born of desperate self-preservation. Truly unlike them. So I fell for her. I believed I could protect her. Until the first time, when she sheltered a child wounded by a zombie. She herself had inspected the wound, the unmistakable gash left by undead claws, yet moved by pity concealed it. That night the child turned, and sank his teeth into the two teammates guarding him. Bai Qingwei, having gone to relieve herself, escaped unharmed. Bai Qingwei shook her head, sobbing. I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry. I had no idea it would be so severe. I thought perhaps it was a wildcat scratch. Later she secretly shared our rations with a nearby group of survivors, out of charity. That act betrayed our location. Like wolves catching scent of meat, they tracked us down, and drew hordes of zombies upon us, claiming many more lives. Bai Qingwei cried, no, it wasn't intentional. I simply thought, since we had so much food, why not help others along the way? Before she could finish, Lei Xing erupted in fury. Silence. More supplies. Fool. Where on earth did you see more? We rationed ourselves to 5/10 full. Do you think we starve for fashion? Bai Qingwei buried her face in her hands, gasping for breath, her complexion ashen, as if she might collapse. Yet Lei Xing did not relent, recounting further tragedies born of her thoughtless compassion. Finally, the last time. As he spoke these words, tears streamed down Lei Xing's face, half laughing, half sobbing, his mind adrift in memory, his composure crumbling. He gazed upon the woman before him, beautiful even in tears, feeling only a crushing mix of ridicule, sorrow, and hatred. We never dreamed, never imagined, she would feel pity for a zombie. She pitted a zombie, released it from its iron cage, set it free. Because its flesh showed no rot, its pale bluish skin still faintly echoed the handsome features of its human life. She believed it might regain consciousness, reclaim its humanity. But that zombie was a third-tier abomination, unprecedented, unseen until that day. That was the end. Everyone died. This scar across my face. I carved it myself, to sear into memory my own unforgivable folly. I should never have saved her. I should never have entangled myself with her at all. Bai Qingwei lifted her tear-streaked face. Her voice trembled as she whispered, but I saved you. If I hadn't rescued you, the zombie sovereign would have claimed you. I dragged you from a mound of corpses and carried you mile after mile. I gave you the last of our rations. I ate only leaves. My feet blistered raw, but I kept walking carrying you until I found other survivors. Only then did I allow myself to faint. I treated you as family. So, Xing, did you truly hate me all along? Yes, he replied. Then why save me? If you hadn't saved me, I could have killed you without remorse. Hao Hong Haojun dead. Huang Mao dead. Hanzi dead. Everyone perished, yet you live. Why are you unscathed? Why do I, the architect of this ruin, still draw breath? Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die there? Lei Xing collapsed in his sobs, his face buried in his hands, hating Bai Qingwei for destroying them all. And hating himself, knowing he was the true originator of this calamity. Without his indulgence, Bai Qingwei could never have doomed so many. Su Bin suddenly recalled the first time he saw Bai Qingwei. At that time, they were camping outside the White Dragon base. According to the regulations of the White Dragon base, newly arrived survivors had to register in the safe zone outside the base, and then wait for 24 hours to confirm that they had not been infected by the virus before entering the base. It was then that a blood-soaked figure emerged from the woods, her body covered in small wounds, and her clothes torn. A small figure, yet she carried a companion taller than herself on her back. She stepped out of the forest slowly, each step particularly labored, but resolute. Even though her feet were already a bloody mess, she did not abandon her friend, who was oblivious to life and death. It was her clear and clean gaze that in that moment pierced Su Bin's heart. Therefore later on, after Lei Xing awoke, he had been unfriendly towards Bai Qingwei and yelled at her. Su Bin felt that he was ungrateful and pitted Bai Qingwei. Little did he know there was such a past between the two of them. After crying enough, Lei Xing said to Su Bin with red eyes, Su Bin, if you want a hero to protect a beauty, just see if you have what it takes. If I can survive this, in return let's part ways. Bai Qingwei sobbed, Xing, I didn't want things to turn out this way. I truly didn't know there would be such severe consequences. Did you have to leave? You are my only friend. Haha, don't you have plenty of friends? Even a zombie can form a cross-species friendship with you. What's the difference if I'm one more or one less? If my life isn't strong enough, you might as well find someone else to play with. You. Amid their argument, the girl with the doll-like face walked to the window, preparing to see if the zombies below had dispersed. As she lowered her head, she saw a nimble figure dive into the horde of zombies, followed by a series of rising and falling low growls accompanied by a sharp cat scream. It was a large cat. Behind the cat was a person. Stop arguing. Someone is coming below. Is it another team from the White Dragon base? I remember that there were more than just us who took the task to return to the city for supplies. Who cares? Someone is coming. Whether friend or foe, it will at least alleviate some of our pressure. Otherwise it won't be good if that horde of zombies chases us. Other people quickly moved to the window to observe below. When they saw that there was only one person, someone began to complain. Just one person? Isn't that just delivering food? We were hoping for more people to help draw the zombies' fire, but it turns out only one person came. What's the use? Damn, that woman and that cat are too fierce. What breed of cat is that? I should get one too. While others were talking, Lei Xing's gaze remained fixed on the one person and one cat below. He wouldn't mistake it, it was the woman who lived on the top floor along with that fierce cat. Even if he mistook the person, he couldn't possibly be wrong about the cat. He had never seen such a ferocious cat, even more savage than zombies. Previously he had attempted to capture this cat, hoping to tame it as his battle pet. However, not only was this cat quick, but it was also incredibly ruthless. When he tried to catch it, he nearly got his eyes clawed out. After finally capturing it, it tore through the hunting net and escaped. After escaping from the trap, it somehow sneaked back in and turned on the gas canister they used for cooking. That night he woke up in the middle of the night needing to urinate, and when he realized he couldn't stand, the air was filled with a pungent smell, which made him aware of the danger. He quickly woke the others, and they climbed outside to a well-ventilated area. Otherwise that night most of their team would have likely died from gas poisoning. It would have been a complete wipeout. Even though they discovered it in time, several people still experienced incontinence. Initially they thought it was an accident, but later when they checked the gas canister, they found a tuft of cat fur stuck in the cat fur was mottled and matched the color of the fur on the escaped tabby cat. Seeing that this cat was vengeful and wild, he felt a little frightened. So he gave up on the idea of taming it. However, in the following days they encountered mutated rats in their building several times, and 2 team members had their flesh eaten off while they were sleeping. Although they didn't die, they were left with unsightly scars. Their building had previously been well protected and no rats had ever come in or out. Though there was no evidence, he just felt that the mutated rats were brought in by that vengeful tabby cat. After mutating, those rats seemed to secrete a toxin in their saliva that could numb the nerves of their prey, causing those being bitten to feel only a tingling sensation with no pain. They had even seen survivors elsewhere who were left as mere skeletons after being eaten by rats in their sleep. Some survivors woke up with stomach pains only to find that a rat had chewed a hole in their body during the night and had devoured their internal organs. Therefore, Lei Xing would absolutely not mistake this cat. When everyone evacuated together, he didn't know if this woman left with them, but it seemed that she might have never left living in the city all along. Below, Jiang Yu carved out a bloody path through the horde of zombies with a machete, while De Zhuang did not lag behind, his claws dripping with bits of zombie flesh. The cat's black, white, and gray fur was nearly soaked in blood, clinging tightly to its body. With every step, the black blood dripped down from its fur. Meow. It bared its teeth, spitting out a murky eyeball, with unknown flesh still clinging to its sharp. It looked even more ferocious than the zombies. Jiang Yu kicked away the zombie, blocking the way in front, and scanned the surroundings. De Zhuang moved faster. There are other survivors here. If someone gets there first, our trip will be in vain. De Zhuang curled his lip, exposing his bloody sharp teeth, and raised his cat face, staring directly at one of the windows on the 3rd floor. Under the moonlight, that fierce cat face made the survivors hiding on the 3rd floor shudder. Lei Xing, damn, this fierce cat is even scarier. The girl with the doll-like face cautiously shrank behind Lei Xing. Ah, Xingguo, is that cat a zombie cat? Su Bin frowned and tightened his grip on the gun. He said, that's not a zombie cat. A zombie cats don't fight so intense. Bai Qingwei's eyes were still red as she glanced at the tabby cat that was slaughtering along with the person. This person and cat were like a meat grinder, leaving behind severed limbs and bodies soaked in zombie blood and brain matter wherever they went. Although they knew they were fighting, the violent scene was extremely unsettling to watch. Did they really have to engage in such a disgusting way against the zombies? Bai Qingwei pressed her lips together, looking worriedly at Jiang Yu and De Zhuang below. Can they safely pass through the horde? Lei Xing sneered. What? Do you want to show kindness and go help distract the zombies? Or do you want us to help? I don't want to, Bai Qingwei retorted. Huh. Lei Xing chuckled flatly, although he did not insult her. Those 2 laughs made Bai Qingwei feel quite embarrassed. Others noticed that Lei Xing was confronting her again and didn't have time to advise. They were focused on the person who suddenly appeared below. The person was advancing at a speed that could hardly be considered slow. The museum, the largest in city, it was impressively built with stairs in the front courtyard spanning several hundred meters, not counting the garden space. Their previous gunfire and the smell of blood had attracted quite a few zombies to gather around the museum, making it nearly impossible to cross the horde alone. But the woman below managed to do it. A glimmer of dark light flashed in Su Bin's eyes. If that woman could really clear away a portion of the zombies, they would have a chance to break through. As if sensing his gaze, Su Bin suddenly saw the woman lift her head to glance in his direction. Under the pure white moonlight, her face held an unusual beauty, like a mountain spirit emerging from the woods. Su Bin instinctively avoided her gaze, and when he looked again, he saw a cat's tail disappear around the corner. They didn't enter the main hall. Jiang Yu did not enter the great hall as he had envisioned. It seemed that his plan to profit from the situation had failed. Su Bin calculated the number of zombies below and turned to his team members. We must seize this opportunity and evacuate quickly. Bai Qingwei said, there are still 2 people whose fates are unknown. Are we not waiting for them? We have been here for several hours. If they could come, they would have arrived by now. We cannot risk everyone's lives waiting. Su Bin decisively instructed the remaining team members. Bai Qingwei opened her mouth, looking as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. She wanted to say that the person and the cat below were likely in grave danger, but considering their own situation, which was not good either, and the urgency of the matter, she chose not to speak. After the earlier dispute, Lei Xing and the girl stood alone, clearly separated from the others. Su Bin glanced at him and spoke. If you want to leave the team, I won't stop you, but it's dangerous to act alone with zombies everywhere. It would be better to wait until we return to the Bai Long base to discuss it. Lei Xing thought for a moment and nodded. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu found the museum's fire escape and descended directly to the basement. On the 3rd floor, a group of people was trapped. They might be the main characters mentioned by Zhang Shui. She needed to hurry and find the mutated plants. She and De Zhuang ran towards the side hall, while the zombies behind them surged and filled the side hall. De Zhuang's temper flared, wanting to clear the area, but Jiang Yu held him back. We can block the entrance with the door. We've already cleared out so many zombies, and we might even benefit someone else. Meow. Finally, De Zhuang calmed down and followed Jiang Yu to close the fire escape door, and then they descended the stairs. The moment the main door closed, the already dim staircase was plunged into complete darkness. Then a bright light appeared. Jiang Yu lowered her hand from the switch of the head-mounted flashlight. As her vision adjusted, she saw several zombies lunging towards her. However, she did not panic at all. Dezhuang leaped forward with claws bared, and in the blink of an eye the zombies were. With its tail held high, it led the way, swiping at the zombies with its claws. Its sharp claws were its best weapon. Cats are creatures with explosive power capable of flipping dogs several times their size, with a single swipe before mutation. It relied on skill and explosive force. After mutation, its combat power soared even higher, especially since Dezhuang was already of king-level prowess. Indeed, this house could not function without its master. The flashlight's beam pierced the darkness, illuminating a long, descending staircase that seemed to extend endlessly from hell. After descending more than 20 steps, everything around began to change. Moss started to appear on the bluestone steps and the walls. The deeper they went, the more moss there was. By the time Jiang Yu stepped forward, her feet sank into the wet, soft moss. Since entering the basement, Dezhuang had taken on a defensive posture, arching its back and occasionally letting out low growls. At the end of the staircase, a dense botanical garden appeared before them. However, it was now pitch black inside, and Jiang Yu's flashlight could only illuminate a small part ahead, leaving the rest completely unclear. Dezhuang wanted to venture further, but Jiang Yu grabbed its tail. Meow. It turned back, looking at Jiang Yu in confusion. What are you pulling me for? Wait a moment, let's see what's going on inside. Jiang Yu took out a few firebombs from her storage, which were the hard-earned rewards from her previous work transporting goods for Songcheng. Seeing what Jiang Yu held, Dezhuang understood immediately and quickly moved aside. Jiang Yu estimated the position. A few seconds later, 3 firebombs were thrown in different directions, and with sizzling sounds the entire basement was suddenly illuminated like daylight. Jiang Yu hurriedly searched for the figure of the man-eating tree. Since it was a giant plant, it wouldn't be small and would definitely stand out. The firebombs could last between 25 to 35 seconds. Within that time, she had to determine the rough direction of the man-eating tree. The entire basement was a fan-shaped corridor about 30 meters wide with the depth currently unknown. In front of her were 3 paths. The leftmost venue was the smallest and was quickly scanned. The right venue was filled with various fossils and ancient tools. Only the large plant venue in the middle was too expansive, and several large broadleaf banyan trees blocked most of the view, so she could only see a little of what lay ahead. This should be it. With direction confirmed, Jiang Yu stepped inside. Just then the illumination time ran out. Surrounded by darkness, once more only the spotlight above her head continued to shine. Dezhuang, being a nocturnal animal, thrived in the dark. Thus it moved silently, leading the way ahead of Jiang Yu. Now the floor of the basement was entirely ruptured by plant roots, with tangled roots covering the ground. Occasionally they would kick over a skull or the remains of an animal. Jiang Yu pushed aside a dense cluster of water bamboo leaves, and suddenly the view opened up before her. In the oval exhibition hall where once a gigantic dinosaur fossil stood in the center, now to the right was a plant that resembled both a banyan tree and a willow, its trunk resembling a giant umbrella that shaded half of the hall's ceiling. The ceiling of the basement was already cracking under pressure. If it continued to grow, it wouldn't be long before the entire ceiling would break. However, the most frightening part was not this. It was the countless vines hanging from the treetops, some suspended in midair, while others dragged down to the ground resembling fallen electric wires. They swayed slightly in the darkness. Although the movement was minimal, it was indeed moving. If it were on the ground, she might have thought it was the wind. But there was no wind in this basement. So there was only one conclusion: these vines were moving on their own like tentacles. Looking around, the vines were covered in dried human corpses, zombies, animals, and some incomplete skeletons. The bodies hung on the tree like trophies. Dezhuang took a few steps forward. Right beside it was a vine coiled on the ground. Dezhuang, don't move. These vines are likely the hunting methods of the man-eating tree. Jiang Yu said in a low voice. But why does a cat have 9 lives? Because 8 of those lives were lost. It flicked its tail skeptically, reaching out with its paw. The moment its paw touched the vine that had been quietly lying on the ground suddenly came to life. The surrounding vines also seemed to come alive, writhing wildly, rushing towards Dezhuang. Meow. Dezhuang's fur bristled, and with incredible speed it retreated, dodging the incoming vines. But those vines acted like a line of dominoes. If you touch one, the rest will come alive. The surging vines spread rapidly like ripples, and the entire tree suddenly came to life. No matter how fast Dezhuang was, it had only 4 legs, while the tree's vines were countless. A thick vine rapidly extended, lunging towards the tabby cat. Initially, it only instinctively wanted to dodge, but after avoiding the left vine, another vine accurately lashed out from the right. Meow. Dezhuang never expected to actually get caught. The moment the vine made contact, it swiftly wrapped around Dezhuang like a python, tightening its grip. It twisted like a snake, looking extremely terrifying. Dezhuang's body was bound as it cried out, using its teeth and claws to tear at everything it could reach. As the vines tightened, it felt as if it could hardly breathe, like grapes being stuffed into a mouth with the flesh being pressed out of the grape skin. Meow. Help. Please save me. The desperate cry of the cat echoed throughout the basement. In its daze, it seemed to see its great-grandmother basking in the sun when a gust of wind passed in front of it. Crack. Several light sounds. Its body felt suddenly light, and then it fell to the ground with a thud. The vines that had bound it were severed by the wind blade. The cut segments varying in length fell to the ground still writhing. Dezhuang, come here. Dezhuang quickly climbed on everything around him that he could use for leverage, swiftly returning to Jiang Yu's side. Meow. Is this what you were looking for? If you take this thing home, I will lose my position as the second-in-command. Dezhuang stared fiercely yet fearfully at the eerie tree. It dares to poke even the fiercest mouse nest, but this thing truly scares it. It's terrifying. Those vines look just like its hands. Just a moment ago when it was ensnared, if it hadn't been for Jiang Yu's wind blade arriving in time, it felt as if its soul was about to be squeezed out. Thinking back now still sends shivers down its spine. Before Dezhuang could recover, the vines turned around and charged at them again. Dezhuang felt a tightness in its tail, and its whole body was lifted off the ground. Jiang Yu grabbed Dezhuang's tail and flung it far away. This tree relies on sound to locate. Dezhuang, go lure the zombies and create chaos. Meow. Understood. Dezhuang didn't hesitate, turning and swiftly disappearing at the stairway entrance. After Dezhuang left, the vines targeted Jiang Yu, countless tendril-like vines converging on her like poisonous snakes. With nowhere to evade, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to charge forward, her machete slicing through the vines that approached her without pause. The severed vines seemed to enrage the tree, which attacked Jiang Yu with even more frenzy. Jiang Yu was cornered against the wall at one point. These mutated plants at their core are still wood. As long as it's wood, it inherently fears fire. She had hundreds of tons of gasoline in her space. Burning it to charcoal would be simple. However, what she needed wasn't to kill the tree to obtain its crystal core, but to find the mother plant. As long as she took the mother plant away, this man-eating tree would collapse on its own. All large mutated plants have a mother plant. There's a saying, wildfires cannot burn at all. In spring winds it grows again, meaning the roots were not completely eradicated. For mutated plants, the mother plant is their root. As long as the mother plant is alive, the mutated plants can regrow. Even if they lose their crystal core in a few years, they can condense a new one. When the crystal core first appeared, many survivors believed it was the source of abilities. Having a crystal core was equivalent to having powers. Only after a long time did they realize they had it backward. It was the abilities that allowed that special energy to condense into a crystal core. While fighting against the relentless vines, Jiang Yu quickly closed the distance to the trunk of the tree. No matter how fast her knife was, it couldn't match the simultaneous attack of countless vines. At this moment, her clothes were in tatters, many places marked with varying degrees of wounds from the vine attacks. Some were almost deep enough to see bone. The attack from the vines was one aspect, but more terrifying was the corrosive liquid secreted by the tree. Whenever that corrosive liquid from the vines touched her skin, it felt as if she had acid splashed on her. Her skin quickly burned away. New wounds kept appearing while old ones healed rapidly. At her thigh, the wound was gushing blood, continuously repairing her body. The attack speed of the tree was rapid, and her body's healing ability was equally fast. Neither side was willing to give in. It was a matter of who could hold on the longest. Facing the mutated tree's attacks, Jiang Yu was not afraid. Instead, she was extremely excited. The scars on her body were a testament that this tree was the mutated plant she sought. Only something so powerful and terrifying could offer greater potential for evolution. A glint of determination shone in her eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from behind. A vine as thick as her wrist pierced through the gap in her defenses. The vine suddenly wrapped around her waist, and abdomen coiling like a python, quickly tightening around her neck. Where her skin met the vine, a light green, faintly fragrant sap began to secrete rapidly. Her skin emitted a sizzling sound. Jiang Yu could feel her skin melting. A fiery pain engulfed her body. Instead, her eyes reddened, and a strange excitement crept into her smile. Good, this is the weapon I've been searching for. With her hands bound, the machete was temporarily rendered useless. As the vines tightened even more, Jiang Yu distinctly felt her chest being compressed, producing a cracking sound, her bones subtly creaking, as if they were about to break. She struggled to move, her hands gripping either side of the vine. Biting down on her molars, she summoned all her strength to pull at the ends of the vine. The skin on her slender arms tightened, bulging, veins visibly throbbing just beneath the surface. Her 10 fingers gripped the vine tightly, tearing with brute force. Jiang Yu's temples bulged, red veins rapidly staining her eyeballs, the muscles in her hands painfully stretched by the insane force. Then her muscles were stretched to the limit, tearing apart the bloodlines beneath her skin, frantically repairing only to be torn again. Repairing, tearing again. This process repeated incessantly. It was like a logistics team constantly replenishing ammunition while the vanguard fought desperately. This repetitive cycle inflicted immense pain on her entire body. But she did not stop. Jiang Yu never missed an opportunity to push her limits. This extreme process of repair and rebirth felt like forging iron. As long as she didn't die, it would be beneficial. Puffed. A light sound echoed as her bulging hands finally tore the vine apart. First the bark cracked, revealing the succulent slippery root inside, then the root split apart, like an overstretched rubber band. The tree seemed to have never encountered such a resilient prey, angrily waving its vines. One vine after another approached only to be torn apart. Jiang Yu's hands and body were rapidly repaired despite being splattered with the tree's sap. This violent raw power struggle was filled with a primitive beauty, the beauty of ultimate strength. For a moment, all the other vines of the tree released their hold on the bound corpses and rushed towards Jiang Yu. A deluge of vines seemed to weave into a giant net, ensnaring Jiang Yu completely before tightening around her. When De Zhuang arrived, all he could see was a massive cocoon twisting made of vines. On the ground there were broken vines scattered everywhere. Those vines resembled chopped-up earthworms still writhing on the ground, not entirely devoid of sensation. Meow. De Zhuang let out a heart-wrenching cry, lunging forward with claws bared. Meow. You dare to touch the human I protect. You cat scratching board. It lunged forward, while behind it countless zombies rushed in through the stairway entrance. Upon entering they discovered that the annoying cat was leaping onto a writhing man-eating tree. The zombie horde roared. Is this cat calling for reinforcements? Just as Da Zhuang lunged forward, he hadn't even touched the massive cocoon. In the next moment, a bloodied hand suddenly stretched out from within the cocoon, followed by another bloody hand. The two hands each grabbed a section of vine and tore it apart. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the cocoon was ripped open and a blood-soaked figure emerged from within. Meow. Da Zhuang quickly charged over. Jiang Yu hadn't noticed it had returned. She merely felt a shadow flash before her eyes and thought it was Jianbai attacking, reflexively kicking out. Bang! Meow. Da Zhuang cried out in agony as he was pressed against the wall. Meow. Are you even able to tell friend from foe? I am an ally. It jumped down, angrily sharpening its claws. At that moment, Jiang Yu's clothes and shoes were all corroded by the sap of the man-eating tree, exposing her skin bloodied and mangled. Even her hair was gone, her scalp covered in blood. She stood naked, laughing maniacally. Haha, I've got it. Meow. Got what? Da Zhuang, forgetting his earlier anger at being injured, hurried over to take a look. Jiang Yu's right hand was tightly clenched, and a small tender green leaf was poking out between her fingers. It looked just like a freshly sprouted bean sprout. The little sprout moved quickly, slipping out from her fingers, and with a quick motion disappeared into the leaves of Jianbai. Jiang Yu stared at the spot where the little sprout had vanished. The mother plant can't stray too far from the main body, it can't escape. At that moment the zombies behind her were already clawing and lunging at Jiang Yu, the scent of her blood acting like a stimulant that roused the horde. Meow. Da Zhuang wondered if he had acted too slowly. Is this group of zombies he had led here still useful? But Jiang Yu had no doubts. She stepped barefoot on the ground and began to run in circles around the man-eating tree with the horde of zombies. Then she quickly climbed up to the tree crown. As she climbed the tree, the zombies followed, clawing at the trunk of the man-eating tree. The tree had to divert some of its vines to deal with the zombies. However, as the number of zombies increased, the more vines were dispatched. Naturally, the vines chasing after Jiang Yu became fewer and fewer. She didn't bother to put on clothes, moving like a nimble monkey among the branches of the tree crown, searching for the mother plant of the man-eating tree. The mother plant of the man-eating tree was a small seedling about the thickness of a thumb, roughly 10 inches long, with two tender leaves resembling bean sprouts sprouting from the top. The main trunk split into two branches with a dozen white roots that scurried like octopus tentacles. It was surprisingly fast, as if afraid of being caught by the humans behind it. Being a man-eating tree, it had fed on any creature that entered its attack range since its inception, and humans were among its prey. Before this, human survivors would run away and panic upon seeing it. This was the first time it was being chased. It had just hidden in a tree hollow when in the next second a bloodied hand clawed into the hole, grabbing wildly. The mother plant of the man-eating tree quickly escaped through a gap. Just having narrowly escaped, it turned a corner. Meow. A terrifying cat face lunged at it, nearly biting it. The mother plant executed a drift on the spot, changed direction, and continued to flee frantically. A human and a cat were hot on its heels, flanking it in a two-pronged attack. The man-eating tree's vines dispersed to attack the zombies, while the remaining vines couldn't catch up with Jiang Yu and Da Zhuang. Especially this detestable human, who was as slippery as an eel. Her skin was rotting. Didn't it hurt her? It had no idea that Jiang Yu had sent Da Zhuang to lure the horde in to distract the vines, to make it easier to find it. Just a moment of distraction. Puffed. A bloody hand suddenly reached out and grasped the mother plant of the man-eating tree tightly. You think you can run? Meow. The faces of both the human and the cat grinned menacingly. Jiang Yu had already learned a lesson after it had escaped earlier. This time, of course, she tightened her grip, allowing the mother plant to struggle desperately in her hand like a hopeless bean sprout. She quickly retreated to the edge area with the sprout. At this moment, the man-eating tree was already covered with struggling zombies, and more zombies were continuously pouring in through the entrance. During the fight earlier, the tree crown had twisted and broken through the ceiling of the first underground floor. Jiang Yu looked at the large crack exposing the steel beams at the top, and said in a deep voice, Dazhuang, let's exit from above. Meow. Dazhuang responded, and immediately began to climb up the trunk, disappearing into the cracked ceiling in the blink. Now that the man-eating tree had lost its mother plant, it had gone mad, quickly releasing the zombies it had bound, and directing all its power toward Jiangyu. But it was already too late. By the time it freed its hands, Jiangyu had already scurried up the trunk like a monkey, following Dazhuang into the crack in the ceiling, climbing up to the upper floor. The most devious part was that before leaving, she had also opened 2 gas canisters and left them on the ground, pouring gasoline all over it. After climbing to the first floor, Jiangyu took out a specially made stainless steel water bottle, stuffed the mother plant of the man-eating tree inside, tightened the lid, and hung it on her body. Then she retreated to a safe distance, took out a crossbow arrow. She tied a piece of cloth around the arrow tip, soaked it in gasoline, and ignited it. Then she accurately shot the arrow into the crack. Boom! The moment the arrow entered the crack, a burst of red light ignited below, followed by a violent explosion. The man-eating tree went berserk, attacking everything around it. The walls and ceiling rumbled and fell, leaving a large pit in the middle of the first floor. The area below instantly turned into a sea of fire, the man-eating tree violently twisting its branches, while the growls of the zombies echoed incessantly. It wasn't just the underground floor, the entire ground of the first floor seemed to be shaking. Dazhuang, keep an eye on the underground floor. Once it's burned out, we'll go in to dig for the crystal core. Don't let anyone else take advantage. She wanted to take this opportunity to wash up in her space and put on clothes. Running around naked like this isn't a solution. Meow. I'll guard it, don't worry. Dazhuang licked its paw, looking quite fierce. Now, although she still had blood on her, all her wounds had healed completely, perhaps due to the sheer number of injuries, they hadn't healed perfectly. There were still some faint pink scars on her body, but it shouldn't take long for them to heal completely. However, thinking that this mutant plant couldn't be taken into her space, she hesitated. If left outside, what would happen in case of any accidents? Having found such a suitable mutant plant with great difficulty. After some thought, Jiangyu found a corner nearby, directly took out a few buckets of water from her space, and washed herself outside. After all, there was no one else here but her. Even while bathing, the stainless steel water bottle hung around her neck, always keeping watch. The blood was washed away. From bathing to getting dressed, it took no more than 5 minutes. However, after putting on her clothes, Jiangyu wiped her smooth bald head with a towel, feeling a strange sensation. She took out a mirror to look. Her scalp was shining white, smooth like a boiled egg. It's okay, her hair will grow back. Moreover, for the first time, she felt that washing her hair was so easy. Just a swipe and rinse, and it was clean. Convenient. Dazhuang heard footsteps behind and turned to see Jiangyu walking out with a military water bottle slung at her waist. He raised his gaze. Ding, what is that light bulb-like thing? He stared in shock at Jiangyu's smooth head, frozen for a few seconds. Then his entire body leaned back, lying on the ground and flailing his limbs. He emitted a series of cat-like cries. Dazhuang mercilessly laughed at the woman before him. A minute later, Dazhuang obediently squatted on the ground, though there was a bump the size of a chicken egg on his forehead. Meanwhile, Jiangyu had acquired a baseball cap. The fire on the first basement floor was so intense that it scorched the ground above. Jiangyu stood still, catching a whiff of a burnt odor. Lifting her foot and lowering her head, the soles of her shoes began to melt on the scorching surface. She silently retreated to the doorway and saw Dazhuang sitting upright on the ground, furrowing her brow. The flames leaped from the large hole in the first floor, releasing the scent of roasted flesh. The zombies below were being cooked. She focused her gaze on Dazhuang's paw pads and rear, asking, Dazhuang, isn't your butt hot? Hot? What's hot? Would a true warrior fear such flames? Dazhuang scoffed, but then his nose twitched as if catching a whiff of burnt chicken feathers. Only then did he realize his rear was somewhat hot. His paws began to hurt, and with a cry he quickly darted outside. He saw Jiangyu sitting on the steps, already wearing a new pair of shoes and licking an old popsicle. Meow. I want some too. Jiangyu glanced at his burnt paws, estimating they were about medium rare. She took out a block of ice from her space and placed it on the ground. Dazhuang immediately lay down on it, feeling a wave of coolness on his rear. He quickly pressed his paws against it as well. His whole body seemed to melt, flattening into a pancake on the ice. The pair, one person and one cat, sat on the steps at the door, while behind them the food tree in the house violently crashed, occasionally causing bricks or pieces of wall to fall. The first floor was made of stone slabs, and many of the tiles were cracking due to the high temperature. Boom. Another loud crash echoed as a thick vine shot up from the hole in the ground, wildly sweeping everything around. Jiangyu looked up. The sign above was swaying unsteadily. She grabbed Dazhuang's tail and pulled him aside a few steps, avoiding the area where the sign might fall. Dazhuang's sharp claws dug tightly into the ice block, refusing to let go. Thus the ice block was dragged along with him. The commotion in the basement grew louder, and the zombies outside were increasingly eager to rush inside. On the contrary, she sat on the high steps, and the zombies paid no attention to her presence, scrambling towards the fire escape stairs. This can't continue. These zombies rushing in will disrupt my plan to make charcoal. She bit down on the last bit of the popsicle, grabbed her dagger, and instructed Dazhuang. Dezhuang, lead the zombies away. I'll close the door to the fire escape. If the sealing isn't done properly, the charcoal won't be usable. Meow. No, I want to rest. Dezhuang protested, but his objections were in vain. A square speaker had already been strapped to his back. Dezhuang thought truly inhumane. However, what came next was even more inhumane. Zhang Yu pulled out an old hen from her space, swiftly severed its neck, and hung it on Dezhuang's back, before pressing the power button. Deafening square dance music blared instantly. Su Bin and the others who were making their way out were stunned at the music that seemed to come from nowhere. Damn, where did that sound come from? Seriously, who the hell is playing Little Apple at this time? Look, the zombies are over there. Bai Qingwei pointed at the retreating horde of zombies not far away, and then saw a tabby cat appearing around the corner carrying a square black box and a bloodied chicken on its back. The ear-splitting Little Apple music was emanating from the black box on its back. The zombies behind turned around one by one chasing after it, but the cat was incredibly fast. It moved in a stop-and-go manner, clearly adept at leading the zombies in another direction, just like a shepherd dog. The girl with the baby face watched the departing tabby cat, and suddenly recalled, wait, isn't that the cat that appeared with a woman before? What kind of operation is this? Using a tabby cat as a shepherd dog, or rather a corpse-herding dog. Bai Qingwei frowned, feeling a bit worried. So that girl encountered danger, and deliberately let the cat lead the zombies away to help herself escape. But in doing so, that cat would be in danger. Even though it's not human, it's still a partner fighting alongside us. She clearly misunderstood something, viewing Dezhuang's silhouette as that of a valiant warrior sacrificing itself. It was filled with a sense of tragic heroism. Lei Xing curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. If your eyesight is bad, I suggest you donate it. Where do you see that tabby cat is in danger? Didn't you see how effortlessly it moves, stopping and going? It's clearly used to this kind of thing. Instead of worrying about a cat, why not focus on our own situation? As he spoke, Lei Xing shot out 2 bolts of lightning, incinerating the zombies that lunged at him. However, with this, his last bit of special ability was nearly depleted. He had no choice but to pick up a weapon for self-defense like everyone else. The tabby cat attracted most of the zombies, but for some reason a small portion of them seemed indifferent to the music and blood scent, stubbornly guarding outside. The few of them quickly took care of the surrounding zombies and ran towards the exit. However, they didn't get far before they saw thick smoke billowing from open doors in several places. The owner of the tabby cat, wearing a flashy baseball cap late at night, sat on the steps holding a large pancake in her left hand and leaning on a dagger with her right, eating. In front of her, steps apart from the scattered zombie corpses, there wasn't a living thing. Seeing them approach, the tabby cat's owner squinted slightly, her eyes revealing a fierce glint somewhat similar to, "This house is my loot, you are not allowed to enter." Among this group, there were 2 women. Although it was uncertain whether one was the female lead, she did not allow anyone to approach the direction of the fire escape. In this situation, it was akin to having just cooked a meal during a famine only to have a crowd gather around your pot. The divine crystal core belonged to her, and that large man-eating tree, once burned to charcoal, could be collected for barbecuing, probably adding a unique flavor. Purely natural mutated firewood charcoal is also mine. Bai Qingwei frowned. We are not going into that big hall behind you, but it's on fire. What do you expect us to do? We are just passing through. We want. Take a detour. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yu said again, "Why are you so domineering? This road isn't yours alone." Jiang Yu's brusque attitude irritated Su Bin and the others. It wasn't that they had to go this way, but now Su Bin indeed wanted to try it out. "Little girl, the road is wide. Let's each go our own way. None of us should hinder the other." "Yes, exactly, this road isn't yours alone. Why do you make us take a detour?" Another middle-aged man shouted loudly, pretending to tighten his grip on the gun. Lei Xing saw her, and was about to advise Su Bin and the others. Before he could open his mouth, Jiang Yu saw someone pointing a gun at her, immediately shoved the remaining 2 popsicles into her mouth, and pulled out a machine gun from her space, resting it on her shoulder. With a cold gaze, she looked at them. "Take a detour, or I will empty the magazine." Lei Xing thought that what she said sounded quite cool. If she didn't have something in her mouth while saying it, it would have been even more intimidating. 2 bullet belts glimmering coldly hung from the middle-aged man's shoulders, and he froze for a moment, feeling as if he had punched a durian shell. Though it was a fist that struck out, his face felt a bit sore. Bai Qingwei's expression also froze. No wonder she was so fearless. It turned out she was a spatial ability user, and she had a machine gun as well. But just because she was powerful, could she be so overbearing? Bai Qingwei felt somewhat unconvinced, and was about to say something, but out of the corner of her eye she noticed Lei Xing had already taken the girl with the doll-like face to detour elsewhere. "Lei Xing, where are you going?" "We should go this way, but it's the shortest distance, and there are no zombies in this direction. Didn't you see? There are still many zombies in the backyard." Bai Qingwei shouted angrily. The doll-faced girl did not turn back and said, "This direction has no zombies, but that's because most of them were lured away by someone else's zombie cat, and the rest have been cleaned up by her." Although it was unintentional, that tabby cat had also drawn away some of the zombies that were attacking us, lessening the resistance. Even though she wasn't deliberately helping us, we shouldn't take advantage of her kindness. "Xing, am I right?" Lei Xing replied after slashing a zombie that rushed out from the corner. You are right, but you can be a bit quieter. There are still quite a few zombies nearby that haven't left yet. After saying that, he turned to Su Bin and the others. Captain Su, let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be dawn. We still have tasks to complete. If we don't finish the base's mission, it won't be easy to resolve. Su Bin's expression turned cold as he turned to follow. Bai Qingwei saw that Su Bin had left. Although she was displeased with Jiang Yu's domineering behavior, she followed suit. The middle-aged man felt humiliated. After all, the other party was just a little girl, and he spat angrily in Jiang Yu's direction. Although he couldn't regain his dignity, it was good to vent a bit. However, that spit made Jiang Yu's gaze turn icy in an instant. A sneeze can spray out tens of thousands of saliva droplets spreading outward at a speed of 35 meters per second. The large visible droplets can travel 2 to 3 meters, while the invisible small droplets can reach up to 8 meters. Now the distance between us is only about 10 meters, so are you trying to attack me with the bacteria in your saliva? The man looked utterly confused. Are you sick? Jiang Yu pulled the trigger directly. In response, a series of bullet casings fell to the ground, but the series of gunshots made everyone instinctively find cover to hide, and the gunfire ceased. Su Bin stepped out only to find the middle-aged man lying on the ground with a dozen bullet holes in his body, his face a mess. He looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. We already stepped aside. Why did you kill him? Lei Xing and the doll-faced girl were hiding behind a pillar. Lei Xing hadn't noticed what had just happened, but the doll-faced girl had. Zhou Hu deserved it. He spat at her. How disgusting. The doll-faced girl said loudly, and the others heard. Hearing that the reason for his teammate's death was merely because of spitting, Su Bin's face turned as dark as a... Bai Qingwei stood beside Su Bin, her face pale, angrily looking at Jiang Yu. He just had a bad temper. He only spat, which didn't harm you. It's not a crime deserving death. You are going too far. Jiang Yu said nothing. She just pulled the trigger and aimed at Bai Qingwei and Su Bin. Just as she fired, a piece of door panel fell from the sky, blocking the bullets Jiang Yu shot. However, she dodged, but Su Bin beside her wasn't as lucky. He was hit by 2 bullets in the shoulder. Bai Qingwei was both shocked and scared. Can't you allow others to speak out for justice? You are too vicious. Without thinking, Su Bin grabbed her and ran. Stop talking. Jiang Yu stared at the fallen door panel, recalling what Zhang Shuhui had mentioned about the protagonist having incredible luck. With doubts arising, since there were doubts, they needed to be verified. So she aimed at Bai Qingwei's direction and began shooting frantically. But each time Bai Qingwei either stumbled to avoid the bullets, or by sheer coincidence, Su Bin blocked the bullets for her, or she fell beside the cover. Once was luck. What about twice, or 3 times, or 4 times? Su Bin, who was with her, had been hit several times, but Bai Qingwei had only a bloody nose and nothing else. Jiang Yu was certain that this girl was definitely the protagonist Zhang Shuhui spoke of. The protagonist with incredible luck. Even if she emptied the magazine, Bai Qingwei still managed to escape with luck so good that Jiang Yu thought she could go buy a lottery ticket. But Jiang Yu didn't chase after her. The fire behind had almost extinguished. Once it was completely out and the temperature had dropped, she would go look for the plant crystal core. If she went after them now, what if someone picked up her spoils? She had seen too many cases of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Jiang Yu was not mistaken, because just behind a certain window across the street, a sniper was already aiming at Jiang Yu's direction. Seeing that she had not pursued, he expressed disappointment to the person behind him. Captain, she didn't chase after them. It seems we can't be the oriole anymore. Are you confident you can take her out with that man-eating tree? We tried so many methods, but couldn't get the crystal core, and she resolved it. The crystal core of that man-eating tree was specifically ordered by the base commander to be brought back. They'll try, but that woman is strange. Her speed is incredibly fast, so it may not be possible to take her out with a single shot. Bang! Suddenly hearing the gunshots, she instinctively rolled to the side to avoid it. Sure enough, a bullet grazed her body and lodged into the pillar behind her. That spot, if she hadn't dodged quickly just now, it would have definitely hit her head. Though she avoided the hit, she did not let her guard down for a second, immediately pulling out a thick stainless steel panel from her spatial ability to shield herself. Bang, 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 bang. Sure enough, before the steel plate was firmly positioned, the next second the person on the opposite side had already opened fire. Amid the continuous gunfire, 5 or 6 bullets struck the steel plate, causing her arms to feel a bit numb. Captain, we missed. The sniper was very disappointed. This woman is probably a dual system ability user of speed and space, and her speed is unbelievably fast. If we missed this shot, we have already lost our opportunity. The subsequent bullets didn't need to be fired. They were the man emerged from the shadows, walked to the edge of the bed, and side-eyed to quietly part the curtain slightly. A pair of sharp eyes like a hawk on the grassland stared fixedly at the woman hiding inside with the steel plate, chuckling softly. Cautious indeed. It's rare for a woman to have such good skills. The man's deep voice was calm, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. The sniper asked, Captain, what about the man-eating tree's crystal core? That is something the base commander specifically requested. No need to panic. Let the others assemble within 3 minutes. We will have a talk with that cunning little girl. Her skills are impressive, and the base commander loves talented people. If she doesn't appreciate our offer, not appreciating, then what a pity. The man wore a bloodthirsty smile. On the other side, Jiang Yu took cover behind a steel plate and quickly darted into the house behind her. There was still some smoke inside, but it was already fading. She swiftly put on a mask and hid behind a pillar, peering out through the broken window to observe the street. The bullets were coming from that direction. To her surprise, there was indeed a hidden predator waiting in the shadows. It was neither too early nor too late to strike, but it chose this moment. It was very likely also here for the man-eating tree. It seemed she could no longer wait for the heat to dissipate completely. In an instant, Jiang Yu made a decision, jumping down through a large hole in the floor of the first level, landing directly in the basement. As soon as she entered the basement, she was greeted by a wave of heat, as if stepping into a steamer. The high temperature scorched her skin, causing discomfort. Not bothering with anything else, she quickly pulled a hoe from her spatial pocket and began to dig at the roots of the man-eating tree. The crystalline cores of mutated plants were mostly located at the roots or the trunk. As she dug along the roots, she soon found a green crystal core the size of a quail egg. After storing the core in her spatial pocket, her gaze fell upon the man-eating tree. At this moment, the fir tree had been burned to a charred mass, and with a light tap it crumbled apart. She used the hoe to break the fir into uneven pieces of charcoal, then neatly stored them in her spatial kitchen. The kitchen had hardly been used before, making it perfect for storing charcoal. After scraping the ground for a while, and confirming there were no loose ends, Jiang Yu put on her hat and quickly left the basement. She took a shortcut through the back door of the museum to head home. She only instructed De Zhuang to lure the zombies away. Once De Zhuang diverted them, he wouldn't return and would go straight home. This was their long-standing tacit understanding, requiring almost no special instructions. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu first checked the kettle that contained the man-eating tree's mother plant. As soon as she opened the lid, the creature nearly escaped, so Jiang Yu hurriedly shoved the sprouting shoot back in and tightly screwed the lid back on. She went to the spatial pocket to fetch a basket of catnip for De Zhuang and picked a basket of strawberries for herself, eating while waiting for his return. However, she ended up waiting until late into the night. Although De Zhuang often stayed out late and sometimes disappeared for a day or two, he would definitely leave her a sign before going out. But this time, Jiang Yu felt a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, bang, bang, bang. A thunderous sound erupted as a dozen people relentlessly pursued it. Boss, can we really find that woman by following this cat? I was careless, clearly guarding the exit, yet I had no idea where that woman ran off to. She's quite skilled, slipping away right under our noses. But it's fine, this cat is hers. If we follow it, we're bound to find her. But what if she absorbs the crystal core? Right now, ordinary survivors have no idea what the crystal cores are for. It shouldn't happen. No, since she dug up the man-eating tree's crystal core, it proves she must know its purpose. I hope we find her soon. Damn it, what kind of cat is this? It's so hard to catch. This group was the same squad that had just sniped Jiang Yu. The captain Si Yuan felt his eyelids twitch at the thought of what they saw in the basement. That woman was simply like a demolition team. Not only did she take the crystal core, but she also dug up the whole tree. When they rushed in, all they saw were charred zombie bodies scattered about, and a little black charcoal residue left where the man-eating tree had been. It seemed that tree had been burned to charcoal, and that woman unbelievably had even taken the charcoal away. This was really absurd. De Zhuang was constantly dodging bullets, sometimes sprinting on the ground, sometimes diving under vehicles, and at times even leaping from rooftops. However, the group of humans behind him was like glue, impossible to shake off. A few of them chased De Zhuang through an alley, and Si Yuan suddenly frowned. This cunning tabby cat is leading us in circles. Yes, we've passed through this alley once before. The sniper spotted a zombie in leopard print shorts lying nearby, the very zombie he had killed just a few minutes. After another 10 minutes, Captain Si Yuan's face darkened. The sniper gasped for breath as he saw the leopard print shorts zombie lying on the roadside for the third time, unable to hold back his frustration. Captain, we've gone in circles 3 times. Damn it, this damned creature is deliberately leading us in circles. It seems it knows our intentions, toying with us like cats do with mice. This tabby cat was incredibly fast, skillfully dodging while maintaining its energy. They had been chasing for almost an hour. Even though the squad was composed of well-trained ability users, they were starting to feel the strain. Si Yuan focused on the direction the tabby cat was fleeing, instructing a few people to split up and surround it. Ahead, De Zhuang quickly leapt over the roof of an SUV, his eyes full of disdain. Silly humans, do you really think I would lead you back? Dream on. He executed a nimble sidestep to evade a lightning bolt. A bullet struck the ground where he had just jumped. Behind him, fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes, and bullets chased and attacked him. Yet he was in no rush, teasing the humans behind him as a cat would toy with a mouse. Even when the humans were clearly starting to tire, he had the chance to shake them off, but chose not to leave, continuing to lead them in circles. However, as the saying goes, frequenting the lakeside one is bound to get wet. This dangerous game could lead to a slip-up sooner or later. De Zhuang never dreamed he would stumble. He was mimicking Jiang Yu's technique of leading the zombies while evading the dozen or so humans behind him. Unexpectedly, a few people suddenly rushed out from behind a large truck ahead. Caught off guard, his reflexes were quicker than his thoughts, and he swiftly executed a drift, his paws sparking. He dodged a few individuals. Behind him, Si Yuan saw Su Bin and coldly commanded, "Quick! Stop that tabby cat! Capture it alive!" They were survivors from the White Dragon base, and naturally they recognized Si Yuan, a well-known figure in their base. Su Bin had a simple bandage wrapped around his shoulder. After hesitating for a second, he immediately charged toward Zhuang. Bai Qingwei, seeing them chasing the tabby cat, thought they intended to capture it, assuming Si Yuan and the others wanted to tame the mutant tabby. Remembering how that woman used the tabby cat to lure zombies, she felt like the cat's original owner didn't treat it. If it were her pet, she would never let it suffer. So she rushed to help. "Xing, are we going?" The girl with the baby face saw the other two following Si Yuan's lead and was a bit concerned that if she didn't move, Si Yuan would retaliate against her. Xing shook his head. "Go where?" "That cat." "What cat? Did something just run past? Did you see anything?" The girl breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "I didn't see anything either." Xing nodded. "Exactly, our priority now is to complete the base's task, but since the captain has run off, we can't accomplish anything. We can only return to the base and lose face." "Zhou, are you afraid of losing face?" "What's there to be afraid of losing face? As long as I don't lose my life." The two exchanged smiles. The scar on Xing's face moved with his smile, twisting like a writhing centipede. But Zhou was not afraid at all. "But what's there to be scared of? Being fierce is good." Meanwhile, Zhuang was running well, but after the two other humans joined, he felt particularly unlucky. It wasn't stepping on a nail when landing. It was stepping on a water pipe while escaping from the building's exterior, causing it to break. He misstepped on an air conditioning unit and fell. Bricks or glass occasionally fell from the sides of the street. In short, it was a uniquely bad streak of luck. He even suspected whether he had angered the god of fortune. Behind him, Si Yuan and the others relentlessly pursued, even noticing that the tabby cat seemed to be running out of energy. Its speed significantly slowed. Moreover, it began to encounter bad luck. Seeing this scene, Si Yuan and the others were somewhat pleasantly surprised. Su Bin, however, understood why. Because Bai Qingwei had this ability, whenever she wanted something she could achieve it. Her luck was almost supernatural. Whatever she wanted to eat she would encounter during missions. The ones she liked would also have improved luck, such as him. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yu's dense bullets would have turned him into a sieve, yet he was only shot in the shoulder and arm. She hadn't been hit a single time. Most of the people she disliked would also meet inexplicable misfortunes. Su Bin had long recognized this and protected Bai Qingwei, partly because he had some fondness for her. However, on the other hand, it was also because her luck was truly extraordinary. Like the legendary Chosen One, even in dire straits there would always be a turning point right in front of her. Now they couldn't complete the mission, they had nothing to report. Yet in the blink of an eye they encountered Si Yuan, who together with them would surely be able to return safely to the White Dragon base. As for Xing and Zhou, who had left, they probably wouldn't survive much longer. Su Bin narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to keep Bai Qingwei away from Si Yuan and the others once they returned to the base, ensuring they did not discover her uniqueness. Bai Qingwei, inexplicably confident, directly asked Si Yuan, "Captain Si Yuan, could you give me a gun? My shooting skills are decent." Seeing that he still wanted to ask Su Bin, Bai Qingwei pouted slightly. "Does Captain Si Yuan not trust my marksmanship?" Si Yuan remained silent and had someone hand her a tranquilizer gun. Upon receiving the tranquilizer gun, Bai Qingwei felt somewhat disappointed, but she steeled herself to impress the others. She believed that little kitten would also be grateful to her. After all, having a stronger and gentler owner was much better than following the original owner into danger. She aimed the gun, and when the sniper saw the direction she was aiming, his hope dwindled instantly. It seemed that this woman was just a decorative figure. Si Yuan also held little hope for her and continued to pursue Zhuang, relentlessly attacking. Ahead, Zhuang effortlessly jumped onto a power pole and even urinated down below. The little display was, "Haha, with a few foolish humans like you, do you think you can catch me? Don't even talk about the door, there isn't even a window." It gracefully jumped down from the pole onto a large truck, skillfully avoiding several attacks. It began to drift away, but for some reason, while running smoothly, a piece of glass suddenly fell in front of it. It let out a sharp cry and swiftly dodged. Just as it landed, a manhole cover suddenly cracked open and the entire cat almost fell into the sewer. At that moment, Zhuang had an ominous premonition and was preparing to shake off these humans. However, just as it turned the corner, an air conditioning unit's exterior crashed directly towards it. It quickly dodged, but at that instant a tranquilizer dart that would have missed it hit perfectly. Meow. A piercing cat's wail pierced the skies as a tranquilizer dart struck Zhuang's rear. Immediately after, another dart hit its sensitive area. Damn it, shameless humans. The others were stunned to witness this chaotic scene. The sniper also did not expect Bai Qingwei to actually hit something. No, to be precise, it wasn't that she hit it. It was because the tabby cat, in a bid to avoid the falling air conditioner, ran straight into the path of Bai Qingwei's shot. But she actually hit it. Bai Qingwei's face was filled with pride. Her little face seemed to glow. Captain Si Yuan, I didn't waste your gun, did I? Si Yuan recalled the earlier scene and smiled thoughtfully. The sniper quickly aimed to shoot again at De Zhuang. This cat was too cunning. Just in case, he aimed to break one of its legs first. He couldn't believe a three-legged cat could still run fast. However, just as he shot, the cat surprisingly dodged. Wasn't it hit by a tranquilizer? How can it still run? Si Yuan smiled at Bai Qingwei. Can you shoot a few more tranquilizer darts? This cat's speed has clearly slowed down. The drug is taking effect. Bai Qingwei beamed a brilliant smile. No problem. At that moment, De Zhuang felt a bit numb in its hind legs and had trouble moving them. This direction was a bit far from home, but still closer than the park. It immediately dashed towards Baibo Park. Behind, the others hurried to catch up. 10 minutes later. Damn it, my butt is numb and my legs are also numb. De Zhuang's speed had decreased significantly, but it still hadn't been caught. It skillfully ran into Baibo Park, heading towards the air raid shelter. Zhang Shui was busy eating fish head soup when she suddenly heard a piercing cat's cry. Her hand trembled. That sound, doesn't it sound like De Zhuang? She hurriedly tossed the fish head in her hand and ran towards the direction of the sound. She was already highly nearsighted and had trouble seeing, so she stumbled while running. A few minutes later, she spotted a tabby cat within her line of sight, and its figure resembled De Zhuang. De Zhuang, is that you? Zhang Shui rushed over, but once she got a clear look at De Zhuang, she was utterly... De Zhuang had at least a dozen tranquilizer darts stuck in its rear hind legs and tail. Its rear legs were swollen. De Zhuang. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses and rushed over, hoping to pick it up. However, upon seeing that it was this weak little girl, De Zhuang ignored her and swiftly swished its tail, dodging her embrace and continuing to run towards the air raid shelter. There were weapons there, perhaps they could help it. If they didn't assist, it would take a bunch of scapegoats with it. Anyway, it definitely couldn't lead them home. Zhang Shui missed, staring blankly as De Zhuang ran towards the air raid shelter with its backside full of darts. Just as she was about to follow at that moment, a series of gunshots echoed outside. A dozen people burst in, some holding guns while others were clearly supernatural beings. Leading them was a tall, handsome man. Beside him was a woman holding a tranquilizer gun. The darts in De Zhuang's rear were presumably their doing. Realizing that this group was here to catch De Zhuang, Zhang Shui felt as if she had eaten a mountain of chicken leg candies and that it was time to repay her debt. Seeing De Zhuang hadn't run far, she spread her arms to block their path. Stop! You are not allowed to go in. A lightning-type supernatural being directly hurled a bolt of lightning at her, and it looked as if the lightning was about to strike Zhang Shui. However, it was blocked by a transparent barrier half a meter away. The sniper exclaimed, "This little thing is a supernatural being. You're the little thing, your whole family are little things." Si Yuan glanced at her and simply bypassed her. The others quickly followed, and Bai Qingwei cast a curious glance at Zhang Shui. This was her first time seeing such a supernatural ability resembling a golden bell shield. Zhang Shui rushed to block them. She had already understood her supernatural ability, and although it wasn't an offensive ability, it was definitely reliable for self-defense. It was completely a defensive player's golden turtle shell. Thus, she felt no fear at all. She just didn't expect this group of people to act so ruthlessly. The bullets fired at her defense couldn't penetrate. One of the supernatural beings hurled a large earth spike at her. The spikes smashed against her defense, pushing her back with a force. Then she was sent flying into the lake. Splash. Water splashed everywhere as the koi in the lake rushed over. Zhang Shui quickly used her supernatural ability to protect herself. The mutated koi had a mouth full of teeth, and their sharp teeth made a crunching sound against her barrier. The problem was that the barrier was transparent. Facing those white sharp teeth, Zhang Shui felt like her claustrophobia was about to trigger. "Ah! Don't come over here." Song Chung and his companions heard the distant sound of gunfire and fell into a state of alert. Someone spotted a tabby cat, its behind adorned with numerous needles, charging in with a group of people. Frightened, they quickly blew a whistle. Yang Jiao and her team, fully armed, stood at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Upon seeing De Zhuang, she instinctively wanted to help, but was suddenly grabbed by Song Chung. The group behind is armed with all kinds of advanced weapons, and there are several ability users among them. We can't afford to provoke them. They clearly came in chasing after Jiang Yu. At most, we can prevent them from attacking the vicinity of the shelter, but we can't protect De Zhuang. Unless it can escape on its own. Yang Jiao said anxiously, but that group is definitely up to no good in capturing De Zhuang. Don't we have a connection with Jiang Yu as well? Yes, we have a connection, but these brothers behind us who share life and death together are far more important than any connection we have. Yang Jiao, we must face the facts. The connection between us and Jiang Yu is built on the premise of not jeopardizing our own safety. Jiang Yu herself understands this. Do you really think she would risk her cat's safety for our meager connection? Yang Jiao choked up. Are we just going to watch? You can choose to close your eyes, Song Chung replied coldly. Yang Jiao pouted. You really are heartless. But deep down she knew her brothers were clearly more important than someone she barely knew. De Zhuang hoped for good luck. Upon seeing them it was initially delighted but then quickly sensed something was off. It made a sharp turn and dashed into the air raid shelter where Song Chung had stacked the weapons. It remembered there were several explosive black balls there, and if they were to die, let them all die together. Blast those bastards who shot at its eggs. Upon seeing it run towards the shelter, Song Chung suddenly realized something and immediately turned to block its path. Stop it, don't let it in. Quick, stop Dezhuang. The guards at the entrance immediately shut the door. But it was already too late. Dezhuang squeezed through the gap. Song Chung knew it was smart and could understand human words, but he didn't expect this cat to be so ruthless, actually heading towards the explosives. Several people hurriedly chased after it. Upon entering they saw Dezhuang had already opened the box containing the bombs and was climbing inside. Due to the effects of the anesthetic its movements were somewhat sluggish, otherwise it would have jumped in earlier. Stop it! Song Chung shouted loudly. Those close by rushed forward to block it. At this moment Si Yuan and others had already chased in. Song Chung quickly said, there are bombs in that box, stop it. If it explodes no one will survive. Bai Qingwei aimed her gun at Dezhuang. You really plan to drag so many people down with you? That's just wicked. As soon as the words left her mouth a bullet was fired. Dezhuang climbing the box slipped, and an anesthetic dart struck precisely into its neck. Ow! It let out a sharp cry and fiercely lunged at Song Chung, and Bai Qingwei its eyes filled with reckless madness. It's her. That unfortunate woman. Even if it dies it wants to take her down with it. Just then, puffed, another anesthetic dart hit its back. Dezhuang was already at the end of its strength. If it weren't for its mutated strong physique, it would have already collapsed under the effects of the anesthetic. Seeing this, Bai Qingwei quickly shot it twice more in the neck. Thud. Due to inertia, Dezhuang flew forward a distance before crashing heavily on the ground, landing right at Bai Qingwei's feet. At this point it had already fainted, its mouth agape with a section of its tongue hanging out completely limp. It was a far cry from its earlier ferocity. The 60-pound cat hit the ground with a dull thud. Seeing Dezhuang's miserable state, Yang Jiao clenched her fists, but ultimately did not step forward. She also felt a sense of dread. This cat did not come here seeking help but came to detonate the bomb. Perhaps it wanted to blow up those who were chasing it. But in doing so it would also blow them up. Yet it did not care. Song Chung was right. Their connection with Jiang Yu was based on not affecting each other's safety. Even Dezhuang was willing to take them down with it at a critical moment. In the apocalypse, relationships change At this moment Bai Qingwei squatted down looking at Dezhuang with some pity. This cat is so clever, it's a pity that its owner taught it so badly, making it so vicious. Si Yuan subtly directed his gaze at Bai Qingwei's back like a lion spotting an interesting prey. He glanced at Bai Qingwei, and then at Su Bin, who immediately felt a chill down his spine. Song Chung said to Si Yuan, this is our sanctuary. If there's nothing else, please leave. The sniper glanced at the environment of the air raid shelter somewhat disdainfully. Humph, in this shabby place of yours, don't worry, well, grab this cat and leave. The others were clearly also well trained. Song Cheng's gun bent 180 degrees under the control of an ability user. The bending process took less than 2 seconds as Song Chung didn't even have a chance to retaliate. The man looked at them with a smirk as if observing ants. Si Yuan's group was almost entirely made up of ability users, and even he was an electric-type ability user. Meanwhile, Song Cheng's group, besides the naive Song Chung who had abilities, consisted entirely of ordinary survivors. With both sides standing together, they were completely outmatched in terms of presence. Yang Jiao kept a cold face and remained silent. One person said to Si Yuan, Captain, this cat is really cunning. It probably knows we want to follow it home and let us to someone else's sanctuary. Isn't this what they call leading the disaster away? Ha ha. The sniper said coldly, but now that this cat is out cold, how are we supposed to find that woman? Si Yuan frowned, remaining silent. Hearing their conversation, the others finally realized that this group's true target was not Dezhuang, but Jiang Yu. Bai Qingwei said, you caught this cat to find its owner. For some reason she felt a bit uncomfortable. She secretly glanced at Si Yuan with his sharp brows and striking features exuding an air of authority. Why would someone like him want to find that woman? Yang Jiao and Song Chung exchanged glances and tacitly closed their mouths. They had dealings with Jiang Yu and knew she was the kind of person who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. At this point it was best not to provoke her. However, Chu Yu suddenly stepped out from behind, ready to say something. Yang Jiao quickly pulled her back, covering her mouth tightly with a firm grip, signaling her not to speak. Bai Qingwei suddenly frowned, looking at Yang Jiao with confusion. Why won't you let this sister speak? She's sick. When she has an episode she likes to curse. Yang Jiao said without a change in expression. Si Yuan realized something and said coldly, do you know the owner of this cat? It makes sense, since this cat knows there's a bomb here, it proves it has been here before. Do you have connections? Though it was a question, his eyes held a certain certainty. Song Chung stayed silent, and naturally the others did too. Si Yuan said to Yang Jiao, let her go. Yang Jiao did not move. An ability user of fire type immediately shot a fireball at her. Even though she dodged as quickly as she could, the fireball still struck her clothing. Yang Jiao's shoulder caught fire, causing her to jump up in pain, while her teammates hurriedly helped to extinguish it. Meanwhile, another ability user next to Si Yuan immediately pulled Chu Yu out. Do you know the owner of this cat? Chu Yu timidly nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful. Bai Qingwei despised women who used their beauty to entice others. She believed that in the apocalypse, one should rely on their own strength to live with dignity. Those who use their looks to serve others are willingly descending into depravity. Chu Yu glanced at Song Cheng with difficulty, biting her lip and wearing a troubled expression. Yang Jiao asked, "What are you doing here now? If you hadn't jumped out, nothing would have happened. Such hypocrisy." Song Cheng looked at her coldly, his eyes glazed with frost. This woman truly knows how to cause trouble. She shouldn't have kept Feng Mu in mind for so long. Seeing his indifferent face, Chu Yu felt a pang of sadness. She had hinted and suggested to Song Cheng for so long, yet this man showed no interest at all. She could not rely on Song Cheng's promise to Feng Mu to survive. Ultimately, she would have to seek other paths. Since Song Cheng didn't want her, she had no choice but to set her sights on another target. But this park was too small, far too small, with so few survivors. Apart from Song Cheng, there was not a single person she found appealing. Upon seeing Si Yuan, she felt her opportunity had come. Judging by the equipment of these few people, it was clear they were from a large base. She didn't foolishly dream that this handsome man would fall in love with her. She only needed him to take her to the base. Going to the base was certainly better than struggling to survive in this small park. I can tell you about that woman, but you must agree to one condition. Go ahead. You are from a certain base, right? Please take me to the survivor base. I want to go to the base. She looked at Si Yuan expectantly. Si Yuan raised an eyebrow and slowly replied, "It's a small matter, I can do that." Chu Yu was overwhelmed with joy and quickly divulged everything she knew. That woman is named Jiang Yu, a space ability user, and her space contains many weapons. There are probably many supplies as well. Feng Mu mentioned that she is very generous and doesn't seem like someone who lacks food. Just for guiding her, Feng Mu was given 2 packs of instant noodles. Listening to her, Si Yuan thoughtfully glanced at the cat on the ground. Do you know where she lives? Chu Yu paused and said slowly, I don't know that. She always brings that cat to the park to fish by herself. The sniper sneered coldly. You don't even know the crucial information, yet you dare to ask us to take you to the base. Such naive delusions. But she agreed just now. Chu Yu looked at Si Yuan with a pleading gaze, while Bai Qingwei watched her about to burst into tears, feeling somewhat irritated. Miss, if you want Captain Si Yuan to help you, you need to provide some corresponding value. Do you think the information you've provided? It seems you know very little. Si Yuan looked at Chu Yu coldly without any hint of compassion. Chu Yu stepped forward, pointing at him and crying. You are lying to me. You want to take me away? Her sister was already dead. She just wanted to leave this park and go to a human gathering place. But now even that hope was dashed. Looking at his slender fingers, Si Yuan frowned. I am not in the habit of being pointed at. Just as the words left his mouth, one of his subordinates unleashed a wind blade, and Chu Yu's cries were abruptly silenced. A thin line of blood appeared on her throat, which quickly widened, gushing blood out. She clutched her neck, emitting a hoarse sound from her throat, before collapsing straight onto the ground. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the air raid shelter. Si Yuan glanced at Song Cheng and the others, saying, Next it's your turn. I will ask you once again, do you know where that woman is? As Si Yuan spoke, Song Cheng and the others felt their guns heating up in their hands, the barrels visibly bending at a rapid pace. Their proud firearms were utterly insignificant before the ability users. Song Cheng finally shook his head in despair. I don't know. We've only had a few transactions, and our relationship isn't close enough to know her address. I am very clear about the difference between one person's information and the lives of many. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. His team could still rely on firearms against ordinary survivors. But facing a group of ability users with new weapons was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, foolishly seeking death. Si Yuan glanced at the others again. Very well, it seems you all have no intention of speaking. If you don't believe me, you can kill me, but spare the others. Song Cheng lowered his already bent gun, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. The others wanted to speak, but were silenced by a single look from him. In the face of absolute disparity in power, all struggle was futile. Zhang Shuhui had just climbed out of the lake, struggling to cling to a willow branch, when she heard a low voice. Bai Qingwei, right. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Si Yuan, and I am officially inviting you to join our team. Bai Qingwei, the female protagonist, has appeared. She hurriedly wiped the water off her glasses and squinted to look ahead. The two people talking were none other than those pursuing De Zhuang. Holding her breath, she hid beneath the drooping willow, covering her mouth to avoid making a sound. She glanced again at De Zhuang, who was being held in by Qingwei's arms. Poor De Zhuang, his entire lower body was swollen, looking like water-filled meat. After listening for a while, she realized that this group was actually targeting Jiang Yu. Her heart sank. It was over. So soon Jiang Yu and the female protagonist were at odds. The female protagonist appeared so harmless, just like the description in the book, and surely her luck was just as good. She looked so kind. Better to choose the master. After Si Yuan and his group took De Zhuang away from the park, Zhang Shuhui dared to emerge from the thicket. As she approached the air raid shelter of Song Chung and the others, she heard a suppressed sound of crying. She paused, then walked in. 2 corpses lay on the ground. Chu Yu's sword had pierced her throat. Song Chung similarly, a sword had pierced his throat. Yang Jiao and several other brothers sat beside Song Chung, their eyes brimming with despair. The other men also had red-rimmed eyes trembling with anger. They had never felt so useless. Their usual pride was completely shattered in this moment. Song Chung is dead. Zhang Shuhui looked at Song Cheng's corpse in disbelief. In the book, Song Chung was clearly one of the female protagonist's supporters. How could he have died so quickly? Yang Jiao spoke hoarsely. Those ability users were looking for Jiang Yu, thinking we knew her address, and wanted to kill us. She paused, then gritted her teeth. Song Chung died to prove that he was not lying. So the image of Song Cheng's throat being cut by the ability user's wind blade caused a sharp pain in Yang Jiao's heart. There are no absolute good people or absolute bad people in this world. Most are ordinary people, as sometimes they can be despicable, and at other times they can appear heroic. Song Chung was a realist. His relationships with everyone were based on mutual benefit. With each choice, he would measure which option A or B was more advantageous. He was rapidly calculating the possibilities of the two sides clashing today. He clearly understood that against Si Yuan and his group, they had no power to resist. However, there is a difference between one person dying and a group of people dying. If they all died, it would be too unprofitable. A powerful figure like Si Yuan values pride above life. An ant willing to show weakness by dying would not be regarded at all. Thus Song Chung made the final comparison of his life. On one side of the balance is himself, and on the other side is himself and everyone else. Between the two choices, no matter which he chose, he would certainly die. But the others had a chance to survive. He had tried for so long, but had not been able to lead his brothers out of this city. He had to leave them with more opportunities. For the final choice, he chose a. Song Cheng's corpse lay on the ground, his face devoid of Chu Ye's shock and despair, instead appearing extreme. Yang Jiao's eyes were bloodshot, and the hatred in her heart surged wildly. It is precisely because we are not strong enough that Song Chung died in such a humiliating manner. If we were strong enough, at least as strong as those people, we could have fought back. A burly man lifted Song Cheng. Let's go bury the team leader. Then we'll leave this place. The team leader used to say this park was safe, that we could live a little longer, but it was precisely because it was too safe that we became weak. The true hunters are forged in the midst of life and death. We have been too safe. Where are we going? To the base to find a way to become stronger. Wherever it is dangerous, we will go there. One day we will become the kind of people the team leader wanted to see. Several people carried Song Cheng's corpse to the back mountain. Zhang Shuhui stood dazed, watching the figures of the others leave, realizing for the first time that the plot was truly different from what she had read in the book. This is a real world. Although there is a general framework, certain details are ever-changing. Jiang Yu find Jiang, save De Zhuang. De Zhuang had even treated her to fish. She struggled to recall the plot, but while reading the novel, apart from key plot points related to the female lead, everything else was merely glossed over. What she remembered were only the significant events of kisses and hugs. Who would know where a villain lives? Yang Jiao was the last to walk, seeing Zhang Shuhui, who was drenched, stop beside her. She said, that person wants us to find a way to tell Jiang Yu to bring the crystal cores to the park to trade for De Zhuang. He gave us 1 day. After 1 day, unless we can all disappear from this park, he will come to make us all vanish. There are many families in their group, with the old, weak, sick, and disabled among them. To leave with their families within a day is simply a fantasy. But there was no other way. They couldn't just wait to die here. They prepared to evacuate overnight. As for Zhang Shuhui, she seemed to have a good relationship with Jiang Yu. Perhaps she knew where she was. After speaking, Yang Jiao hurried after the people in front, leaving behind a confused Zhang Shuhui, who grabbed her hair and angrily slapped herself several times. I told you to pay attention to the details when reading novels. What good is having such a big head? After several minutes, she had pulled out several handfuls of hair and finally thought of a way. Although her ability had no lethality, its duration was much longer than that of offensive abilities. It could last for several hours. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized something. It's time to pledge loyalty to the master. She immediately returned to the cave, shouldering her only piece of luggage, a denim backpack. Then she asked Yang Jiao for a loudspeaker. That loudspeaker was one Yang Jiao had taken from the park's public facilities to use at critical moments to distract the zombies. Although Yang Jiao had little hope of her finding Jiang Yu, she still gave her the loudspeaker. After all, they were leaving anyway, and it couldn't be taken with them. Zhang Shuhui quickly dashed to the park's entrance, where the sky had begun to lighten. A zombie spotted her and lunged with its mouth open. However, instead of hitting any flesh, it bit into a layer of transparent material. Clang! The zombie's teeth broke several times as it fell to the ground, its head buzzing. Zhang Shuhui searched at the park entrance and finally unearthed a shared bicycle from a pile of yellow mud, then hopped on it and began pedaling furiously. Occasionally she shouted into the loudspeaker hanging around her neck. De Zhuang has been captured. Help! Dezhuang has been captured. Jiang Yu, where are you? Save the cat's life. As she shouted, more zombies were drawn to her, so she had to pedal even harder, her legs nearly bursting into flames. The bicycle accelerated to the speed of an electric bike. But she didn't dare stop, she simply couldn't stop. The zombies chasing behind were multiplying, and stopping meant countless mouths. Zhang Shui had no idea where Jiang Yu was. She only vaguely remembered her saying she lived in the central district, so she kept heading there. Then she sprinted through the streets and alleys of the central district, occasionally shouting loudly into the loudspeaker. In a residential area, Jiang Yu was squatting, peering into the entrance of a rat's nest. This rat's nest was built by Dezhuang himself, containing his favorite gray rat. That rat was initially caught by Dezhuang to feed her. After she repeatedly refused, Dezhuang left it in the fish tank. As time went on, he began to feed it. Gradually, he took it out to play with now and then. Eventually, he even found the fish tank too small, digging a large rat's nest downstairs to raise it. He had become quite skilled at this style of natural farming. A truly advanced player. Strangely enough, that rat really settled in there. Since Dezhuang hadn't come home after searching several places without finding him, she thought of this rat's nest downstairs. She assumed it had gone into the burrow to play. But now the rat seemed to be absent. Jiang Yu was poking at the nest with a stick. Just then she spotted a gray rat returning from outside, holding a piece of unknown meat. Seeing her poking at its nest, it squeaked a few times, but showed no fear. It directly returned to its burrow, presenting its rear end to her. Jiang Yu poked the fat rat with the stick, saying, "Have you seen Dezhuang? He didn't come home last night." The gray rat ignored her. "Dezhuang didn't come home last night. I've searched nearby for a long time and haven't seen him. Do you know where he went? Rat, can you understand human language?" After a brief silence, the rat didn't come out. Instead, a zombie heard her voice and approached, mouth open. Jiang Yu kicked its head, smashing it. She continued, "Do you think he might have found other rats outside? After all, there are so many rats in this world. If he played with you today, who knows, he might find other rats more interesting tomorrow. A cat without balls can be quite fickle. You don't know. Fine. I'm going to find Dezhuang and his new rat friend now." Just as her voice fell, several whiskers poked out of the rat's burrow. Then came the head, body, and tail. The whole body climbed out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gray rat excitedly stood up and shouted, surprising Jiang Yu. She hadn't expected this rat could really understand human language. Dezhuang was one thing, but even a rat was so clever. Or was it precisely because it was clever that Dezhuang left it alive? While the rat was jumping around, she heard a faint voice that seemed to be calling Dezhuang. She quickly climbed up onto the wall to look outside. She saw a girl with a loudspeaker hanging around her neck, frantically pedaling a bike. A group of zombies was chasing. There were even several zombies clinging to her, gnawing, but strangely those zombies didn't actually touch her. It seemed as if some invisible force was separating them. And that person was Zhang Shui. At this moment, at least 7 or 8 zombies were clinging to her, making it look like a circus act. Because of the weight of the zombies, riding the bike became increasingly strenuous. "You bastards, get off, it's overloaded. Do you think this is India? Jiang Yu, where are you?" Dezhuang has been captured." Realizing she knew about Dezhuang's disappearance, Jiang Yu jumped down from Zhang Shui. Hearing her name called, Zhang Shui instinctively looked up. She saw a figure with a knife ahead, and upon seeing Jiang Yu, she nearly cried. She tried to stop. However, she found that her legs were propelled by inertia, and for a moment, she simply couldn't stop. I can't stop. Help! Jiang Yu, save me." In an instant, a girl like the wind rode past Jiang Yu with several zombies clinging to her. She swiftly pulled out a stick and jabbed it directly into the rear wheel of her bicycle. The next moment, the wheel got stuck, and the bicycle crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Zhang Shui was thrown off due to inertia. Jiang Yu rushed forward, catching her in his arms, and rolling on the ground twice to dissipate the speed. He then hoisted her onto his shoulder and darted into a small path leading the zombies away. He then jumped back over the wall. On their way back, the gray mouse was still jumping around. Zhang Shui gasped for air and grabbed Jiang Yu's clothes. "Master Dezhuang has been captured. They want you to bring the crystal core to the park tomorrow morning for an exchange. They even killed Song Chung. One of them is the female lead. What to do? The female lead has incredible luck. If you go, you certainly won't come back. If you don't go, Dezhuang will definitely be in trouble." Hearing Zhang Shui's thoughts, Jiang Yu was taken aback, not expecting the female lead to encounter Dezhuang. They captured Dezhuang for the crystal core. Didn't the female leads group enter through the back door? Did they run into each other elsewhere? Don't panic, take a sip of water, and tell me everything you know. Jiang Yu took out a bottle of water from his space, and encouraged Zhang Shui to speak slowly. Minutes later, Jiang Yu finally learned the whole story. It seemed that the ambusher and the female leads group were in. "Tomorrow morning, go to get the crystal core for the exchange of Dezhuang," she murmured, looking down at the gray mouse that was tugging at her pant leg. "Can you find Dezhuang?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gray mouse nodded excitedly, even standing on its hind legs, and quickly bowing with its paws. Haha, it seems that cats and mice can indeed develop friendships. The gray mouse didn't understand what she was saying, but it could follow the scent to find that foolish cat. Jiang Yu patted Zhang Shui's shoulder. "Alright, I understand. He'll take you back to the park first, and then he'll go find Zhuang. Thank you for risking yourself today to deliver the message. When I find Zhuang, I will come back to thank you. But they said tomorrow morning. Before Zhang Shui could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu interrupted her. Tomorrow morning is what they said. Ooh, I never agreed to it. She was calm, but this calmness was completely different from her usual demeanor. Zhang Shui had an ominous feeling as if a storm was brewing. The calm in Jiang Yu's eyes was like suppressed undercurrents, as if it were the calm before the storm. Are you all leaving now? We're leaving now. Jiang Yu grabbed the mouse and stuffed it into his pocket. I'll take you back first. Zhang Shui quickly shook her head. I can help. Jiang Yu was about to speak when Zhang Shui urgently interjected. Don't think I'm useless. I am useful. I emphasize that I am useful, she continued. I have awakened my superpower. You saw that I didn't get bitten by any zombies on my way here. Let me show you my ability. She grabbed Jiang Yu's arm and stood beside him, activating her superpower. When she used her superpower earlier, Jiang Yu was outside its range and couldn't see anything, but he knew there was a Now standing inside, he could clearly see the form of Zhang Shui's superpower. It was a transparent thing about 2 meters tall and only 1 meter wide. It looked like a shell. This is my ability. As long as I'm within the protective range, bullets cannot penetrate and all physical attacks will be blocked. I named it the pagoda. The pagoda can subdue river monsters. Jiang Yu felt it resembled a pot lid more. And with such a name, standing inside felt like being trapped in the Leifeng pagoda as a monster. There was a strange feeling. Zhang Shui continued to recommend herself. Master Jiang Yu, please consider taking me in. Think about it. Although your superpower is strong, can you withstand bullets from all angles? I can. Just treat me as an all-around shield. Really, it's very effective. Why don't you give it a try? And when you and Zhuang are together, you need to do cleaning right. Isn't it a waste to have you do all the household chores? I can handle everything. I can do anything. If I can't, I'll learn it immediately. She looked at Jiang Yu expectantly, feeling very nervous inside. Then let's first test your pot. I mean the pagoda. All right. Jiang Yu twisted his wrist and swung the machete straight at Zhang Shui. Clang. The machete was directly blocked by her defensive shell, the blade striking the transparent barrier with. She then took out a gun and shot, but the muzzle was not aimed at a lethal spot. As a result, those attacks were all blocked outside. See, I'm really useful. Master Jiang Yu, take me in. I will work hard to upgrade my ability, and I will increase the coverage. I will be the best shield, and I want dodge when bombs coming. I will endure. If my mother feels that I died in another world, she would be very sad. I want to live. I will be absolutely loyal, so please keep me. I will do laundry, cook, clean, chop firewood, and kill chickens. With me, you will have a 24-hour personal little housekeeper, and an all-around shield. I'm really good at blocking. It seems this little pot lid can indeed be of use. Jiang Yu admitted he was somewhat tempted. He smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth, but still stated firmly. He looked at Zhang Shui. I don't want brothers, only little sisters. If you follow me, you must only listen to me. Okay. Zhang Shui nodded vigorously. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. It seems we don't need to go to the park anymore. He placed the gray mouse on the ground. Now take us to find Zhuang. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then he took out a motorcycle from his space, rode it, and patted the back seat, signaling Zhang Shui to sit. Whether you can be an excellent shield depends on today. Zhang Shui nodded vigorously, climbing onto the motorcycle and putting on the helmet Jiang Yu handed her. Is this like a probation period? If I fail the probation, they definitely won't want me. Alright. Mom, your daughter is killing it in the apocalypse. She hesitated while looking at Jiang Yu's elegantly shaped back. Should I hug this waist or not? Jiang Yu ignored her inner musings and placed the gray mouse in front. Mouse, whether we find Zhuang today and wipe them out completely depends on you. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gray mouse called out a few times, rubbing its front paws, and sniffed around the ground. Then it determined the direction, and its whole body shot out like an arrow speeding away. Jiang Yu twisted the throttle continuously, and the motorcycle roared loudly. However, he did not rush to catch up. Zhang Shui was somewhat puzzled. Master Jiang Yu, if we don't leave soon, the zombies will come over. Many zombies were already heading toward their motorcycle, and if they didn't leave, they would be feeding the zombies. Jiang Yu said, what's the hurry? We need to wait for the zombies to catch up. They captured Zhuang. If we go to their door without bringing gifts, how can that be? Gifts? Zhang Shui stared blankly at the gathering zombies around them, her squinting eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. These zombies are the gifts. She was going to lead the zombies to their camp. What? Hold on tight. Jiang Yu instructed, then released the brake, and the vehicle sped away. The powerful acceleration nearly threw Zhang Shui off, and she hurriedly clung to Jiang Yu to steady herself. The sudden warm touch made her shiver. What the heck? This is the master's waist. So slender, so tight, so strong. Hearing her thoughts, Jiang Yu felt an impulse to throw her off to feed the zombies. Zhang Shui, how long can your ability last? About 3 hours or so, but I've already used it for quite a while looking for you, so I estimate there's about an hour left. That's enough. Close your eyes and conserve your energy. Don't activate the shield just yet. When we reach their location, it will be your turn to demonstrate your skills. Alright. The gray mouse led the way ahead, stopping at each intersection to carefully sniff out de Zhuang's. Confirming the direction, they continued to sprint. Jiang Yu rode the motorcycle behind, deliberately amplifying the sound of the engine, causing a ruckus along the streets. The noise attracted zombies from all directions who rushed towards them eagerly. The horde of zombies behind them grew larger, quickly forming a substantial group. Zhang Shui looked back at the dark mass of the zombie army and couldn't help but gulp, feeling a chill along her. She thought that the gift from the master was quite timely. Unprecedented. After all, drawing such a wave of zombies over there, that group of people probably wouldn't have a future anymore. On the other side, in the eastern suburbs of City A, the first prison. Before the apocalypse, this was a closed prison. After the apocalypse, only bones and zombies remained inside. Later, a group of survivors cleaned it up and turned it into a shelter. Subsequently, this group of survivors was wiped out by Si Yuan's team, and from then on it became their gathering point outside the Bailong base. Compared to Bailong base, this place was their true stronghold. There were a total of over 300 members in the first prison, half of whom were ability users. The remaining half, although not ability users, were still among the best of the ordinary survivors. The prison walls stood 4 meters high, topped with electric fencing, making it easy to defend, but hard to attack. After taking control, they moved most of their weapons here. Although there was a space ability user in the team, their space was limited, and they were closely monitored as a logistics unit. Moreover, Si Yuan understood that one shouldn't put all eggs in one basket. Therefore, the space ability user's space only held some emergency supplies. Most of the time, they were just a qualified mover, constantly transporting supplies between the prison and the base. At this moment, de Zhuang was locked in a specially made iron cage exposed to the sun in the prison yard. To prevent it from regaining strength, someone injected it with a dose of anesthetic every 10 minutes, the kind meant for large animals. It stared numbly as someone pulled the syringe out from the back of its neck. Lazily rolling its eyes, it felt less fearful knowing that these people kept it because it was useful. Since resistance was futile, it simply decided to give up. Once it regained its strength, it would shred these bastards. Just as it sighed, wondering if Jiang Yu would come to rescue it, its tail was suddenly grabbed by someone. A 17 or 18-year-old survivor boy tightened his grip on its tail and dragged it backward. De Zhuang's body kept slamming against the cage, making a clattering sound. Hey bro, look at this tail, it's really strong. This is my first time seeing such a mutated cat. Let go, this cat is ferocious, be careful not to get hurt, an older survivor advised. However, the young man smiled and didn't take it seriously, continuing to pull the cat's tail hard, getting de Zhuang's whole body stuck in the cracks of the cage with its rear and getting squished. He laughed heartily. Bro, look, this cat seems to have no strength left at all, what are you afraid of? He grinned and poked de Zhuang's rear with a dagger. I've never had cat meat before, I wonder what it tastes like. De Zhuang lay motionless, appearing as if it had no strength at all. The young man grew bolder, mercilessly jabbing at its head with the dagger. This cat has such beautiful eyes, I really want to poke them out. He leaned closer to the cage, fixated on the golden pupils of the tabby cat. Don't get too close, that cat is very sly, be careful of its sneak attack. What are you afraid of? If it dares to attack, I'll kill it. He was completely unconcerned. After all, they injected anesthetic every 10 minutes. Even a tiger wouldn't be able to stand up, let alone a cat. De Zhuang listlessly watched as that face came closer and pressed against the cage. Its claws, which were tucked beneath its belly, slowly extended. Meow. It let out a painful whine, greatly pleasing the person. Closer, just a little closer. A little closer, foolish human. Suddenly someone nearby noticed that the seemingly sickly cat's back had slightly arched and hurriedly shouted. Back away. He shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Meow. With a piercing cat scream, the tabby cat's claws shot out swiftly, the sharp hooks striking towards the man's eyes with lightning speed. Ah! My eyes! The survivor suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his eyes, howling. Bright red blood seeped through his fingers, staining half his face, then flowing down his neck. My eyes! My eyes! Ah! The damned beast! The man trembled all over as he stood up, gripping the dagger tightly, glaring angrily at the tabby cat in the cage. After he lowered his hand, the people nearby finally saw the tragic state of the left side of his face. Several deep claw marks crisscrossed his left cheek, with flesh torn apart and bone visible. The eyelid of his left eye was sliced open in the middle, hanging beneath the eye. The eyeball had been punctured by the sharp claws, a bloody mess that seemed that this eye was beyond saving. He threw down the dagger in his hand, glaring angrily at the tabby cat. The remaining eye looked as if it had been poisoned. Damn it! Damn it! Damn beast! The man roared, rushing to grab the iron cage, his hands crackling with electricity. He was an electric ability user. Thunder and electricity were two completely different abilities. Although electric ability users were not as powerful as thunder ability users, they were not to be underestimated. In peacetime, getting electrocuted could also be fatal. The electric arcs crawled across the iron cage, causing de Zhuang's fur to stand on end. However, it didn't give in at all, wildly scratching and yelling in the cage. The man's hands gripped the cage conducting electricity, and De Zhuang bit down fiercely on those hands. Meow. Ow. Roar. Meow ow. Come on. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. You filthy bastard. You think you can poke my eyes out? I'll pop your eyeballs first. You pathetic fool, I'm not afraid of you at all. Come on. I dare you. The man and the cat were at an impasse, neither willing to give way. Seeing the man's hands shredded by the tabby cat, a nearby person hurriedly approached with a stick to pry him away. After all, he was electrified all over and no one dared to touch him. They could only push him back with a wooden stick. The man roared in fury. Let go of me, let go of me. I will kill it. He screamed. Let go of me, or I'll electrocute you. He had completely lost his mind. The big guy in the cage was fueling the fire. Once the man left, the cage was no longer electrified, making it even more unruly. Even though he was exhausted, he still struggled to stand his ground, baring his teeth and claws. Meow. Wow. Meow. It swung its claws and turned its back to the man, urinating defiantly. Come on, I'm not, you little brat scum. Come at me, I dare you to taste my urine. You're in for a world of hurt. You're just a traffic jam waiting to happen. You think you can scare me? Just wait until I deal with you, you little brat. I'll make sure your backside is swollen. The moment this brat tugged at its tail, it wanted to kill him, but it had been patient. But then this brat actually poked it with a knife, and even tried to gouge its eyes out. And it looked at it with that disgusting, perverted gaze. What level of audacity did it have to want its eyeballs? The big guy vented all the grievances he had experienced while living in the village. Others couldn't understand what the cat was incessantly screeching about, but they felt that if they could comprehend, it would surely be an earful of harsh curses. Its behavior of urinating at people while wagging its tail was so arrogant that it made everyone else want to beat it up. Truly, it had no self-awareness as a captive. Just as that man was roaring, a bolt of lightning struck down. The man who had just been like a raging lion shuddered all over, his body went rigid, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Si Yuan walked down from upstairs, coldly observing the scene. I told you not to approach this cat lightly, but it seems some did not heed my warning. Bai Qingwei followed Si Yuan closely. She had officially joined his team, and now only Su Bin remained as an outsider in the entire prison. Su Bin the outsider stood by the window on the second floor. His gunshot and knife wounds had become infected, and he was intermittently running a high fever, needing to lean against something to keep standing. He had never been like this before. As long as Bai Qingwei was by his side, he would heal from even the most severe. But now, after thoroughly cleaning the wound and applying anti-inflammatory medicine, he was still infected, and the antibiotics had little effect. There was only one possibility: Bai Qingwei no longer needed him. Although he felt this thought was ludicrous, how could one person's preference dictate the fate of another? However, past experiences forced him to admit that this was true. In the past, he could sense that Bai Qingwei had feelings for him, which made him the beneficiary. Now, as Su Bin looked at Bai Qingwei, who followed Si Yuan with a gaze that seemed to shine, he understood he was no. He coughed violently a few times, and then his vision blurred, causing him to faint again. This fainting would lead him to become fodder for zombies once Jiang Yu arrived. Over an hour later, Jiang Yu spotted a prison from a distance. She hadn't expected their stronghold to be here. Gazing at the towering walls, she coldly smiled. Clearly, they knew how to pick a location. Behind her, a horde of zombies was still sprinting, but they were still at a distance. Jiang Yu stopped in a small grove on her motorcycle and asked Zhang Shuhui, "Can you ride a motorcycle?" "I can a little." Zhang Shui nodded. "That's good. You first use your abilities to protect yourself, and this bike, while I go to exchange for the big guy. If we charge through with this horde of zombies, they won't easily release the big guy. Once I retrieve him with the crystal core, can you lead the zombies over on the bike? Can you do it?" "I promise to complete the task." Zhang Shuhui gritted her teeth. Even if she struggled, she had to get it done, as she couldn't let her probation period go to waste. "Fireworks as a signal, pay attention to the sound." "Understood." Jiang Yu finished her instructions, and quickly took out another motorcycle from her space, racing towards the prison. Zhang Shui glanced back at the approaching horde of zombies, feeling a bit anxious and needing to relieve herself. But at this moment, she couldn't show fear. She sniffed, trying to conserve her abilities, and only opened her protective shield at the last meter as the zombies charged. She enveloped both the motorcycle and herself within the protective shell. A massive wave of zombies lunged directly at her, piling up endlessly, and she couldn't tell how high they had stacked. Surrounded by zombies gnawing at her shield, the sound of teeth scraping against glass filled her ears. She could even see through the transparent shield a zombie with metal teeth embedded in its mouth. These zombies obscured her vision, and Zhang Shui could only see a glimpse of Jiang Yu standing at the prison gate through the open armpit of a nearby zombie. The leader is really brave. Isn't she afraid of getting shot to pieces? Hey. Zhang Shui thought her shell ability, though not overly impressive, was indeed quite useful. She felt a surge of security within her shell, much stronger than any boyfriend power. She wanted to see more, but as the zombies moved, her view through the armpit disappeared. Before Jiang Yu could approach the entrance, the guards had already aimed their guns at her. "This is a private sanctuary. We do not take in survivors." Jiang Yu dismounted her motorcycle and stored it in her space. The guard paused, saying, "Are you an ability user here to seek refuge?" "Wait, I will notify our captain." Jiang Yu took off her helmet and replied, "Go tell your boss that I'm here to take my cat." Upon hearing this, the guard's expression changed as he communicated with others before turning to enter. They were aware that their boss had brought back a mutated cat. During the brief conversation, the gray mouse had stealthily slipped along the corner and found the big guy by following the scent. Jeet. Silly cat. The big guy, who was conserving his energy, exclaimed. He suddenly turned his head, spotting a gray mouse standing on the ground. Meow. What are you doing here, you pest? Looking for trouble. The gray mouse glanced at it and turned to sneak out along the wall. In the office there was a knock. Come in. Si Yuan was playing chess with Bai Qingwei when he heard the knock, but did not. Captain, there's a woman at the door saying she's here to take her cat. Si Yuan paused in his movement, changing the direction of his piece, which landed directly in a dead position. It seems, Qingwei, your chess skills are quite good. I concede. No, you let me win. Bai Qingwei's voice was crisp, her eyes sharp. I lost. Well, let's end the game here. We have a guest. Si Yuan Gij, I heard him say that someone is here for their cat. Could it be the owner of the big guy? About 3 minutes later, Jiang Yu saw Si Yuan and Bai Qingwei behind him. Sure enough, De Zhuang was captured, likely related to the protagonist's extraordinary luck. At that time, she saw Bai Qingwei and the others leaving through the back door, and she didn't worry about De Zhuang at all. After all, as long as they didn't run into this extraordinarily lucky protagonist, the chances of being caught were very small. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Si Yuan smiled slightly, preparing to say something. She reached out her hand, opening her palm to reveal a green, transparent crystal core lying in her pure white hand. Seeing that object, Si Yuan felt a slight relief in her heart. Is this the crystal core of Diaobai? Yes, where is my cat? Si Yuan smiled slightly. What's the rush? Miss Jiang, why not come in and have a seat, enjoy a cup of tea? For someone like you, a superhuman going solo is not a good idea. First give me the cat. Otherwise I'll eat it right now, right in front of you. Jiang Yu brought the crystal core to her mouth. Damn you. You captured my cat and expect me to sit down and talk. Talk my ass. Bai Qingwei, seeing her being unreasonable, angrily stepped forward and said, you are going too far. According to what Si Yuan said, they guarded that carnivorous tree for a long time, yet you managed to be the first to get there. That crystal core is very important, you must return it to us. Exactly, after guarding it for so long, I went there and resolved the carnivorous tree immediately. Your fourth brother is indeed aptly named, he barely has $5 to his name. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, a brick suddenly fell from the archway above her head. She quickly dodged, her mouth twitching slightly. Stop wasting time, give me De Zhuang, and he'll give you the Seeing that she was obstinate, Si Yuan sighed. You must not have seen that cat, otherwise you wouldn't be able to calm down and talk to me. Lao will go bring over the cage. After instructing one of his subordinates, he made an inviting gesture. Please come in, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yu stepped inside, and soon saw 2 people carrying an iron cage coming over. Inside the cage was De Zhuang, still alive, but looking a bit wilted. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, De Zhuang became excited all over, wondering how that foolish mouse had managed to come here, and even brought help. Reinforcements have arrived. Meow. Help. You backstabbing woman, why did it take you so long to come? They are bullying me. De Zhuang's complaints were a mix of high and low pitches. The cage opened, and it stood up trembling, preparing to walk over to Jiang Yu. However, after Jiang Yu handed the crystal core to Si Yuan, she bent down first and hugged De Zhuang out of the cage. Inspecting it up and down, she noticed it had lost quite a bit of fur, in some places looking even uglier. As for the wounds, they were okay, not worse than the injuries it usually got from wandering around. But De Zhuang's condition was clearly not right. What did you do to it? Si Yuan explained. To prevent it from escaping, we injected it with a tranquilizer. Other than that, we did nothing else. De Zhuang lay in Jiang Yu's arms, hearing this, immediately fluffed up and began to yell. Meow. Meow meow. Damn you. These bastards gave me aphrodisiacs, stuffing female cats into the cage, trying to breed me. Killed them. They think I'm just for breeding. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Si Yuan, clearly indicating that these people had done something unspeakable to De Zhuang. She patted De Zhuang's ears, comforting, don't be afraid, him here. He'll take revenge for you later. Meow, I'm so miserable. De Zhuang whimpered softly. Si Yuan chuckled and said, since we have met like this, Miss Jiang, with your abilities, why not join our base team? Our team is currently lacking someone as talented as you, Miss Jiang. If he guessed correctly, Jiang Yu's space would definitely not be small, but at least it wouldn't be like the space abilities of his own team members, which only spanned a dozen square meters. In the apocalypse, there are no absolute friends or absolute enemies. Although he captured her cat, he did not do anything excessive to her. As for that crystal core, if she was willing to join, he would compensate with something else. Bai Qingwei had an instinctive dislike for the woman in front of her. She looked fierce and did not seem like a good person. She spoke, this mutated cat is very intelligent, you shouldn't teach it to be so cruel. A good cat has become a bad one just because it has the wrong owner. It killed one of our team members and blindsided another superhuman. Its methods are too vicious. She felt quite sorry for De Zhuang. If it had a good owner, it certainly wouldn't be so cruel. Si Yuan gestured for Bai Qingwei to be quiet, but the latter obviously didn't understand his hint and continued to babble. All right, Qingwei, be quiet. Si Yuan had to speak up to stop her. Bai Qingwei finally fell silent. Si Yuan continued, Miss Jiang, we can sit down and slowly discuss the conflicts that have occurred in the past. I sincerely invite you to join us. I also hope you won't hold a grudge over minor conflicts. Jiang Yu lowered her hand from De Zhuang's ear, slowly raised her head, and smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. What makes you think I would want to become teammates with someone who has attacked me? Moreover, you even captured my cat. No one noticed that outside the prison a gray mouse had already carried a match to ignite the firework fuse. With a loud explosion, everyone looked up at the sky. Si Yuan suddenly looked at Jiang Yu. Did you do that? A 24-shot thunderclap, just for you. You captured my cat, and since you didn't return the favor, please accept my sincerity. Jiang Yu cruelly smiled while holding De Zhuang. As her words fell, a gust of wind suddenly swirled around her with yellow sand flying, reducing visibility in the entire prison square to less than 1 meter. When Si Yuan looked again, he could no longer see Jiang Yu's figure. What is this? Why is the wind suddenly blowing? It's the cat's owner doing this. The captain ordered that if she does not know her place, she must not be allowed to leave alive. Brothers, find that woman and kill her. I can't see anything. Where did that bitch hide? Why is there suddenly sand everywhere, damn it? That woman is a wind-type superhuman. Kill her. Boom. Bang. Amidst the chaos, fireworks exploded one after another in the sky. In the distance, a pile of zombies surged out, revealing Zhang Shuhui riding a motorcycle as one by one the zombies fell off. She yelled, comrades, charge with me. Master, I brought the brothers here. Roar. The zombies crazily rushed towards the sound of exploding fireworks. The deafening roars were immediately noticed by the sentries patrolling the prison gate. Seeing a madman riding a motorcycle charging towards them followed by a dense horde of zombies, the guards were dumbfounded. It's crazy, it's crazy. Where did this madman come from? Zombies. He immediately sounded the alarm. Zombies are attacking the city. Zombies are attacking the city. The sharp alarm, the sound of fireworks exploding, and the chaotic shouts mixed together in an instant. The once orderly prison suddenly turned into chaos, with everyone grabbing weapons to prepare to fight back, while some searched for Jiang Yu's figure in the dust, wanting to kill her. But Jiang Yu stood in the corner where the wind and sand were thicker than elsewhere, completely obscuring her vision. Those people couldn't find her at all. Bai Qingwei clutched Si Yuan's sleeve tightly, crying in panic. Si Yuan, that vile woman brought the zombie horde, wanting us all to die with her. We just captured her cat. So many lives, is she treating them as less important than a cat? What do we do? What do we do? At this moment, Si Yuan felt a surge of anger in his heart, never expecting that Jiang Yu would be so ruthless, actually resorting to raising zombies to attack the city in such a deranged manner. Is this still human? She, being human herself, actually incited zombies to attack them for her own personal vendetta. He felt deep hatred for Jiang Yu's merciless actions. Yet did she not consider that she was the one who first ambushed others, captured her cat, and even planned to kill the other party rather than let them leave alive? However, at this moment, Jiang Yu treated him with an even more insane and cruel approach, making him feel that she was utterly devoid of humanity. Zhang Shuhui rode her motorcycle to the entrance, quickly jumping off and rushing inside. Jiang Yu, Lady Jiang Yu, where are you? As she dashed in, it felt as if the prison city gate was a boundary line. Outside, the sun blazed brilliantly with not a cloud in sight. Inside the prison, however, strong winds wailed and yellow sand danced about, resembling a sandstorm. Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Where was she? She needed to find someone quickly to act as a shield. In her anxious moment, something furry and hot was suddenly thrust into her hands, which felt rather heavy. Jiang Yu appeared before her, saying, "This is your task for today, protect De Zhuang. But I came to be your shield." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu vanished again. Zhang Shuhui hurriedly tried to carry him away, only to find he was too heavy to lift. She decided to readjust her stance, carrying the over 60-pound tabby cat into a corner to sit down, holding De Zhuang in her arms. After all, she had her shell for protection, so she wasn't afraid of accidental injuries. However, sometimes the sound of bullets hitting the shield was so clear that it was a bit jarring. Zhang Shuhui gasped for breath, still unable to calm her emotions as she recalled the earlier scene. She had never imagined in her life that one day she would dare to ride a motorcycle and lead a horde of zombies to attack a prison. Oh my goodness, so thrilling. De Zhuang lay lazily on Zhang Shuhui, their eyes meeting, and she seemed to see disdain reflected in his gaze. Are you alright, De Zhuang? Did they mistreat you? On the other side, the howling wind ceased and visibility around them became clearer. Si Yuan looked up and saw Jiang Yu standing directly opposite him, rummaging through something in the space. Meanwhile, fast-moving zombies from the horde were rushing through the main gate, wave after wave. Everyone was in chaos, all focused on defending against the zombies. He had never felt such anger before. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the power of lightning and fiercely struck towards Jiang Yu. Die, bitch! Jiang Yu easily dodged and finally pulled out a large black object. Bai Qingwei, having no extensive knowledge of weapons, could only tell that it was a gun. Have you ever seen a Gatling gun that emits blue light? Jiang Yu tilted her head, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The smile then gradually expanded. Run! Si Yuan's pupils jolted, grabbing Bai Qingwei and turning to flee. Bastard! Die! You think you can ambush me and then capture my cat? You want to be my boss? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Bang 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 bang. Although Jiang Yu had spoken coldly moments before, she instantly transformed into someone else. Her face twisted with a sickly madness as she crazily pursued the two. The dense gunfire behind Si Yuan made him feel a chill run down his spine for the first time. This madwoman, where did she get such weapons? Is this something a woman should be using? He dragged Bai Qingwei in a desperate run, pursued by Jiang Yu, who was spraying bullets. Her target was set on their position. It was clear that she wanted them dead. Die! Ha ha! Today not a single living person shall escape from here. I was just staying in the city peacefully, not provoking any of you. Bastard! You captured my Dezhuang for breeding. Ambushed me, stole my crystal core. I will kill you all. Jiang Yu fixed her gaze on Bai Qingwei and Si Yuan. To be precise, she was hunting Bai Qingwei, this legendary female protagonist, one destined to kill her in the future. From their first encounter, Jiang Yu wanted to kill her, but back then she was waiting for the crystal core from the man-eating tree. She planned to wait until things settled down before killing her. But unexpectedly, she turned around and bumped into Dezhuang, confirming that Bai Qingwei was indeed her natural enemy. In this apocalypse, it's either you die or I perish. It has nothing to do with right or wrong, only standpoint. Since Bai Qingwei is destined to be her opposition, such a person must die. The Gatling gun, an absolute existence in the realm of machine guns, can fire 5,000 rounds per minute, leaving a path of corpses in its wake. When she discovered that weapons depot in Song City, there were 2 Gatling guns. She and Song City each took one. Unexpectedly, it was put to use so quickly. Jiang Yu pursued relentlessly like a madwoman as bricks and stones flew everywhere where the Gatling gun swept across. Bai Qingwei was indeed lucky. It was not easy for Jiang Yu to hunt her down. Various unexpected events continuously slowed her down. However, instead of feeling irritated, she felt an indescribable excitement rising within her. It felt as if she was about to break through some sort of shackles. Dropping bricks were kicked aside. When the ground suddenly caved in, she dashed past before it collapsed. When a manhole cover unexpectedly cracked open, she simply jumped over it. In any case, she dodged all sorts of accidents if she could, and for those she couldn't, Jiang Yu tackled Hedon. She would rather suffer 800 losses to take out 1,000 enemies. There was a kind of reckless madness. She had been suppressing the urge to destroy everything within her. Normally, training like a madwoman with zombies was also a way to vent that frustration. But at this moment she was utterly enraged. The psychological breach opened, and she could not be stopped. On the other side, Bai Qingwei tripped over something and fell hard to the ground. Just as she was about to be hit, a shelf above collapsed, blocking her and Jiang Yu. Seizing this opportunity, Si Yuan gathered his abilities, unleashing lightning bolts towards Jiang Yu. But it was too fast. Her dodging speed was too quick, and the gun in her hand was also too fast. Jiang Yu swiftly climbed over the iron shelf, and the two ran far away again. But it was alright, today no one would escape. Si Yuan and Bai Qingwei, none of them would be able to leave. She was struck on the head by a falling brick, blood smeared across half her face. Si Yuan's lightning abilities couldn't harm her, but Bai Qingwei's strange luck could. Therefore she must die. Jiang Yu tightly pursued the two with the machine gun. Stop running. Si Yuan, stop, let's talk this over. Didn't you want me to join? Look, I brought you a great gift. Did you hear the screams outside? Even your brothers, even if they are ability users, can't endlessly use their powers right. Listen to their screams, they must be suffering terribly, ha ha ha. Do you still want to be a coward? Come out, stop hiding, hurry out, I can see you. Not knowing what's good for you, you won't come out, huh? In the narrow passage, Jiang Yu walked forward, checking the cells on both sides. You really are like a mouse, excellent at hiding. Si Yuan, Bai Qingwei, I really see you. In the dim corner, Bai Qingwei tightly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, Si Yuan had been shot in the abdomen, suppressing his breathing, terrified of being discovered. Damn it, who would believe her nonsense at this time? If they really went out, they would absolutely be turned into sieves. This madwoman. Bai Qingwei peeked out from the corner and saw Jiang Yu covered in blood stealthily approaching their direction. Blood from her forehead trickled into her eyes, dyeing one of them a bright red. Yet this person seemed as if she was oblivious to the pain, actually smiling. So terrifying. Bai Qingwei's pupils constricted as she suddenly noticed something red surging from the wound on Jiang Yu's forehead. What was that thing? Monster. This terrifying woman is a monster. She is not human, but a monster wearing human skin. Bai Qingwei's teeth chattered, her whole body trembling, biting her lip tightly, afraid of crying out. At this moment, a light, fluttering voice rang in her ears. Ah, I found you. As Jiang Yu's words fell, she casually began to fire in a random direction. However, Bai Qingwei thought she had truly found her, and as soon as the gunshots rang out, she screamed and ran out from the corner, sprinting away. Si Yuan barely had time to cover her mouth. Jiang Yu tilted her head slightly looking at Si Yuan who was thrown. Si Yuan clutched his blood-soaked abdomen, his face pale, as he stared at Jiang Yu, feeling for the first time that a woman could be so terrifying. She is a madwoman, completely and utterly insane. I should never have provoked her. Jiang Yu, we bear no grudge against each other. One should let go when possible. He'll return the crystal core to you. I don't want it. Poor thing left behind. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Yu looked at him with sympathy, then raised her gun. Tat 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 tat. In a flurry of gunfire, Si Yuan's handsome head was blown apart. Jiang Yu took her crystal core from his pocket. It's my thing, I can take it myself without bothering you to return it. Meanwhile, Bai Qingwei stumbled towards the exit only to find the courtyard filled with zombies. Si Yuan's people had almost all died. Help! Help! Save me! She cried out in despair, but suddenly realized that these zombies seemed to be attracted by the blood of others and did not come to bite her at all. Bai Qingwei seized the opportunity and hurriedly squeezed out. However, at this moment she failed to notice that someone had already aimed at her. Jiang Yu caught up with Bai Qingwei fixating on her back as she unleashed a full barrage from her submachine gun. The female protagonist, right? Lucky, huh? I refuse to believe I can't kill you today. Only one of us can survive. The dense gunfire followed closely behind Bai Qingwei, but most of the bullets were blocked by the horde of zombies, and the remaining ones she managed to dodge. With a rate of over 6,000 rounds per minute combined with Jiang Yu's skills, a normal human could not possibly dodge. Yet Bai Qingwei stumbled here, and there a horde of zombies suddenly pouncing, always managing to narrowly avoid Jiang Yu's attacks. Her luck was astonishing. Zhang Shuhui, hiding in a corner, saw Jiang Yu fiercely pursuing a frail figure and quickly recognized that it was the female protagonist Bai Qingwei. Damn, the female protagonist and the antagonist have already crossed paths. With such fierce firepower from the master, she should maybe be able to win. She was a bit worried, and her hands, which were massaging Dazhuang, unconsciously tightened. The tabby cat squinted its eyes, finally somewhat satisfied. Just now that humans seemed weak, as if they hadn't eaten. Now the pressure felt just right. But upon raising its eyes, it also saw Bai Qingwei and Jiang Yu, who was crazily firing behind her. Upon seeing Bai Qingwei, it bristled, its entire body tense. It let out a sharp meow. Meow. That wicked woman. She was the one who pricked my balls with a needle. Kill her, you bastard. No matter how lucky Bai Qingwei is, there will always be places she can't cover. Since there was no way to evade, and she took the first shot, Jiang Yu found it much easier after that. At least there wouldn't be any sudden, inexplicable things falling from the sky to smash her, or a zombie suddenly charging out to block her path. Bai Qingwei was shot in the shoulder, blood gushing out, yet the zombies around her seemed to ignore her completely. She covered her shoulder and quickly ran out the prison gate. She just wanted to run quickly to leave this cursed place and distance herself from that madwoman. But she failed to notice that in an open area, she was actually easier to snipe. Jiang Yu kicked away the charging zombies and directly swept her machine gun at the surrounding attackers. Among them were two of Si Yuan's ability users, but so what? They were all doomed. Those people didn't have Bai Qingwei's good fortune, their abilities had already been exhausted fighting the zombie horde. To think they still wanted to kill Jiang Yu for revenge was tantamount to seeking death. Swept by the machine gun, they fell dead on the spot. Bang bang. Two shots hit Bai Qingwei's legs, causing her to tumble to the ground, dust flying up and covering her face. She looked even more pitiful. Seeing Jiang Yu, that madwoman, catching up, she trembled in despair, propping herself up with her hands and continually retreating. Why? I haven't harmed you. Why are you relentless in pursuing me? Let me go. I promise that if I see you in the future, I'll keep my distance. I swear I won't speak ill of you. Let me go, let me go. My friends have all died at your hands. Why must you pursue? With tears streaming down her face, her pale features were filled with despair. Just then the originally bright sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. Boom. Rumble. Jiang Yu frowned, not wasting words, with Bai Qingwei directly aiming her gun at her and unleashing a full barrage. As the saying goes, the highest etiquette when facing an enemy is to empty the magazine. Tat 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 tat. The dense bullets struck Bai Qingwei while at the same time thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. Thunderbolts fell one after another towards Jiang Yu. She quickly dodged, then continued firing at Bai Qingwei. Even knowing that she must have already died, Jiang Yu dared not be careless against someone with such incredible luck. The apocalypse has come, abilities can awaken. Oh, what if she isn't completely dead? Thus she kept shooting at Bai Qingwei as the lightning struck her continuously. Lightning struck the ground, smoke rising everywhere. Zhang Shuhui watched from afar, feeling her scalp tingle. What kind of hellish scene is this? Those aren't the lightning summoned by ability users, that's real heavenly thunder. Doesn't she fear death? The master is so brave. She held Dazhuang, both her and the cat's eyes gleaming, one with red hearts, the other with madness. Rumble. Crackle. Rumble. Strike me. If you can strike me dead. Huh. Just watch, you gave her so much luck, yet she still dies at my hands. What can you do? If you can kill me, kill me. Kill me, and it'll just be reborn. The moment I am reborn, I'll kill her again. Crackle. Ha ha. Tat tat tat. After a series of gunshots, Jiang Yu was out of bullets. Jiang Yu put away the machine gun, looking arrogantly at the sky, as if someone up there was watching her. I tell you, the fate you arranged for me, I don't want it. I don't want it. Do you hear me? Ha ha. She appeared deranged, while Bai Qingwei at the center of the lightning had already been turned into a sieve. She glared at Jiang Yu with spiteful eyes, not knowing whether it was because she hadn't completely breathed her last, or was just unwilling to close her eyes. But that wasn't enough. Bai Qingwei was too sinister. There could be no unforeseen events. She poured gasoline over her and lit it. As she did this, the thunder in the sky grew even more intense, as though the entire sky was about to split apart. Zhang Shuhui shrank her neck, looking terrified at the incessant lightning striking down. It felt like she was watching someone undergoing tribulation in a cultivation novel. Bai Qingwei is the luckiest female protagonist. If the master kills her, will this world collapse? Will I have a chance to return to my world to see my mother? But it seems like before it collapses, she will be struck dead by the lightning. She rushed forward, preparing to use her shield ability to withstand the lightning. But just halfway through, a bolt of lightning struck down, causing her whole body to go numb, unable to move. Dazwang's body also stiffened, instantly beginning to emit smoke. Meow. On the other side, Jiang Yu ignited a lighter and tossed it onto Bai Qingwei. Flames erupted into the... In that moment, as the fire ignited, the thunder in the sky exploded wildly, then ceased. It was like a raging person was suddenly hit by a sneak attack. As the thunder ceased, Jiang Yu stopped staring at the burning flames, her eyes flickering with an indescribable light. However, just then a bolt of lightning struck her head with lightning speed. This time the speed was too fast, as she didn't have time to completely dodge. But this bolt of lightning was much weaker than before, previously aimed to directly kill her. This time, however, it felt like a reluctant compromise. Rumble. Bang. Jiang Yu was charred black at the spot. She coughed several times, then spat out a few puffs of white smoke. This time the sky completely calmed down, the sun shining brightly. It was as if everything strange that had just happened had never occurred. Jiang Yu felt as if something had been released from her body. That feeling was indescribable, as if she had broken free from an invisible shackle, allowing her entire being to relax. Jiang Yu stood by the flames, waiting for the cremation to finish. She carefully pulled the remaining bones from the fire and crushed them into ash, letting the wind disperse them. She then searched the pile of ashes again, confirming there were no hidden survivors, no chance of resurrection. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Between her and Bai Qingwei there was no hatred of crushing bones, but to prevent all possibilities, she had to eradicate them completely. Jiang Yu stared at the person and the cat before her, unsure of what whims had struck them this time. There was something odd about the way they looked at her. A hot wind blew, carrying a thick smell of blood. The once prison filled with inmates was now overrun with a horde of zombies. Not a single living soul remained. Go close the prison door. This was directed at Zhang Shuhui. Although Zhang Shuhui did not understand why they had to do this, Jiang Yu had previously made it clear that if she wanted to follow her, she needed to be an obedient and valuable subordinate. So she hurriedly wrapped herself with her abilities and squeezed to the door. At this moment, most of Si Yuan's subordinates inside had already perished, leaving scattered limbs and pieces of flesh everywhere. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the stench of zombies assaulted her senses, making her feel nauseous. Especially since these creatures had little intelligence, the zombies inside were jammed and did not know to move, while most of the ones behind were stuck at the door. It was a dark mass reminiscent of the Spring Festival travel rush. Zhang Shuhui was petite and was quickly swallowed up by the horde of zombies struggling to push her way through. Hey zombie brother, could you shift your backside? You're blocking my view, I need to get in. And you Annie next to me, stop gnawing, your dentures are about to fall out. Move aside, move aside. You back there, I'm warning you, stop licking. Your saliva is all over my protective shield, that's disgusting. If you keep licking I will really get angry. Slurp slurp. De Zhuang had injected too much anesthetic and had yet to recover. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Jiang Yu picked him up. To her, De Zhuang's weight was no different from that of a normal cat. Not heavy at all. The fierce tabby cat lowered its head and licked her hand, its barbed tongue causing a slight itch on her skin. Meow. It glanced towards the direction where Zhang Shuhui had disappeared. Jiang Yu understood its meaning and spoke up. From now on she will follow us, but if I sense any treachery, she can disappear at any time. Meow. Don't worry, you are still the second in command. Zhang Shuhui will be behind you. Meow. Now that was more acceptable. On the other side, Zhang Shuhui struggled to push her way inside, using all her strength to close the prison gate. A portion of the zombies at the entrance were directly trapped outside. It was like those who had not bought tickets. However, these zombies, smelling the blood inside frantically, tried to push their way in. If not for the protective barrier, Zhang Shuhui felt that even if she wasn't bitten, she would be crushed into a meat pie. Once she completed all of this and squeezed out from the horde of zombies, she glanced up and saw a thin figure in the distance calmly watching her while holding a large cat. She joyfully walked over. The master and De Zhuang are waiting for me. Does this mean I've passed the probation period? I will definitely work hard from now on, being the most obedient lackey. Lord Jiang Yu, the door is closed. She had completed what Jiangyu had instructed but couldn't help but ask, but why lock them up? Have you heard of refining insects? Zhang Shuhui nodded, the glasses held by a string on her nose swaying, as if they might fall off at any moment. Zombies in a prolonged state without food will consume their kind, so we keep the low-level zombies together. The strong will hunt the weak, and eventually second-tier zombies will appear. The transition from low-level to second-tier zombies is a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Zhang Shui's eyes sparkled, so it could work like this. When reading novels, she had only seen second-tier zombies, never considering how they came to be. After Jiangyu finished speaking, she turned to Dezhuang. Dezhuang, mark this down. This is our breeding ground number 45. Given the number of zombies here, we can probably harvest second-tier zombies within half a month. Dezhuang meowed and jumped down from Jiangyu's arms, staggering to the wall to relieve himself. Zhang Shuhui was astonished. There was such a method. Is that really a mark? What if the smell of the urine dissipates in a few days? Hey. No worries, Dezhuang eats meat, has a strong constitution, and the smell lasts quite a while. Jiangyu recalled the first time Dezhuang had urinated on her pillow, which had left a lingering odor even after being left on the balcony for half a month. Just then Dezhuang returned. He was feeling weak and was about to climb onto Jiangyu's lap to be carried back. However, he noticed her frowning while staring at his backside, and before he could react, he felt a chill on his rear. Zhang Shuhui quickly grabbed a torn piece of clothing from the ground and wiped it under his backside. Then she smiled brightly and said, "Lord Jiangyu, I've cleaned it, there's no smell now." Jiangyu bent down to pick up Dezhuang. Dezhuang. Before leaving, Jiangyu stored the motorcycle that Zhang Shuhui had ridden into her space. After all, it wasn't broken, she couldn't just throw it away for the sake of looking cool. She then took out a sidecar from the space. Holding Dezhuang, she sat inside, sitting up straight and waiting to drive. Zhang Shuhui looked at the suddenly appeared sidecar, momentarily stunned. "What are you dawdling for?" Jiangyu glanced at her. "Drive the car." Dezhuang meowed proudly, straightening his neck. "If we have a butler to serve us now." Status. Zhang Shuhui, realizing what was happening, wiped her hands on her clothes, mounted the brand new vehicle, and just squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Hey, wait for me. I'm not on the car yet. Don't make me." The plump gray rat ran surprisingly fast. It quickly climbed onto the car, ready to crawl onto Jiangyu. Dezhuang shot a glare, growling low in his throat. With a flick of its tail, the rat slipped under the front footrest. Zhang Shuhui saw the rat climbing next to her foot and stiffly turned her neck. Looking down, just then the gray rat raised its head. Their eyes met, its red pupils unwavering. Ultimately, Zhang Shuhui was the first to look away, taking a few deep breaths before driving off. Upon returning home, it had already been over an hour. Zhang Shuhui, once a reclusive homebody, now preferred to hide in the park eating grass rather than venture out into danger after the apocalypse. It was her first time climbing to such a height of 25 floors, and by the time she reached the door, her legs trembled uncontrollably. The key was that Jiangyu walked quickly, and she dared not lag behind, gritting her teeth to keep up. By the time she got home, she was soaked through, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. The temperature was already high, and on top of that, Jiangyu lived on the top floor. The temperature was even higher. Zhang Shuhui wiped the sweat from her forehead, quickly surveying the room. Then she swiftly entered into her role as a housekeeper. "Lord Jiangyu, please lie down." She swiftly pulled out a piece of cardboard from a corner of the living room and rushed back to Jiangyu's side. "They'll fan you, but it's too hot for you to do this yourself. Now that I am here, I am your personal housekeeper. I am the housekeeper, the cook, the gardener, and the cleaning. All the words are mine, oh, no one can take them from me. Once the master adapts to being served, she won't be able to live without me. I am indeed a clever little one." "Ahaha." She chuckled, not caring that she was drenched in sweat, vigorously fanning Jiangyu. It looked a bit foolish, but surprisingly it was not unpleasant. Jiangyu walked to the balcony, closed the glass door, and then took out a remote control, pressing a button for the air conditioning. Beep. Zhang Shuhui stared at her in disbelief, thinking it was impossible. But when the first cool breeze blew from the air conditioner, she jumped up with joy. Air conditioning. I can actually feel the air conditioning. The roof is covered in solar panels. The air conditioner and fan can all be used, Jiangyu explained. Zhang Shuhui rushed to the air vent with the cardboard in hand, and the icy wind blew against her face, causing every pore to quickly contract, making her feel comfortable from her toes to the crown of her head. So refreshing. Achoo. Zhang Shuhui rubbed her nose vigorously, while Dezhuang rolled his eyes at her. A human who had never seen the world was amazed by a mere air conditioner. It had trampled countless air conditioning units. Before Jiangyu entered the space, she had told her that there was melted water in the bathtub on the balcony that had been heated by the sun, which could be used for bathing. Then she went into the space to take a bath. Although the area of the space was only equivalent to a small village, after Jiangyu planted many plants and raised numerous animals inside, it had come to life. The space gradually began to operate, resembling a miniature planet. The original pond surprisingly started to expand. This time she came in, Jiangyu noticed that the pond had widened again, becoming a pool of water. The inlet of the pond was connected to a small stream with water gently flowing, not very clear, but there were many fish and shrimp visible inside. There were also various fish she had thrown in. Jiang Yu followed the direction of the stream, wanting to see where this flowing water originated. Eventually she discovered that the end of the stream was beside a hill behind the woods in a pit that wasn't too large. In the pit was a spring bubbling with mud and sand surging upwards. It seemed to be flowing water from underground. She had originally worried that with so many animals and plants in the space, there wouldn't be enough water. But now there was no need to worry. With the presence of life, the space formed a complete ecological loop. At that moment, beside the small water pit, a hen was leading a group of chicks to drink water. Seeing someone approach, the hen flapped her wings and ran away, and the chicks soon followed. Since it was water that animals could drink, it should be fine for humans as well. Jiang Yu scooped a bit of water with her hands and tasted it. It was different from the mountain spring water she had been expecting. This water was slightly murky, much like ordinary river water with a hint of a fishy smell. It was fine for washing and irrigation, but it was best to filter it if she wanted to drink it straight. Jiang Yu washed her face with the water, and just as she finished, she looked up to see a black and white pig walking towards her. After drinking, the pig glanced at her with its distinctly black and white eyes. Then arrogantly it urinated by the water's edge and walked away. The murky yellow urine slowly spread in the water. Given the pig's experienced posture, it seemed this wasn't the first time it had done such a thing. She reminded herself that it was okay, this was flowing water. At least with this flowing water, the animals in the space wouldn't suffer from a lack of water. She would have an endless supply of meat and fruits. For example, this pig was plump and wealth perfect for appearing on the table. She was already somewhat impatient, sharpening her knives for the pig and sheep. Jiang Yu picked a pear from the woods, eating it as she walked back. Previously, she had piled stones by the pond to create a small bathing pool. Now with the pond widening, the small bathing pool had sunk to the riverbed. Thinking that the layout of the river might change again, Jiang Yu was too lazy to rebuild the bathing pool. After rummaging around in the space for a while, she found a French ceramic bathtub collected from a mall. She directly placed the bathtub by the river and filled it with water from the small pool using a bucket, then got in to scrub herself. After her bath, she strolled around the space for a while, inspecting her territory. The saplings she had planted had all grown tall and were starting to bear fruit. There were many fruit trees in the woods. Some had just begun to bear fruit, while others were already laden with ripe produce. The ground was covered with fallen ripe fruit. Animals eating the fallen fruit also contributed their waste, which nourished the trees. In this space, everything thrived, resembling a paradise. A beautiful rooster stood high on the treetop, and seeing Jiang Yu approach, it flapped its wings and flew away. This was Jiang Yu's first time realizing that chickens could fly so far. The small patch of watermelons she had planted had ripened, and some had been eaten by animals, but there were still a few good. Jiang Yu picked two, carrying them back to her small house, placing the watermelons on the ground, and also picking a basket of strawberries from the vegetable garden, preparing to chill them for dinner. Before leaving, she tossed some of the murky crystal cores she had accumulated over the past few days into the dry well. These cores couldn't be used right now, but what if there was a way to remove the impurities in the future? After all, they were painstakingly extracted, and it would be a shame to throw them away. By the time she emerged from the space, over an hour had passed. As she stepped out of the space, she instinctively paused for a moment, almost thinking she had gone to the wrong place. The place where she entered the space was her own room, so naturally, when she exited the space, she appeared back in her room. However, the sight before her was startlingly clean. There was not a speck of dust on the window glass, the clothes in the wardrobe were neatly arranged from light to dark, and the floor was free of even a single hair. The most absurd part was that the cream-colored bedsheet on the bed had no wrinkles at all, and the quilt was folded neatly into blocks. This block, goodness, it even had edges and corners. It was ridiculous. She walked out of the room, and in the bathroom the mirror looked as good as new. In the kitchen, all the utensils were either stored in cabinets or drawers, and the countertop was shining brightly. As she entered the living room, she finally saw someone bent over, focused on the floor, scrutinizing the tiles with one visible lens of her glasses. She was using a small toothpick to scrape the dirt from the cracks in the floor. In her entire life, this was the first time she had seen someone clean the floor cracks with a toothpick. Zhang Shuhui was engrossed in cleaning when her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of feet appearing in her line of sight. She looked up and smiled broadly. "Master Jiang Yu. Look, isn't it clean?" After saying this, she stood up somewhat awkwardly, rubbing her hands together. Jiang Yu looked at the spotless room before her and felt something was off. She hadn't been one to neglect cleaning before, but her main task every day had been training, with cleaning being a mere occasional affair. She had never imagined that this room could be so clean. She looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Goodness, they had even cleaned the lights. How did she manage to climb up there? I brought a bucket of water that was sunbathing on the balcony to clean myself, but I didn't bring any extra clothes, so I went downstairs to find a few fitting outfits and wash them in the sun. By the time I finish showering, the clothes will be dry. The water that was left from my shower I used to clean, so nothing went to waste. The kitchen seems to have hardly been used, but that's okay. Oh, I'll take care of that in the future. I originally wanted to clean the sofa, but I didn't have the means, so I just wiped it a little. She adjusted her glasses that had slipped down her nose. Master Dazhuang has gone out. She finished explaining everything she had done. She didn't know what else to say, nervously picking at her fingers. Zhang Shuhui was like a tightly stretched rubber band. After receiving Jiang Yu's approval to join this small team, she immediately started frantically looking for work, trying to prove herself. You did well, it's quite clean. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui's eyes lit up instantly. From now on, let me take care of the cleaning at home. I will also strive to advance my abilities and become the most perfect bulletproof tower. Jiang Yu nodded and handed her a handful of freshly picked strawberries. Then, based on Zhang Shui's figure, she searched in the space and found clothes that weren't a perfect fit, but could be worn. She also found bedding and placed it in the guest room. After thinking for a moment, she took out a mattress. From now on, you'll sleep in the guest room. These clothes might be a bit big, but they should fit. I've also tossed a towel and toiletries on the bed for you. You can organize them yourself. Also, that large plastic basin you use for trash is Dazhuang's nest, so it's best to clear it out before he comes back. He really likes sleeping in it. Zhang Shuhui. Jiang Yu closed the door to the guest room and left. Inside the room, Zhang Shuhui let out a sigh of relief looking at the brand new mattress, while making her bed, her nose turning red. Back home, she could sleep on a soft bed every day, but ever since she traveled here, she hadn't had a proper nest. She had been sleeping on the floor all this time, sometimes not even managing to grab a spot, and instead sitting nervously at the entrance of an empty hole. She sniffled. Perhaps there was too much dust in the air, making her nose itch. By the time she hung up the clothes one by one, tears were streaming down her face, and her nose was running. Woo, it must be conjunctivitis acting up. Zhang Shuhui wouldn't shed useless tears. In the living room, Jiang Yu seriously took out a small notebook and began to calculate the time. Since she discovered that zombies would produce second-tier zombies by devouring each other, she had been continuously confining the horde in enclosed spaces. Then every week, she would harvest second-tier zombies. Counting the days, she should go to the breeding farm on the 26th tomorrow. With this thought, she circled the number 6 with her pen. Today she had been busy with Dazhuang's affairs and hadn't checked on the little man-eating tree in the kettle. Suddenly Jiang Yu remembered there was a little creature trapped in the kettle. She took off the stainless steel kettle hanging on her body and gently shook it. Inside there were indeed sounds of clinking. It seemed that little man-eating tree was quite active. Using a large needle, she pricked her finger, letting the blood drip into a cup of water to dilute it, then quickly opened the lid to pour the water in before closing it again. The entire process was smooth and swift. The man-eating tree didn't even find an opportunity to escape. Those surging bloodlines gave her immense healing abilities. But until she figured out what this thing was, she felt a constant unease. The more she thought about it these days, the more she felt something was off. This was definitely not a successful genetic experiment by the doctor. She was certain that her healing abilities were due to these bloodlines, but what exactly were they? Were they truly her own? Did it merge with her, or was it a parasitic or symbiotic relationship? These questions were potential hazards. If it were symbiotic, that would be fine, mutually beneficial. But what if it was parasitic? Jiang Yu carefully recalled the scenes from the laboratory, trying to find any clues. However, those people were very cautious later on, even avoiding discussing that incident in front of her. After a while, there was no noise coming from the kettle in her hand. Jiang Yu shook it. There was no sound of water. It seemed the water had been consumed. But keeping this man-eating tree trapped in the kettle wasn't a solution either. However, if she released it, this little guy would likely escape. Just as Jiang Yu was pondering, Zhang Shuhui emerged from the room. She was still wearing the same clothes as before, a loose t-shirt hanging on her which was clearly a short sleeve, but was worn like a 5-point sleeve. What are you doing, Master Jiang Yu? She stared at her, the freckles on her nose sparkling with curiosity. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Yu pull out a dagger and suddenly slice open her palm. What is going on? Why harm oneself for no reason? Master Jiang Yu. You're bleeding. She hurriedly grabbed her clothes to wipe it, but Jiang Yu stopped her action. Look at this, have you ever seen something like this? She raised her palm and brought it close to Zhang Shui's face. Zhang Shui squatted down, her eyes widening as she looked at the wound in her palm, and upon seeing it she went numb. She fell to the ground. Terrified, she looked at the blood from her wound where a mass of writhing blood veins emerged. Those veins appeared to be as thin as a hair, intertwining and twisting. As they twisted, the wound in Jiang Yu's palm healed at an observable speed. The entire healing process took no more than a minute. She stared blankly at Jiang Yu. How is this possible? However, why does it look so much like red dragon beard candy? No, what on earth am I thinking? How could such a thing exist in the body of the master? Zhang Shuhui shook her head honestly. No, I've never seen anything like this appear on other ability users. Master, is this a parasite? She spoke the last few words with great caution. Could it be that she had eaten too much sashimi? Jiang Yu shook her head in disappointment. I don't know yet, but it could be. It seemed that Zhang Shuhui also did not know the origin of this thing. She stared at Jiang Yu's palm, grabbed the edge of her clothes, and wiped the blood clean. The smooth and tender palm had no trace of injury. She gazed at the healed wound. A flash of inspiration surged in her mind, as if something had quickly passed by, but she couldn't grasp it. That afternoon Zhang Shui kept recalling the novels she had read, trying to find the origins of that dragon beard candy, but no matter how hard she tried to remember she couldn't. In the afternoon, while lost in thought, she swept the terrace with a... Looking up, she saw the rooftop covered with solar panels focusing on the gaps where a dogtail grass swayed in the wind. Just as she marveled at the resilience of life, suddenly inspiration struck. A clever idea seemed to string together something. Wait, I think I've discovered something. Grass. Yes, plants. I know what that thing is now. In the book, the female protagonist Bai Qingwei's greatest advantage is her lucky halo. With the lucky halo, she first found a crystal core and unexpectedly awakened her abilities after swallowing it. Then a powerful figure died, passing on their space treasure to Bai Qingwei. She gained a space treasure. Then a teammate died, and she obtained a batch of unexpected supplies. When the base was destroyed, it was a zombie king she had saved that annihilated everyone, leaving only her alive. Indeed, the male protagonist of this book is a zombie king. A 2-meter-tall zombie king with 8-pack abs and intelligence. Then the female protagonist teams up with the zombie king to scavenge. Starting with a set of lucky halos, everything else came to her naturally. But no matter how human-like the zombie king appeared, he was ultimately a zombie, and could sometimes lose his rationality, falling into a berserker state. The female protagonist, deeply in love with the zombie king, began to search for something that could suppress his rampage when he went berserk. Ultimately, she found it on the body of the island master Jiangyu. The Forbidden Island was filled with strange monsters that all categorized survivors despised. Thus, for the sake of humanity, the female protagonist united many powerful ability users to break into the Forbidden Island and eliminate the monsters there. She then killed the final antagonist Jiangyu and obtained something from her body. From then on, the female protagonist possessed a miraculous ability. She planted a beautiful mutated white rose and could manipulate that mutated plant as flexibly as her own hand. Every time the zombie king went berserk, she would feed him her blood, and he would swiftly regain his rationality. So is it possible that the strange dragon beard candy ability she took from Jiangyu is the source of this? After all, she had gained something every time she killed an antagonist, but after Jiangyu's death, there was no straightforward description of what the female protagonist took. The ability of the female protagonist to control the rose and the act of feeding the zombie king blood both occurred after Jiangyu's death. Therefore, these are definitely related to what she took from the master. Yes, it must be. The case is solved. When she read the novel before, she thought the idea of falling in love with a zombie king was really exciting. But now, having actually crossed into the apocalypse and gotten up close to zombies, Zhang Shui found it quite unsettling. The zombie king. Couldn't he also have evolved from an ordinary zombie? Did he eat the same things as ordinary zombies when he was a low-level zombie? Zhang Shui shivered. She tossed the broom aside and returned to the house, planning to tell Jiangyu her guess. Master Jiangyu. As she spoke, the familiar headache struck again, and 2 warm liquids flowed from her nostrils. Without needing to wipe, she knew it was definitely not mucus. Jiangyu was sitting in the living room reading. When she raised her eyes and saw Zhang Shui with 2 streams of nosebleed, she said, "No need to say anything, I already know. First, go cool your neck with water and stop the bleeding." Zhang Shui boldly wiped with the back of her hand, instantly smearing nosebleed across half her face. "No, you don't understand. What I want to tell you is definitely what you want to know the most. Your hand." Before she could finish, she spat out a mouthful of old blood, and Jiangyu skillfully raised the book to block her face. "You don't need to say anything more." She sincerely felt that if this continued, Zhang Shui would turn into a fountain of blood. She had already heard what she needed to hear while sitting on the sofa. Who knew that after hearing her words, Zhang Shui's eyes lit up? Right? No need to say. I can just write it down. Master Jiangyu, hurry and give me paper and a pen, I will copy. Before she could finish, her right hand suddenly cramped and her 5 fingers tightened, rendering them completely immobile. My hand, my chicken claw syndrome has flared up. My left hand is cramping too, help me, save me. As she mentally roared in frustration, a pair of hands gripped her wrist, and Jiangyu looked at her with a determined, "I have found out what that thing in your palm is. I've got some leads. You are bleeding and cramping, but it looks quite serious. Let's stop the bleeding first." "You know? How did you find out?" After dismissing her spoiler behavior, Zhang Shui's dizziness faded and her nosebleed stopped. Her hand instantly relaxed. Reading is fundamental. There are hidden treasures in books. Jiangyu lifted the book in her hand. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses and looked closely. Shanhai Jing. Does it contain such knowledge? Yes, it records many legendary strange occurrences, Jiangyu said solemnly, looking serious. Zhang Shui instantly felt narrow-minded, realizing she shouldn't have spent all her time reading novels. It would have been better to read something useful. She looked at Jiangyu with admiration. "Master Jiangyu, I am going to wash my face now." "Go ahead," Jiangyu waved her hand. "And don't call me Master Jiangyu anymore, it sounds strange." "Then what should I call you?" "Whatever you want." "All right, Master. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Even the most loyal person wouldn't want their feelings fully exposed to the sun. Moreover, if she told her, would her own thoughts still remain true? Therefore, the fact that she could hear Zhang Shui's inner voice could only be known to herself. Since Zhang Shui was well-versed in the teachings, she would surely understand her actions. If not, then she wouldn't qualify as a good disciple. When Zhang Shui finished washing her face and returned while rubbing her wrist, she saw Jiang Yu holding something. It was grasped in Jiang Yu's hand, struggling desperately. The two small branches on either side of its body flailed like hands frantically tugging at Jiang Yu's fingers. A tuft of delicate roots peeked out from beneath his fist, kicking its legs. What the hell is this? Is it a— No, how could a mandragora be this thin? A ginseng spirit. The master was surrounded by talents, a powerful warrior, and even a ginseng could become spiritual. Being with such a group of talented individuals rounding it off, I am also talented. Her eyes sparkled as she approached, squatting down and staring at the wriggling object in Jiang Yu's hand. Master, can the ginseng spirit prolong life? This is a mutated plant, Dianju. What is Dianju? Jiang Yu's calm voice flowed. It is a plant that grows in the Amazon River basin in the primordial forest, scientifically named Dianju, but more commonly referred to as the man-eating tree. There are thousands of plants that animals can eat, but very few that can eat meat in return. The Nepenthes is considered a small carnivorous plant, while Dianju is currently known as the largest carnivorous plant. Have you seen some foreign religious legends? In many of those legends, the man-eating tree is modeled after Dianju. Zhang Shui suddenly understood. Indeed, big shots need to read more books. This is certainly something the master learned from reading. Wait, mutated plant. Could it be that the master had long suspected he could control plants, so he started capturing mutated plants? But if that's the case, why were there only bizarre monsters on the Forbidden Island back then? When the female protagonist attacked, did she not find any mutated plants under control fighting back? Zhang Shui stared blankly at the mutated Dianju in Jiang Yu's hand. Her eyes behind the lenses gradually began to blank out. When she came to her senses, she looked at the harmless-looking man-eating tree and wanted to reach out and touch it. She thought that, and she did it. As she reached out, the man-eating tree hooked her finger with its branch-like appendages. Lord Jiang Yu, look at shaking hands with me, it likes me. Compared to Zhang Shui's excitement, Jiang Yu was not so. He reminded her, although it is in its seedling state, it is still a man-eating tree. I advise you not to touch it. Zhang Shui laughed cheerfully, just about to say it was okay. But the next second the branch elongated, wrapping around her index finger, then suddenly tightened, secreting corrosive. The sharp pain turned Zhang Shui's face pale, her features contorting in an instant. She pulled back forcefully, but the man-eating tree, though small, was surprisingly strong, utterly refusing to budge. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Jiang Yu flicked the man-eating tree. Let go, her finger is going to break. The man-eating tree not only did not let go, but tightened its grip even more. Its two small leaves flailed wildly, showing off its arrogance. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled faintly, his eyes calm. Since it won't listen, then let's just get rid of that hand. Then he took out scissors and directly snipped off the branch at the root. Once separated from the main body, the branch instantly went limp, drooping on Zhang Shui's finger. She hurriedly shook her finger to throw off the branch, but at that moment her finger was already covered in blisters, the skin corroded, as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Zhang Shui was on the verge of tears, clearly seeing Jiang Yu handling it without any issue. She thought the little man-eating tree had no offensive power, and went to touch it. Who would have thought that a seemingly small and adorable twig could be so vicious? More terrifying than the powerful warrior. If the scissors hadn't come in time, her finger would have probably been snapped off. Indeed, the pets around were all quite brutal. She would never dare to underestimate them again. Truly, the master is impressive. After dealing with her nosebleed, Zhang Shui turned to bandage her finger. The man-eating tree, having lost one branch, angrily shook its head, nearly breaking its neck. The next day, a tender sprout grew from the cut, and by evening it had grown halfway. The next day, it had fully recovered. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu gradually tried to establish a connection with the man-eating tree by mixing blood into the watering process, but initially it had no effect. Until half a month later, she finally touched something. Closing her eyes, she could vaguely sense the man-eating tree's agitated state in the water bottle. A few days later, she finally opened the water bottle. The man-eating tree seized the opportunity, burrowed out from the bottle, and bolted away. Surprisingly, with its many legs, it ran quite fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already on the balcony. Just as it thought it had escaped to freedom and could flaunt itself as a free man-eating tree, it suddenly found that its legs wouldn't move. It truly couldn't move. Its slender body stood in the sunlight with a gentle breeze blowing, its two small leaves swaying, looking pitiful and helpless. The man-eating tree desperately tried to lift its legs to escape, but not a single one of its many roots would budge. It simply exerted all its strength, lying flat on the ground, and laboriously crawled with its two arms. After crawling a few steps, it was pinched back by Jiang Yu with chopsticks and stuffed back into the water bottle for confinement. Confirming that she could indeed control the man-eating tree, Jiang Yu practiced for a few days before releasing it again. This time it still bolted, but before it could reach the balcony, its legs became immobile again. This stubborn little tree, unable to use its legs, crawled out with its two branch-like arms. After crawling a few steps, it discovered that its hands were also immobile. Unable to move either its hands or feet, it used its body to wriggle forward like a worm. Its entire body was arching back and forth, determined despite its limitations. It seemed quite inspirational. Yet again it was pinched back into the water bottle. When it was released once more, the forgetful man-eating tree managed to escape halfway before it realized it couldn't even wiggle. Despairing, it lay flat on the ground. Some trees may still be alive, but their hearts are already dead. During this time, Jiang Yu was training with the man-eating tree. Zhang Shuhui and De Zhuang were not idle either. Her physical condition was truly poor, and as a shield she could barely keep up with Jiang Yu's speed. Thus, Jiang Yu devised a series of training plans for her. At first, when Jiang Yu proposed to create a training plan for her, Zhang Shuhui was quite pleased. However, on the second day, when the speed training officially began, she was bewildered. She never expected Jiang Yu's training method to be so ruthless. He actually killed a large hen, tied it to her back, and unceremoniously threw her into the street. She was to be chased by zombies. Before Zhang Shuhui could process what was happening, she saw Jiang Yu put a whistle in his mouth, staring at her seriously. Then a sharp whistle pierced the air, and several zombies had already been drawn by the scent of blood. Now there were even more. Zhang Shuhui instinctively wrapped herself with her powers, wanting to act like an ostrich. At this moment, a cold voice sounded nearby. Today's task is to go to the 16th floor of the Time Hotel, room 1601, which is 3 kilometers away, where there is a pack of biscuits placed by De Zhuang. Bring back the biscuits, do not lose the chicken, and do not use your powers. Violate any of these conditions, and the task will fail. If the task fails, dinner will only be fish. Piranha. Jiang Yu spoke quickly and left in a flash. Zhang Shuhui was completely stunned. No power? Then why not run quickly? Mommy. As the zombies closed in with a piercing scream, Zhang Shuhui took off running. Don't chase me. You guys don't chase me. Mommy, ah. A dozen zombies were hot on her heels. Jiang Yu said, the louder you scream, the easier it is for the zombies to find you. Zhang Shuhui quickly clamped her mouth shut. As a homebody, her greatest physical activity was chasing the bus to and from work. She had never participated in the school sports day, so her physical fitness was very poor. Yet she never dreamed she could run so fast. Indeed, human potential can be unleashed. She gritted her teeth, recalling the map Jiang Yu had shown her earlier, and quickly disappeared around the corner. Whenever she really could not run anymore, and wanted to use her powers to activate a protective shield, she remembered the punishment for failing the task: no dinner. Jiang Yu's dinner was not the pungent piranha soup from the park. It was real food. Fragrant warm white rice. Every meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, and they were all served in large portions, filling enough. She had plenty of hot dishes in her space ready to eat, with enough steamed buns. The only thing that needed cooking was boiling the white rice. On her first night after joining the team, she had a big bowl of rice along with braised pork, lion's head meatballs, mapo tofu, and fishball soup. Thinking of that food made Zhang Shuhui's mouth water uncontrollably. No, she couldn't use her powers. If she did, she wouldn't have dinner. So, just as she was about to be caught by the zombies, she found strength from somewhere and began to sprint. Despite Zhang Shuhui running for dear life and putting in her best effort, she ultimately failed the task that day. She was caught by zombies and activated her protective shield for self-preservation. That night, the hen used for training was turned into chicken soup. She plucked the feathers, processed the chicken, and served it on the table once done. Then, watching Jiang Yu eat the chicken, she squatted on the balcony, constantly inhaling the delicious aroma while gnawing on her own fishy piranha. De Zhuang saw her rather pathetic appearance and elegantly walked over to the glass door. He then lifted his hind leg and closed the glass door. Zhang Shuhui. De Zhuang is really kicking her while she's down. The next day's speed training was a failure, and she continued to gnaw on piranha. Jiang Yu had potato stew with ribs, tomato, beef brisket, oyster sauce with bok choy, and a plate of crispy meat. On the third day, the speed training failed again, and she was still gnawing on piranha. She squatted on the balcony, pressing her nostrils against the glass to smell the food. Jiang Yu had spicy hot pot dipping, tripe, boneless duck feet, duck blood, small sausages, and duck intestines. On the third day, speed training failed. On the fourth day, Zhang Shuhui took a cleaver with her when she went out, but still failed the task. On the 8th day, the task was successful. Zhang Shuhui returned home, grasping a bag of biscuits, panting like a dog. Lord Jiang Yu, I succeeded. She gasped for breath, sweat soaking her clothes, the cleaver in her hand still stained with uncoagulated blood, dark and foul. Her bangs stuck to her forehead, and beneath the thick lenses her eyes sparkled. I really succeeded. She cried tears of joy. Jiang Yu nodded. Very good, go wash up, then cook rice. Tonight we will have clay pot chicken. Can I sit at the table today? She looked at Jiang Yu with excitement. Of course you completed the task. Dinner will be... Zhang Shuhui completed the task for 2 consecutive days, and Jiang Yu knew it was time to increase the difficulty. So on the third day, she squatted on the balcony again, eating fish. However, this time she was full of determination. De Zhuang looked at her smug expression and really wanted to tell her that her training level was just a minor version compared to the initial intensity of the boss training. But seeing her happily slurping the fish head and wagging her tail, he thought, forget it, let's be merciful. This little one managed to survive without being crushed in the boss inhuman training, which is already quite remarkable. Zhang Shui's training intensity could not be compared to Jiang Yu's at all, but relative to ordinary survivors, she had already pushed her physical limits. Zhang Shui had no idea what she was going through. Hee foolish girl, just wait, and see, there will be tears later. De Zhuang grabbed a mouse to give Zhang Shui as an extra meal, then jumped off the roof and ran out to play. Speed training, strength training, close combat. While Jiang Yu practiced controlling the man-eating tree, Zhang Shui was also making rapid progress. For the first time, she realized that there was so much knowledge behind killing. The most vulnerable parts of the human body for a fatal blow, such as the neck, carotid sinus, back of the head, temples, spine, spleen, testicles. Jiang Yu continued to teach while manipulating the man-eating tree. Zhang Shui took notes furiously. To maximize our strength, we must know which parts and methods of our body have the strongest attack power. In terms of agility and explosive power, humans are far inferior to felines. In terms of sharp teeth and claws and senses, we are not as good as canines. Compared to these carnivorous animals, our teeth for chewing food and regularly trimmed nails possess no offensive capability. Zhang Shui said, so aren't we very weak? After the apocalypse, some self-enhanced abilities can reach beast-level attack power. However, ordinary survivors can only seek relatively strong power within their relatively weaker bodies. There are parts of the human body that possess attack power comparable to that of wild beasts. Let's just talk about the elbow. The protruding part at the front of the elbow joint between the upper arm and the forearm is called the olecranon, which is one of the hardest bones in the human body. Moreover, the elbow is close to the waist, and when striking, one can use the power of the waist and abdomen to achieve a strong attack. When facing zombies, your goal is to destroy their brainstem as quickly as possible. Ideally, a single blow should be fatal. Additionally, you should learn to flexibly utilize your abilities. They shouldn't only be used as a shield. You need to think about what else you can do within the protection of your abilities. Zhang Shui touched her elbow and made a striking motion. What else? Master Jiang Yu, you should go cook. Since you failed the Onion 3 zombie combat training today, you won't have dinner tonight. Go gnaw on some fish. And so the days passed. Zhang Shui's ability was a defensive one. Even with training, she could only be slightly stronger than ordinary survivors in terms of attack power. More so, it was about practicing techniques and explosive power. The results of the training were evident. At least now, she could climb 25 floors without feeling utterly exhausted. She wouldn't instinctively activate her defense at the sight of zombies. She could cautiously navigate among the hordes of zombies, bravely fighting them hidden with the power of her shield. As long as she broke through her fears, she had already succeeded halfway. After all, an ordinary person's physical strength has its limits. Jiang Yu had no intention of making her exceptionally powerful. Basic combat ability was sufficient. After finishing training, Zhang Shui focused all her energy on shooting practice. Since training with a gun was too extravagant, Jiang Yu gave her a bow and 50 arrows. After all, arrows can be reused as long as you can retrieve them. Jiang Yu counted the days going to her breeding farm daily to extract second-tier zombie crystal cores. When the crystal cores piled up like a small mountain, she began to absorb them. Zhang Shui still couldn't independently kill second-tier zombies. However, she could exchange 200 first-tier zombie murky crystal cores for one second-tier zombie crystal core with Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu currently had no use for the murky crystal cores from first-tier zombies, she wouldn't simply give away her things. Everything taken from her required an equivalent exchange. This was Jiang Yu's principle. Things were divided into useful and useless. People were the same. She wouldn't give away her belongings for no reason. Any resources or food were treated the same. De Zhuang was responsible for assisting her in capturing second-tier zombies, marking points, and fighting together. Zhang Shui took care of all the household chores and logistical work, tirelessly chopping zombies and extracting crystal cores. No meal here could be had for free. After all, some things delivered day after day made others grateful. When Zhang Shui first dug for crystal cores in a zombie's brain, she was both searching and retching. Now she could reach into a zombie's brain without changing her expression, locating the crystal core within. It's worth noting that the murky crystal core of a first-tier zombie is only slightly larger than a grain of rice, not to mention finding it, even seeing it, is not easy. Meanwhile, to ensure perfect logistics during rest periods after training, Zhang Shui systematically studied various mechanical theories, home appliance repairs, human anatomy, Thai massage, and various basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, as well as recipes. Jiang Yu had many books, and every time she came across a book that hadn't been damaged, she tossed anything she found useful into her space. Previously, she also gathered all the books from the most photogenic and trendy library in city A. Along, Zhang Shui studied diligently, taking notes as seriously as during her graduate school entrance exams, causing Jiang Yu to shake her head. However, after noticing that her massage skills had significantly improved, Jiang Yu felt that Zhang Shui was indeed very talented. A few months later, Jiang Yu stood at the edge of the terrace on the 25th floor, gazing at the streets below. De Zhuang lay at her feet. On the street, only a few zombies wandered aimlessly, resembling the state during the economic crisis years ago. De Zhuang, there are fewer and fewer zombies lately. Meow, the breeding farm was already more than half empty. De Zhuang licked his paw, thinking that it was all because of Jiang Yu's extravagance. With all the zombies being used up, how many could possibly be left? Jiang Yu remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "We should move." De Zhuang, hey, you've nearly cleaned out the resources in the city. How could we not leave? He stared at the sparse zombies on the street, recalling how just a few months ago tossing down a refrigerator could crush several zombies, yet now the streets were deserted. It wasn't just here, the entire city, it was similar. But it wasn't all due to Jiang Yu's actions. At some point, De Zhuang had noticed that many zombies were migrating, staggering away from city A every day. It was as if there was some great danger here. Along with the decreasing number of zombies in the city, the production of second-tier zombies also noticeably declined. Zhang Shuhui had just finished washing the dishes and was wiping her hands on her apron, admiring her neat and clean kitchen. Upon turning around, she heard Jiang Yu's decision to move. She was momentarily stunned, asking blankly, "Master, are we leaving?" "Where to?" "Wherever there are more zombies." Jiang Yu's face was cold, thinking about the recent decline in zombies. She felt like a cold boss whose mountain had been hollowed out on the brink of bankruptcy.